Cedric J. Robinson. On Racial Capitalism, Black Internationalism, and Cultures of Resistance. Edited by H.L.T. Quan. Foreword by Ruth Wilson Gilmore. Contents. Acknowledgements. Sources of original materials. Foreword by Ruth Wilson Gilmore. Preface by Elizabeth Peters Robinson. Introduction, Looking for Grace in Redemption. H.L.T. Quan. Part I on Africa and Black Internationalism. 1. Notes toward a Native Theory of History. 2. In Search of a Pan-African Commonwealth. 3. The Black Detective and American Memory. Part 2 on Bourgeois Historiography. 4. The First Attack is an Attack on Culture. 5. Oliver Cromwell Cox and the Historiography of the West. 6. Fascism and the Intersections of Capitalism, Racialism, and Historical Consciousness. 7. Ota Benga's Flight Through Geronimo's Eyes, Tales of Science and Multiculturalism. 8. Slavery and the Platonic Origins of Anti-Democracy. Part 3 on World Politics and U.S. Foreign Policy. 9. Fascism and the Response of Black Radical Theorists. 10. Africa, In Hoc to History and the Banks. 11. The Comedy of Terror. 12. Ralph Bunche and an American Dilemma. Part 4 on Reality and its Representations. 13. White Signs in Black Times, The Politics of Representation in Dominant Texts. 14. The American Press and the Repairing of the Philippines. 15. On the Los Angeles Times, Crack Cocaine, and the Rampart Division Scandal. 16. Michaud Lynch's The Mammy. 17. Blaxploitation and the Misrepresentation of Liberation. 18. The Mulatta on Film, From Hollywood to the Mexican Revolution. 19. Ventriloquizing Blackness, Eugene O'Neill and Irish-American Racial Performance. Part V on Resistance and Redemption. 20. Malcolm Little as a Charismatic Leader. 21. The Appropriation of Frantz Fanon. 22. Amilcar Cabral and the Dialectic of Portuguese Colonialism. 23. Race, Capitalism, and the Anti-Democracy. 24. David Walker and the Precepts of Black Studies. 25. The Killing in Ferguson. 26. On the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Index. Foreword. Ruth Wilson Gilmore. Cedric Robinson's distinguished career as a militant academic models the life of an original thinker who committed his substantial intellect to the long battle to end colonialism, imperialism, racism, and inequality. He wrote vividly about how a representation, broadly understood, shapes and is shaped by political, cultural, economic, aesthetic, and social life. An iconoclast from the start, he early produced a sustained critique of his discipline, political science, demolishing one of its central conceits, leadership, by using anthropology to show an altogether different social embodiment of authority. Indeed, an interdisciplinary imperative extended throughout his research and community work, in tireless effort to perceive and provoke oppositional consciousness in relation to the multiple contours of actual struggle. Robinson refused historiography that made the region that became Europe the start of everything. Devastated though the world has been by European expansion and exploitation, he would not begin from defeat even though, with Cabral, he told no lies and eschewed easy victories. His scholarly and political imagination extended through time and across space, and he persuasively argued multiple geographies that can, if carefully examined, show both residual and emergent alternative, or if you will, abolition, life ways at everyday, expressive, resistant, and revolutionary registers. Robinson was an old-fashioned scholar who always bothered to learn things before he tried to teach them, and he continued to learn by teaching. I suspect most people who pick up this book will do so out of curiosity about a person whose name in the second decade of the 21st century is indelibly associated, at least in the Anglophone world, with the Black radical tradition. It's my hope that readers of this collection will see the massive research as well as theoretical commitments that guided his ability to show subtly changing syncretism underlying the work of resistance and liberation. Robinson traced out action rather than a compendium of polemics, because the Black radical tradition is a whole way of being, what he famously termed an ontological totality. To enliven what might otherwise linger as a suffocating abstraction, he demonstrated its dynamic realization in, for example, the portrait of Richard Wright's Transformation, a self-reinvention blossoming from collective rather than individualistic imperatives. Many who are notionally sympathetic to a black radical tradition mistakenly imagine it to have been birthed by slavery, and only later to square up against racial capitalism. As Robinson explains in Black Marxism, capitalism's requirement for inequality historically coalesced through racial practices that developed between and among people, all of whose descendants may well have become white. Does this mean slavery did not disfigure the world? Hardly. But neither does it mean that all of black historical geography has its origins in the slave trade, or in the condition of slavery, or in emancipation. By contrast, although neither natural nor static, the black radical tradition is prior to, during, and after capitalism in all of its forms, including capitalist slavery, with a distinctiveness that might seem to disappear into related forms of being without evaporating in influence or effect. Lately, black geography has become a lively if loose topic, variously asserted to be scholarly specialty, hiring opportunity, conference theme, enigma to be explained, compendium of oppressians, abolition exemplar. Insofar as the latter might develop into the topic's principal materialization, then efforts to identify and explain forms of freedom in grounded action would well take guidance from Cedric Robinson's breadth and depth of study and lucid analysis. They would also benefit from paying close attention to critical distinctions that matter. In this volume the collected materials repeatedly and resolutely insist on differences that actually point in a direction that seems a bit counterintuitive at first. That is, underlying the work, not all of which I agree with, nor will any reader, is a remarkably internationalist consistency that neither begins nor ends with the black experience. As a matter of fact, experience is a complexity to be critically addressed rather than a cumulative condition to be described. After the fact, it seems so obvious, that were experience all it took to make the world otherwise, the sum of exploitation would already have produced its own cataclysmic reversal. This mechanical view of Marxism, not shared by the eponymous thinker but thinly spread wide by some epigones, hardly finds confirmation in the great anti-capitalist, anti-colonial revolutions of the 19th and 20th centuries. And yet it persists. Robinson brings to our consideration a comprehensive and subtle appreciation of how revolutionary thinkers developed syncretic modes for planning struggle, approaches that combined analytical energies attuned to the partial systematicity of capitalist dynamics with active understanding of already existing modalities, what Cabral termed the upward paths. The final time I shared the stage with Robinson was in 2014 for the keynote plenary of Confronting Racial Capitalism, an astonishing symposium conceived in his honor by Christina Hetherton and Jordan T. Camp. During the question and answer period in a packed auditorium I repeated my favorite sentiment from Capital Volume 1 about how we change the external world and our own nature by what we do on and with the earth. Cedric hit me, not with his hand, but rather and most firmly with his look and tone. "I've been trying to tell you," he said. "It's consciousness, not experience. My consciousness of consciousness opened thanks to that experience as, apparently, no other experience in our long friendship had done. And thanks to his impatient persistence, so many of us, tending toward bitter optimism, never give up trying to crack the codes through which we represent ourselves, to one another, to our future." Cedric Robinson, Present. Preface. Elizabeth Peters Robinson. Will the UN understand the pleas of the blacks in the townships of Makakoba, Mzilikazi, and Bapoma, outside the city of Bulawayo, where most often 3 to 4 families must stay in one room the size of your kitchen, each family with a wall, parents in the bed, children sleeping beneath the bed, the family's belongings stacked on a shelf above the bed, a curtain for privacy from the others in the room? Will the UN understand the pleas of the tens of thousands unemployed because they are not educated, uneducated because they are unemployed, both because they are black? What about the starvation, the malnutrition, the beatings, the humiliation? Will the UN appreciate their effect on these people? Africa understands, Asia understands, you and I and the millions of blacks in the US, Brazil, and the West Indies understand, not because we are black or brown but because we have lived it and are living it now. Cedric Robinson, December 8, 1962. On returning from southern Rhodesia. For the unaware, nothing was amiss. Cedric J. Robinson. Black Marxism, 1982. As so well defined in her introduction to this volume, HLT Quan notes that the work herein spanned more than 4 decades. I'm pushing even farther back with the first quote above not as a corrective but to offer a slightly different perspective, one that visits the quotidian and that I hope will be illustrative of the daily stew that surely led Cedric to the intellectual and theoretical work for which he is more widely known. In choosing a title for this book, we were insistent that racial capitalism was an insufficient description of the work included, that internationalism and cultures of resistance were essential in filling the gaps that HQ identifies. I would argue that that is so because whatever the intellectual task, Cedric's raison d'être was the broader human terrain. Those were the everyday phenomena that could provoke a change of mood in a heartbeat. By the time that Cedric returned from what is now Zimbabwe in 1962, he had already learned the imperatives of race and resistance from his grandfather, be they the importance of Joe Louis winning a fight, assisting his grandfather in his janitorial rounds, or standing up against overtly oppressive powers. While he may well have seen poverty and racism up close, he also had experienced the fierce protection of overqualified black teachers as they ensured that he would acquire the skills he needed to survive, even thrive. Cedric had participated in his own generation's acts of resistance against the House Un-American Activities Committee's witch hunts, the discriminatory practices in the Bay Area from Woolworths to Auto Row with many stops in between. He had found that the University of California at Berkeley would not allow him to bring Malcolm X to campus as a speaker even as the university celebrated the presence of a dictator's wife and a major Christian evangelist. Cedric's trip to southern Rhodesia was his second international experience as he had used the occasion of his suspension from the university to spend some months in Mexico. In both countries, he witnessed both discrimination and resistance and began to draw connections to the realities of Oakland, California. In the piece for the Sun Reporter, he drew attention to these global connections and concluded with an indictment of the media, marking his first of many forays into media criticisms. As noted in the second epigram, for the unaware, nothing was amiss. One, the unaware, Cedric would argue, were so not necessarily through their own faults, but because so much of the events of the moment and our histories were erased, elided, or simply denied. When perusing the contents of this volume, understand that much was a recuperative project, not simply a theoretical or academic one. When encountering Frantz Fanon, understand that his context, the anti-colonial struggles of the Algerian people and their post-independence experiments such as workers' self-management experiments, were like shining lights as we all were mired in the violence of the efforts to destroy Vietnam. In this same period we were experiencing the dismantling, the destruction of the newly independent African nations. So the brilliant voice of Amilcar Cabral, leading with a new determination, cautioning us all to tell no lies, to claim no easy victories, provided hope as well as instruction. Cedric's impulse to engage with black anti-fascism was occasioned in part by his encounters with James Yates and Harry Haywood, both African-American members of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade who fought with the Spanish resistance to Franco's fascist regime and who wanted to fight for Ethiopia. Finally, may we consider the significance of media and its importance in these 40-plus years and now. From the 1960s through much of the 1970s, many of us were participating in resistance to war, racism, to the heavy hand of colonialism. We marched, we watched, and we witnessed the gradual closing down of informative journalism. Cedric would maintain that perhaps the most significant outcome of the Nixon forced resignation was a heavy disciplining of mass media. Whether that was the case might be debated, but by 1983 Ben Bagdikian famously documented the ever-shrinking ownership of mass media and its transformation into raw political power in his landmark, Media Monopoly. Under the Reagan administration, regulation of ownership was massively reduced, and that continues until now. As Cedric's project was always about casting light in hidden corners, his attention to media mismanagement and malappropriation was a natural. He began documenting the character of media in films from Birth of a Nation to Blaxploitation, newspapers including the one with the hubris to claim all the news that was fit to print, or the one on the other coast which would blithely claim that it was not written for the poor or people of color. Both in written work and on our weekly television program, Third World News Review, Cedric exposed the complicity, the duplicity, of U.S. media in creating a palatable version of what had happened in the Philippines, for example. After more than a decade of martial law, corporate media reports only called out Filipino dictator Ferdinand Marcos while soft-soaping or entirely overlooking the U.S. colonial and military presence. Here indeed, for the unaware, nothing was amiss. In many instances the general public was intentionally kept unaware, or failed to appreciate the urgency of conditions beyond their own. That is what concerns me today when I find too many of us ignorant of or unconcerned with those we consider outside of our ken, be they from other countries, other ethnicities, or even other generations. In the end, this piece is not intended as a praise song for Cedric or his fellows, it is intended, rather, to signal that there is much hard work to be done. In this world of social media, we are often tempted by a clever meme, even a deep one, but even the best are inadequate to the many struggles we must engage. It is fitting that this collection concludes with pieces addressing cultures of resistance that have little respect for the boundaries imposed by nation-states, that have brought people together across ethnic, racial, and continental lines, and that have sustained solidarity movements for decades. When we examine police violence, carceral systems, even military adventurism, we can't help but see the similarity between cities that wall people in and out exist and are often modeled on ones that exist in occupied Palestine, that existed and linger in apartheid and post-apartheid South Africa. And sadly but surely the apparatus of oppression has been passed from the US to South Africa to Palestine and back again to US policing. While I am always hesitant to speak for Cedric, he can no longer provide a prefatory remark, thus I am being so bold, but remind the reader that the remarks come from my sense of things. I think, had Cedric been able to do so, he might have ended each article or book with "and" or "but," as he considered all of his work incomplete, only as fingerposts for next generations, to think expansively and collectively. I've no doubt that he would be thrilled with work that many are doing, even as he urged others to join them. Introduction, Looking for Grace in Redemption. HLT Quan. This is exactly how the music of jazz began, and out of the same necessity, not only to redeem a history unwritten and despised, but to checkmate the European notion of the world. For until this hour, when we speak of history, we are speaking only of how Europe saw, and sees, the world. James Baldwin, 19791. Humanus is no longer a noun. Being human is a praxis. Sylvia Wynter, 20152. And the construction of knowledge there is no beginning and no end. Cedric J. Robinson III. In a beautiful meditation on music and race disguised as a book review, the ever-vigilant, if understated James Baldwin noted that jazz is produced by, and bears witness to, one of the most obscene adventures in the history of mankind, and yet, the giants of jazz managed to make of that captivity a song, for not unlike what jazz does to history, Cedric J. Robinson redeemed political theory, not as a master science as Aristotle would have it, but as a clarion call for radical, democratic thought, and praxis. Moreover, Robinson imbued it with a practical ethos, one that centers on normative sensibilities, particularly the righteousness of moral action. 5 Given the rigidity of disciplinary practices in academia, few American political theorists managed this feat, one that provides aid and comfort to legions of students and activists on multiple continents. Grounded in the historical density of Black lives, Robinson's teaching and publications have made an imprint on scholarship ranging from Black radical thought and the Black radical tradition to racial capitalism, police violence, and Black representations in films and music. Equally important, his vision resonates with freedom struggles from the anti-apartheid Movement 6 to movements for Black lives. If one knew how it feels to be free, as the redoubtable Ms. Nina Simone quivered, learning political theory from Robinson is like starting anew. Perhaps echoing Baldwin's interrogation of history, in an essay published in 1981, Coming to Terms, Robinson observed that the most important issue is conceptualization. How are we to conceptualize what we were, what we are becoming? As a witness and a scholar of racial capitalism, and not unlike the intellectual praxis that Sylvia Wynter foregrounds, Robinson sought responses to those questions throughout most of his life. Considered one of the deans of Black studies, his works have been essential texts for deconstructing racial capitalism, learning about the Black radical tradition, and inspiring insurgent movements from Ferguson to the West Bank. In recent years there has been an upsurge of interest in Robinson's work, as evidenced by the republication of the Terms of Order and an Anthropology of Marxism, as well as the special journal issue of African Identities, and the edited collection of essays inspired by his work, Futures of Black Radicalism. In addition, and in the 2 years following his death, there have also been many articles, panels, and conferences organized in the US, UK, and beyond, devoted to his teaching and scholarship. Indeed, the Black radical tradition is often conflated with Robinson, however ill-advised that might be. Such embellishment notwithstanding, it is apparent that Robinson's influence extends beyond academe. 8. The genesis of this collection, Cedric J. Robinson, on Racial Capitalism, Black Internationalism, and Cultures of Resistance, was more than 20 years in the making, and the materials herein are based on many conversations with Elizabeth and Cedric Robinson, and in the areas of Robinson's work that he hoped would be elucidated. In the mid-1990s, the former speechwriter for President Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Kofi Bunner-Hajor, initially proposed that he edit a collection of Robinson's essays, and Robinson and Hajor enlisted me to assist in this endeavor. Hajor was convinced that people needed to read Cedric, and as it was before the era of widely distributed PDFs, many of these essays were not readily available in print. Significantly, Kasehun Chikole graciously committed Africa World Press to this endeavor. Unsurprisingly, life happened, and the project was tabled until nearly 2 decades later, when Cedric, Elizabeth, and I revisited the project. Also, unsurprisingly, there are twice as many pieces to be taken into consideration as there were 2 decades ago. We hope that the essays contained in this volume extend Robinson's much larger over than Black Marxism conveys, however influential it is. 9. For the first time, this volume engages a wide array of Robinson's essays, reflective of his diverse interests in the interconnections between culture and politics, radical social theory, and classic and modern political philosophy. These essays, spanning over 4 decades, include considerations of Africa, Black internationalism, world politics, race and U.S. foreign policy, representations of Blackness in popular culture, and reflections on popular resistance to racial capitalism, white supremacy, and other tyrannies. Each section includes both previously published and unpublished materials, and essays written for an academic and/or informed audience, as well as those written for the general public. Collectively, these writings and reflections embody both a meticulous scholarship grounded in transdisciplinary research and an insurgent moral authority of a philosophy of democratic resistance and rebellion. Not unlike Baldwin when he admonished us to look to the unprotected, and not the policemen, the lawyers, the judges, or the protected members of the middle class to know how justice is administered. 10. Robinson's work forwards a thesis that centers on the belief that a people in crisis or the oppressed are more likely to embody a moral authority than the oppressors. Indeed, once political order and authoritarianism disguised as leadership are sufficiently dispatched, and their vacuous machinations and promiscuous desires are demystified, Robinson's readers and students are urged to err on the side of the demos, the populous majority, be they slaves, indigenous people, women, or black people. 11. These people are almost always marked as differently vulnerable and are targeted for harm. Just as Sir M. I. Finlay long understood, democracy is essentially an exercise of the mob, and as such, political outcomes are rarely guaranteed. So, Robinson recognized democracy as inherently dangerous. 12 He, however, settled on the wisdom that those who are furthest from democratic polity and whose participation is evacuated or eviscerated are necessarily the likeliest to burst that polity wide open, just as those who are furthest away from justice are most likely to instruct us in the meanings of justice. And it is they who will likely be the most passionate advocates of justice. Robinson explained it this way: just as Thucydides believed that historical consciousness of people in crisis provided the possibility of more virtuous action, more informed and rational choices, so do I. 13 Beyond the need to dislodge the terms of order. 14 Robinson was suggesting a righteousness of the moral authority of a people in crisis. 15 And perhaps a symbiotic relationship between epistemic and everyday justice. 16 What does it mean to assert a moral authority of those who have been marked as vulnerable, as the other, who frequently reside on the margins of authority? Conceptually, the term moral authority itself is not uncomplicated. In contrast to the idea of moral bankruptcy as being utterly without morals, moral authority is not so easily recognizable. It is certainly the case that when we use the term moral authority we frequently rely on a constellation of transitive meanings, signifying both contingencies and contradictions. On the one hand, authority connotes, among other things, as the OED tells us, the right to act, and the power to enforce obedience or compliance, with political supremacy as a priori. On the other hand, morality, especially as it relates to principles or rules of conduct, more often than not is concerned with the private behavior of individuals. Put differently, the very term moral authority signals collective allegiance to an external order that instructs individuals how to act or how to live. Moral authority is also necessarily normative. Insofar as the goodness or badness of human endeavors are concerned, however, morality is almost always relational and contextualized, and thus contingent. As John Grote observed in a treatise on moral ideals, moral words, by frequent complementary use, have lost much of their warmth and force. 17 As such, when Robinson appealed to the more virtuous action of the demos, he was conjuring the power of the collective that inherently resides in the very ideals of a moral majority. This moral majority, however, is neither silent nor complicit with the state or capital. Its authority lies in the fact that it belongs to a people in crisis, who all along have contested the legitimacy and morality of the terms of order, including the meanings of justice. 18 For Robinson, and unlike a typical jury in countries where police conduct is governed by habituated racial supremacy, the victims of violence would almost always be more credible as witnesses than the perpetrators. This normative reasoning reflects what is needed to undo not only past harm but inherent epistemic injustices, when the victims of everyday injustices, including premature deaths, are also denied their credibility as knowers and interpreters of meanings. 19 When political authority becomes our only regime of truth, moral authority is conflated with the state in all its manifestations, and justice is merely whatever the powerful say it is. No other better agents of the state or state actors embody this conflation and manifested order than the police. The legitimacy of the state, the sine qua non of state authority, thus becomes its moral authority in the embodiment of the police. A police state is thus frequently the most apparent form of authoritarianism, and for this reason, few police officers who killed have been charged or convicted, regardless of circumstances. By asserting the moral righteousness of the protesters, as Robinson did with BLM or the black South Africans in the struggles against apartheid, for instance, he was reinstating a familiar oeuvre, that is, the assertion that there exists a democratic black political culture that frequently supplants hegemonic moral consciousness with a democratic social ethic of its own, one that is capable of redeeming what has been lost and or negated. This double dialectic Robinson derived from positing oppressed people as the more virtuous, hence, those possessing moral righteousness, confronts the facticity of life amidst settler colonialism, racial capitalism, heteropatriarchy, and white supremacy, among other things, wherein the very meaning of the other, especially of black life, has long been associated with the absence of morality, including morality in the specific form, a redeemable social ethics. Thus, in his quest to redeem political theory as critical theory, Robinson effectively located emancipatory potentials at the communal, democratic level. In this way, his emphasis on the black radical tradition's quest for ontological wholeness is akin to a secular search for grace, if grace is understood as a defense against dehumanization and an affirmation of black life. When gathering materials for this collection, we imagined it as a companion volume to Robinson's books as well as one that fills the gaps between the terms of order, Black Marxism, Black Movements in American, an Anthropology of Marxism, and Forgeries of Memory and Meaning. 20 Given the economics of publishing today, it was a challenge to whittle down the more than 700 pages of work to the current volume. The larger themes of Robinson's oeuvre are not difficult to identify: Africa and Black internationalism, bourgeois historiography, world politics and U.S. foreign policy, reality and its misrepresentations, and resistance and popular rebellions. Already present in book forms, some more apparent than others, these themes serve as the deep structure of the collection. The essays as organized are not meant to be understood as discrete pieces unencumbered by issues and concerns raised in other sections. For instance, Robinson's preoccupation with the need to interrogate fascism as a form of Western, democratic capitalism shows up first in Part 2 under On Bourgeois Historiography, then later in Part 3 under On World Politics and U.S. Foreign Policy. This is especially true for Parts 3 and 4, where Robinson's extended analysis of the media and its misrepresentations of reality is showcased. Moreover, Africa and the African diaspora are embedded in each section, either as a subject of inquiry or as an analytic prefiguration. Finally, the many outlets where Robinson featured his work convey his diverse interests and transdisciplinary approach to social emancipatory scholarship. These forums included academic, peer-reviewed journals and books, local newspapers, and community cultural celebrations, as well as professional meetings and various gatherings at colleges and universities. From the now out-of-print Indian Journal of Political Science, the Fernand Braudel Center-based review, and Afro-American Studies, to the always current Race and Class and Radical History review, Robinson's work elided orthodoxies, discursive or otherwise. For nearly 4 decades, Race and Class, the UK institution for critical scholarship at the intersections of first race and class, and then later, race, class, and gender, was most responsible for publishing the majority of Robinson's writings. The reprints in this volume represent a small sample of this invaluable collaboration between Robinson and the journal. On Africa and Black Internationalism. Black Internationalism, a philosophy that approximates the emancipatory power of jazz as Baldwin aspired it to be, grounds many of Robinson's intellectual endeavors and his personal orientation. Part I best captures the promise and depth of the collection, containing both previously published and unpublished materials, including Robinson's most recent research interest, the Black Sleuth and the writing of Pauline Hopkins. This section draws attention to one of Robinson's most enduring thematics, the centrality of Black internationalism and Africa within the larger discursive frame of Black radically. Notes toward a Native Theory of History, first published in Review in 1989, is essential to understanding the importance of the African diaspora for emancipatory theory building. Here Robinson maintained that the problem with mainstream Black scholasticism was that it does not challenge theft but attempts to reflect it. The production of radical social theories, Robinson argued, requires coming to terms with the fundamental nature of historical movement, including its organization and social consciousness. For him, recognizing the importance of the Black diaspora and Black movements necessarily entails the recreation of Black life, and a new theory of history informed by Black consciousness. So, In Search of a Pan-African Commonwealth, first appearing in Social Identities in 1996, extended Robinson's delineation of Black movements in the forms of a Pan-African Commonwealth. Echoing his wariness of the political as delineated in terms, Robinson insisted that Pan-Africanism should be imagined as a thing that includes all 5 different spheres of human experience: the prehistorical, the historical, the demographic, the cultural, and the political. Part I ends with Robinson's most recent research agenda, the Black Detective and American Memory. It extends his work on racial regimes in forgeries and preoccupation with the African diaspora as sediments for future black rebellions. Robinson made use of black mystery writings as source materials and centered on Pauline Hopkins' work that interrogated an early racial regime in the U.S. and the ways in which she consciously wrote about black resistance to and liberation from racial oppression. Robinson argued that while Hopkins' stunning black radical intellect had so long been assigned to obscurity, her historical fiction embodied a radical critique of American culture. Hopkins' critique, Robinson maintained, was one intent on the pursuit of radical solutions for the black nation in the form of an African diasporic internationalism. On bourgeois historiography. Part 2 signals 3 of Robinson's most significant contributions to the scholarship on the black radical tradition and emancipatory social theorizing, an emphasis on culture as an analytic resource, the deconstruction of bourgeoisie historiography, and the demystification of leadership. This section also introduces Robinson's exposition and interrogation of fascism as a historical phenomenon, a largely underexplored theme of Robinson's scholarship. An essay on the contemporary attack against multiculturalism and another on Plato's The Republic suggest that students of bourgeois historiography might venture further back in time to locate its earlier anti-democratic predispositions. As part of a series of lectures at SUNY Binghamton in 197,521 that included luminaries of black radical theory and revolutionary activism such as Walter Rodney, C.L.R. James, and Imam Baraka, the first attack is an attack on culture sought to differentiate between what is an organization and what is revolution. Influenced by Amilcar Cabral 22 for Robinson, coming to terms with black internationalism begins with a systematic exploration of culture as an organizing principle for revolutionary change. Robinson extended Marx's observation that the first attack is an attack on culture 23 to take up Haiti, Algeria, and Vietnam, 3 theaters of wars and rebellions, and delineated the differences between imperialist and revolutionary attacks on culture. He argued that the dominant paradigms of human organization, social moments presume the extraordinary leader, from whom comes organizations, structure, ideology. The demystification of leadership and the unsettling of the political are the main thrusts of Robinson's doctoral dissertation work at Stanford University 24, which he later elaborated on in The Terms of Order, his first major publication. Robinson also made clear the centrality of the collective: ideas, structures, the organization of a movement, come from the collective, come out of the individual. Oliver Cromwell Cox and the Historiography of the West is in some ways an addendum to the work Robinson started in Black Marxism. Drawing from Cox and Ray Huang, not unlike what he did with Du Bois, James, and Wright, Robinson deconstructed bourgeois historiography, illustrating how Cox would reconfigure radically the episteme of the West. The next essay, Fascism and the Intersections of Capitalism, Racialism, and Historical Consciousness, delineates one of Robinson's major historical excavations and analytic commitments, the study of fascism and black people's resistance to it. It is also one of several essays where Robinson interrogated fascism as a familiar species of North America. Examining the responses to fascism in the 1920s in the U.S., Robinson argued that the American revisionist history of anti-fascist movements reflects a deep commitment to the erasure of not only the complicity of American capital and European fascism that translated to open support for fascist regimes, but also the fierce anti-fascist responses from black people in the African diaspora. Unlike their white counterparts, for many black people, the historical significance of fascism was clear. At home it foreshadowed the descent of liberalism, elsewhere it meant the destruction of even the symbols of racial liberation. First appearing in Humanities in Societies in 1983, Fascism at the Intersections signaled Robinson's sustained interrogation of fascism as a species and its progenitors, including white supremacy. First published as a book chapter in Multiculturalism, edited by David Theo Goldberg in 1994, and within the context of a well-financed backlash against multiculturalism and gender and ethnic studies, Odia Benga Through Geronimo's Eyes tells a story of racism and white supremacy masquerading as science. This science, despite itself, reveals a subdisciplinary research of multiculturalism, that is, a concomitant to the domestic sites of Western slave economies and female subordination and imperialism and colonialism in the outlands, because this iteration of multiculturalism has been an aspect of Western social sciences since their inceptions. Robinson suggested a need to explore what alternative significations of multiculturalism might presently be embraced by the social sciences and why. One revelation might be that the contemporary anti-democratic attacks against multiculturalism and related fields of studies are the work of the racial fabulists, so that they may continue to preserve their systems of knowledge for as long as the social order which they legitimate endures. Robinson followed up this insightful read of the contemporary attack on multiculturalism as anti-democratic with slavery and the Platonic origins of anti-democracy, tracing this anti-democracy to one of its earliest origins. Extending Cynthia Farrar's arguments in The Origins of Democratic Thinking 25, Robinson located contemporary, liberal anti-democratic predisposition to Plato, the West's philosophical epiphenomenon, and one whose articulations of a racial social order convalesce the proximity of slavery and liberty. The placement of freedom and injustice, central to Robinson's delineation of early Black and Native American resistance in the U.S. 26, is traced here to Plato's canon. Interrogating Plato's most influential work, The Republic, as a sustained attack on democracy, Robinson concluded that the contemporary theorizing of democracy did not so much appropriate Plato but rather mirrored its Plato genealogy. On World Politics and U.S. Foreign Policy. As a public intellectual, Robinson drew from his research, teaching, and community engagement, especially in the form of media activism. Indeed, one of the most underexplored areas of Robinson's scholarship is his sustained interest in and commitment to the study of world politics and U.S. foreign policy. In addition to his research and teaching, and for more than 3 decades, Robinson was also a regular correspondent of the longest-running community access TV show in the U.S., Third World News Review 27, and a regular guest on several long-running radio public affairs programs on KCSB-FM Santa Barbara. In these appearances, Robinson provided needed coverage of political developments, largely ignored by the American foreign press, and imbued them with astute and cogent analyses, frequently accompanied by extended historical elaborations. His collaboration with Elizabeth Robinson, a media producer and activist for over 4 decades, provided a model to counter the corporate media monopoly, the necessity of moving beyond media criticism to media production. This section thus showcases Robinson's meticulous research and his work as a scholar-activist, featuring a sample of Robinson's important contributions to a deeper understanding of race, resistance, and U.S. foreign policies. Advancing a critical theory of fascism, and the response by Black radical theorists extends Robinson's earlier critique of the erasure of ordinary Black people's more radical response against fascism in the African diaspora. Presenting at the African Studies Association annual meeting in 1990, he drew attention to the ways in which fascism implicates Black people and Black political thought. Robinson suggested that with the exception of Du Bois, Black radical intellectuals who have been influenced by Marxism held to a materialist conception of fascism. By not privileging the primacy of class analysis, Du Bois in contrast was able to assert a cultural identity between fascism and the putative democracies. For Robinson, by insisting that the essence of fascism was racial, Du Bois' views approximate those of ordinary Black people who believed that the West was pathological and fascism an expression of that nature. Africa, in Hoc to History and the Banks, a reprint from a local newspaper, News and Reviews, typifies Robinson's sustained media analysis made available to the general public through his reporting for various local TV and radio programs. Point 28 Emblematic of Robinson's systematic critiques of U.S. foreign policies and the media is his keen attention to the historical fictions being manufactured by a complicit, corporate media. This short essay drew attention to the Los Angeles Times series on Africa, the harsh realities dim hope, highlights the ways in which political developments in Africa, especially economic and political crises, are typically distorted to mask non-African and neocolonial interests, including international financial institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund. Robinson's study of terrorism as a phenomenon began well before the advent of September 11th and included state-sponsored terrorism. The Comedy of Terror, published in Radical History Review in 2003, pointed to the spectacles of terror against the peoples of Palestine by Israel and against the people of Latin America and elsewhere by the U.S. government. Robinson noted that most people in the world recognize the American government's hypocrisy on terrorism, even as the American corporate-owned press chronically failed to interrogate state terrorism. This failure, Robinson argued, is part of the larger stratagem of misinforming the American public. This section ends with Ralph Bunche and the American Dilemma, a lecture given at Boston University in 1994, illustrating Robinson's larger critique of U.S. foreign policies as a concomitant of racial capitalism and white supremacy. 29 Using the 60th anniversary of the publication of Gunnar Myrdal's The American Dilemma as an entry, Robinson drew attention to Ralph Bunche's collaboration on the Negro Study portion of the book to delineate Bunche's more radical critique of U.S. racism and racial capitalism. Building on Bunche's analytics, Robinson argued that fascism, imperialism, and racism were intertwined. On reality and its representations. This section elaborates Robinson's keen interests in the media, but also reveals his nearly 4 decades of research and teaching on critical representation studies beyond film studies. This investigation's focus is much broader than forgeries would suggest. Accordingly, this section showcases a rich sample of Robinson's critical representation studies, including print and electronic media as well as film and performance studies. Similar to the previous section, these essays also illustrate Robinson's persistent attention to U.S. foreign policies and his sustained critique of American imperialism and its varied manifestations. White Signs in Black Times, The Politics of Representation in Dominant Texts, was written for the Conference on Black Theorizing Postmodernism and Poststructuralism, at UC Santa Barbara in 1989, organized by the Center for Black Studies, where Robinson was a director for many years. In this essay, Robinson investigated the trend that thematically moved away from racial blackness and replaced it with the codification, African American. This new signifier, he argued, was the black intelligentsia's response to the peripheralization of the most audacious expression of black bourgeois political ambition in American history. Using Jesse Jackson's 1988 presidential campaign as an instantiation of the aspirations and investments of that social class, Robinson maintained that in their eagerness to seize upon a negotiable historical identity, the broker intelligentsia has rendered meaningless the relentless litany of instances in American social, cultural, and legal history where race marked the boundaries of polity. The American Press and the Repairing of the Philippines, published in Race and Class in 1986, extended Robinson's critiques of American imperialism and the corporate press. Using a concept from mass communications literature, journalistic repair, Robinson examined this practice where the news is fixed up to fit a desired narrative. This repairing of news or news normalization belies journalistic claims of truth, seeking and refiguring events so that they are not at risk of revealing ideologically unacceptable meanings of the event, or to lay bare the fact of mediation itself. Pointing to the collapse of the Ferdinand Marcos regime as an example, Robinson illustrated the ways in which the popular revolution in the Philippines was evicted from news account in order to dramatize the revolving elites and to provide a neat drama is almost totally unrelated to real-world occurrences. The late 1990s, Rampart scandal, involving widespread corruption by the police, particularly the community resources against street hoodlums of the Los Angeles Police Department's Rampart Division, typifies numerous police scandals in the U.S. throughout the next several decades. At the time, the Rampart scandal was the most notorious, including police violence, torture, and homicide along with planting false evidence, thefts, and drug deals. When the Rampart scandal broke wide open, Robinson regularly provided cogent news coverage and analyses on TWNR and No Alibis. These reports anticipated many contemporary critical police and prison studies. On the Los Angeles Times, crack cocaine and the Ramparts Division scandal is an example of such work. Previously unpublished, this 1999 essay briefly examines the failure of the Los Angeles Times to adequately cover lethal corruption in its own hometown. The CIA connection to the crack cocaine epidemic in Los Angeles exposed by Gary Webb of the San Jose Mercury News, and the soft soaping of the corruption in the LAPD Ramparts Division are two such instances. While Robinson mostly avoided the star-driven academic speaking circuit, he was one of the most gracious public intellectuals, and frequently accepted student invitations from smaller venues such as community colleges. As part of the larger Black History Month celebration at Skyline College in San Bruno in 2003, Robinson's presentation explored the films of an early black cinema giant, Oscar Micheaux, and anticipated Robinson's later interrogation of films and theater in forgeries. Before the advent of video streaming and the rediscovery of early black films, his spotlight on the works of Micheaux and others provided much-needed attention to the largely ignored contributions of early black filmmakers. Micheaux Lynch's The Mammy thus explored Micheaux's films as a response to racial violence and the unrelentingly racist and canonical Hollywood films, including D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation. Using the iconic figure of the Mammy, Robinson showed the ways in which Micheaux radically recuperated black womanhood from Griffith's racialist fantasies. Whereas Griffith's Mammy is a stock character among similarly grotesque black domestic servants in American films, Micheaux extracts the Mammy from the lore of plantocratic apologetics, establishing her not as some sort of fictional creature, but as a mother capable of familial love and anguish whose faith and loyalty are attached to black people's visions of justice and freedom. In 1998, nearly a decade before the publication of Forgeries, Robinson interrogated black representations in American films in Race and Class essay, Blaxploitation and the Misrepresentation of Liberation. It centered on blaxploitation films as a genre with specific cultural and historical pedagogical functions. Robinson argued that blaxploitation is degraded cinema. In constructing a genre of an urban jungle, the American film industry not only degraded itself, but also everyone involved in the process, the black actors, writers, directors, and audience. Most detrimental of all, blaxploitation films caricatured the black lower classes and made a mockery of the aspirations of black liberationists. Robinson leveled a similar critique at the 1990s neo-blaxploitation films, and maintained that they were not an improvement over their previous incarnations. Instead, these neo-blaxploitation films were merely rehearsing the insults of the first. Tiffany Willoughby Herrod and others 30 have testified eloquently to Robinson's pedagogy as a scholar-teacher who was always intentional about co-learning and collaboration. Robinson frequently modeled the conduct of research and social inquiries by being transparent about his research techniques and his analytic stratagems. He also did not privilege graduate-student research over undergraduate work. The Mulatta on Film, From Hollywood to the Mexican Revolution, a collaboration with his undergraduate student, Luz Maria Cabral, exemplifies this approach to teaching and mentoring, even as it extended Robinson's focus on black filmic misrepresentations. It investigated the figure of the mulatta and provided a rich exposition of the ways in which this figure troubles the popular, filmic, and political imaginaries in the U.S. and Mexico. Robinson and Cabral observed that, the mulatto has constituted a threat to North American racial hierarchy, property, and authority for more than 300 years. They maintained that, especially for Hollywood, the mulatto represents a narrative or aesthetic disturbance. Robinson and Cabral thus turned to Mexican cinema to glean a more adequate understanding of this trope. Focusing on La Negra Angus Tias and Los Angelitos Negros, they argued that these films diverge from the standard tragic mulatto representations of Hollywood, and even to some extent are able to create black female characters that have fuller agency and range of emotion and activity that, hitherto, most black filmic representations had been denied. This section ends with a reprint from a difficult-to-find book, The Black and Green Atlantic, edited by Peter O'Neill and David Lloyd. Ventriloquizing Blackness, Eugene O'Neill and Irish-American Racial Performance centers on O'Neill's Emperor Jones and furthers Robinson's analysis of racial regimes in American film and theater. Eugene O'Neill is considered a singular influence on the emergence of American theater in the 20th century. This largely uncritical assessment, Robinson argued, has been substantiated mostly by the use of interior treatments of O'Neill's works. In contrast, when we take up the Negro plays, we find that O'Neill appropriated many of the performative materials developed by Irish-American blackface minstrels in the 19th century's antebellum period. Robinson maintained that, what did distinguish these characters is not so much their novelty in O'Neill's work but that he inserted them into American dramatic theater in a transformative moment in the country's racial regimes. These works coincided with social and historical events of critical significance to the representation of black people in American popular culture, and remarked on an era which is radically alternative to the love and theft relations between Irish-American and black communities of the previous century. So in the end, O'Neill gave light to black self-governance, Robinson concluded, and the Emperor Jones became the real, and the real was drowned out by O'Neill's voice and his tom-toms. On Resistance and Redemption. The final section spans over 4 decades of Robinson's uninterrupted attention to the study of popular resistance against racial capitalism, white supremacy, and other big and small tyrannies. Ranging from the 1972, Malcolm Little as a charismatic leader, a rare and difficult-to-find essay that anticipates his book-length study on order and the myth of leadership, to the unpublished short entry, on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that alludes to his news reporting and analysis. These essays embody Robinson's magnificent analytics to aid us in our quest to conceptualize what we were, what we are becoming. Traveling across time and space, they collectively attest to Robinson's unwavering faith in the righteousness of the moral authority of popular resistance against tyranny, and his gracious rendering of the ordinary men and women who people the many chapters of his radical, democratic social philosophy. In one of his earliest studies of charismatic leadership, Robinson focuses on Malcolm Little to delineate his theory on charisma and political leadership. This analytical framework would be extended in terms. Key to mass charismatic event, Robinson argued, are 2 phenomena relating to identity, political leaders, or men who need to lead desperately, and the other with the historical evolution of moments in the lives of members of communities where they require this particular form of leadership. Reading Malcolm X as a mass charismatic event, Robinson suggested that as important as was becoming to the lives of those before whom he spoke and for whom he spoke, they were assuming grander proportions in his life, and more cogently, Malcolm needed them for they were the fulfillment of his vision. In other words, without the collectivity, a leader's vision is for naught. Turning his attention to the appropriation of Frantz Fanon, Robinson eviscerated the fin de siècle Fanon Renaissance for its negligence of history, among other things. Published in Race and Class in 1993, this essay took post-colonial studies to task by exposing its selective rediscovery of Fanon's oeuvre. Robinson's critique of the appropriation of Fanon, especially the selective few chapters from Black Skin, White Mask, by literary theorists centers on these scholars' tendency to erase not only the larger historical context of anti-colonial struggles that animated Fanon's work, but also Fanon's later and deeper understanding of the dialectic of colonialism and liberation. Robinson argued that while Fanon mistook a racial subject for his own class, those he terms the nationalist bourgeoisie, the academician theorists of today, as representatives of that class, have sought selectively to reappropriate and apportion Fanon for a post- or anti-revolutionary class-specific initiative. One of Robinson's earliest and influential writings, Amilcar Cabral and the Dialectic of Portuguese Colonialism, was published in 1982 in the now-defunct Indian Political Science Journal out of the University of Delhi. This essay revealed his investment in reading resistance as an informant of history, and drew attention to his analytic facility with culture as mobilizing resources, a critical element in his appreciation of Cabral as a political theorist. Robinson differentiated Cabral's work as one of the foremost radical thinkers in the 20th century from Cabral's African contemporaries. Here, he also distinguished between revolutionary movements and national independence movements. Through in-depth coverage of the heady events of the years when the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde waged a revolution against fascistic Portuguese colonialism, Robinson systematically argued that Cabral's revolutionary theory and praxis emerged from national liberation struggles which were consciously revolutionary rather than ones merely for political independence. He showed that national independence as a matter of juridical reforms was an imperialist initiative in the service of the imperialist and capitalist camp. Drawing attention to Cabral's emphasis on culture and the idea that national liberation required the complete destruction of foreign domination, Robinson's analysis of Cabral's revolutionary thought and praxis remains one of the most important studies of Cabral's work today. In Race, Capitalism, and the Anti-Democracy, a chapter in Reading Rodney King/Reading Urban Uprising edited by Robert Gooding Williams, Robinson turned his attention to popular rebellions closer to home. More than 25 years after its publication in 1993, and within the context of movements for Black lives, Robinson's astute analysis of the urban uprisings in the aftermath of the Simi Valley verdict in the trial of the police beating of Rodney King is both timely and prescient. Robinson insisted then that the naked images of law enforcement applying civilizing discipline to King appeared seductively familiar to the American audience, backward and forward to the recent and not so distant past as an inadvertent mimicry of the Infotech War in the Persian Gulf and prior instances of Pax Americana. It is within this context that Robinson read the campaign of protests associated with the verdict as an urban uprising against the anti-democracy that was as old as poverty and injustice, and, therefore, no one living in America had the right to be surprised by such mobilization. For Robinson, the study of the history of the modern world is necessarily also a history of Black ontologies, alternative epistemologies, and rebellions. Consistent in much of Robinson's work is also the idea that critical social inquiry must avail itself for emancipatory social action. This scholarly ethos is especially clear in Robinson's recuperation of David Walker as a progenitor of Black radicalism. In David Walker's And the Precepts of Black Studies, a public address at the Black Studies Conference at Ohio State University in 1997, Robinson maintained that Walker should be considered one of the earliest architects of Black studies and credited him with introducing precepts that make emancipatory Black studies viable. Robinson provided a systematic reading and an assessment of David Walker's appeal as a messianic pamphlet aimed at emancipating Black people by merging Christianity, Pan-Africanism, and national birthright. Despite recent interests and in contrast to foundational texts, Robinson concluded that Walker cannot be easily appropriated because he is non-modern. He existed within a trans-historically moral and existential universe, which can only be made to partially coincide with either Black nationalism, Black radicalism, or Black liberalism. Rather than relegating him to the margins of the field, Robinson insisted that Black studies should take up Walker's precepts to be emancipatory and populist, employing inquiry for the purpose of mobilizing for deliberate and informed social actions. In short, a Black studies in the company of the likes of Walker can avail itself for emancipatory, liberationist, social action. In one of his last publications, Robinson collaborated with Elizabeth Robinson and again, turned their attention to the media to critique mainstream news coverage as well as authoritarian policing. The Killing in Ferguson appeared in Commonwear in 2014-31 and provided an outline on the official narrative about post-racial America. Written in the immediate aftermath of the police murder of Michael Brown, the crime is examined as an ordinary event in the U.S., which at the time counted an average of 2 such murders a day. Juxtaposing this domestic media event with the failure of U.S. media to note the level of violence directed at Palestinians by the Israeli state, Robinson pointed toward the militarization of policing that exacerbated the tendency to social control and authoritarian policing. This collection concludes with a conference paper, on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, presented in South Africa in 1999 just as the TRC's work was concluding and being made public. Examining the TRC and its news coverage, Robinson briefly drew attention to the relationship between truth and justice, and maintained that, truth can never be exchanged for or even equated with justice, for they exist within different knowledge universes. In the case of the TRC, justice was sacrificed for some kind of truth, the truth the new South Africa could afford. And the alternative was never really justice. Presciently, Robinson understood that the dismantling of the apartheid regime would only be a temporary victory, if black people are proffered only a form of justice that has been delimited to mere rituals and procedures of justice. With this prudent warning, in our actual world, justice is merely a conceit and a sham, just as Thrasymachus told Socrates, is whatever the powerful say it is. Robinson's students and readers would do well to heed his deep investment in the idea, appropriating from Aristotle, that the many are wiser than the few, and a justice that is grounded in the life of a people in crisis likely will always be more just than its many counterfeits or forgeries. Indeed, and just as Sylvia Wynter observed, the struggle of our new millennium will be one between the ongoing imperative of securing the well-being of our present ethno-class conception of the human, man, which over-represents itself as if it were the human itself, and that of securing the well-being, and therefore the full cognitive and behavioral autonomy of the human species itself/ourselves. 32 Robinson seemed to have understood what was really at stake when he laid down his lot with the demos, wherever they might be. In December 2003, 20 years after the publication of Black Marxism, I sat down to talk with Cedric Robinson about his oeuvre. Among other things, we talked about his intellectual influences and his method of social inquiry. Elsewhere he had noted the considerable influence on him by Amilcar Cabral and Terence Hopkins, a sociologist who frequently collaborated with Immanuel Wallenstein. On this occasion, aside from his mother and the women in his extended family, he also discussed the work of major feminist scholars. Among them are Angela Y. Davis, Kathy Peace, Jane Gaines, and Caroline Walker Bynum. It seems fitting that these preliminaries end with a snippet from that conversation. As indicated already, there are 3 or 4 of them that have been particularly important to me. Angela Davis is important to me, a scholar like Elizabeth Higginbotham is also important to me, and other non-black feminists are also important to me, like Kathy Peace and Jane Gaines, and on and on. Partly it's their theoretical imaginations that I appreciate so deeply. Partly, it's because they are very often better wordsmiths than their male counterparts. Sometimes it gets to be a bit much, but I even like medievalists like Caroline Walker Bynum. I like the passion in their works. So, it's the company I keep in this sense, people who have a sense of urgency. They are not producing something for tenure promotions or merit increases. They know that if it isn't done, there will be a consequence. And even if they can't do it best, they lay at least part of it down so that someone can do it better. But it has to be done. I recognize, in that sense, a certain kind of company. The feminist scholars that I appreciate and respect the most are the ones who persuaded me that they understand the urgency of the project. Part I. On Africa and Black Internationalism. Chapter 1. Notes toward a Native Theory of History. The leaders of a revolution are usually those who have been able to profit by the cultural advantages of the system they are attacking. C.L.R. James 1. The first attack is an attack on culture. The construction of radical social theory requires coming to terms with the fundamental nature of historical movement, the characters of social organization and structure and their historical thrust, and the formulation of social consciousness. Put differently, change, adaptation, and thought are the boundaries which mark the work of such social theories. Yet the work of any theorist, the selection, integration, and interpretation of events, is not separate from his subject. Social theorists are embedded in socio-historical matrices. It is imperative, then, that they acquire consciousness of the significances which their objects of study possess. Point 2. This is not a simple task, for many obstacles mediate against it, the most important of which, perhaps, is the ideological integument of the very analytical, intellectual, and conceptual tools they have in hand. Thus the analyst must not only be concerned with the objective form in which the subject presents itself, but must also come to a realization that his or her conceptual set may be in part a result of the subject's social and ideational impact. Point 3. Moreover, the difficulties multiply when the theorist must pass beyond his or her situating culture or, alternatively, when the analyst possesses a disparate psychosocial identity or cultural heritage from the subject. Without a keen sense of the historical and ideological trappings in mind, much distortion may result. Indeed, the total deflection of the intentionality of the theorist may ensue. When the Black American scholar reviews and reconstructs the events which make up the dispersions, exploitations, adaptations, and reactions of Black people, he or she must do that consciously. Scholasticism, that is, the addition of new facts or the challenge to old ones, is insufficient in itself. These are merely correctives to Western paradigms of history, the same paradigms produced by European intellectuals for the purpose of rationalizing the political and economic dominances of European ruling classes. Already in 1935, W.E.B. Du Bois, the radical black theorist, recognized that with sufficient general agreement and determination among the dominant classes, the truth of history may be utterly distorted and contradicted and changed to any convenient fairy tale that the masters of men wish for. It was not by chance that the dominated, whether they be classes, ethnic groups, and peoples, or civilizations, were reduced in those histories to pre-human beings. They could not be destroyed or exploited in the brutal terms in which they were without the concomitant evolution of a justification. This tendency to rationalize was conserved even in the revolutionary traditions of European thought and historiography. Point 5. Thus black scholasticism is a perversion of intellectual work. It corrects the facticity defined and determined by theories of history antithetic to the evolution of black people. It contributes to the ideological traditions of a civilization whose raison d'etre is violence, domination, and exploitation. Black scholasticism does not challenge theft but attempts to deflect it. The result, I would presume, is an honored position for black thieves. The true task for black scholars, however, is an entirely different one. What is required for the African diaspora to assume its historical significance is a new and different philosophy and a new theory of history. The foundation for national liberation rests in the inalienable right of every people to have their own history. 6. Such systems and constructs may, indeed, borrow from the defectors from European historiography, a Marx, a Nietzsche, a Kropotkin, an Oppenheimer, a Weber, etc., but they must be built upon the experience and consciousness of the new African people, the blacks. In a very literal way, these new interpretations must come to terms with the historical force of Africans in the ancient world, the Old World, and the New World. African peoples, as producers of material and cultural wealth, as producers of ideologies and epistemologies, as producers of history, must be accounted for. This can only be done authentically in our own terms. I believe that the first stage of this development is criticism. In a sense, the first attack is an attack on culture. This can be demonstrated in social, historical, and theoretical terms. The revolutionary social development of dominated peoples, the emergence of social movements of resistance, and the appearance of revolutionary ideology are all evidence of this process through which the negation of oppression occurs. As Amilcar Cabral observed in the midst of the struggle in Guinea-Bissau, the study of the history of national liberation struggles shows that generally these struggles are preceded by an increase in expression of culture, consolidated progressively into a successful or unsuccessful attempt to affirm the cultural personality of the dominated people, as a means of negating the oppressor culture. Is generally within the culture that we find the seed of opposition, which leads to the structuring and development of the liberation movement. Point 7. For that purpose, I have chosen here to criticize the work on African movements of liberation of one of the finest non-African historians of Africa, George Shepperson. In the following pages, I will attempt to identify some of the influences which have made the work of Shepperson distinctive, powerful, but ultimately vulnerable. That vulnerability is less to the challenges of the facticity of positive sciences than to those of black philosophy and theory of history. The consciousness of George Shepperson. "Well," said the quartermaster, dismissing his native assistant brusquely, "I can't let you have a white sheet or any wood. All I can let you have is a blanket, that's good enough for a wog's body anyway." I stiffened. All my annoyance at being forced into this unpleasant task at the end of a hot day vanished. I saw only the image of a live, eager little Amadou before my eyes. Back in my tent, I changed into some smarter clothing and put on my Sam Browne. My anger was mounting. I was becoming furious at the nonchalant way in which the funeral of this eager little servant of the crown was being handled. As I flicked away a few specks of the ubiquitous red dust from the toes of my highly polished brown boots, I became determined that I, at least, would try to add a little dignity to Amadou's funeral. I rolled back the sheet, and turned to leave. But before doing so, I did what many would consider needlessly sentimental. I saluted the corpse of Lance Corporal Amadou, turned about in the correct manner and left. That is what Amadou would have done in my place, I am sure. 8. For many reasons, these lines from a short story entitled Obsequies of Lance Corporal Amadou seem a most fitting introduction to George Shepperson, Professor of Commonwealth and American History at the University of Edinburgh. They are his lines, written by him in an obvious passion for justice. Yet, in truth, they are more autobiographical than philosophical, for they could, with only slight stretches of the imagination, be used to describe the historical task as George Shepperson perceives it, to add a little dignity. This description might at first glance seem to be nothing more than romantic dribble. However, we shall see that there is a constant motive in the man's work manifesting itself in a peculiar form of historical reconstruction. Shepperson's work is quite reminiscent of the effect of those amateurish paleontological drawings, crowded with all sorts of bizarre species in close order, all fully adult, all quite unaware of each other's presence. His themes and reconstructions have that kind of life, tall, distant, and distinct, an analyst's world. With him this is fascinating and problematical. It is clearly inadequate to describe Professor Shepperson, as he is projected through his works, as an analyst of Commonwealth and American history. His concerns are not only much more particular than such a general historical area, but also seem to deny quite fundamentally the bounded legitimacy of the traditional parameters employed in these fields. Shepperson, using his written work as an indicator, has not been concerned with the Commonwealth, but with one particular part of it, British Central Africa and South Africa. But to be more particular than administrative and pseudo-geographic reference can be when dealing with human society, it would be accurate to say that Shepperson has concerned himself with Black Revolution, African nationalism, and what H. Richard Niebuhr called the churches of the disinherited nine. His interests in American history are equally particular. Here, too, he has focused primarily on those Africans and Afro-Americans who have been participants in the development of revolutions, revolts, nationalisms, and separatist churches. Yet his major contribution involves going on and above what could have become localized investments, for Shepperson has attempted to trace the various links, associations, interchanges, and interactions which have occurred between these two spatially very disparate societies. He has put together Commonwealth and American, much to the dignity and integrity of both. There is too a hidden dimension to Shepperson's work, a dimension which is critical to our interest in conscious historiography. Shepperson is an Anglo-Scot. 10 Moreover, he has taught for some years at Edinburgh, a centre of Scottish history, academic nationalism, and national consciousness. The implication is that Shepperson's conceptualization of African and Black nationalism has been informed and mediated by that of Scottish nationalism. And there is much to sustain this implication objectively and analytically. There are parallels between Scottish, African, and Black histories which suggest that, as Shepperson reconstructs the latter, he transfers in part his preoccupations with the former. English colonialism in Scotland. As a people, the Scots are a relatively new national identity forged in important part by the dynamics of English imperialism. 11 Prior to the 100 years of the Scottish Enlightenment dating from the mid-18th century, what has now become the Scottish people was a population roughly divided into two, the Highlanders of the northwest and the Lowlanders of the south. 12. The Highlanders were a rough, peasant, generally pastoral, Gaelic-speaking people. They were organized by clans whose structures had been influenced by the Teutonic feudalism to their south. Though Christian missionaries had been active among them for centuries, for the most part their beliefs were pre-Christian or a syncretic mixture of Christian and non-Christian elements. 13 The Highlanders, then, possessed their own language, music, dress, religion, and social and economic institutions and structures. Effectively, this was all destroyed subsequent to the Battle of Culloden in 1745, when the Highlanders were defeated by a British army recruited from Lowlanders and the English lower classes under the command of the Duke of Cumberland. 14 The Highlanders were destructured. The battle itself was followed by atrocities against the Highlander prisoners intended to make an example to discourage future rebels. Clansmen were forbidden to carry arms, they were also forbidden to wear the kilt or to play the bagpipes, both the dress and the music being considered too barbarous and martial for good citizenship. And more strenuous efforts were made to convert the Highland population to lowland values. The result, ultimately, was the extirpation of disorder. Deprived of their leaders, their minds benumbed by the defeat at Culloden and their will to resist eroded by the ideological campaign against them, the wilder and more traditional clans succumbed at last to the rule of law. 15. In contrast to the Highlanders, the Lowlanders, by the beginning of the 18th century, had been introduced to the market society. In the towns, on the land, and in the mines, the majority of Lowlanders had been reduced to a proto-working class. 16 The forces maturing in the 18th century would complete the process of impoverishment and exploitation by English and Lowland Scottish ruling elites. In political, in economic, and for the most part in cultural terms, the Lowlanders had been anglicized. The most significant exception to this process was in religion. Lowland resistance to English authority by the 17th century had been mediated through religious ideology and institutions. Forms of Calvinism had been introduced earlier to the lowlands by John Knox and Andrew Melville. The result was the formation of the Church of Scotland, an institution opposing both Roman papacy and English religious authority. Though Oliver Cromwell did crush the Presbyterian movement's more ambitious schemes, he and his successor, Charles II, did allow for its institutionalization in the lowlands, subject of course to secular authority. Thus lowland society, and increasingly the remnants of the defeated Highlanders, were by the end of the 18th century proletarianized and anglicized, but religiously independent. The tribal society of the Northwest had been crushed and integrated into a politically unified Scotland, which was described, 50-odd years later, in the London Times as a province of England. 17 By 1801, the combined population of Scotland was estimated at 1,600,000. It was from this period on that one can authentically begin speaking of Scottish nationalism. Its precondition was the forging into one people what had essentially been two, and prior to that had been divided into Pict, Scot, Gallowitian, Angle, Briton, and Norseman tribes. This nationalism was concomitant to the Scottish Enlightenment, and the Enlightenment had as its peculiar social base the formation of class society in Scotland. Without the gentry and nobility to support them, James Mill, Adam Smith, and Robert Burns would have likely been shoemakers, petty bureaucrats, or peasants, like their fathers before them. Even David Hume might have had some difficulty, since he was the second son of a laird in a culture characterized traditionally by primogeniture. The exploitation of the Scottish people by the English ruling class, and its suppression by the English government, catalyzed the development of Scottish consciousness. These also resulted in the Scottish diaspora, ranging from the criminal colonies of Australia to the immigrant settlements in North America. In Scotland itself, one finds an historical record of heroic but feudal resistance from the 14th century onward. Military leaders like Sir William Wallace and Robert the Bruce are joined by millennia. Figures such as Roderick of Skye and the anonymous mountain preacher of the Levellers of 1724. In short, the peoples of Scotland were subject to the same historical process, mutatis mutandis, under English colonialism which affected British Africa. This, then, is the significant undercurrent in Shepperson's work. It forms his preconsciousness of African response and reaction. It should also inform our consciousness of Shepperson at work. Shepperson and John Chillamwe. Professor Shepperson's major work is Independent African, co-authored with Thomas Price 18. It is a mammoth treatment of John Chillamwe and what British imperial administrators and historians have termed the Nyasaland native rising of 1915. Nyasaland in 1915, as a political entity, was almost entirely a construct of colonialism. As Roger Tangri has observed, Africans in colonial Malawi possessed little linguistic, ethnic, or religious unity. 19 Thus the boundaries of the Nyasaland colony and the political character of present-day Malawi were a consequence of European intrusion and the dynamics of imperialism. But before significant European penetration of the area in the mid-19th century, the chiefly agrarian peoples around Lake Nyasa experienced other disturbing intrusions. In the 1830s, a Zulu people, the Ngoni, possessing superior military organization and an unusual political structure for the area, had begun to achieve their domination of the western and southern regions of the lake. The indigenous Nyanja and the Tonga were the main groups brought under Ngoni hegemony. Further south and east from the lake were the lands of the Yao. From the mid-19th century, the Yao, already acting as middlemen for the Zanzibar market of the Arab slave trade in the area, had begun to occupy the Shire Highlands. Again, the Nyanja bore the brunt of a slave trade made more intense and intrusive by Yao migration. 20 It was, indeed, this trade which was to serve as the most popular rationale for European intervention in the region. 21. European settlement in Central Africa had been initiated by missionaries. David Livingstone had trekked through the Central African territory in the later 1850s, and in response to his entreaties, the largely English university's mission to Central Africa had become the first missionary settlement in Nyasaland itself. However, the UMCA mission was abandoned because of slave raiding, tribal warfare, and fever 22 troubles in 1864. More enduring settlements were begun in the mid-1870s, the Free Church of Scotland in 1875 and the Church of Scotland in 1876.23. By the end of the 19th century, the UMCA had returned and several other Christian missions had arrived. These missions constituted the first European political order in the territory. For over 2 decades the missionaries had had the field to themselves and had successfully combined the functions of both church and state. They had created stations, schools, transport, training institutions in crafts and light industries and, above all, a body of native converts, some already active evangelists, as the nucleus of an African church. 24. Commercial activity had followed closely the development of the first missions. Hunters and prospectors frequented the area, and some planters were already established by the 1880s. However, the most significant commercial development was the African Lakes Company, a trading company, founded by evangelical Glasgow businessmen sympathetic to the Scottish missions and, aimed at answering Livingstone's call to combat the slave trade by Christianity and commerce. 25 By the late 1880s, the African Lakes Company was being heavily subsidized by Cecil Rhodes and its Glasgow directorate was fighting complete absorption by the predominantly English-British South Africa Company. 26 Rhodes, informed by the activities of his elder brother, Herbert, who had died in the Shire Highlands, had, like other British imperialists, several reasons for interest in the region, as a necessary element in realizing the vision of a Cape to Cairo corridor of British domination and exploitation, as access to the rich mineral deposits of Katanga, as a source of gold, ivory, rubber, copper, and coal, as a site for coffee cultivation, and, of course, as a source of African labor. 27 The most immediate threat to these interests were the missions, Arab traders at Mlozi and Karonga, and Portuguese ambitions for Portuguese East Africa. 28 The establishment of the British Protectorate in Nyas-Aland seems to have been largely a local settler initiative. The immediate precipitant had been a scientific expedition of 700 Zulu riflemen, 29 commanded by the Portuguese Major Serpa Pinto, which had threatened occupation in 1889. John Buchanan, the British vice-consul in the Highlands, had declared the Shire Valley under British protection, and, along with Harry Johnston, consul at Mozambique, had signed treaties with the leaders of peoples living in much of those territories now known as Zambia and Malawi. Still, official British intentions were somewhat contradictory. This became evident in 1890 when Johnston, negotiating with Portugal in Lisbon, had agreed to Portugal's absorbing the Shire Highlands. In Scotland, campaigns against the agreement, orchestrated by the organisations and interests behind the several Scottish missions and the African Lakes Company, succeeded in pressuring the British government into not ratifying the agreement. 30 In 1891, the British Central Africa Protectorate was established. In 1892, Johnston was appointed its first commissioner. The Protectorate's administration was subsidised annually by Cecil Rhodes. Rhodes was also represented by Johnston as the administrator of the African Lakes Company. 31 During the first 2 years of his dual administration, Johnston resolved the land settlement question by assigning the bulk of land holdings to private companies. His concessions to the African Lakes Company and its representatives were far from modest. 32 The pattern of extending European land holdings laid down by Johnston and followed by his successors became the basis for the systematic exploitation of African land and labor. The process resulted in extensive alienation of land from the Africans, several forms of labor control and systems of compulsive labor organized through elaborate kinds of African taxation, and the development of racial discrimination. As the European-dominated economy developed, the demand for African labor increased. This demand was met by the creation of new obligations for the African worker which could only be fulfilled by wage labor or labor time substituted for tax default. 33 Such was the general character of the colony preceding those events which are seen by Shepperson as precipitants to the 1915 uprising. On Saturday morning, January 23, 1915, Chilumwe and several hundreds of his followers began the revolt. By Thursday, February 4, Chilumwe had been hunted down and killed. Also dead were 3 Europeans, approximately 50 Africans, and the myth that natives were happy under British domination. 34. To Shepperson, John Chilumwe, leader, organizer, and precipitant of the rising, was neither prophet, messiah, nor fanatic. These are terms which seek to arrest Chilumwe as a primitive and anachronistic figure much in the way that E. J. Hobsbawm accomplishes for others with his notion of archaic social movements. 35 According to Shepperson, Chilumwe was, instead, a revolutionary in the traditions of England's Oliver Cromwell, America's John Brown at Harper's Ferry, and Virginia's Nat Turner. Shepperson's Chilumwe sought not to protest the old colonial order through revolt but to create a new theocratic order. As such, Chilumwe was a revolutionary nationalist, founding and developing a political tradition out of which mid-20th century Malawi would emerge. For Shepperson, Chilumwe's movement could not be classified under primary resistance. 36 As colonial historians such as Oliver, Fage, Robinson, and Gallagher, Coleman, and Rotberg would have it, contrary to the analytical framework imposed by functional anthropology. 37 Chilumwe was not a romantic reactionary, his movement was not some passionate protest against the changes imposed and induced by late 19th and early 20th century colonialism. Shepperson saw Chilumwe as an amazingly modern and rational rebel moving against an unjust, European-dominated society which sought to reduce the African to an oppressed servitude. 38 Neither was Chilumwe's movement an encapsulated one, it was instead a movement that had been nurtured by external factors and brought to a head by internal and particular demands, what Marxists have called contradictions. The relevant external factors were several. 39 First, there was the character of the occupying British colonial power. The British Empire, by 1914 encompassed an area of 13,153,712 square miles and about 434,286,650 or more inhabitants. This vast empire included an area almost 1/4 of the land surface of the globe and a little more than 1/4 of the population of the world at that time. 40. Of course, the British ruling class, its state bureaucracy, and its colonial servants could not themselves directly dominate these peoples and their lands. They were consequently compelled to utilize instruments of repression and exploitation emergent from the historical experience of Anglo-Saxon imperialism in the development of Great Britain. Moreover, British imperialism required the organization of colonial subjects for their own subjugation and that of others. 41 The character of British colonialism was then most often that of indirect rule, in some instances combined with settler domination. 42 In Nyasaland, specifically, British colonialism was characterized by indirect rule, settler arrogance, and the introduction of Scottish culture primarily through Scottish missions. A second factor was the interdiction of outsiders who inspired native Africans to expect and demand fuller recognition of their personal, social, and political integrity. According to Shepperson, one such figure was Joseph Booth, the militant Scottish missionary who arrived in Nyasaland in 1892. In all such splinter movements there was a common factor: Joseph Booth. He had arrived in British Central Africa when the first generation of Africans educated in the careful, though rigorously disciplined, Scottish missions had produced a number of restless proto-intellectuals ready for independence and greater opportunity, and he slipped easily into the leadership of a movement. 43. Earlier, Shepperson had observed, "It seems more likely that his role was to bring to a head a much earlier trend. It was the timing of Booth's arrival, perhaps, as much as anything else which was responsible for his effects on the established missions and secular interests." 44. Chilomwe had been one of Booth's first African colleagues. It was through Booth that Chilomwe had come under the influence of the Black American Negro Baptist Convention. This latter association ultimately precipitated the break between Chilomwe and Booth after 1897. In 1901, Booth, too, was instrumental in the establishment of the first Black American missionary in Nyasaland, Thomas Branch. In the same year, Chilomwe, in his turn, had enlisted the aid of two other Black Americans, L. N. Cheek and Emma B. Delaney, both Baptists. The presence of these blacks was a part of the emerging tradition in Central and South Africa that Black Americans were preparing an invasion of Africa to liberate their kin. 45. Third, there was the exposure consequent to Africans having been abroad in Europe, America, and even elsewhere in Africa, perceiving and experiencing styles of life contradictory to those at home under colonialism. Chilomwe traveled to America and lived there for almost 3 years while securing a training to become a missionary evangelist. 46 We might also add that immigrant Nyasas had played an important role in the development of the South African National Congress. A fourth consideration was the cross-fertilization of ideas and organizational impulses between Africans of different areas. Before Chilomwe's movement, Elliot Kamwana had agitated for a movement against mission fees and the hut tax. After visiting the Cape with some of his own people among the South African mine workers, he had returned to Nyasaland to announce the coming of a new order: "We shall build our own ships, make our own powder, import our own guns." 47 He had been deported by the government in 1909. After Kamwana had come Charles Domingo, an African separatist from Portuguese East Africa. Like Kamwana, Domingo had been associated with Joseph Booth. Also like Kamwana, Domingo looked forward to an African state, Nyasa country now 36 years old, and should start to rise up as our fellow country Japan is. 48 This tradition continued beyond Chilomwe's movement to include such figures as Clement Catali, also Atanga. Africans involved in Catali's militant trade union, the Industrial and Commercial Workers Union of Africa in South Africa of the 1920s, later founded the Nyasaland Separatist African National Church. The fifth factor was the effect of the First World War, an event confronting Africans with the fact of Christian European nations at war, the task of choosing between them, and the consequent loss of life for distant and alien causes. Shepperson and other analysts of Chilomwe 49 have argued that the loss of African lives at Karonga on September 8 to 9, 1914 in a battle between English and German forces precipitated the protest of, and finally the violence of, Chilomwe's movement. Certainly, Chilomwe's letter to the Nyas Ulan Times of November 26, 1914 confirms this view in part. 50 Shepperson also develops an interesting thesis which contradicts the beliefs of many historians of modern 20th century Africa by arguing that the First World War had more impact than the Second World War. The coming of the 1939 war did not hit Africans with the same force as the 1914 war, which brought about a deep and fundamental change in the relations of the African people with the great unknown world which suddenly fell upon them and insisted that they must become a part of it, however unwilling and without understanding they might be. 51. The sixth influence was that of the infusion of what Shepperson calls foreign ideologies. Indian and Irish nationalism, and Marxism, are obvious and appropriate candidates, but are rather latecomers to the South and Central African scenes. More importantly for the earlier periods, in Shepperson's view, are Scottish nationalism, Christianity, American Pan-Africanism, and American Negro nationalism as represented by W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey. 52. Chilomwe's movement, then, was in many ways and in part a reflection of a world in torment and turmoil. What was previously considered a rather solitary rising begins to assume then the posture and position of a world event, a movement in continuity with those some of which were thousands of miles away, crossing an incredible mix of cultural and social boundaries. As such, by way of Shepperson, the movement is lent a dignity which no official or government inquiry would be willing to allow. The official version of the movement was quite different. The movement was designed for the massacre of the whites in the Shire Highlands, where they are principally congregated, and for the suppression of white rule, and there can be no doubt that it had been in the course of preparation for some years by John Chilomwe and the members of the religious fraternity which he had established under the name of the African Baptist Church and Provident Industrial Mission. 53. In short, it was seen as a violent racial confrontation. However, this contiguity with what Barbara Ward has called the revolution of worldliness does not fully satisfy Shepperson's task. The foregoing is obviously pedestrian history. It lacks satisfactory explanatory force, as it relies primarily on a distant, third man's perception of the event. It is history without the bowels, tics, and slight irritants which are so much of the consciousness of real human beings. This historian disagrees with a narrative which would deny that stratum of reality. Shepperson is concerned with the form of explanation of the rising which would attend such particularities as the failing eyesight of John Chilomwe, and the man's thoroughly confused identification with the white man as manifested in his severe, ill-fitting European dress, his short, heavily greased, pompadoured hair, his disciplined handwriting, his ambitious, stylized use of English. Chilomwe was a proud, confused, and finally distraught man, searching for some final reconciliation between his senses and the sense of the thing. He finds it not in Christianity, neither in the patience nor in the protest of mission Christianity, but in revolution. In Shepperson's estimation, Chilomwe's was a revolution which can be traced to the slave revolts of the American South. 54 It is a revolution which addresses itself to the unjustifiable waste of African blood in alien quarrels. But most pointedly, it is a revolution of a man's spirit revolting against a barrage of particular and personal fears and insecurities. Chilomwe is more than a charismatic leader, he is a man, just as Amadou was more than one of the king's lance corporals. However, despite the seductively aesthetic wholeness of Shepperson's vision of Chilomwe's movement, there remain some serious analytical and interpretative questions, as well as questions of style and perception. The more minor concerns should be treated first. Shepperson's critics. At least one reviewer of Independent African, Marjorie Parham, has commented on the development by Shepperson and Price of Chilomwe's personality. It is unfortunate that though the writers give us his background in full, the chief actor remains, for lack of evidence, a shadowy figure, and that many pages have to be given to speculation about what he might, or must have experienced or done. 55. If we check out Dr. Parham's criticisms, we find in the volume there are 5 pages given over to speculative reconstructions of the original Chilumwe, his mother, his tribe, his name. 56 Did he designate himself John, or was he called John after John the Baptist? If so, could this not have influenced his self-identification to assume the mantle and identity of one who gives light to them that sit in darkness? Does Chilumwe mean antelope, or what is written? Predestination or coincidence? If Chilumwe was a member of the wandering Yao people, could not this have influenced his purported decision to leave the Blantyre mission and join John Booth? Was Chilumwe's mother the woman of great power implied by the native meaning of her name Niangwu? These questions, though elaborately dwelt on, remain unanswered by Shepperson and Price, since there was little hard evidence available to them at the time of their research and writings. The exercise does seem fruitless in the face of the thunderous silence of evidence. Yet the answers to these questions would be singularly of importance, if obtained, to an historian who seeks a special value of the historical event. Alexander and Juliet George in their Woodrow Wilson and Colonel House, Harold Lasswell in his Power and Personality and Psychopathology and Politics, Erik Erikson in Young Man Luther and Gandhi's Truth, have all sought the more integral explanation. They have attempted to identify leaders as men and women who proceed through stages of psychosocial development and have their moments of crisis, but in addition, in the background, there are the communities with their own histories and their own moments of unavoidable and final choice-making. This is apparently very close to Shepperson's perception of the dimensions of explanation of the historical phenomenon. It is what Erikson has, perhaps prematurely, termed the psycho-historical approach. 57 Yet the approach does have weaknesses and disadvantages. For one, it mobilizes serious distress from other historians. Witness, if you will, the resistance indicated by Dr. Parham in her denial that several hundreds of pages of presentation of hard evidence, speculation, inference, and theory building have deposited with her anything more than a shadowy image. In this instance, shadowy might be inferred to mean less a dimly lit figure as one which is kaleidoscopic. A second problem is perhaps more enduring, since it rests with Shepperson rather than his readers. The psycho-historical approach is prone to the discovery by the analyst of a constant parade of ironies and paradoxes. One develops an intensively sensitive appreciation to, almost a celebration of, those contradictions between the man or woman as an individual and the social roles he or she chooses or is forced to play. There is, too, a highly developed sense of when an event begins to mature into inevitability and those points in time when a casually made gesture or choice could have quite carelessly frustrated that development. Parham puts it too succinctly: anticipating the future is used rather too often. Shepperson does more than anticipate, he indulges. The subjunctive clause "if he only knew that several years later" 58 adds nothing to explanation or style. It is more than simply an annoying habit. It is, in effect, the presentation of a theory of history which presumes at base a single cause analysis for its framework. It inflates the friction between the past and a different future with no advantage from the exercise. If pacifist Joseph Booth had been warned that the gentle African with his few quiet words of English, who came to seek work from him in the autumn of 1892, was to become the leader of that rising, he might well have put it down as just another manifestation of European unfriendliness. 59. The psycho-historical approach insists on recognizing the presence of real men in history, but not so they may be used as controlled subjects for fanciful experimentation. Booth did not know Chilumwe's future, nor his own. Such knowledge is denied to use with such constancy as to make the whole proposition of choices for the future as presented by Shepperson absurd. Notwithstanding Hegelian and Marxist historicism, human beings behave differently than are constructs of historical events or perceived acts. The first is phenomenological, the second and third are analytical constructs. These constructs lend greater coherence and logic to a point in time in a human society than is ever there in reality. There is no long, narrow tunnel through which one may peer and see the opening at the other hand. The parameters of an event are quite imaginary, the analytical imagination. Robert Rotberg and George Moyes have, however, presented a more manageable and immediate threat to Shepperson's interpretation of the Chilomwe incident. Mways, writing around 1932, produced a strange, almost obsequious dialogue concerning Nyasaland/Malawi's more recent past and the contemporary outlook. 60 What is of most significance for our present concern is the fact that the typescript contained a lengthy biography of John Chilomwe and extensive commentary on the Chilomwe movement itself. The source of this section of the dialogue seems to have been one Wallace Campingo, one of Chilomwe's lieutenants, who served 17 years of a life sentence as a consequence of his participation in the rebellion. During his imprisonment, he met Mways. Mways Campingo's narrative and reconstruction of the rebellion is so strikingly different from Shepperson's main emphasis that Rotberg chose to mark the distinction by entitling it Strike a Blow and Die. Though Rotberg in his own work on British Central Africa, The Rise of Nationalism in Central Africa, has utilized both Shepperson and Mways for various portions of his Chilomwe account, he clearly relies most heavily on Mways. To be more specific, Shepperson and Price characterized the movement in this way. Thus the aims of the rising appear to have been twofold: first, if successful, the creation of an African state in Nyasaland, with strongly theocratic elements and selected European guidance; second, if unsuccessful, a gesture of protest, in the early months of the new and frightening war, against what were conceived as the intolerable aspects of European rule. 61. Shepperson and Price steadfastly hold to their characterization by tracing evidence which appears to indicate that Chilomwe was quite committed to the establishment of an independent nation. He attempted, they argue, to enlist others beyond the pale of his Providence industrial mission, finding co-conspirators in Nchu and Zamba. There is evidence too, they maintain, that Chilomwe attempted to communicate with the German colonial administration in Tanganyika in order to construct an alliance against the Nyasaland colonial forces. For Shepperson, then, Chilomwe's short-lived movement was a thoroughgoing nationalist revolution, complete with dog-eared military manual. Yet there is some slight reservation. In addressing themselves to one African's account, they say, "This story suggests that Chilomwe looked upon himself more as a martyr in the cause of Nyasaland Africans rather than as a sort of Emperor Jones over the protectorate. And so," concluded this African witness, he strengthened with these words, "we ought to suffer persecution." 62. Such an interpretation is less in the tradition of John the Baptist and more in that of Jesus of Nazareth. Chilomwe becomes less a revolutionary leader and more a messiah. Though this symbolic character of the movement is indicated as one purpose of the movement, it is secondary for Shepperson and Price and, it can be accurately stated, de-emphasized. Instead, Chilomwe finds dignity in a very different tradition. The comparison with Cromwell is apt in another sense. There was a mixture of religion and politics on the whole movement of the Nyasaland independent African churches which culminated in the 1915 rising that is not unlike the fusion of religious and political ideologies which characterized the English Revolution of the 1640s. 63. Campingo's sense of the event is quite different. He reconstructed Chilomwe's last instruction to his followers in terms consciously modeled on the tradition of John Brown, the American rebel. 64 Chilomwe is sacrificial and tragic. "You are all patriots as you sit. This very night you are to go and strike a blow and then die. I do not say that you are going to win the war at all. You have no weapons with you and you are not at all trained military men even. I now encourage you to go and strike a blow bravely and die. This is only way to show white men, that the treatment they are treating our men and women was most bad, and we have determined to strike a first and a last blow, and then all die by the heavy storm of the white man's army. The white men will then think, after we are dead, that the treatment they are treating our people is almost bad, and they might change. You must not think that with that blow, you are going to defeat white men and then become kings of your own country. No. If one of you has such an idea in his head, God forbid, for it will lead him astray. 65. Chilomwe thus emerges with a very different sort of dignity. He had been driven to a last and final gesture by the swelter of contradictory forces: Christianity with its revolutionary ideology and its fatalism, oppression by white Christians, white men's wars, the death and sickness of colonialism. Absent from the Mwais Campingo account are the frustration of a desperate attempt to reconcile his Africanness with his European identification, his pride, ambivalence, and fear. Chilomwe's revolt is a gesture of love, not hatred, though it is consummated in blood. He and his people must kill the love-hate object, the white man, in order to celebrate their Christian spirit, in order to establish their right and duty not to kill. Ambivalence is expressed in contradiction. Wallace Campingo was the last captain of them all. Captured at the end, who were condemned to death were all executed at the Kar. They all died bravely, singing hymns of their great God when were escorted towards a scaffold for their last time in the world. John, when organizing his troops at the first instance, he said, "I want you to go and strike a blow, and then die." He knew at the beginning that his idea of striking a blow on a white man meant his death. Death meant destruction of his own life and that of the other people who were to involve themselves in it. Death does not mean to enjoy at large at all, but decay and ruin, yet John hazarded it. John knew that white men have strong weapons, strong army, and that they were trained, yet he went and struck them with a maize stalk. He depended that he would get weapons from the white men themselves, and fight them with their own weapons. Is that not absurd? Not only absurd, but wonderful intrepidity. 66. Yet Price, for one, will have nothing to do with Mwais' report. The editor's title for the work is a slogan which appears several times in alleged quotations from Chilomwe's addresses to his people. It has not been recorded hitherto, and in view of the looseness of Mwais' rendering of one document by Chilomwe. As the editor notes, it conflicts with the undignified end of the revolt. 67. There are, however, perhaps two very different aspects of the movement, the instrumental and the ideological. Shepperson has made his case primarily on the instrumental or technical face of the movement. Chilomwe did organize, did plan, and probably did read his military manual. It is clear that in all probability he did seek allies, African and European. He did, then, conspire. But the question remains, finally, why? Is it sufficient to characterize a movement by the instruments it adopts to survive? If so, Christianity, in its infancy, can be identified as a political revolution since it possessed organizational cells, hidden caves, secret codes, and other conspiratorial and political phenomena in its development. This represents what its adherents were forced to do, and is in conflict with their ideological presentation. Yet, such a characterization would miss the point. It is obvious that the second aspect of a movement, its expressive or ideological system, is critical to assigning a character to the movement. Yet which of its faces will prove most significant for a society's storytellers? If history is an art of interpretation, that interpretation will clearly be responsive to two phenomena, objective evidence and the quite differently contextualized perceptions of the scholar. The Chilomwe movement has been characterized by Shepperson largely through circumstantial data, the official reports, the writings of bureaucrats, European newspapers, settlers, missionaries, planters, but of only one student of Chilomwe and one follower. This dependency on, for the most part, distant and often hostile primary sources was not a result of Shepperson's intent, but a consequence of what Shepperson termed a seeming conspiracy of time, fire, human error, and suspicion. 68. It has, however, marked the analysis, even if it has not rendered it inauthentic. The second critical fact of interpretation concerns the various capacities of the scholar himself. That Shepperson is an excellent historian with extraordinary analytical tools, there can be little question. His reconstructions are deliberate and fascinating. His chapter on Chilomwe and Booth in America is one of the most exciting analytical castings I have encountered. The mere mention of Virginia appears excuse enough for Shepperson to discover and explore its history of slave revolts, its slave history, and its consequent racial clashes. There is, too, the penetrating study of the American separatist church movements among blacks, detailing the histories of the African Methodist Episcopalian Church and the National Baptist Convention. After the butchery of men like E. Franklin Fraser 69, this volume is of immense value for the preceding alone. Yet Shepperson does finally succumb to the nature of his task in a debilitating fashion. He has sought to dignify Chilumwe by forcing his peculiar and particular movement into a style quite alien to it, European political revolution. Chilumwe was not a Cromwell, he never could be. But most importantly, he never had to be. His movement had its own quite special and remarkable integrity. Now to say this is not to deny that such movements have occurred elsewhere. Chilumwe's movement is clearly one of those which Anthony Wallace has identified as revitalization movements. 70 such movements are attempts to salvage meaning out of a disintegrating social and cultural reality incidental to the paradigm of political order and organization. Such was the case in Nyasaland for Europeans as well as Africans. What was unique about the Kamwana, Domingo, and Chilumwe tradition in Nyasaland was that it was a critique of Western civilization which went beyond the internal oppositions. It was a tradition which Julius Nyerere, later, would most succinctly articulate. As prayer is to Christianity or to Islam, so civil war is to the European version of socialism a means inseparable from the end. The European socialist cannot think of his socialism without its father capitalism. Brought up in tribal socialism, I must say I find this contradiction quite intolerable. It gives capitalism a philosophical status which capitalism neither claims nor deserves. This glorification of capitalism by the doctrinaire European socialists, I repeat, I find intolerable. The true African socialist does not look on one class of men as his brethren and another as his natural enemies. He does not form an alliance with the brethren for the extermination of the non-brethren. 71. Amilcar Cabral, in his own critique of the class analysis of history and social revolution, came to conclusions which complement Nyerere's position. 72. Still the parallels and interceptions of the histories of Scottish and African peoples in relation to the English are compelling. Its influence on Shepperson is persistent. For example, once in a quite formidable lecture on the African diaspora, Shepperson took time to correct another European Africanist, Basil Davidson, on feudal Scottish attitudes toward blacks in the early 16th century. 73. According to Shepperson, Davidson suggested in his Black Mother 74 that the Scottish poet, William Dunbar's of One Black Moyer indicated somewhat broad tastes among the Scottish nobility, knights justing for the sexual favors of this Negro woman. 75. Shepperson disagreed. But precisely the reverse could be argued. Dunbar's poem, it could be claimed, shows all the denigratory, sexual préjudices associated with the early European stereotypes of the Negro, which unfortunately, still persist in some misguided quarters down to the present day. 76. Although it is a defense of a somewhat perfidious interpretation, it also makes the point against liberal romanticization of oppressed peoples. Again, a century later, it is ironic, perhaps, that just as the Scottish Parliament was committing the fortunes of its people to the English Queen, that same woman, Elizabeth I, was issuing orders for the transportation of blacks out of England. It appears that in 1601, the numbers of blacks in England constituted a threat to English ruling class sensibilities. 77. To the English upper classes of the time, of course, Scots were just as savage as Africans. Such an attitude might explain the predilection of some Scottish historians to find parallels between 18th century Scotland and 19th century Africa. 78. But it is the phenomenology of diaspora which is the organizing theme in Shepperson's work. The parallels between the Scottish and the African diaspora are multiple and complex. They range from the direct and indirect influence on the development of African national identities of Mungo Park's Niger River explorations, 79 David Livingstone's effect on East and Central Mrika, Joseph Booth's Africa for Mricans, and the pan-Negroist activity of Moses de Rocha, the Afro-Brazilian medical student at Edinburgh at the beginning of this century. The putative nationalism of Chilumwe is for Shepperson a confirmation of this process of intersection between Scottish and African nationalisms. From the time of James Bruce and Mungo Park in the 18th century until well into the 20th, Scottish institutions and Scots have made a mark on Africa which will not easily be erased, and in helping Africans to change, Scots have changed themselves and the land of their birth. Perhaps the most outstanding quality that the Scots brought to Africa was determination. Determination is a quality which illustrated the view that, for Africa, Scottish influences have been more effective through the individual than through the group. If this is so, then the ending of the British Empire in Africa may not mean their extinction. 80. Yet, finally, if Shepperson is more concerned here with a personal truth, his failure to root out a more historical authenticity is a brilliant failure. Shepperson has consummated the European historian's task. Could Amadou have done more? This last question is the informing concern of this essay. Shepperson has fulfilled his legacy. It is now time for the Amadous to complete theirs. The recreation of African and diaspora history must become part of the recreation of black life. In order that this be done, the work must proceed out of the consciousness of the Amadous rather than their allies. This is the only authenticity that history can claim. Chapter 2. In search of a Pan-African Commonwealth. There will be active Africans. Patrice Lumumba. It is important to remind ourselves that in our own times Pan-Africanism has become the signature of 5 different spheres of human experience: the prehistorical, the historical, the demographic, the cultural, and the political. But because the political is the preternatural register of modernity, and because the Eurocentric and Western-trained black intelligentsia which derived its origins from the 19th and 20th centuries were the bearers of modernity, the political tends either to appropriate, efface, or conceal the several alternative modalities of Pan-Africanism. Sikia first, the political kingdom, hardly commenced in the imagined universe with Nkrumah, it was the legacy of the nation-state, a most bourgeois ambition reaching back into the dawn of that class in the medieval Italian city-states. And even there the political was employed to blanket the disparate cultural and unique historical frameworks of the various elements in the Venetian, Florentine, etc. populace. Political Pan-Africanism made similar claims to social sovereignty, obscuring and problematizing whatever facets of lived, felt, and contemplative experience it could not master outright. It shunted to the side the prehistorical, the historical, the cultural, and the ethnological. We now must retrieve them. These very different and distinct complexes of Pan-Africanism are both of inherent power and useful epistemological platforms from which to begin an evaluation of the imperium of political Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism as prehistory constitutes the most formal anthropology or science of the human species. Presumably eons before anything which could be construed as race took or did not take place, paleontological fossils testify that the species seems to have first appeared in what we now designate as Africa. The factuality of this prehistory, of course, has been deployed to signify quite radically different meanings in distinct narratives, but its scientific authority is largely uncontested. Nevertheless, the prehistorical Pan-Africanism exists as the faintest of Pan-African discourses, even when appropriated and paraded by nationalist patriots and cultural nationalists. Its primeval ambiguities concerning geography and subspecies developments alter and decompose our present imaginaries of what must be thought and talked about. The uncontested authority of prehistorical Pan-Africanism cannot be claimed for its narrative successor, historical Pan-Africanism. Since history is always written or imagined back to front, from the present to the past, modernity nominated blacks as the African. Where once, 2 millennia ago, Ptolemy imagined all sorts of fabulous inhabitants, modernity has substituted one similarly fabulous being. Consequently, historical Pan-Africanism has come to mean whatever past experiences accrued to blacks, particularly beyond the present African continent. Contemporary scholars have only a preliminary catalogue at best of what those vast experiences were or are, but adventurous spirits like Martin Bernal have been assured that there are some well-policed limits as to what they might have been. For Solon of Athens, nearly 600 years before the Christian era, it had sufficed merely to recall what Egyptian priests had told him to remind his readers of the intercourse between Africa, Greece, and Persia, 2.5 millennia later, Bernal has had trouble being heard despite more than 300 substantiations in only the first 2 chapters of his first volume of Black Athena. Our present significations of race provide surveillance points for the whole enterprise, but others such as civilization and the West are confederated with the modern classifications of human variability. Demographically, tracing Pan-Africanism on the narrowest of terms, the dispersion of blacks is rather phenomenal. During the past 3 millennia, the black diaspora has resulted in the deposit of millions of blacks in Southern Asia and the Pacific, another 100 million or so in the New World, and several millions in Europe. We have only the vaguest understanding of the pre-civilization, prehistory migrants, and only an episodic record of the black explorers of the New World, the Mediterranean, and the Near East. Indeed, we have largely been concerned with the dispersion associated with the creation of the modern world system, beginning some 500 years ago. Thus historical agency has largely been voided with the focus on black slaves. They were by no means unimportant, since along with Asians and Native Americans, their labor secured much of the early surplus profit which helped to create the modern world system. Nevertheless, they are only the diaspora's most recent chapter, and it will require an industry of scholars to recover their predecessors from hegemonic concealments of modernity and Western triumphalism. Cultural Pan-Africanism is similarly patrolled, and from every vantage point. On the presumption that civilizations are geographical, racial, or political expressions, or some other local effluence, we have nominated civilizations and cultures by continent, subcontinent, and by peninsular or national designation. We are all familiar with Chinese civilization, European civilization, American civilization, English culture, and the like. They scorch our thoughts as predictable entities, as if they were as real as the sun. And just as prehistory mocks our historical constructs, history parodies what we take to be the impervious boundaries of civilizations and cultures. Napoleon was so troubled by the ruptures in Egypt of his packet of westernness that he bombarded the face of the Sphinx with cannon. Despite the desecration of antiquity, we owe him a debt of gratitude. Each thunderous volley reminds us not to take to the extreme what we imagine to be us and to be them. Napoleon's futile effort to shoot down the past represents a habit of mind for modernity. Political Pan-Africanism was concomitant with the emergence of the nation-state. Consequently, it has been implicated in the troubled chronicle of this modern political structure. And it is infected with the confused rationales and sinister ideological associations of statism. The social authority of the nation-state congeals utilitarianism and instrumentalism, the notions which legitimate the nation-state as either an end in itself or a means toward an end. Nation-states are intoxicated with nationalism, and nationalism is almost without exception a cult of one dominant ethnic group, since there are rarely nation-states which are not multi-ethnic. C.L.R. James, one of the most creative founders of cultural Pan-Africanism, raised this specter more than 40 years ago. In his Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways, James observed that the madness of both was born and nourished in the very deepest soil of Western civilization. The political organization of modern Europe has been based upon the creation and consolidation of national states. And the national state, every single national state, had and still has a racial doctrine. This doctrine is that the national race, the national stock, the national blood, is superior to all other national races, national stocks, and national bloods. Birth, as the etymology of the word nation suggests, deposes judicial citizenship in the nation-state, but this mythical nationality requires a confirmation bestowed by culture, the culture of the majority, or the most powerful ethnic group. For nearly a century we have been informed that this is not the case in nation-states ruled through liberal democracy. In liberal democracies, neutral, mechanical procedures rule, providing the basis for rational, deliberate self-control of individual desires and ambitions. Yet even a casual glance through our historical era will confirm that the domestic political cultures of nation-states are animated by irrational impulses which tend toward ethnic domination or in the extreme ethnic cleansing, and their most constant external impulse is expansionism. This deceit was the second modernizing mission appropriated by political Pan-Africanism, so it should not be surprising that we can now add the names of numerous African tyrants to the list of their Western counterparts. But it is clear that political Pan-Africanism was an insufficient if not mistaken mission, so no matter the particular perversions of the Charles Taylors of today, more profoundly they are the heirs of a flawed, misconceived past. Our contemporary rapacious hyenas are not blameless, but they did not organize the feast. It may be possible to justify political Pan-Africanism by the times in which it appeared. In Africa, the West Indies, and in the exiled communities, imperialism, colonialism, forced labor, and slavery were the most immediate and urgent horrors of the day. Millions had been murdered in the forced labor system in the Congo. Almost equal numbers have been consumed in the wars to settle affairs between conflicting European powers, and the mines, plantations, and trade routes from Africa and the West Indies were littered with the broken bodies of workers. An economy of physical and cultural genocide has been imposed on black peoples. We recite to ourselves that political Pan-Africanism confronted these damnations and bested them. But from this historical distance and in this lamentable present, can we still make those claims? Are we not replicating the apologies for 14th century European anti-Semitism which mistook the purging of Jews for a cure of the plague? Were, indeed, colonialism, imperialism, forced labor, and slavery vanquished by political Pan-Africanism? By intruding C.L.R. James into this discussion, I have signaled both what was so extraordinarily right and what was so flawed in the generations which marked the foundings of political Pan-Africanism. James was a powerful force in the reinsertion of black political consciousness into the historiographic matrix of modernism. In both a temporal and ideological consort with W.E.B. Du Bois, James achieved an unparalleled disruption of the praise literatures of British, French, and American imperialism. James' Black Jacobins with its resurrection of the Haitian Revolution and Du Bois' Black Reconstruction with its narration of black insurrection drew not merely on Lenin, Jefferson, Sonthonax, and John Brown, but as well on the black radical tradition articulated by the likes of Denmark Vesey, David Walker, and Nat Turner, and practiced in the Maroon societies of Mexico, Jamaica, Palmers, Cuba, Florida, South Carolina, Louisiana, and elsewhere. While Du Bois' more extreme or more purely political Pan-Africanism led him to succumb to the conceits of American exceptionalism, Americo-Liberian seductions, and an ill-advised campaign against Marcus Garvey, James' greater respect for the significance of cultural Pan-Africanism saved him from similar excesses when such opportunities arose. 1 They were both, however, mesmerized by aspects of Victorian/Edwardian social and intellectual conceit. Some of the early founders of cultural Pan-Africanism were not entirely persuaded that the political kingdom was an adequate objective. Fanon was sufficiently troubled to warn us to leave Europe to the Europeans, and James, Amilcar Cabral, and Fanon had recognized that the carriers of modernism, the black intelligentsia, were destined ultimately to betray liberation. Their forebodings were not intuitive but based on close observations. It was their own emergent class, after all, which distressed them. In Aristotle's day it might have been very well that the Homozoa could be expected to mediate between the excesses of the poor and the rich, but in our own day the black middle class has hybridized freedom with material ambition. They possess no cultures grounded in the historical struggles against oppression, only the costume of political independence. They are not authentic to cultural Pan-Africanism, but merely the appropriators of its symbols. In an historical moment which is no longer than an instant, they are necessary to the struggle, but because they are the darker-faced familiars to those forces which extract wealth and life from Africa, the West Indies, and the exiled communities, the black middle classes have an unnatural duration. When Soyinka poetically nominated them madmen and specialists, he was as close as that property of language allows. For just as the destiny of all nation-states appears to be the descent into militarism and barbarism, the black modernists seem fated to spawn men and women of insatiable greed. We must now consider the corrective. 2.5 millennia into the past, Aristotle had argued that it was money that drove desire into an unnatural form of accumulation. Quite wisely, Aristotle had maintained that one can never accumulate enough money. In our own age, we have warranted capitalist accumulation as the principal culprit. Wage labor generates surplus profit sustains class divisions fuel competition, competition precipitates technological and social revolutions, and so on. One could presuppose, however, a certain parochialism on our part. It might be more comprehensive to conclude from these disparate observations of non-capitalist and capitalist social orders that any economic structure which privileges private property provides a basis for the unnatural, the insatiable. Like the bulk of the cultural Pan-Africanists, I subscribe to this viewpoint too. Those social orders that come closest to just order are those in which community is privileged above the individual. I am equally not persuaded that the elimination of private property would mean the forfeiture of electricity or the computer. Such logical diversions would be tantamount to insisting that the appearance of republics, historically, required the suspension of cooked food, a practice begun in what Hobbes imagined as a state of nature. Political Pan-Africanism drew largely on the West. And on those few occasions when African custom or tradition was evoked, as Jomo Kenyatta's Facing Mount Kenya attests, it was proposed that African governance was suspiciously akin to aristocratic privilege. The case was made, in short, that a deserving elite was immediately at hand. The strategy was self-serving, but for its rhetorical power it required a semblance to the justifications already familiar to Western ruling orders. And following the Second World War, when it became increasingly obvious to colonialists and neocolonialists that popular movements in Africa and the diaspora under Soviet subscription portended a final and absolute dissolution of imperial spheres of influence, a compelling alternative was local governance under a deserving and sympathetic native bourgeoisie. Thus, in the vortex of deliberate as well as inadvertent grants of national sovereignty, political Pan-Africanism acquired its external sponsors. There were, to be sure, some moments of genuine generosity and historical sensibility on the parts of both the metropolitan and the colonized elites, but the vessel, the nation-state, was an undeserving venue. It flattered egos and fattened pockets, and once in place, it facilitated nationalist and neocolonialist resistances which frustrated Nkrumah, Turi, Kita, and later Nyerere. And the Pan-African radicals, lacking an alternative cultural basis for their enterprise, retained a natural dependence on the metropolitan cultures within which they had spawned. Indeed, it was only when the inevitable legitimation crises struck, that they employed native custom and culture in a desperate attempt to retrieve their popular authority. But since this was culture in the service of power, these projects of Africanization or Caribbeanization quite frequently deteriorated into dominant subordinate ethnic hierarchies and the inevitable emergence of military castes. In my own exiled community, Black America, this alienation of the few from the many was played out in the civil rights movement. Initiated by mostly Southern black veterans returning from the Second World War, the movement was appropriated by the black professional classes. They employed the poor and working classes as foot soldiers for a social initiative whose few beneficiaries were actual or potential members of the middling class. There were, of course, renegade revolutionaries, genuine Pan-Africanists, but they were all too often rewarded by political assassinations, firing squads, and prison cells. Nevertheless, the present paroxysms of the state in Rwanda, Liberia, Sudan, Zaire, Nigeria, Somalia, and elsewhere are taken as significations of the exhaustion of a certain political authority. Africa Confidential began this year with the simple declarative, "There are signs everywhere that the era of the nation-state is fading, and nowhere is this clearer than in Africa, where its roots are shallowest." Even with the mistaken modernist tag that presupposes somewhere there are nation-states with deeper roots, the judgment is authentic. The global geopolitical landscape has been dramatically transfigured in the last few years, and there are indicators of dissolution in even the most powerful nation-states. In the US, race appears as a most desperate device of the pro-nation statists, the imagined expectation that a white republic can be salvaged from the increasingly transparent processes of moral, economic, and social decay. No doubt there is a delicious irony being presently entertained by the ruling strata which imagines that a black president might be enlisted to achieve for blacks in America a social degradation and isolation similar to that over which black mayors presided in their urban redoubts. Notwithstanding, the critical phenomenon is the fragmentation of the nation-state. For Pan-Africanists, however, this is also an historical moment of enormous potential. But we must marshal the resources of three Pan-Africanisms, the diasporic, the cultural, and the political. Let me suggest one model, one which I will refer to as the 1% solution. We might consider developing a transnational, indeed global, Pan-African Commonwealth. Rather than states, the constituents of this Pan-African Commonwealth would be communities. Rather than armies, the agencies of this Commonwealth would be bureaus of health and education. The purpose of the Commonwealth would be to secure the health and educational well-being of every African on the planet. Like the Scandinavian aid agencies, it would avoid state structures in delivering its assistance to black communities. Though some state leaders would raise objections and obstacles to the Commonwealth's presence in their political realms, in time these would fade due to practical need, public pressure, and increasing embarrassment in world opinion. The capital resources for the Pan-African Commonwealth would come from a 1% annual contribution from every black in the world. And like the Commonwealth Secretariat, its technical and organizational resources, its administrative personnel would be drawn from every black community on the planet. And at its head, its first director, we would nominate the most powerful Pan-African symbol in the present world, Nelson Mandela. Others who have provided evidence of an equal level of integrity and a consciousness of Pan-Africanism might be deputized to Mandela, serve as his successors, or head the divisions of the Commonwealth. The conduct of the Commonwealth would be on 4 terrains: medical research in field satellite centers and in a central clinic with a parallel apparatus for the development of educational programs and training, the delivery of medical and educational resources, the disbursement of a slush fund for emergency relief, and a central facility for the efficient collection of contributions. Each year, the Commonwealth would designate a particular region or group of communities for a deliberate envelope of medical and educational aid designed to meet immediate needs and provide the base for a more constant and long-term development of those resources by the targeted communities. The contributions and expectations of contributions from the African and the diaspora community would serve several purposes. On the practical level, the donations would provide a basis for the aid and development work of the Commonwealth, but in the moral and ideological spheres, the act of contribution would rekindle a Pan-African identity. In the maelstrom of global and regional wars, and the constancies of national assaults against human rights, the failure of the nation-state as an instrument of international and domestic social order has been tacitly admitted in the attempts to construct international associations of states. In the present century, following on the complete collapses of international systems, new rules of law were proposed through the formation of the League of Nations and the UN. Nonetheless, since the architects and sponsors of these organizations were in reality state agents and states themselves, the prerogatives of states were preserved. On the political plane, the force of reconciliation was subverted by the impulses of national parochialisms. Within the interstices of this contradiction, however, authentic movements of supranationalism have germinated. Within 1 year of the 1945 signing of its charter, for example, the government of India violated the U.N.'s preserve of domestic jurisdiction by filing a complaint on behalf of South Africa's Indian citizens and residents. Even more subversive have been the health, educational, refugee, and human rights agencies that have flourished under UNESCO and the U.N.'s executive. Constantly in battle with the UN Security Council and member states, these agencies necessarily rupture the boundaries drawn by national sovereignty and imperial ambitions. The Pan-Africanist movement must now collude with these opportune supranational pressures. Drawing on the cultural Pan-Africanism embedded in the revolutionary Pan-Africanism employed and articulated by James, Padmar, Nkrumah, Nyerere, Cabral, Fanon, and more frequently and significantly the anonymous black masses which confronted slavery, colonialism, and imperialism on the ground in Africa and the diaspora, the Pan-African Commonwealth must seek to fulfill Sékou Touré's recognition that since revolutionary Pan-Africanism basically refers to an Africa of peoples, it is in its interest to uphold the primacy of peoples as against states. In such a conspiracy with other supranational forces, Pan-Africanism would continue its journey toward its more faint signification. In prehistory, Africa was the origins of us all. Chapter 3. The Black Detective and American Memory. One of the most daring and heroic adventures of the Civil War was successfully accomplished by a party of Negroes, Robert Small commanding, when the rebel gunboat the Planter ran by the forts and batteries of Charleston Harbor, and was duly received into the service of the United States government. Pauline Hopkins, Hager's daughter 1. From its colonial period, this country has been ruled by regimes of race, gender, and class. Though the power of wealth and the displays of privilege may at times appear glaringly transparent, public discourse nominates them as natural hierarchies of color, sex, and nobility. This hegemony necessarily creates its own contradictions in variegated forms. Those who are economically oppressed, politically repressed, and ideologically humiliated are not merely a disquieting spectacle but always sights that generate resistances. The pursuit of social justice is dialectically embedded in the very tapestry of injustice. In the instance of racial oppression, black folklore contests race science, social movements respond to mobs, renegade orators and intellects take exception to race propagandists, and radical cultures intersect at unpredictable and unanticipated jurisdictions. Here we interrogate one such moment in an earlier racial regime. In 1996, Stephen Soitos launched into what some critics have characterized as the first comprehensive study of black detective fiction writing. In The Blues Detective, Soitos argued that in the largely unattended intervention of black subjectivity into the genre of detective fiction, whether of the classic, morally ambiguous hard-boiled or police procedural, provided evidence of a distinctive black culture in America. On that score he cited what he discerned as hoodoo, double consciousness, vernacular, and a racial consciousness of community as the singular tropes of black detective fiction. Referencing Houston Baker and Henry Louis Gates, Jr., Soitos drew the notion of the blues as an outlying imaginary which burgled hegemonic American literature and art. A few years later Maureen Reddy revisited Soitos, remarking that he had inadequately explored the whiteness of dominant detective genre. From her vantage point, what characterized detective fiction was its ideological commitment to an insistence on a masculine, heterosexual, and bourgeois social order. To change the voice, to let the other speak, is to transform the genre by replacing the traditional central consciousness with another that does not share the ideology or the racial identity. Necessarily, Reddy proposed, the intrusion of black male and female authors would disrupt the genre by making visible that racism is foundational in U.S. society. 3. In Soitos's interpretation, the uneasy juxtaposition of the detective genre and race exposes the presence of an alternative historical culture. With Reddy, the most powerful thrust of black detective fiction is to shatter the self-installed naturalness of whiteness trumpeted in the governing American public discourse. There is, as well, the subversion of an adjudicating consciousness. Detective fiction patrols evil, allocating it sometimes to personality, and sometimes to class, that is, the wealthy and their subalterns. Mystery/detective fiction functions, then, to contain dystopia by an assortment of closures maneuvers. The threat of social disorder is more soberly managed by the analytical detective. In contrast, the hard-boiled detective is immersed in corruption, abandoned by the methods of deductive inquiry, the certainties of linear causality, and the conceit of the past as something other than a stew of contingencies. 4 Though there are exceptions, the creators of these two kinds of protagonists trend toward a total absence of race or assigning race as a decorative fragment retrieved from the margins of society. But if these appraisals of the social order are premised on an unexamined, transparent whiteness, as Reddy insists, then the distinctiveness of a black voice in the detective genre offers the possibility of a more profound dimension of interrogation. Soitos and Reddy, however, have neglected particular dimensions present in some important works of black detective fiction. Two of those elements are present in Pauline Hopkins's Hager's Daughter, a work which has now been generally nominated as the first black detective novel. Those materials are national historical memory and its intersection with the inventions of identity by a black middle class and its intelligentsia. The same project appears a century later in Stephen Carter's novel, New England White. Both writers instigate a national cultural trauma, one a civil war, the other a blatantly unmerite presidency, when a national crisis was inadequately mediated by the confluence of histories, memories, collective identities, and identity formations. Black detective/mystery writing has itself been shrouded in mystery. For one, there is the question of its origins. One source of misdirection is the popularity of black detectives in film in the midst of the civil rights era. Sidney Poitier's Mr. Tibbs was black, but his creator, John Ball, was not. Soon after, blaxploitation in the late 1960s and early 1970s brought to public notice the comedic parodies of Chester Himes and his black detectives, Coffin Ed Johnson and Grave Digger Jones, and of course the franchise spun from Ernest Tiedemann's Shaft. More recently, Walter Mosley's Easy Rawlings, brought to the screen by Denzel Washington, provided the illusion that black detectives were largely a post-Second World War creation. Unattended was the writings of Pauline Hopkins, a figure which controversy had obscured for decades. Born and raised in New England, Hopkins possessed prodigious talent and range. Before the age of 20, Hopkins had already played a significant part in what Martha Patterson has signified as remaking The Minstrel. In 1878–1879, Hopkins had composed 3 musicals for the Hyers Sisters' Negro Operatic and Dramatic Company, Colored Aristocracy, Winona and Erlina, the African Princess. Drawing on Errol Hill, Joe Tanner has stipulated of a performance in San Francisco, by presenting Erlina, the African Princess, the Hyers Sisters became the first black theater company to stage a musical set in Africa. 5. The next confirmed sighting of Hopkins is in Boston in 1880 when she composed her musical, Slaves Escape, or, The Underground Railroad. 6 Set in the antebellum period, but written during the national retreat from Reconstruction, the musical narrates a politics of resistance. Slaves escaping to Canada. Subverting the canons of blackface minstrelsy, the work evokes the impulse for freedom and dignity among the familiar black caricatures of the dominant theater, the mammy, the mulatta, the comedic coons, etc. Though there are only fleeting and fragmentary records of the 4 musicals, Patterson's reflections on Slaves Escape may be employed as a reflection for all of Hopkins's earliest works, granting subjectivity and social mobility to those characters who resist appropriation by the slave masters. 7. There are many approaches to an understanding of Hopkins, but none of them is likely to be comprehensive since we know so little about her. So far, this essay has remarked upon her exceptionality, but this is somewhat misleading. As she is now remembered through her writings and other works, Hopkins was reiterative. She constantly and quite consciously pursued the subjects of black liberation and resistance to racial oppression, whether they took place in the final decades of slavery or in the postbellum era. On that score she shared in the culture of black radicalism. Embedded in that culture were the slave rebellions and revolutions of 2 centuries. In the consciousness of blacks and non-blacks were the Haitian Revolution and the more domestic mirrors represented by the Nat Turner Rebellion. There, too, were the published slave narratives of fugitives, a literature which had played a significant role in the abolitionist movement and inspired romances and plays. Harriet Beecher Stowe had recited these themes in Uncle Tom's Cabin, and Dread, A Tale of the Dismal Swamp. Even deeper, among the slave communities themselves were the sorrow songs, referred to by Frederick Douglass. These were the spirituals where slaves encoded freedom projects derivative from Christian literature and preachings and also embodied tactics of escape. A literary expression of black resistance, spurred by the writings of David Walker in the late 1820s, was augmented by the pamphlets, newspaper correspondence, and published research of black veterans of the Civil War like George Washington Williams. 20 years following the end of the war, black resistance and agitation was added to the lore of radicalism by the tales of militant activists who attempted to salvage Reconstruction and such mass immigrationist movements as the Exodus Usters. And of course the crushing of Reconstruction and the onset of black lynchings and segregation had soured some members of the aristocracy of color. These new radicals rejected the most basic premises of assimilation, that whiteness was a form of nobility or that becoming white or white-like provided access to social mobility. 8. We do know that for a fact the precocious, young Hopkins was a party to the consciously disruptive tendencies which are documented in a generation of black entertainers in the popular culture. Masquerading, ofttimes, as blackface minstrels in the last quarter of the 19th century, they proceeded to transform the theater into a platform for the critique of racism. Indeed, Hopkins may have been one of the first to successfully challenge the imaginings and inventions of Negroes in the popular culture. Certainly her participation in the subversion of blackface minstrelsy by the substitution of the black musical genre is rather remarkable. When this new form became more than embryonic in the early 1890s, it displaced function, form, and content in blackface minstrelsy. The manufactured nostalgia for the Old South and plantation slavery was gradually but unevenly countermanded by the introduction of the spiritual themes of actual slave culture, evocations of the Civil War, and euphoria of emancipation. Uniformed black military marching bands which lampooned and valorized black soldiers were inserted into minstrel performances. Songsters tripping through biblical conflations of Moses and Abraham Lincoln, heavenly and secular emancipation, were popularized on the stage and in song sheets. Cunning black characters were smuggled into the semblance of blackness which had dominated performance in blackface minstrelsy. As Robert Toll observed, in any case, it is clear that black minstrels themselves did not feel the devotion and subservience to white folks that whites chose to believe they did. 9. Hopkins, for certain, was in the midst of all this rather complex series of progressions in the racial conceits of popular culture. And though she was no longer a participant, the resistance impulses she did contribute to persisted past the turn of the century. One evidence of this is the testimony of George W. Walker, the partner of Bert Williams, the most celebrated coon on the American stage. In 1906, in an article entitled "The Negro on the American Stage," in Colored American magazine, Walker had declared, "We saw that the colored performer would have to get away from the ragtime limitations of the darky, and we decided to make the break, so as to save ourselves and others." 10. The irony is that this was the same journal from which a few years earlier Hopkins had been ousted. The Colored American magazine first appeared in May 1900. It was originally published by the Colored Cooperative Publishing Company, a cohort based in Boston. The cooperative and its activities were financially supported by the Colored American League, an organization of some 20 black activists which Hopkins had co-founded. 11. The objectives of the publishing venture emanated from the crises which had beset blacks in the country since the ending of Reconstruction. The urgencies of this mission were marked by the times, the nadir, as Rayford Logan put it. Black men, women, and children had become the predominant victims of lynching after 1892. An epidemic of mob rule had been visited on black citizens of numerous towns and villages. Jim Crow segregation had become constitutionally sanctioned in 1896, peonage and sharecropping became the dominant forms for black farm laborers, and black voting and other civil rights had been savaged. One of Pauline Hopkins's characters puts it succinctly as, "the systematic destruction of the Negro by every device which the fury of enlightened malevolence can invent." As the hegemonic regime, a new formulation of white superiority had pervaded the country in an ideological blanket which indiscriminately enveloped blacks, the white poor, and the millions of immigrants who arrived from Europe, Asia, the Caribbean, and the other Americas. Attempting to construct what they termed a racial brotherhood, which alone can enable a people to assert their racial rights as men, and demand their privileges as citizens, the members of the Colored Cooperative launched their journal as a popular vehicle which would promote a revived radical consciousness in this disheartening moment. 12. Hopkins was a critical part of this project. Having worked as a stenographer for Republican politicians, the Massachusetts Bureau of Statistics, and MIT. For more than a decade, she now resurfaced with a vengeance. At the Colored American magazine over the next 4 years, according to Hazel Carby, Hopkins would publish 3 novels, 7 short stories, 2 major biographical series of articles on famous black men and women, and numerous political and social commentaries and editorials. 13 This was an extraordinary, prodigious output, and it would only be short-circuited when in 1904, Booker T. Washington's Negro Business League purchased the magazine and moved its offices to New York. Washington's well-known patriarchal aversion to black women as activists, agitating public intellectuals, or as businesswomen, put a full stop to Hopkins's participation in the magazine and may have contributed to the long concealment of her historical imprint. One telling incident occurred in 1907 when the black clubwoman Mary Church Terrell made public criticisms of Southern racialism. Washington's ideological surrogate, Fred B. Moore, appointed by Washington as editor of the magazine, rebuked Terrell. While she was talking that way, Southern men were paying many $1,000s in taxes to support Negro schools. Women employed in white homes know that their best friends are their employers, and that race, peace and good feeling prevail throughout the South. August 14 Meyer notes that this editorial was calculated, having emanated from the considerable commotion, in the Washington circle, precipitated by Terrell's overt renunciation of the accommodationist Washington line. To our eyes, Moore's editorial is preposterous and mean. But we should remind ourselves that the times were perilous. The destruction of the Negro, as Hopkins had written, was proceeding in a daunting breadth. The rhetoric of segregation and Negro inferiorization was fevered, and who could know whether lynching and sporadic incidents of ethnic cleansing might crescendo into a more determined genocide. Moore's declaration was hardly the voice of the black radicals who had spawned the journal and pursued an assertive black collective identity. In its stead, he posited an alternative vision of blackness, one of supplication. Moore was also reproaching the radicals for the codicil which had been attached to their search for a racial brotherhood, the struggle for the dignity and security of black women which had been championed by Hopkins. In 1900, Hopkins had published her first novel, Contending Forces, a romance in form. It nevertheless concerns the intersections and conspiring of racial and gender oppressions. Referencing Sappho Clark, the black woman who is the central protagonist of the work, Stephen Nadler has observed that Sappho's tribulations catalog many of the social, political, and sexual troubles visited upon black women in slavery and afterward. Nadler comments that Contending Forces focuses less on Sappho's violation during her abduction and rape than on her violation by a patriarchal inscription of racial memory that did not give her access to her own experience. 15 Nadler, however, spends little time unpacking the dense histories of blacks in the West Indies, the Deep South, and New England that Hopkins employed in a novel which is initially set in the antebellum and spans decades. In the first of her serialized novels, Hagar's Daughter, Hopkins took advantage of a narrative trope which traces back to abolitionist propaganda, the tragic mulatta. Like many of those earlier plays and novels, the central figure, Hagar, is raised as a member of the planter aristocracy and when orphaned becomes the target of the villain who reveals that her birth mother was a slave. Hagar is married to a planter, Ellis Ensign, and they have had an infant daughter. The central villain who destroys the marriage is St. Clair Ensign, her brother-in-law. What is distinguishing about Hopkins's treatment of this discovery and the subsequent enslavement of Hagar is that the occurrence coincides with the historical events of 1860, specifically the Confederate secession. Quite unusual for black authors, Hopkins assembles her skills as an historian, writer, and orator to recreate the justifications for the rebellion. As a kind of Thucydidean narrator, Hopkins ventriloquizes pro-secessionist arguments with persuasive logic and performative eloquence. The secessionists' nobility is disrupted only by scenes reproducing the brutality and inhumanity of the slave system they so enthusiastically hope to preserve. 2 slave voices of significance appear in these initial chapters. The first is a slave at a slave market who refuses to advertise his sales value by dancing for a prospective buyer. The slave excuses himself, "I don't like to dance, massa, I got religion." It is a small rebellion, but with it Hopkins introduces agency and implies the existence of a shared black capacity for manipulation. Indeed, every one of the speech acts of the Negro slaves at the auction hint at an underlying cunning which is unrecognized by their racial superiors. The second black voice was invoked at the beginning of this essay. This one is historical rather than one of Hopkins's inventions. In May 1862, Robert Smalls, the slave pilot, and other slave crewmen had commandeered the Confederate sidewheel steamer, the Planter, steering their families to freedom. The boat became a part of the Union fleet. Congress enacted legislation to apportion a percentage of the appraised value of the Planter to the black renegades. This adventure was celebrated by the anti-secessionist press and reviled by Confederate newspapers. The next year, just before Thanksgiving Day, the boat was caught in a Confederate ambush. Rather than surrendering as his captain urged and condemning the black mariners on board to certain hanging, Smalls took charge, and salvaged the vessel for the Union cause. Consequently, Smalls was commissioned as the first black captain in the Union Navy. 16 Hopkins plunges the reader into a morass of irony with the account of the steamer. On one hand, the mention of the boat appears inconsequential, it is merely transporting the novel's villain to the plantation where he will eventually betray Hagar to slavery. But in the same paragraph, Hopkins makes two additional authorial interventions to the historic events. She writes, "No one of the proud supporters of the new government dreamed of her ultimate fate. By their reasoning, a few short months would make them masters of the entire country. The leaders of the Confederacy had not anticipated their own destruction and the political resolve of an enemy which protracted defeat into victory. Most tellingly for Hopkins, the secessionists had not understood the nature of their human property, which manifested itself in the slave rebellion which would bring nearly 200,000 of them into military service with Union forces. As a serial, each installment had ended with a cliffhanger, the most spectacular and intriguing being the suicidal leap into the Potomac by the now enslaved Hagar with her infant daughter in Chapter 8. Pursued by slave catchers, Hagar, apparently abandoned by her planter husband, has determined that death is her final gift to the child. The novel resumes 20 years later, in 1880, its setting Washington, D.C. In a dizzying plot involving name changes, racial masquerades, coincidences, conspiracies involving a forged will and murders, and a myriad of revelations, we eventually discover that neither Hagar, her planter husband, or their daughter are dead. The villain, who unmasked Hagar, also reappears with an assumed identity, necessitated by his involvement in the assassination of Lincoln. True to his malevolent nature, he is the critical agent behind a new sequence of violence. And in order to assure that his ambitions are satisfied, he has conspired with his black factotum to kidnap two women, an aging former slave and her young, beautiful mistress. In the search for the two women, two blacks are recruited by the chief of the Secret Service. As Soitos has surmised, these are the first two black detectives in American literary fiction. The first is a young civilian woman, Venus, a maid in the household which has been devastated by the abductions. The second is Henry Smith, a veteran of the Civil War, and an agent in the Secret Service. Henry's appearance in the novel becomes Hopkins's device for another intervention which disrupts official memory. Soitos's interest centers on Venus, as the first black female detective, but he notes that, she works in close connection with the black detective Henry Smith, a veteran of the Civil War who left a leg at the Battle of Honey Hill. Smith was a member of the famous Black Regiment, the 54th of Massachusetts, and he talked about the Battle of Fort Wagner and the death of Colonel Robert Shaw, the white commander. 17. In actuality, there are 3 battles associated with Henry Smith and instanced by Hopkins. All of them are historical and linked to the project undertaken by Hopkins and her associates in the cooperative. In his masquerade as a pensioned off-war veteran, Henry entertains his audience by recounting his experiences at the battles of Fort Wagner and Fort Pillow. Later in her narrative, Hopkins alludes to the fact that Henry was invalid at Honey Hill. For her own readers a generation after the war, we can assume she had quite particular objectives. Fort Wagner is the assault most familiar in the present since it was memorialized in the film, Glory in 1989. Leading the second assault on the nearly impregnable fort, 116 black soldiers were killed, another 150 wounded or captured. Their conduct was lauded as courageous in the narratives contemporary with the battle. Contradicting the imaginings of black military service represented in American films from before the birth of a nation and long after Gone with the Wind, Glory had helped to rewrite that past which had been dominated by lost cause historical scholarship, demonized portrayals in popular literature, and burlesque characterizations in popular culture. Fort Pillow is another matter entirely. The battle had been immediately publicized as an atrocity, as an unforgivable display of brutality in pro-unionist and black newspaper accounts, or as in secessionist newspapers, as a justifiable performance of Southern white valor. 18 Fort Pillow was a Union garrison by 1864, manned principally by black servicemen with the 6th United States Heavy Artillery Battery, the non-black 13th Tennessee Cavalry with supportive elements of the Union Navy. There were a considerable number of civilians at the fort, including families of the black and white soldiers. It fell to the secessionists, and afterward the Confederate forces were victorious. They undertook a massacre of their Union prisoners. It is estimated that over 300 were killed in this manner, 65% of the blacks, some 195, were killed. John Semprich wrote that Federal casualty figures in the battle exceeded that of the wounded, an unusual circumstance during the war, and Andrew Ward implied that the massacre was retaliation for the part played by black artillery in the defeat of General Nathan Bedford Forrest's forces at Paducah a few weeks earlier. 19 One eyewitness testified before a congressional investigation, "They just called them out like dogs, and shot them down. I reckon they shot about 50, white and black, right there. They nailed some black sergeants to the logs, and set the logs on fire." In reaction, for several weeks, black troops resolutely refused any terms of surrender, and in victory executed defeated Confederates. As one Union general in a letter chastised General Forrest, the commander of the Greys at Pillow, an oath had been taken to show your troops no quarter, the result of their own sense of what was due to themselves and their fellows who had been mercilessly slaughtered. 20 The third battle cited by Hopkins, Honey Hill, had seen the engagement of elements from 3 black units, the 54th and 55th Massachusetts Regiments, and 102nd U.S. Colored Troops. It had been a murderous defeat, but that was not Hopkins's purpose in reclaiming it. At the time that Hopkins was writing Hager's Daughter, the public history of black military service in the Civil War was largely obliterated. And despite their successors' recent service in frontier wars against Native Americans and their present involvement in the wars against Spain and then Filipino nationalists, black veterans of the Civil War were routinely marginalized or defamed. George Washington Williams, the black historian and veteran, had attempted to rectify this in 1888 when he published History of the Negro Troops in the War of Rebellion. His efforts were unrewarded. By the end of the 19th century, according to Kirk Savage, there were only 3 public monuments which depicted an event which had cost nearly 37,000 black troops their lives. In 2 of the monuments, blacks were represented by semi-nude figures, transitioning into emancipation. In the third, the memorial to Colonel Shaw mounted in Boston Commons, their clearly heroic figures were decorative accessories to Shaw's noble image. 21 Alessandro Lorini observes, National reconciliation celebrated the erasure of the abolitionist memory from the Civil War and made the reunified country a racialist democracy. The institutionalization of scientific discourses on race justified exclusion and segregation of the separate but equal formula the Supreme Court legitimized in 1896. The myth of a colorblind economic success was the obverse of the myth of a colorblind constitution. 22. It was in actuality a much more complicated reality. Financial and industrial oligarchs determined the direction of the nation, calculatedly exhibiting their patriotic beneficence in public gestures ranging from parks to imperialism. It was presumed by these same interests that the terrains of democracy could be restricted to mobs enforcing and thus advertising the entitlements of whiteness. The white democracy became the dominant national narrative, a seduction to the men and women deposited among the poor whites, the arriving European immigrants, and the managerial strata. Hopkins and her comrades were an important component of the black intelligentsia and community activists which strove to disrupt this fusion of white supremacy. They sought to construct a black nation from the fragments of a community predominantly deposited in the lower rungs of peonage, contract labor, and domestic service. And in the course of her historical fictions, Hopkins systematically interrogated several of the stratagems of survival proposed by race leaders or the lives of the aristocracy of color. In an era during which a host of assertive black women had surfaced, Hopkins began tentatively. In Contending Forces, Hopkins was conciliatory toward the leading black male and female progressives. She was not convinced that the uplift organizations formed by black women nor the radicalism associated with W.E.B. Du Bois and figures like William Monroe Trotter and Mary Church Terrell were sufficiently receptive to the experienced plight of the black majority. In the novel, though Sappho marries the Du Boisian surrogate, her personal ordeal of rape is reinscribed as martyrdom for the race. Her husband, Nadler observes, does not really interrogate the narratives that give rise to the violence, and indeed the sympathy honors rather than protests against female self-abnegation, so that it leaves Sappho's trauma unvoiced. 23. Hagar's Daughter is Hopkins's exposition of assimilation. Treated most frequently by literary scholars as a passing novel, more significantly Hopkins renders the anti-black attitudes and beliefs of the near-whites who Willard Gatewood testified had nominated themselves as aristocrats of color. 24 It is no coincidence that Hopkins situated the greater part of the novel in Washington, D.C., since as Gatewood documents, it was the capital of the colored aristocracy. From Washington radiated a nationwide network of social relationships among individuals and families similar in origins, culture, color, aspirations, and lifestyles, who generally demonstrated a sense of noblesse oblige toward the black masses. 25 In the novel, Hagar and her daughter, though they are of mixed ancestry, at moments when their whiteness is unchallenged, express contempt for blacks. For instance, when her black ancestry is exposed, Hagar muses to herself, her mother a slave. Was she, indeed, a descendant of naked black savages of the horrible African jungles? Her ignorance of the African past was identical to that of her real-life counterparts. In their schools, the curricula devoted virtually no attention to the cultural heritage of Africa, but emphasized Anglo-Saxon or American culture. 26 Only renegades like Du Bois or radicals like Hopkins dared to contradict the national culture which demeaned Africa. The minstrel and legitimate stage, the museums, the fairs, the books and articles by educators, the popular magazines, the newspapers, the sales marketing, and every vestige of American mass culture, reiterated the subhumanity of blacks. August Meyer implies that for financial reasons the colored American magazine muted its criticisms of Booker T. Washington. Its subscription strategy had not been a success, and even before its eventual takeover by the Negro Business League, it had become reliant on substantial individual contributions from close associates of Washington. Hopkins's historical fiction muted this compromise, adhering to the pursuit of a radical resolution for the black nation. Thus in 1903, her third serialized novel, Of One Blood, advertised a Pan-African agenda. She was taking up the cause of an African diasporic internationalism. On reflection, then, it is rather remarkable that the achievements of such a stunning black radical intellect had for so long been assigned to obscurity. Part 2. On Bourgeois Historiography. Chapter 4. The first attack is an attack on culture. This week has been a very important week for many reasons. I'm hoping at some point in the discussion to be able to allude to that just briefly, and then we can perhaps talk about something related to it. Many of you know me, so I run the risk of having already said to you what I'm about to say. So if it gets too repetitious, just raise your hand and I'll move into something else. I'd like to speak for maybe 30 to 45 minutes, and given that kind of restriction it is not possible to explore all the premises upon which I speak. So I begin with identifying two, which I want you to keep in mind as I speak about things which may seem not that particularly related, but they are. This week you had the occasion to see Walter Rodney, C.L.R. James, and Imam Baraka, as well as some other people from inside movements. There is a very powerful difference in what is revolution and what is organization, between, let's say, the first two speakers, James and Rodney, as opposed to Baraka. For many years James was associated with a sense of revolutionary theory and revolutionary organization which was identified with spontaneity. Within the understanding of spontaneity there is a basic kind of revolutionary theory which I want to use essentially as a premise. It has been looked at, thought about, thought through by other people, and I wanted to quote a small section from Wilhelm Reich's Mass Psychology of Fascism to give you a sense of spontaneity. Reich wrote, and he was writing in the mid-1940s. Usually an important social awareness begins to assume a more or less clear form among the population long before it is expressed and represented in an organized way. Today, 1944, the hatred of politics, a hatred based on concrete facts, has undoubtedly become general. If, now, a group of social scientists has made correct observations and formulations, that is, observations and formulations that clearly reflect the objective social processes, the theory must of necessity be in agreement with vital feelings of the masses of people. It is as if two independent processes moved in a convergent direction and came together at one point at which the social process and the will of the masses become one with sociological knowledge. That is one of the premises of spontaneity. The basic argument and belief is that organization and ideas come out not from the leadership but from the masses. Now, this is essentially the position of people like James, Reich, and Rodney, who argue that it is inappropriate for an elite to emerge with a sense of what organizations are required, what structures are required, and then begin to influence or to impose this notion on a following, on a collectivity. It is a sense of human history and human organization which is extraordinarily opposed to the ways in which we normally think of these things. The dominant paradigms of human organization, and social movements presume the extraordinary leader, the extraordinary figure out of which comes organizations, structure, and ideology. They are reversing it. I've said what I wanted to talk about today is, the first attack is an attack on culture. So keep this introductory statement in mind as I begin to look at culture in very specific terms. I think one of the most extraordinary statements on this question, and probably one of the most frequently misunderstood, is an essay that Karl Marx wrote in 1843, which he called On the Jewish Question. Marx has been interpreted to say in On the Jewish Question, that it was important, it was necessary for human emancipation that the Jews be destroyed. It is written in some fashion in that essay, but I don't believe at any time that's what Marx meant to say. He was involved in the first attack, the attack on culture. The attack on culture assumed the form of an attack on meanings of things. Marx understood that in early 19th century German society it was not possible for the masses of Germans to understand the Jews. He also presumed it was not necessary for them to understand the Jews. And so he used the term Jew to signify precisely its opposite. He used the term Jew to talk about the non-Jew. And in that process he began to reverse, he began to transform, he began to attack the culture which was associated, linked, and a support of the oppression that he as a Jew knew and that non-Jews would have to come to some sense of in Germany. He developed his argument in a fairly simple way. He said, let us consider the real Jew, not the Sabbath Jew, whom Bruno Bauer considers, but the everyday Jew. Let us not seek the secret of the Jew in his religion, but let us seek the religion in the real Jew. What is the profane base of Judaism? Practical needs and self-interest. What is the worldly cult of the Jew? Huckstering. What is his worldly god? Money. He said, further on, Judaism has been preserved not in spite of history but by history. It is from its own entrails that civil society ceaselessly engenders the Jew. What was in itself was the basis of the Jewish religion, practical needs, egos. There is only one way in which we can begin to understand what he was saying, what he was dealing with. He was destroying that part of the culture, the German culture and Jewish culture, which argued that the Jew was significant because of selection, because of a peculiar culture, because of a peculiar national identity. Marx was denying it. He said, it is not the Jews who have made themselves, it is the society which required the Jews, which allows the Jews to maintain themselves. He was arguing then that the culture had conceptualized a people and a process in the wrong way, in an absurd way, in an irrational way, ultimately, in a very destructive way. He goes on to say in fact, that Judaism is the ideology of civil society, not of Jews, it is the ideology of civil society. He is making the argument that in fact the Jew has become the symbol of the society, a symbol that it cannot deal with directly, which it must project onto something, which must, in Marx's term, alienate from itself. The society had developed a symbol for itself, but outside of itself. And it called that symbol the Jew. Marx was saying, it is no longer possible to understand German society unless you recognize it in the Jew, in its Jew. The first attack is an attack on culture. Marx refused to accept the terms, the language, the conceptualizations of the society which he was addressing. He could not accept them because he understood them to be distortions, because he understood them to be very pointed, very clearly related to distortions, to the oppression of a people. But remember the premise, I am not necessarily saying that this was Marx's idea, Marx organized the idea. I want to move to a second event, which has been alluded to earlier this week and which has been on people's mind for some time. And this example takes us back to what was once known as Indochina, or Cochin China, of the mid-19th century. It takes us to North Africa, in the mid-19th century. It takes us to the Caribbean in the early 19th century. The example has to do with French colonialism. It has to do with Haiti and what is known as Vietnam and what is known as Algeria. They are related events. They have been related through French colonialism for the last 180 years. As you know, the Haitian Revolution occurred in the 1790s, achieved a form of stabilization in the 1800s. You also know that the consequences of that revolution were worldwide. Because you know that the French economy, in large measure, rested on the Haitian colony. You then should presume that French colonialism, French imperialism, being more than a political expression of the French identity, which is the way some people would so presume it, began to look for an alternative to Haiti. Haiti had been the richest colony in the modern world. The alternatives for French imperialism became in the 19th century South Asia and North Africa. And the French, in each instance, demonstrated the significance of the title "The First Attack is an Attack on Culture." In each instance, they attempted to destroy the people's culture in order for those people to become appropriate citizens in the French Empire. But let me look at those three dynamics, those three events in a different way. The alternative to the imperialist attack on culture, I am arguing, is the revolutionary attack on culture. And it has a peculiar kind of history as well, in terms of Haiti, Algeria, and Vietnam. James, as historian of the Haitian Revolution, tells us something very significant but does not explore it very much. He tells us that voodoo was the ideology of the revolution, in Haiti, in the 1790s. Voodoo was the ideology of the revolution. He could have gone further, as some Haitian students have done, and he would have said voodoo is the ideology of the society. We know that from the 1760s through the 1790s the impact of voodoo assumed, if it was merely the culture of the slaves, a disproportionate extension. Voodoo was significant in France, we know, because the bourgeoisie were purchasing the services of Haitian medicine men. Voodoo was significant in Haiti among the non-slave population, we know, because the earlier stage of the rebellion in the 1760s, under Macondal, assumed elements which were inexplicable. It was supposed to be rebellion largely organized around mass poisonings. But after measures were taken to restrict and to keep the slaves from handling any foods that Europeans were to eat, Europeans were still dying. The explanation was that they had become voodoo, they had become accessible to the metaphysics of voodoo. So when James says that the ideology of the revolution was voodoo, you must understand that that is, in itself, a statement reflecting the fundamental subversion of French culture by a Haitian culture. I say Haitian, rather than African, because you know that voodoo, in large measure, emerges out of the synthesis of various African peoples and Indian peoples in Haiti itself, beginning in the early 18th century. Now let's take that same kind of example and move it to Algeria, and move it to Indochina, in the mid-19th century. When the French began to occupy Algeria in the 1840s, the French generals began a very simple, presumably quite effective means of control. They simply destroyed, systematically, the basis of those people's capacity to survive. They destroyed their land, they destroyed their villages. In the late 19th century to early 20th century, they began, now having the refuse of Europe to help them, immigrant European population. They began the systematic destruction of the Algerian cultures. Again, the first attack is an attack on culture. What emerges out of Algeria is the same thing which began to emerge out of Haiti, in the mid-18th century. What emerges is what is known as a Creole culture, a negation to French culture. What emerges is an Algerian culture that had never existed before. Just as in the mid-18th century, what emerged out of Haiti was a Haitian culture that had never existed before. In Vietnam, or Indochina, what do you have? You know you have a history of successive imperialisms. From the 10th century, Christian era, to the present you know that most of those imperialist powers, most of those imperialist social forces were Asians. You know that European imperialism only appeared in South Asia in the 19th century. Primarily you are talking about the French. You know that Vietnam is a designation of an imperialist people, the Vietnamese. You know that Vietnam was an empire. An empire of peoples coming from the north, who over 300 years, prior to the 19th century, had successively invaded this territory and brought other people, some of them earlier invaders, under control. You know that Vietnam itself is the name of the empire which preceded the French Empire and which achieved some revitalization in the 19th century, between 1800 to 1802 and 1850. So the French began to assume some systematic power in Indochina in the mid-19th century. They began to attack the social structure, the political structure, and of course, the economic structure of the three kingdoms, Tonkin, Annam, and Cochinchina. The result of their attack was the creation of the modern Vietnamese. A very different Vietnamese from that which was characterized by Mandarins, in the early 19th century, with elitist social structures, Chinese underlords. By the early 20th century, there is a Vietnamese national movement, or nationalist movement, something which never existed before. The French had successfully destroyed the Mandarin class or alternatively successfully alienated the Mandarin class from this mass of people, of peasantry, who are in the process of emerging an identity. Their identity, their consciousness emerged as a reaction to the French. This is then, another instance, the same colonial power creating another people. So we have instances in the 19th century, which become part of the history of the 20th century, in which a colonial power successfully destroys itself by creating a people, the Haitian people, in the early 19th century, the Algerian people, in the late 19th century, and the Vietnamese people in the very 20th century. Now, if you were to look in more detail, at specifications of these various movements, you would begin to see that there was a stage, in each of them, at which Marx's On the Jewish Question could be put to use. There's a stage when each of these movements must reverse the language, the symbols, must transform the culture which it is opposed to in order to emerge a very different culture than existed before. I am suggesting to you that Marx's On the Jewish Question fits into that development. It is an early statement of the need to reverse the ideas, to reverse the values, to reverse even the conceptualizations of movement, causality, forces, etc. I would also suggest to you that any movement which does not achieve that kind of event will not succeed. I suggest to you that the failure to achieve that, is one of the things which identifies and characterizes nationalists. The failure to achieve that. I don't want to move into the usual sense of what culture is, as opposed to what I think it is, because that would take a very, very long time. And I was not able to set the precedents or set the premises for that discussion. But I think you have a sense of some of the ingredients that I think are necessary. I remind you again to think about the premise that I did spend some time developing, the premise that, if you want to look at it in a phenomenological sense, the leadership always emerges after the mass, that visible figure tells you nothing about what is to become, tells you nothing about what will happen, that visible figure tells you what has already happened. With the emergence of Malcolm X, with all the machinations which might have distorted that event, in terms of electronic media, printed media, the significance of Malcolm X in the minds of non-blacks in general, with all those machinations which might have distorted that phenomenon, the appearance of Malcolm X should have told you that there was a movement, not that there would be, not that something was about to happen, but that it was already happening. And if we move back to the short section that I read from Reich, earlier, we should also know something else about that same event. Malcolm X would not produce any element in the ideology which was not already present in the black movement. It was not important that he say something new. It was not important that he articulate novel insights. It was important that he reflect the historical experiences, the understanding, the comprehension of the masses of black people in this country and in the Caribbean. That is what he said. He didn't say anything new. He did not say anything new. It was the organized presentation which was new. So there we have, I hope, an example, a concrete example of this premise. That the ideas, the structures, the organization of a movement, a social movement, comes from the collective. It does not come out of the individual. That sensitivity, a consciousness of that, it seems to me, is an important beginning, that the first attack is the attack on culture. Thank you. Chapter 5. Oliver Cromwell Cox and the Historiography of the West. Historians have always been searching for something they could label as the essence of the past, the principle that held everything together in the past and on the basis of which, consequently, everything could be understood. Fr. Anker's MITI 1. Capitalism and the Invention of the West. The triumph of the West as a historical system has constituted a nearly incontestable essentialist envelope surrounding Western literature for the past 3 centuries. The telos of the narrative of the epistemic West is by now so familiar and its logic so compelling that it can be costumed as natural history. The West is conceived in a genealogy of civic virtue and moral progress from ancient Athens to 20th century America. Point 2. With the forbearance and confidence of modernists, we have even forsworn malice against those, like Hegel or Marx or Adam Smith in earlier times, who might have presumed to conclude a recitation of the triumph of Western civilization with the flowering of Germany or England. Though a bit short-sighted, they, too, have their place in the West's chain of being, their honored seats in the pantheon of ontologists. Of late, however, the once faint and ingrate cries of the detractors of the myth have gained in volume and sophistication. The time when an issue might be installed by a proud, benevolent anthropology as a living diorama, a museum factor in some expansive San Francisco warehouse, no doubt in his interior being experiencing the last years of his life in some dreadful nostalgia, is mercifully ending. Point 3. A naive humanism has been displaced by conscious oppositions. An insurgency has arisen against domination and silence, and it has struck at every cultural and ideological manifestation of the hegemonic myth of the West. To indicate the broad diversity and vigorous authority of the present challenge, we need merely to reference Hayden White's meta-history, Edward Said's Orientalism, Michael Tausig's Shamanism, Colonialism and the Wild Man, Martin Bernal's Black Athena, Gayatri Spivak's In Other Worlds, or Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude. And when we reflect on the meaning of these deterritorializations, critiques, and defections from the Western enterprise of history and its major discursive structures, it is difficult to dismiss Fr. Ankersmith's recent observation that, for various reasons, we can presume that autumn has come to Western historiography. The history of this appendage of the Eurasian continent is no longer world history. The metarecits we would like to tell ourselves about our history, the triumph of reason, the glorious struggle for emancipation of the 17th century workers' proletariat, are only of local importance and for that reason can no longer be suitable meta-narratives. Point 4. And with the disintegration of a grand, essentialist tradition of Western perfectibility, it becomes possible to join the practical excavation of subjugated histories to the urgencies they always possessed. Capitalist democracy is one of the most powerful and enduring meta-narratives of modern Western historiography. As an ideological formation, it has inscribed discursive domains as distinctive as politics and science, policy and literature. Point 5. As icon, its aura hovers over our institutions of knowledge and power, suffusing inquiry and decision-making with the counterfeit certainties of predestination. Paradoxically, the iconic properties of capitalist democracy remain largely intact despite its disparate hybrid character, grafting discourses of commerce and property to those of moral philosophy, and in contradiction to its empirical inconsistencies. For generations, this condition of overdetermination has been due to the capacity of power to manufacture ideological negations of a more critical representation of the real. Point 6. More recently, this achievement has prospered through technique, the seductions of information and scientific language. But consistently, one of the principal domains of capitalist democracy has been the production of history, the genealogy of the West, its ideological conduit. However, in the narratives of its victims, namely, those who inhabited the marginalized and not always remote sites of the British Empire or the French or American republics, capitalist democracy often assumed a more problematic and terrifying mien. To cite just a few select paradigmatic instances from a vast assortment of oppositional traditions which have emanated along converging fault lines of historical domination, the horrors of capitalist democracy have been rehearsed in Eric Williams's Capitalism and Slavery, C.L.R. James's Black Jacobins, Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, W.E.B. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction, Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and the autobiography of Malcolm X. As impressive as has been David Bryan Davis's apologetic trilogy of representations to establish that slavery was some anomalous alien force in the Western experience, its power to dispense comfort is largely a function of the fugitive circumstance of this oppositional literature. Point 7. The subjugation of this sustained negation of the West was not, however, entirely complete. Because the direct representations of opposition were easily quarantined through the agencies of authorized knowledge, a more subtle subterranean strategy evolved. C.L.R. James, for example, in Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways and Beyond the Boundary, infiltrated the narrative codes of American and British hegemonic discourse through critiques of Melville's Moby Dick and The Game of Cricket, respectively. Point 9. A second black radical intellect who employed this approach was Oliver Cox. Indeed, Cox was so adept at writing counterfeit Western discourse that it may be most helpful to explore his work in consort with that of a more obvious outsider, the Chinese historian Ray Huang. The Meaning of Capitalism. Oliver Cromwell Cox and Ray Huang, the principal and secondary exemplars of this paper, would appear at first glance to be a peculiar pairing for the purpose of discussing Western historiography. Cox, a historical sociologist and economist, was born in Trinidad and spent most of his active academic career in America at black universities. Point 10. His most familiar work is Caste, Class, and Race, published more than 40 years ago. Huang, a professor of history, served for 10 years as an officer in the Chinese Nationalist Army before being trained and eventually teaching in American universities. Huang collaborated with Joseph Needham on Science and Civilization in China and is himself the author of such works as Taxation and Governmental Finance in 16th Century Ming China, 1587, A Year of No Significance, and, most recently, China, A Macro History. Nevertheless, the social experiences and intellectual endeavors of Cox and Huang display several attributes of specific significance for the task of deconstructing Western historiography. Uppermost of these are the social, cultural, and ideological actualities that neither Cox nor Huang are Europeans and that both were eventually drawn into meta-narratives of the West as framing devices in consequence of their professional and existential pursuits of historical originality. Perhaps of even more direct importance is that they both arrived at a moment in their intellectual development when it became necessary to reconfigure radically the episteme of the West. For our purposes here, it is particularly opportune that, in both instances, they conceptualized this task, in part, as a reconstruction of the origins of modern Western civilization, and that independently they imagined that the birth of the West could be traced to the appearance of Venice as the first capitalist empire. Neither Cox nor Huang had any illusions concerning the paradoxical nature of their chosen mission. For Cox, capitalism, the core of Western identity, had effected a most perverse consequence. Since the age of the discoveries, the worldview of all other peoples has been progressively subordinated to the dominant, sophisticated view of Europeans. Hence, to know has generally come to mean knowledge from the European point of view. 11 Huang, recounting the agitated state in which he shared with Needham his own discovery of the relationship between capitalism and the stagnation of technology and science in China, put his dilemma more succinctly: there was no preconceived idea as to whether capitalism is good or bad. Taking a Chinese position, we were on the side on non-existence to review something that existed. 12 There is a certain irony in Wang's humility before the West. For at this very moment, concurrent to his research on capitalism, he was embroidering the exquisitely descriptive and proprietary detail which characterizes his treatment of the imperial administration of Wanli, the late 16th century Ming emperor. An analogous aversion to a Europe-centered organization of knowledge is no less apparent in Cox, whose prodigious erudition propelled him into repeated confrontations with the most influential American and European scholars of his day. Cox first publicly antagonized the fraternity of authorized knowledge when, in caste, class, and race, he sought to expose the ideological constructs with which scientific sociology had inscribed and mystified race discourse. Between the World Wars, at Chicago and then Fisk, Robert E. Park, a former publicist and confidant of Booker T. Washington, had established the Caste School of Race Relations 13 subsidized by foundations such as the Julius Rosenwald Fund. Park's taxonomy and methodology acquired professional and intellectual authority and political influence. By the mid-1930s, Park, in association with colleagues and former students, dominated the domain of race studies. 14. In Caste, Class, and Race, Cox challenges Park's assertion that, in a reiteration of the immemorial experience of other societies, American racism resulted from the conflict between two castes determined by visible differences and articulated by custom, mores, and etiquette. 15 Cox, to the contrary, argues that racism was a historically unique phenomenon linked to a materialistic social fact, the appearance of capitalism, that is, a social organization dominated by commerce. 16 Cox maintained, for one, that capitalism was different from any other contemporary or previously existing society, for another, that it had developed in Europe exclusively, and that, finally, in order that capitalism might exist it must proletarianize the masses of workers. Racism, Cox insisted, was an inevitable construct of the ideology and worldview necessary for the desensitizing of the capitalist class. As far as ideology is concerned, the capitalists proceed in a normal way, that is to say, they develop and exploit ethnocentrism and show by any irrational or logical means available that the working class of their own race or whole peoples of other races, whose labor they are bent upon exploiting, are something apart, a. not human at all, b. only part human, c. inferior humans, and so on. The rationalizations of the exploitative purpose which we know as race prejudice are always couched in terms of the ideology of the age. At first it was mainly religious, then historico-anthropological, then Darwinian anthropometrical, and today it is sexual, laissez-faire, and mystical. The intent of these rationalizations, of course, must always be to elicit a collective feeling of more or less ruthless antagonism against and contempt for the exploited race or class. 17. Capitalism and racism were historical concomitants. As the executors of an expansionist world system, capitalists required racism in order to police and rationalize the exploitation of workers. 18. Cox insists that, by ignoring this relationship, those social scientists engaged in the study and eradication of racism could be of little value. They could never comprehend that the white man's ideas about his racial superiority can be corrected only by changing the system itself. 19. Not surprisingly, the book was ignored, or as Herbert Bloomer, one of Park's students, put it, it was kind of downgraded, sort of minimized. 20. There was much in Cox's treatment of capitalism which drew on Marx. And in an era marked by the appearance of the Cold War, Cox was subjected to a great deal of criticism. For Cox, however, Marx was another dead end in the assault on racism. Eventually, in Capitalism as a System, he expresses his dissatisfaction with Marx by distinguishing his own approach to capitalism on several crucial points. At one point he would declare that Marx begins his analysis of the nature of capitalism almost where he might have ended it. He relegates as subsidiary the very things which should have been the center of his study. 21. And emblematic of Marx's theoretical flaws were his rigid ideas concerning the role of industrial workers in modern revolutionary movements, and, giving precedence to the more advanced capitalist nations in the succession of socialist revolutions. 22. Cox rejects the national economy methodology Marx employed in Capital, which presumed an analysis of capitalism could proceed on the premise of an essentially closed society, that is, Britain. His approach and the particular object of study limited his chances of seeing the capitalist system, as distinguished from the national society, as the crucial entity. 23. Cox also questioned Marx's argument that capitalism was founded on modern technology and industrialism and that capitalism was the negation of feudalism. Primitive accumulation is none other than fundamentally capitalist accumulation, and to assume that feudal society dissolved before capitalist society began is to overemphasize the fragility of feudalism and to discount its uses to the development of capitalism. 24. But perhaps the most profound of Cox's differences with Marx was the former's belief that the appearance of capitalism was fortuitous. 25. It was thus in an attempt to comprehend the nature of the simultaneous appearances of capitalism and racism that Cox turned to the study of Venetian history. Cox's construction of the history of Venice was substantially conceived through a literature inscribed by what is now referred to as the myth of Venice. And his account of Venice in the Foundations of Capitalism, largely drawn from many of the most eminent progenitors of that myth, differs little from James Grubb's recapitulation of that narrative. His prevailing vision of Venice has been remarkably consistent and persuasive and has been transmitted substantially unaltered in guidebooks and histories since its full articulation in the 16th century, a city founded in liberty and never thereafter subjected to foreign domination, a maritime, commercial economy, a unified and civic-minded patriciate, guardian of the common good, a society intensely pious yet ecclesiastically independent, a loyal and contented populace, a constitution constraining disruptive forces in 1,000-year harmony and constancy of purpose, a republic of wisdom and benevolence, provider of fair justice and a high degree of toleration. 26. This is a Venice which approaches a caricature of history when set against the corruptions detailed in Donald Keller's The Venetian Patriciate and Robert Finlay's Politics in Renaissance Venice, or the grasping, tyrannical, and often incompetent and unlucky oligarchy described in John Norwich's A History of Venice. 27. Venice was an aristocratic state in which political instruments were finally incorporated that secured its ruling class from self-destruction. 28. In contrast to later revisionists, Cox immersed himself in the myth. But his purpose was equally subversive. He employed the narrative of the Venetian miracle to reconstruct a prototype of the capitalist social order from which America acquired its ideological nature and to discover the origins of the capitalist world system whose potentialities were now, he believed, near exhaustion. Cox's conception of the demise of capitalism involved the occurrence of a radical transformation. This, he felt, was capitalism's distinctive, characterological mode of historical existence. For unlike the previous great civilizations that had tended to molder away, capitalism would depart from this world as it had entered. His great cultural development did not begin by adopting the features of ancient Mediterranean civilization. It was something essentially new, worthy of being called an invention, in fact, an innovation in contravention to existing models. Cox understood that the social and cultural origins of Venice in the 5th century AD were to be traced to the fugitives displaced from the Italian mainland by the successive invasions of Huns, Goths, Lombards, and Franks. Among the refugees was an extraordinary proportion from the upper classes as well as the educated and skilled classes. Alienated from their native lands and feudal traditions, and installed in an interstitial power zone between the Eastern Roman Empire and the feudal powers of Lombardy, this exceptional community proceeded to construct a new social order and a new culture and to place them under the charge of a political system consistent with a trade economy. Dependent upon foreign commerce, with the sea as their only resource, over the generations the Venetian settlers transformed the production and trade of salt into a vast capitalist empire extending from Constantinople to the northern Atlantic. And as Cox painstakingly recounts their cultural and ideological achievements, the Republic's displacement of the tyranny of doges, the renunciation of the hereditary principle, the establishment of elected, accountable leadership, the domination by a capitalist oligarchy of the Great Council, the legislative and administrative bodies, the confluence of free commerce and religious tolerance, the migration of foreign capital and laborers to the metropole, he deliberately draws attention to the inheritance that links Venetian and American history. Early on he postulates that these two societies are generically related to each other as the infant is to the mature man. And later, he observes, here, then, was presented a situation which later has confronted virtually every leading capitalist nation even down to the US with its factious liberated colonies and then states' rights. The Venetian solution has been uniformly followed. Cox declares that Venice's supersession of the Eastern Empire in the 13th century signaled that historical moment when the capitalist culture had become irreversible. Capitalist culture and the imperialist system that sustained it would subsequently be diffused throughout Western Europe. But Cox is just as resolute in suggesting that the certainty which marked the future of capitalism in the 13th century was no more real than the contingency that enveloped its birth during the preceding centuries. As we have attempted to show, there were many chance occurrences leading to the rise of the new form of social organization in Venice. This type of society was not derived logically from conditions following the fall of the Roman Empire in the West. Venice was anomalous. It started with a relatively clean slate: new people, new area, new opportunities for innovation. The Republic did not start by wresting rights from an established ruling power. She had no charter, no merchant guild, no bourgeois revolution, no tyrant. From the 13th century, Venice provided the model of future capitalist societies. And from the 15th century, the myth of Venice would occupy a place of privilege in capitalist discourse. And that is what is precisely demonstrated in Huang's work. The View from China. Huang, the outsider, retrieves the myth of Venice so that he may have a standard by which to dissect the failures of China's several ruling classes and their dynastic administrations. Approaching the capitalist system from the vantage point of an alternative world system, 29 Huang uses Venice as a model of imperial administration, but not merely to expose the incompetencies of China's dynastic rulers and the malfeasance of their imperial bureaucracies. Much more importantly, Venice was a corroboration, an actual existing social order, that substantiated the cosmological structure of Chinese imperial discourse. All boiled down, capitalism was championed in the West with a degree of sweeping thoroughness akin to what the ancient Chinese writers put down as reaching a state of sincerity from a rectification of the mind, through which oneself can be cultivated and one's household unified, and ultimately what is under the heavens put in good order. 30 Venice was mathematically manageable, and its success, the success of capitalism at its earliest stage, stemmed from the constitutional simplicity of the state, not from its complexities. 31 This was precisely the contrary to what Huang encounters in his reconstruction of the late Ming dynasty. In Wanli's court, ceremony and pomp and grandeur had fatally delimited the number of practical problems that could be perceived, understood, analyzed, and discharged by our literary bureaucracy that governed many millions of peasants. 32 This devotion to ritual and obsession with form had been China's legacy for millennia. 33 But Wang's own discursive loyalties are revealed in juxtapositions that in Western moral discourse would amount to conceptual dissonance. From the vantage point of Chinese imperialist discourse, which for instance might have to accommodate the recurrence of emperors dominated by eunuch secretaries or their own secret services. 34 Huang apparently experienced no discomfort in characterizing Venice as a democracy and a police state. Venice's kind of democracy had not been installed to effect democracy for its own sake. It only happened that by maintaining a monolithic order, everything was mathematically manageable. 35 Even Frederick Lane, the Doge of American historians of Venice and a principal proponent of the myth of Venice, took pains to distinguish the aristocratic republicanism of the city-state from the more democratic Florence. 36 Huang is drawn to Venice as an essential clue to our understanding of contemporary China. 37 Because of his own ideological location in an imperialist world system discourse. For Huang, as the histories of Venice, the Dutch Republic, and England demonstrated, the West had achieved a different organizational order characterized by a linear progression grounded on the nature of capitalism. 38 And those nations that had assimilated the organizational principle of commerce were destined to expose the superfluous mathematics that had informed Chinese administrative and political thought. 39 That confrontation of the two organizational orders was initiated during the 19th century. Conclusion. Huang was persuaded that commerce was the most perfect principle upon which to base the rational administration of a massive social formation. The organizational principle of commerce could bring mathematical manageability to any nation, whether capitalist or socialist. On that score, Huang had every reason to be confident of an accord with Marx. 40 Huang believed that capitalism was a device for state management. Cox, on the other hand, comprehended that the state had been in the service of capitalism. Finally, Cox perceived in capitalism a world system incapable of overcoming its ideological needs. For him the principle of commerce logically led not to order but to exploitation and racism. 41 The important differences between Cox and Huang are not in respect to their reconstructions of Venice nor the formative development of capitalism, but in interpretation. They differ because Huang was embedded in a world system discourse, albeit an alternative world system, and pursued its corrective in a more rational domain. Cox struggled against such a discourse, confident of its repressive historical consequences. 42 And its seductive ideological tropes. The critical dialectic was the world systemic character of capitalism. The transformation would proceed from the system's periphery, the satellite nations, not from its stagnant metropoles. Ironically, then, it is Cox rather than Huang who may be more properly characterized as the outsider. Chapter 6 Fascism and the Intersections of Capitalism, Racialism, and Historical Consciousness. This essay explores the varying responses in the U.S. to the advent in the early 1920s of fascism in Italy and the decade of fascist expansionism which followed. The study transduces class, race, and ethnicity, configuring in the process the analyses of the state, capitalism, and ideology. As we shall discover, the rise of Italian fascism occasioned a militant opposition among the black American masses. That reaction was a singular one. Put differently, and using a phrase applied at the beginnings of the Second World War, theirs was a premature anti-fascism, not simply anticipating but contradicting the positions other significant elements in American society assumed toward a movement which gave primacy to the interests of the state as an instrument of racial destiny. When we review the advent of fascism in the 20th century and more particularly the construction of American anti-fascist movements, we are compelled to note the vagaries of official historiography. It is also necessary to take into account the mischief to which historical memory is vulnerable. With respect to the support of or opposition to fascism in America, much of our received knowledge, our official memory, is erroneous, the gap between actuality and reconstruction sometimes approaching the dimensions of a vast chasm. As we shall observe, the reasons for the shoddy reconstructions of these events are numerous, their implications and consequences momentous. Nevertheless, as we attempt a recapitulation of the forgotten moments of that terrible time, it will not be long before it becomes evident what some of the interests behind the obfuscation have been. It will be just as evident to where we might trace the dissemblers and who they were. This, indeed, is how I propose to begin and thus establish the context for the discussion of Afro-American reactions to fascist movements at home and abroad. Money and fascism. For at least half of the period of the life of fascist regimes in Europe, from the emergence of the first fascist government in Italy in 1922 to the defeat of fascist powers in the Second World War 2 decades later, some of the most powerful elements in America and a number of popular movements in this country were demonstrably if not frankly supportive of fascism. In a work published in 1972, the American historian John Dickens detailed the praise extended to Mussolini and his state in the popular press and the organs of corporate and finance capital in this country. Dickens has also shown that such demonstrations of affection did not stop there. The sympathies which some business interests in this country held for Mussolini and his corporate state assumed financial form. The J.P. Morgan Company, for one, lent over $100 million to the fascist government in 1926. One Jules Archer has gone even further, maintaining that elements of the Morgan interests actively pursued the imposition of a fascist administration in the U.S. in the mid-1920s. 2 Within only slightly less important circles of American capitalists, James Poole and Suzanne Poole, among others, have reconstructed similar sympathies with German fascism. 3. Consequently, the prestigious Fortune magazine, in a 1934 issue devoted entirely to an analysis of the Italian state, was less heretical than enlightened when it found similarities between Mussolini, Hoover, and Roosevelt on the necessities of centralized planning of the economy. Moreover, Fortune wondered whether universal fascism would achieve in a few decades what Christianity achieved in 10 centuries. The reader was warned to beware of glib generalities about fascism and to recognize in it the rebirth of such ancient virtues as discipline, duty, courage, glory, and sacrifice. It appeared to many powerful American businessmen that fascism was the appropriate response to domestic labor activism, the international threat of the Soviet Union, and the destructive anarchy of monopoly capitalist production, trade, and finance made evident by the World Depression. The loose publication, however, was not the only instance of the intervention on behalf of fascism of powerful American interests in the various organs of journalism which they either owned or controlled. Though occasionally the New York Times published critical accounts of Mussolini's state by guest authors like H. G. Wells, James Shotwell, and Cesare Rossi, its regular correspondents, Arnaldo Cortese, Edwin L. James, Arthur Livingston, Walter Littlefield, and N. O'Hare McCormick, constructed a routine of celebration. Littlefield, for example, was one of several American reporters decorated by the Mussolini government. Cortese was the son of a leading journalist in Mussolini's Italy, and McCormick was a devotee who rhapsodized upon the feats of the black shirts and consistently defended the twists and turns of Mussolini's diplomacy, justifying the Ethiopian invasion, the Italian volunteers in Spain, and the Rome-Berlin Axis. Earlier, Herbert Croly and Horace Collin of the liberal New Republic had found similar virtues in the regime. Mussolini himself graced the pages of the Saturday Evening Post with a serialized autobiography written in fact by the American ambassador to Italy, Richard Washburn Child. 4 And there he joined other supporters of Italian fascism, which included the movie star/humorist Will Rogers and writers Isaac Marcosson, Kenneth Roberts, and Samuel Blythe. Many of the industrialists and publishers behind these newspapers, Oakes, Luce, Strait, Curtis, were close to the Morgan interests. 5. In the early years, taking its leads from such financial stalwarts as Thomas Lamont, Otto Kahn, Judge Elbert Gary, and Henry Morgenthau and Julius Bask, the business press found much to its liking in the fascist state. Favorable editorials could be read in publications such as Barron's, Journal of Commerce and Commercial Bulletin, Commerce and Finance, Nation's Business, and the reputable Wall Street Journal. Less reputable, perhaps, but equally enthusiastic and influential were the William Randolph Hearst Syndicate of Newspapers and the Chicago Tribune, published by Colonel Robert McCormick, who doubled as director of the Associated Press. 6. This treatment of fascism by the American press would appear to confirm the argument that the emergence of fascism was in accord with the interests of at least some major fractions of American capital. The First World War had proven a magnificent boon to American financial institutions, even more so after the formal entry of the U.S. into the war. In early 1917, the Allied governments had owed nearly $1.5 billion to American bankers, but during its participation in the war the U.S. lent to Europe $9,386,311,178. But long before these events, American bankers gave evidence of an unbecoming excitement over the opportunities that the war provided and that certainly a long war would realize. In April 1915, Thomas Lamont, speaking before the American Academy of Political and Social Science, dangled before his listeners the prospect of the U.S. becoming the financial center of the world. Shall we become lenders upon a really stupendous scale to these foreign governments? Shall we become lenders for the development of private or semi-public enterprises in South America and other parts of the world, which up to date have been commercially financed by Great Britain, France, and Germany? If the war continues long enough to encourage us to take such a position, and if we have the resources to grapple with it, then inevitably we shall become a creditor instead of a debtor nation, and, the dollar, the international basis of exchange. 3 years later, as we have seen, Lamont had effectively realized this vision. Moreover, net corporation profits for the period January 1, 1916, to July, 1921, when wartime industrial activity was finally liquidated, were $38,000,000,000,000 of approximately the amount of the war expenditures. Dickens acknowledges that during the war America surpassed Germany and England and became the chief exporter to Italy. Italy in turn became America's sixth best customer. After the fascists came to power, Dante Pozzola remarked, American companies rushed to share in the business revival under the thoroughly level-headed Premier Mussolini. In Italy, the fascist movement had from its very inception in 1914 been subsidized by major Italian industrialists, arms manufacturers, and landowners. 7 This alliance was foremost in the minds of some American observers during the turmoil of the 1930s. In his Forerunners of American Fascism, Raymond Swing would conclude, if fascism follows the precedent in Europe, our fascists will combine with big business in a coalition. 8 And in his personal correspondence, William Allen White would darkly muse on a vast pretense of socialism backed by Wall Street money. 9 That such concerns were justified was hesitantly confirmed by a special committee of the House of Representatives in 1935. Informed by the testimony of Major General Smedley D. Butler of an attempt to establish a fascist organization in this country, the committee refused to publicly identify the sources of the considerable funds involved. It concluded, nevertheless, there is no question but that these attempts were discussed, were planned, and might have been placed in execution when and if the financial backers deemed it expedient. 10 The timing of the conspiracy, Jules Archer suggests, had been mortally disrupted by General Butler's disclosures. 11 On the other hand, while purportedly chronicling the politics of upheaval which marked the Depression era in America, Arthur Schlesinger Jr. apparently had found the whole affair too distasteful to pursue. 12. Zionism and fascism. A second source of political and public support for Mussolini and Italian fascism was also to be obscured for those dependent upon American historical scholarship and literature of the post-war period. But from the mid-1920s, as late as the Italo-Ethiopian War of 1935 to 1936, and until the very eve of the doctrinal rapprochement between the Italian and German governments, 13 some prestigious and influential Zionist and Jewish leaders in Italy, America, and Palestine had exhibited open support for Mussolini. Furthermore, as Michael Ledeen comments, by the middle of the 1930s Mussolini was the darling of European Zionists as well as a hero to most Italian Jews. 14 In short, it seems for the first 20 years of the fascist movement in Europe and America, a relationship of convenience and to some extent of an identity of interests and doctrine existed between Jewish nationalists and the policies of the Italian state. The approbation and collaboration of Zionist leaders and organizations with Italian fascism was founded on a complex correspondence of political, historical, and ideological factors. Prominent among these were, the history of Italian Jews, particularly from the Napoleonic and Risorgimento periods, the antagonism of the Vatican toward Zionism and the unsteady alliance between the Church of Rome and the fascist state, the conflicting imperial ambitions of Britain and Italy in the Mediterranean area, the shared doctrinal and racial theories of Zionism and fascism, and the conflicts of interests between fascist Italy and Nazi Germany which dominated the relations of the two states until 1936. In 1946, in his authoritative work, The History of the Jews of Italy, Cecil Roth maintained that Zionism was one of the oldest manifestations of Jewish life in the country. 15. When we first hear of the Roman Jewish community, before the beginning of the Christian era, we are informed that they were in the habit of sending their yearly tribute to the temple in Jerusalem. Later on, in imperial times and throughout the Dark Ages, they had collected their oblations for the Palestinian schools. Throughout the Middle Ages, and throughout the Ghetto period, the intercourse continued. We know more perhaps of Palestine pilgrims from Italy than from any other land. Among the eminent Gentile precursors of Zionism in the 19th century, there seemed nothing incongruous in his ideas in the eyes of the Italian Jews of the old school. By the beginnings of the fascist movement during the First World War, the small Italian Jewish population numbered between 20,000 and 40,000.16. The Jewish communities tended by then to be clustered in Rome and the cities further north, Florence, Bologna, Leghorn, Milan, and Trieste in the extreme east. Paradoxically to their ties with Jewish nationalism, Italian nationalism had acquired strong support among Italian Jews from the moment when at the beginnings of the 19th century the emancipation of West European Jews came at the hands of the otherwise imperialist Napoleonic armies. In the second half of the century, the struggle against the monarchy and the political and property interests of the Church washed the cleaner and more republican waters of the French Revolution against the Italian peninsula. One consequence of the victory of liberal, anti-clerical republicanism in Italy in the late 19th century was the revitalizing of Catholic anti-Semitism. According to Daniel Carpi, the Catholic press from this period and well into the 1930s constructed a history of the decline of the Church of Rome which deeply implicated Jews and Jewry. They were the hidden force behind the French Revolution and the subsequent emancipation of the Jews in Western Europe, the dominant interests in the commercial capitalist economy which replaced agrarian feudalism from the 19th century on, the basis for the materialism which had inundated European values and Western culture, the race permeated with the revolutionary and rebellious spirit which had eventually given rise to Bolshevism and Freemasonry, and of course they were the murderers of the Lord. 17 As a result, a generally sympathetic Pope Pius X reportedly told Theodor Herzl in 1904 that Zionist ambitions in the Holy Lands were out of the question. The Jews have not recognized our Lord, therefore we cannot recognize the Jewish people. In Italy, other representatives of the Catholic intelligentsia charged that the Jews had made slaves of Mazzini, Garibaldi, Cavour, Farmai, and Depretis, the heroes of the nationalist movement. As Catholic ideologues they insisted, in Carpi's words, that the Church assume, as the vanguard of the reaction and in defense of the Christian world, the exalted divine task to segregate the Jews from the rest of the population. In the face of such sustained hostility it was natural that the revolutionary nationalism which fascism embraced in its earliest stage would attract many Jews. Indeed, Italian Jews were among the architects of the movement. Roth recounted, half a dozen of them collaborated in its foundation, at least 3 were among the martyrs, who gave their lives on its behalf in its earliest period of struggle, and were subsequently interred in its grandiose shrines. Michael Ledeen asserts, in 1922 there were nearly 750 Jews in the fascist party, By 1928 an additional 1,770 would enlist, by 1933 yet another 4,800. But despite their prominence in the movement and later in the fascist state, their influence could not deter what in retrospect seems to have been the inevitable conjoining of Mussolini's profound but frequently disguised racialism with the destructive currents of Western culture. These were to achieve their fullest fruition in Nazi Germany but not without affecting Italy. Mussolini's association with Italian Jews had been both personal and organizational. His first biographer, the wealthy Milanese, Margherita Sarfatti, was also his mistress. Aldo Finzi, a militarist and party enforcer, had joined the fascist government as an assistant minister of interior. Guido Jung would serve as finance minister for a number of years. Carlo Foa and Sarfatti edited the Fascist Review. Gerarchia.18 His more enduring concern with Italian and European Jewry, however, was as an instrument of Italian expansion in the Mediterranean and East Africa. To Mussolini, most useful of all was the access Italian Jewry provided to Zionist organizations. Mussolini's official attempts at rapprochement with Zionist leaders had begun almost immediately upon his assumption of government leadership. 1 month after his accession to power, he informed Angelo Sacerdoti, the chief rabbi of Rome, of his opposition to anti-Semitism. 3 weeks later, on December 20, he met with Zionist leaders, who pledged their loyalty to Italy and their readiness to act as agents of the Italian state through Jewish communities in the Levant. 2 weeks later, on January 3 of the following year, Mussolini met with Chaim Weizmann, president of the World Zionist Organization, and discussed Palestine, Zionist dependency on Britain, and the mutual interests of Zionists and fascists in the subversion of Muslim power in the Mediterranean. 19. In February 1928, Mussolini established the Italy-Palestine Committee. This move was one of a series following meetings the 2 previous years. Lucien Steinberg remarked, Zionist leaders such as Chaim Weizmann, Nahum Sokolov, and Nahum Goldman were all received by him at one stage or another. He Zionist revisionists, led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, received official backing to establish a college in Italy for the purpose of training cadets for the navy of the future Jewish state, and this school was able to function right up to 1937.20. For the next several years, Mussolini maintained a posture consistent with his declarations to Weizmann and Sacerdoti, "You must create a Jewish state. I myself am a Zionist." Roth succinctly summarized. While at home the fascist attitude towards the Jews was one of somewhat stiff cordiality, it was actively, and even pugnaciously benevolent towards their co-religionists abroad. This was especially the case as regards those of the Mediterranean basin, who were considered useful agents for the diffusion of Italian influence. Mussolini's long-term strategy was to employ Zionist organizations to destabilize the British Mandate of Palestine and to enlist Jewish communities in Libya and East Africa in the pacification of colonized populations. This was the design behind the policy which allowed German Jews refuge in Italy, which encouraged Jews from Central Europe to enroll in Italian institutions of higher education, which arranged the transfer of a rabbinic school from Germany to Fiume, which tempered expressions of anti-Semitism at home, and which provided recognition to the leaders of international Zionism. Privately, though, Mussolini mused about Italian racial superiority and bemoaned the fact that Levantine elements in the Italian population could not be exterminated. 21 On this score at least, according to Nissim Rijwan and others, the European Zionists concurred. Herzl, Jabotinsky, Ben-Gurion, and many other leading Eurocentric Zionist activists held Levantine Jews and their Arab cousins in equal contempt. 22 But while Mussolini had insisted publicly that the racial question only applied to colored subject peoples, his son-in-law and foreign minister, Galeazzo Ciano, noted in his diaries Mussolini's private disgust for America, country of niggers and Jews, the forces which disintegrate civilization. In the U.S., the more benign facade of Italian fascism disciplined conservative Jewish leadership. Diggins maintained that during the 1920s the synagogues remained relatively silent on the fascist question. And later, in the fall of 1933, Editors of 43 American Jewish publications took a poll to select 12 Christians who have most vigorously supported Jewish political and civil rights and who have been the most outstanding in their opposition to anti-Semitism. Mussolini was one of the 12. He appeared to American Jews a most welcome defender of the faith. Even with the invasion of Ethiopia in 1935, American Jewry as a whole did not denounce Italian fascism. For similar reasons, the Federation of Italian Jewish Communities, on the advice and at the invitation of a high-ranking Jewish officer of the Italian Navy, and in agreement with the highest political authorities of the fascist regime, at the end of 1935 sent a mission to London, with the aim of exercising a moderating influence vis-à-vis the British government in view of the impending sanctions threatening Italy. 23 It was a last desperate attempt to deflect Mussolini from his racialist intuitions. But coterminous with his adventures in Africa and then in Spain, he had become convinced that a Jewish plutocratic Masonic clique opposed him. Despite the public support the Zionist revisionists had given to Italian imperialism in Africa and the less public demonstrations of approval by the other representatives of the Zionist movement, the political potential of European Jews could not compete with the other alternatives available to Mussolini. 24 Diplomatically isolated from his other European neighbors, he now sought to dispel German doubts about Italian loyalties. 25 From this period on, the fates of Jews in Italy would rapidly descend into a pseudo-Germanic cage of repression. 26 It is only an apparent irony, then, that two elements of American society which would make special claims of the events of the Second World War, American capital and American Jewry, had assumed enabling postures toward one of the totalitarian states whose ambitions and ideology precipitated the conflagration. During and after the war, American industry would celebrate its part in the massive undertaking of war production and planning which provided the material basis for victory. Much less, however, would be made of the financial, industrial, commercial, and political support extended to fascist Italy and later Nazi Germany. 27 After the war, American historiography and social theory tended to diminish if not entirely obliterate these relationships, offering in their stead, as Ernst Nolte would complain, studies of the authoritarian personality or the charismatic mass leader. 28 For American Jews, and particularly the Zionists, the seductions of Mussolini's support sway judgment. For other Jews not in the Zionist cause, fascism had other attractions: Catholics, the Italian Americans, and the fascist movement. America held, however, other sources of support for fascism which were either less concerned with disguising their efforts or less capable of influencing the analytical and historical reconstructions of the age of dictators. These constituted the main demagogic and social basis for American fascism. Among the demagogues, perhaps the most prominent was Father Charles Coughlin, the parish priest. His broadcasts over the radio station WJR in Detroit, which began in 1926, would constitute the most popular program in the early history of American broadcasting, outdistancing in audience even Amos and Andy. A contemporary observer, Herbert Flaris, remarked, "When Roosevelt defeated Hoover, Father Coughlin bad achieved national renown. He was a force to be reckoned with in American public life. He was widely quoted in the press, and as a valiant supporter of the New Deal he participated in White House councils. Out of the Depression's insecurity and discontent, he has formed what some believe may become the most potent political pressure group ever to appear on the American scene. Certainly no other American wields such complete control over his followers." 29 In the mid-1930s, Coughlin, who initially may well have tapped into the older American populist tradition as Victor Furkis was to suggest, passed on to a fervent belief in fascism. By 1936 even corporatism seemed too timid a compromise with the forces of evil. Instead of the collaboration of capital and labor, he demanded a complete purge of all money lenders. When Mussolini was criticized in 1938 for adopting the German pogrom, Coughlin leaped to his defense. He appealed personally to Il Duce, asking the dictator to write for his weekly, Social Justice, an article in which you can clarify your attitude toward the Jews. Also by 1938, Coughlin was maintaining that Hitler and the fascists were the champions, of Christian social order against the forces of anti-Christian chaos, and by 1940 suggesting that it would be better for the world that Germany should win the war rather than the Allies. 30 has discussed at banking, mass production, and capitalist greed had by accident and through the self-seductive powers of broadcasting transformed first into anti-communism and then into its herald, fascism. 31. Coughlin's base was the Catholic Church in America and its generally pro-fascist ecclesiastical hierarchy. His was an important voice among a chorus of Catholic clergy, politicians, lay writers, and the newspapers and journals of the Catholic press. 32 These complemented his popularity, adding a social element which, though religiously circumscribed, substantiated his claims of a magnitude of influence superior to his contemporary but more secular rivals, Huey Long and Rev. Gerald K. Smith. But Coughlin was an Irish Catholic. The more formidable source of American fascism was the population of Italian Americans. By the beginnings of the Second World War, there were approximately 4.5 to 5 million Italians and Italian Americans living in the U.S. Of these, the Italian exile Gaetano Salvini estimated in political terms, 50% were indifferent, 10% anti-fascist, 5% fascist, while the remaining 35% comprised a nucleus of people with a mentality which has not yet clearly become fascist and anti-democratic but which might crystallize at the first emergency. A not inconsiderable, or surprising number when one recalls that by 1940, a fascist presence had been a part of the Italian-American community for nearly 20 years, predating, indeed, the March on Rome. As was the case in Italy itself, one of the origins of Italian-American fascism was the Italian left, which had been so violently shaken in its intellectual and politico-ideological traditions by the slaughter of workers during the First World War. The vision of an international workers' movement which had informed Italian anarcho-syndicalism as well as the First and Second Communist Internationals had been shattered by the national confrontation of workers on the battlefields of Europe. Moreover, Italian national pride had plummeted because of war defeats, the post-war humiliations at Versailles, and a national economy which required millions of Italians to emigrate to the New World. Finally, once in their new homelands, the Italian immigrants became too frequently the targets of racial arrogance and discrimination. In the years immediate to the close of the First World War, immigration quotas designed specifically to limit further Italian immigration to the U.S. were enacted by Congress. But so eager were Italians to get into the U.S., despite its hostility to them, that thousands rushed across the Atlantic before the new quotas went into effect. 33 Commonly accepted as an inferior race in a period when public discussions of sterilization would soon result in official policy, when wealthy families like the Kellogg's and Harrimans assumed the role of financial patrons to the Eugenics Records Office and other racial schemes, the specter of the crush of Italian immigrants at the ports of entry merely further excited the nativists and their congressional agents. The quota enacted in 1921 had reduced the number of Italian immigrants to 42,000, the law signed by President Coolidge in 1924 radically reduced that figure to just over 3,800. By that point, however, 1,790,000 persons of Italian birth were legally residing in the country. Nevertheless, demographers and sociologists pointed out that the law's thinly veiled bigotry could only insult, humiliate, and anger those people it excluded, or virtually excluded, such as Italians. Since Italian-American fascism made its first appearance while these public controversies were raging, this did appear to be the case. Dims, for example, would conclude. Pressures both external and internal, then, left Italian Americans ripe for fascism. A nascent inferiority complex, a nostalgic nationalism, and a fear for family solidarity and community produced a quiet but true collective anxiety. Inasmuch as fascism was an answer to these psychic tensions, the Italian-American reaction to it was more a socially conditioned reflex than a politically conscious response. Again, however, there is strong evidence to support the notion that the phenomenon of Italian-American fascism was not entirely spontaneous. During this period, much of the Italian population in the U.S. was naturally restricted to Italian as its primary language. the majority was drawn from this second wave of Italian immigration. Unlike their mid-19th century predecessors, this group clustered in urban ghettos in the northeast and the west and small towns in contiguous agricultural regions and were largely dependent upon Italian-language newspapers and broadcasts. 34 These, in turn, were controlled by the prominenti, individuals like Generoso Pope, president of the Colonial Sand and Cement Co. and publisher of Il Progresso Italo-Americano, in New York, and, in San Francisco, A.P. Giannini and the members of the Di Giorgio family, who dominated L'Italia and La Voce del Popolo. In terms of circulation and financial resources, the pro-fascist press was far more important than its adversary. In New York, for example, the readership of the pro-fascist papers outnumbered the opposition about 10-1. Newspapers sympathetic to Mussolini reflected upper-class, conservative sentiments, and they enjoyed the advertising support of large restaurants and wineries as well as manufacturers and bankers. The prominenti were more than opinion leaders, of course. As padroni they had provided most of the organization for the labor recruitment which in practical terms orchestrated the second Italian immigration to America. The fees which they collected as labor contractors for American manufacturers, viticulturalists, and other interests had for many constituted the financial base which in turn allowed them to lend capital to immigrants, to support the transport of family members and inevitable costs of resettlement and survival. Though a few like Giannini and Pope would acquire real standing and power which rivaled the wealthiest American families, most prominenti remained as brokers between capital and labor. Moreover, as the primary sponsors of organizations like the Sons of Italy, the Ex-Combattenti Society, the Fascist League of North America, the Dante Alighieri Society, and the Italian Historical Society, the prominenti would perform important roles as agents of the fascist government of Italy. 35 Their capacities to orchestrate information were made abundantly clear in the 1935 to 1936 crisis. In the United States, the campaign against Ethiopia was started as soon as the incident of Wal Wal had been engineered. Most Italian-language papers and all radio commentators, an army of lecturers in the English and Italian languages, all priests of the Catholic fascist denomination, servile correspondents from Rome, Paris, and London, methodically indoctrinated day in and day out. In the course of 1935, the population of Italian origin in this country to the effect that Mussolini was always right. 36. The extent of the involvement of Italian authorities in the affairs of the Italian-American community is indicated by the close direction Mussolini, his foreign affairs minister Dino Grandi, and the Italian ambassador to the U.S., Giacomo de Martino, assumed in the management and control of the Italian-language newspapers, Italian-language schools for Italian-American children, 37 and the surveillance and intervention of political activities by Italian immigrants and intervention of political activities by Italian immigrants and Italian-American citizens. In 1927 Salvini had gotten a foretaste of the depth of the Italian government's attention to anti-fascist activities in this country. One day after his arrival in January in the U.S., the Foreign Policy Association organized a debate with Thomas Lamont, who denounced Salvini's opposition to American loans to Italy as irresponsible. Having already failed in its attempts to get the State Department to deny Salvini the right to enter the country, and apparently not entirely satisfied with Lamont's performance, the Italian government then arranged a second debate with the Foreign Policy Association in April. There Salvini was attacked for his lack of patriotism by Bruno Rosselli of Vassar College and then Count Ignazio Theon di Revel. 38. In 1928 the Nation published an article on fascist blackmail based upon the scores of letters it had received from Italian workers in the industrial towns of the Northeast. The workers and their wives were warned by consular officials that unless their anti-fascist activities ceased they would receive unpleasant news about their families back home. The complaints eventually led to a demand for a congressional investigation. When the House Un-American Activities Investigation Committee got around to inquiring into such charges in 1937 to 1938, the weight of testimony and documentary evidence was overwhelming. Agents of the Italian government were actively intimidating immigrants and Italian Americans. Even earlier, in 1934, some Italian consular officials had been recalled home as a result of State Department action. But in general, the Roosevelt administration, sensitive to the numbers of Italian-American voters in its Tammany machine and other Democratic ghetto strongholds, and wary of the extent to which the prominenti were financially dependent upon its big business opponents, largely downplayed the extent of fascist activity and propaganda in this country. 39 Even when Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935, Roosevelt was willing to settle for a moral embargo on trade involving both countries, though he knew, as well as everyone else in the government, that such an act would work to the disadvantage of Ethiopia rather than Italy. 40 His second presidential campaign loomed in the near future, and anything less than neutrality might cost him the election. He was no less cautious in 1936 when Italian volunteers appeared in the Spanish Civil War. According to Gabriel Jackson, Roosevelt, Claude Bowers, the American ambassador to Madrid, and Secretary of State Cordell Hull all favored complete non-involvement. 41 But on January 11 the government tried to inhibit the enlistment of Americans in the International Brigade by ruling American passports invalid for travel in Spain. Thus it may be said that government-approved American participation in the Spanish Civil War in 1937 amounted to volunteer medical aid, most of which went to the Republicans, and to the sale of oil and trucks, most of which went to the Nationalists. 42. With the clamor of the pro-fascist Italian-American press and the sound of the radio priests' denunciations of neutrality acts and war sanctions resounding around him, the best Roosevelt and his political advisers could manage was political cynicism. For a while, at least, the administration gave thought to a proposal to counter the political influence of the Italian Americans with Negro pressure, mainly by asking black groups to agitate for discriminatory embargoes against Italy. The black response to fascism, however, required little of the official encouragement or the manipulation by capital and its prominenti which characterized the spontaneous Italian-American fascist movement. The black response to the Ethiopian crisis. The racial hostility which had greeted Irish and Italian immigrants when they arrived in the U.S. in the 19th century and early 20th century had, of course, been the unrelieved experience of black Americans from the beginnings of the nation in the colonial era of the mid-17th century. The three groups, too, shared a long history of racial violence. Indeed, their dramatic translocations as emigrants from Ireland, Italy, or the Deep South were immediately precipitated by periods of mass and lethal brutalities. So, too, did they share the symptoms which accompany long economic depressions, social degradation, cultural anguish, and physical debilitation. In a sense, the World Depression, which in the 1920s and 1930s clawed at the securities and identities of white middle-class Americans, was a too familiar terrain. And like blacks, Italians, and the Irish poor of America were subject to lynchings, mob violence, and the most acute forms of exploitation. 44 Unlike blacks in America, however, the Irish and the Italians could under certain circumstances take refuge in a putative racial superiority. As Americans, for many of them it was their sole form of social mobility in the first half of the 20th century. On the other hand, as whites they might also indulge in militant nationalisms, Irish, Italian, or American. For ordinary black men and women, the question of an historical identity was more complex. Certainly in general, Afro-Americans fixed on Africa as their historical place of origin, but the more profound and pervasive mass consciousness was as an oppressed people. The vernacular of black Christianity provided symbols of identification with the biblical Hebrews or the designation Ethiopians. These psychocultural materials assumed great prominence in Afro-American culture and subsequently its intellectual traditions. Black writing is replete with references to Ethiopia's legacy. The brilliant Pan-Africanist Edward Wilmot Blitten called the Ethiopians of antiquity the most creditable of ancient peoples and claimed that they had achieved the highest rank of knowledge and civilization. J. A. Rogers, the lecturer, columnist, traveler, and chronicler of Negro achievements, asserted categorically that the Ethiopian royal family was the most ancient lineage in the world. He maintained further that at least 18 rulers of ancient Egypt were unmixed Negroes or Ethiopians. and W.E.B. Du Bois wrote of Ethiopia as the sunrise of human culture and the cradle of Egyptian civilization. 45. Ethiopia, then confluent with the notion of Africa, became a most ancient point of reference, a term signifying historicity and racial dignity in ways the term Negro could not match. Since the same symbolic complex appeared in the spiritual traditions of Afro-West Indians, it is understandable that the strength and significance of Ethiopia would grow when Afro-American and Afro-West Indian militants conjoined. Such was true of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, whose organizational and ideological character reflected its West Indian origins and its North American experience. The UNIA's anthem of the Negro race was Ethiopia, thou land of our fathers. Here again Ethiopia signified Africa as a whole. 46 And Ethiopia's importance to those in the diaspora was enhanced by its objective status as one of the three independent black nations. Still, the most proximate national identification for Afro-Americans was not in Africa, but in the Caribbean, Haiti. Since its successful revolution at the end of the 18th century, Haiti had also occupied a celebratory place in Afro-American consciousness. Harvey Wish has recounted how the Haitian slave revolution inspired the insurrection led by Gabriel Prosser in 1847. Arna Bontam and Jack Conroy have recalled that among the black emigrationists in the mid-19th century, there existed a Haiti faction which is credited with directing 2,000 settlers to that country. 48 And Ira Berlin records the prominence of Haiti in some of the holidays celebrated by free blacks before the Civil War. In 1825, Baltimore Free Negroes met at the house of a leading African Methodist minister to celebrate Haitian independence. William Watkins, the orator for the day, praised the rise of the Black Republic and declared it an irrefutable argument to prove that the descendants of Africa never were designed by their creator to sustain an inferiority, or even a mediocrity, in the chain of being. In 1859, St. Louis Masons rented a train to take them into the countryside to commemorate the abolition of slavery in St. Domingue. 49. And the memory of Haiti had been preserved in other ways. Martin Delany had named one of his children for Toussaint L'Ouverture and another for Faustin Soulouque, a Haitian emperor. 50. The significations of the slave revolution in Haiti had not escaped the plantation society of the U.S. any more than they did the French and British ruling classes. Together these interests and their heirs strove to isolate Haiti politically and economically for much of the 19th century. 51 Of course, international hostility merely exacerbated and manipulated the internal social and economic conflicts of that country, so that after a century of independent black rule, Haiti was a proper model for colonized natives and their too ambitious elites. Its government was dominated by a corrupt, racially elite caste, its economy characteristically exploitative and marginally subsistent. In 1915, Haiti was occupied by American Marines. It would be governed by American authorities for the next 19 years. To a certain extent, this occupation served as the setting for the anti-fascist movement among Afro-Americans. Complemented by the increased racial violence of the post-First World War period, the dislocations of the northern migrations, the Depression's aggravation of an already severe economic condition, the suppression of the mass-based UNIA, and rumblings of imperialist ambitions in Liberia. 52 This event pushed the mass of Afro-Americans and others of the African diaspora beyond the moderating intervention of established black leadership. The American occupation of Haiti was one of the first of the several political events in the 20th century which dramatically exposed the differing senses of interest held by the black middle class and the black masses. Brenda Gale Plummer, one of the closest and most recent students of the American occupation of Haiti, has asserted, aside from the handful of intellectuals who gloried in Haiti's revolutionary past and in the unique culture of its people, most blacks looked upon the occupation as a logical consequence of that country's chronic political turbulence. Others shuddered at the lurid accounts of voodoo that frequently appeared in the popular press. 53 But as Plummer reveals in her research, this ambivalence seemed more characteristic of the black middle class and its spokesman than of the black lower classes. For the former, the occupation of Haiti was not entirely unrelated to their own ambitions, as Harding had used the Haitian issue to appeal to black voters for support. many blacks believed that he would democratize decision-making on Haiti to allow them to participate in running that country. Thus, though W.E.B. Du Bois immediately opposed the occupation in the pages of the crisis, he did not speak for others in the NAACP executive board like James Weldon Johnson, nor did Du Bois reflect the interests of career State Department figures like Lemuel Livingston, who at first depicted the Marines as benefactors, Robert Russa Moton, president of Tuskegee Institute, or Napoleon Marshall, who accepted an appointment as clerk in the treaty administration. On the other hand, the more militant mass organization, the UNIA, whose membership contained an important fraction of West Indian immigrants to the U.S., denounced the occupation from the moment of its own inception and until the Haitian people were allowed to return to self-rule in 1934. The black nationalism of the UNIA had little room for accommodating the special interests displayed by black established leadership. In its opposition, it was joined by other volunteer organizations like the Abyssinian Baptist Church, the Harlem Refuge Church of Christ, the National Sunday School and Baptist Youth Progressive Union Congress, and groups associated with the American Communist Party. 54 Inevitably, the established black leadership was pushed from accommodation to protest and eventually to opposition. The spirit of the times made Haiti an important issue to blacks. The timing of the occupation was especially significant. The bloody summers of 1918 and 1919, the agitation for a federal anti-lynching bill, and the rise of militant nationalism put racism matters at the forefront. Black Americans perceived the Haitians as related to themselves, and increasingly admired the Haitian tradition of resistance to servitude and fierce independence. It is therefore not surprising that the Haitian issue was featured prominently by the NAACP. Still, by the time the moderate race leaders had put opposition to the occupation of Haiti on their agenda, it had become clear to the masses of blacks that the more responsible resistance to oppression would have to be generated from within their own ranks. The point was perhaps brought home again in the late 1920s and early 1930s by the public charges in Britain and the US that slavery was officially sanctioned in Liberia. With its government being dominated by Afro-Liberians, the social equivalents of their own petit bourgeois leaders, it was difficult for many working-class blacks in the diaspora not to feel a deep resentment toward a stratum whose greed identified it with the hated plantocrats of earlier centuries and betrayed Liberia to the racist ambitions of 20th-century imperialists. 55. Finally, it is important to recall the part black leadership played in the dismantling of the UNIA. An organization which had achieved unprecedented support from the black working classes, particularly in the U.S. during the mid-1920s, the UNIA had come under attack from both the state and most of the spokespersons for the black middle classes. Here again, the black masses were witnesses to the spectacle of collusion between private and public power and those who presumed to speak for the black community. 56 The Italian invasion of Ethiopia, then, came on the heel of a succession of events which had effectively alienated the mediating stratum of the black petite bourgeoisie from the bulk of black people. The very global character of the black response to the invasion of Ethiopia provides support for the interpretation that it was largely spontaneous. In the U.S., mass rallies and support activities were reported in Chicago, New York, Miami, Fort Worth, Okmulgee, Oklahoma, Washington, D.C., and Mobile. 57 Letters of outrage to black newspapers like the Chicago Defender, the Pittsburgh Courier, the Amsterdam News, and the Baltimore Afro-American were penned by black men and women in settlements of varying size from all over the nation. Elsewhere, 100 Liberian, Ovambo, and Caro dock workers in Southwest Africa refused to work on Italian ships. In Kenya, the Kikuyu Central Association enlisted volunteers for the campaign in Ethiopia. Egyptian doctors reported to Addis Ababa, and hundreds of West Indians from British Guyana, Cuba, and Trinidad to the Bahamas requested permission from their colonial authorities to enlist in the armies of Ethiopia. 58 In Chicago, the mass enthusiasm for enlistment in the defense forces of Ethiopia was such that Robert Abbott, the publisher of the Chicago Defender, found it necessary to publicly oppose such efforts 3 months before the actual Italian invasion. Don't do it, young men and women. There is too much for you to do at home. You in Dallas, Texas, who are enlisting to fight for Ethiopian independence, do you think you have independence at home? You in Miami, FLA, who in fiery words declare that Ethiopia must be kept free, do you think you are free? You, in New York and in Chicago, who have worked yourselves into a frenzy over the plight of Haile Selassie and his empire in northern Africa, do you suppose your conditions are any better than those of the warriors of Ethiopia? If you think these things, you think without reason. 59. Nevertheless, in Chicago, as St. Clair Drake and Horace Cayton would record, when the Italian legions invaded Ethiopia, the barber shops and street corners of the Black Belt buzzed with indignation. Haile Selassie became something of a hero to Negroes all over America. A resident of Black Metropolis journeyed to Addis Ababa to become the pilot of the royal family's personal airplane. His exploits were followed with interest, and in a confused, semi-superstitious sort of way people in Black Metropolis were given to prophesying that those who had sold Ethiopia out would eventually find themselves menaced by the fascists. 60. In turn, when the war did break out in October 1935, Abbott's paper, like all Afro-American papers in the country, followed events closely, heralding Ethiopian victories and the eventual defeat of its armies. 61. He did not, however, succumb to voluntarism. He made that clear once again in October when he published a long interview with the Paris representative of the Ethiopian emperor headlined, "Vast expenses make use of American volunteers impractical in Ethiopian Army." 62. The American Communist Party was also less than totally supportive of the more militant activities of blacks wishing to go to Ethiopia's aid. Though the Communist Party gave organizational support to public demonstrations and clothing and medical relief campaigns, it did not encourage enlistment activities. 63. The following year, with the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, this no longer was the case. Indeed, many of the blacks who eventually fought in Spain with the Abraham Lincoln Battalion would indicate that one of their primary motivations was to strike a blow at Mussolini. Ordinary black workers like James Yates or professionals like the black nurse Celeria Kia went to Spain as black men and women and as anti-fascists. 64. Their resolve mirrored that of Mrs. Wimley Thompson of Gallup, New Mexico. She wrote Abbott in response to his editorial opposing enlistment. "One must remember that we didn't come into this country on our own accord, so why should we battle for something we will never receive? Justice. Ethiopia is our country, and as long as there is blood in our veins we should love and respect it as such. Let every heart within a black man's body be with Ethiopia, the country which is ours." 65. Thus, in the face of a long flirtation with fascism in the American press, and the open support of Mussolini by powerful fractions of capital, elements of the international Zionist movement, proto-fascist American demagogues like Father Coughlin, and fascist Italian-American groups, ordinary black workers in the U.S., the West Indies, East, West, and Southern Africa mobilized in support of Ethiopia. This racial solidarity extended to blacks on the left who possessed reservations about the political and social character of the Selassie regime, and to those who had been disappointed by reports that the royal family entertained an ambivalent racial identity. Ethiopia was important enough to them to absorb these contradictions, particularly in the face of the recent aggressions against Haiti and the evident designs of Western powers on Liberia. For many, if not most blacks, the historical significance of fascism was clear. At home it foreshadowed the descent of liberalism and even the faint suggestion of racial tolerance; elsewhere it meant the destruction of even the symbols of racial liberation. Stung by the co-option of much of their leadership in the business of domination and exploitation, and effectively abandoned by the left and the enlightened faction of American capital, they withdrew to their own counsel. With an immediacy which can only be understood as the result of immanent political consciousness and tradition, they mobilized to resist fascism. The number and variety of their responses so quickly mobilized on 3 continents provide evidence of their historical consciousness. W.E.B. Du Bois, for one, had anticipated the deliberateness with which the black masses would respond. In the October 1935 issue of Foreign Affairs, he had warned, "The black world knows this is the last great effort of white Europe to secure the subjection of black men. In the long run the effort is vain and black men know it. The moral of this, as Negroes see it, is that if any colored nation expects to maintain itself against white Europe it need appeal neither to religion nor culture but only to force. 66. In the 50 years which were to follow, it was an instruction which would be repeated in the national liberation movements of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Chapter 7. Odia Benga's Flight Through Geronimo's Eyes, Tales of Science and Multiculturalism. All men who differ from others as much as the body differs from the soul, are by nature slaves, and it is better for them to be ruled by a master. A man is thus by nature a slave if he is capable of becoming the property of another, and if he participates in reason to the extent of apprehending it in another, though destitute of it himself. Aristotle 1. Notwithstanding many of the premising assumptions of the current debate, multiculturalism has been an aspect of the Western social sciences since their inceptions as research disciplines in the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries. The modern era, too, had its progenitors since we can discern the specter of multiculturalism in the classical Greek social and moral sciences from which the modernists claimed descent. Isocrates, the 4th century Pan-Hellenic fanatic, employed a multiculturalism of difference to inspire Greeks to renounce democracy for a crusade of world domination. His contemporary Aristotle, the natural scientist, rhetorician, and political philosopher, pursued justifications of slavery, the subordination of women, and a hierarchy of distinctive constitutional orders by insinuating natural laws of multiculturalism. And his mentor Plato implicated a multiculturalist discourse in moral therapeutics ranging from cultural quarantine to eugenics. 2 In the Christian era, the examples of the perceived terrors of multiculturalism are far too numerous to detail. Any one of them would suffice. In the mid-17th century, John Hare, the English Teuton, recapitulated his diverse progenitors and anticipated their successors when he suggested that Englishmen claiming descent from the Normans reimagine themselves as Norwegians, and English laws, divested of their French rags, be restored into the English or Latin tongues. 3. For millennia, as these instances suggest, pre-modernist multiculturalism, the preemption of multiculturalism as a construction of contamination, has preoccupied the intellectual imagination of agents of civilizations and regimes familiar with slavery, colonialism, and imperialism. Discourses in Altherity thrived long before the appearance of the West as an episteme and insinuated themselves into the latter. Indeed, these pre-modernist discourses were the enabling practices which legislated the modernist narrative of multiculturalism, which posited the West as the civilization, and the European white as the conscious agency of humanity's historical development. Consequently, the multiculturalism at the center of the current controversy, that is, anti-modernist multiculturalism, is a third variant, one which contests the epistemic claims of modernist multiculturalism and its progenitor, pre-modernist multiculturalism. And though they crudely can be arranged historically, chronology attests to their respective hegemonic moments rather than to their actual historicity. By analytic indirection, it can be surmised that Aristotle's porous defense of slavery is addressed to antecedent representatives of postmodernist multiculturalists skeptical of the naturalness of slavery and the incontestability of Greek superiority over the other, for just as Hare's feudal strategy of ethnic cleansing was a response to the historical processes of cross-cultural pollination of English culture to which he took offense. Whether the context was ancient, medieval, or more recent world systems, pre-modernist and modernist multiculturalism are discourses intended to conceal the prerogatives of power, conceal the humanity of the other, and conceal the awful policing devices of subordination. Indeed, as the more recent history of science literature has attested, research protocols such as anthropology and its derivatives, eugenics, psychometry, etc., were inspired by a desire to achieve epistemic orderings and to rationalize binaries of domination and subordination in multicultural social formations. And as Donna Haraway has demonstrated in her work on the development of biology, the natural sciences embedded identical ambitions in the pursuit of empirical discursive practices. Not just anything can emerge as a fact, not just anything can be seen or done, and so told. Scientific practice may be considered a kind of storytelling practice, a rule-governed, constrained, historically changing craft of narrating the history of nature. Scientific practice and scientific theories produce and are embedded in particular kinds of stories. The primate body, as part of the body of nature, may be read as a map of power. Biology, and primatology, are inherently political discourses, whose chief objects of knowledge, are icons of the whole of the history and politics of the culture that constructed them for contemplation and manipulation. Nature is only the raw material of culture, appropriated, preserved, enslaved, exalted, or otherwise made flexible for disposal by culture in the logic of capitalist colonialism. 5. The question, then, is not what consequences multiculturalism might obtain for the social sciences, but rather what alternative significations of multiculturalism might presently be embraced by the social sciences and why. For more than 200 years, the objective of the ensemble of race sciences and their subdisciplinary adjutants was to secure fixed taxonomies, stable racial historical and gender identities which, in turn, could be composed into a natural sociology of hierarchy. The primary colors of race, white, black, yellow, red, and brown, coordinated with an Aristotelian construction of sex differences, were to be arranged in a descending order of humanity, thus justifying social privileges at home and abroad. This paradigm of multiculturalism, a concomitant to the domestic sites of Western slave economies and female subordination and imperialism and colonialism in the outlands, pursued the appearance of a natural history. This weave of scientific difference was reprised in every furnishing of culture. The certain exactness of science was embroidered in popular culture, transmitted by lyric, limerick, and letters. And there it remains today, a haunted, majestic presence of an enduring construction of plurality and difference. Haunted, I insist, because it is no longer uncontested. The right multiculturalism. Louis Agassiz, the Harvard-domiciled Swiss naturalist who was one of the 19th century's most authorial artisans of the modernist multiculturalism scientism 6 was also one of the first and few of his numbers to acknowledge the audacious deceit of the project and admit defeat. Hidden away in his private notes, his secret confessional recorded his physical repulsion and fear of the dark, simian creature which inspired his professional enterprise. He just knew were barely higher than apes. 7 Publicly more generous at least, Agassiz first rejected civil comedy with blacks, and then, after hearing the testaments of black military heroism and sacrifice during the American Civil War, conceded the rights of American citizenry to this lower order. 8. Stephen Jay Gould informs us that for Agassiz, nothing inspired more fear than the prospect of amalgamation by intermarriage. 9 But we are no more obliged to pause and explore the admixture of circuitous subjectivity and curious logic in Agassiz's mind than we would a member of the frequent lynch mobs of the late 19th century. Our concern is historical. Agassiz and his co-conspirators, both those performing before the public gaze of the Academy and later mobbed in local secrecy among the trees, organized race hate and practiced race death. One conduct decoratively civil and learned, the other nakedly hysterical and compulsive, they coalesced into what Fanon would term a mode of domination. Intelligence, reason, and rationality, imagined to be superior and inferior, were the pre-modernist multiculturalist coda around which the modern social sciences grouped. The terrain, however, was inhospitable because of 2 features: the unstable and shifting construction of intelligence and the absence of categorical research material. Lacking any universal or culturally neutral concept of intelligence, the modernists fabricated one. Lacking the required research or experimental subjects, that is, pure race specimens, they invented them. 10 The technical provenance of the present intelligence tests were the paraphernalia of early anthropometry, the calipers and craniometers of Victorian anthropology and their equivalents in France, Germany, Switzerland, and elsewhere. Data were characteristically inconclusive, but that could be managed by fraud and finagling. 11 The psychometric provenance of the present white, black, Hispanic/Latino, Asian, etc., experimental/tested races were the imagined Europeans, Africans, Orientals, etc., of yesteryear. 12 Undaunted by the necessity for scientistic shell games, and distracted by them from any profound investigation of the mind, the proponents of the modernist multiculturalism constructed a forgery of the mind as a predisposition towards civilization. A counterfeit architectonic of civilization, the linear progression from hunting and gathering to urban commerce, was sutured to the forgery of the mind and encrusted with a fabricated inheritance, the birth of the West in ancient Greece and Rome. And from the 17th or 18th centuries until now, these scrubbed white mantras, the natural history of humankind, rationality, and the ancient Mediterranean, were the means to drown the humanity of the other. In Europe, George Moss observes, Greek beauty provided the ideal type, which set the aesthetic criteria to which man must relate himself. Classical beauty symbolized the perfect human form within which a true soul would be bound to reside. From the 18th century onwards, the ideal type and countertype would not vary much for the next century and a half, nor would it matter fundamentally whether the inferior race was black or Jewish. The ideal type symbolized by a classical beauty and proper morals determined attitudes toward all men. 13. And in American colleges and universities, well into the late 19th century, the classical curriculum of Greek, Latin, mathematics, natural philosophy, moral philosophy and logic concretized the pre-modernist multiculturalist frame in the minds of the educated. As the Yale Report of 1828 substantiated, no worthy alternative presented itself, the single consideration that divine truth was communicated to man in the ancient languages, ought to give to them perpetuity. 14. In American science in the 1820s and 1830s, phrenology and ethnology brought up the rear. Legislated by the appropriation of classical aesthetics and racial resignifications in the statistical means of craniology/craniometry and facial angles, a modernist phrenology determined the racial limits of intelligence, civilization, and moral achievement from the size of the skull and the mass of cerebral organization. 15 Championed by Charles Caldwell and Samuel Morton, both American physicians and professors of anatomy, this variant of phrenology with its scientific demonstration of superior and inferior races was employed in the defense of slavery and conquest. 16 In the public debate on emancipation and abolition fueled by the Nat Turner Rebellion and Native American resistance, modernist phrenology was the master race science. 17 And under its subsequent guise as ethnology, the new American anthropology, race science confirmed the historical singularity of the white race. Among the more important conclusions in Morton's books, noted in many journal articles in the latter half of the century, was his claim that the ancient Egyptians were not Negroes, merely dark-skinned Caucasians. 18 And with the arrival of Agassiz at Harvard in 1848, race science extended its hegemony from the modest environs of Transylvania University to the best endowed academic institutions of America. 19. Anointed by some of the most eminent scientists and most prestigious institutions in the nation, race science hailed the inferior races, greeting the newest arrivals, the immigrant Irish, Slavs, Italians, Chinese, and Japanese, with fabulous narratives of natural baseness, and treating the already domiciled other, the Africans, and the Native Americans, to slavery, reservations, and segregation. So ineluctable was the march of civilization that it was common and scientific knowledge that neither the blacks nor the Indians would survive into the 20th century, and the most benevolent fate for the lesser whites was crossbreeding with the Anglo-Saxons, the Aryans, the Nordics, or whichever blood group was nominated as the most superior Caucasians. As one of Morton's students, Dr. Josiah Nott declared in 1854, no two distinctly marked races can dwell together on equal terms. Some races, moreover, appear destined to live and prosper for a time, until the destroying race comes, which is to exterminate and supplant them. 20 And with a suddenness which appears to confirm Haraway's construction of Western science's political nature, following the abolition of slavery, American ethnologists transferred their attentions almost exclusively to the Native American. St. Clair Drake reports. The Bureau of American Ethnology and the Smithsonian Institution did not concern themselves with Afro-Americans. Their role was to assist in forming and carrying out an Indian policy while the Native Americans were being swept off the plains and prairies and herded onto reservations, in collaboration with a government that was intent on stamping out the last vestiges of rebellion, abolishing treaty relations, and turning the land over to settlers, railroad, and mining corporations. Blacks were left to the home missionary societies. 21. At the beginning of the 19th century, Thomas Jefferson had betrayed his "all men are created equal" dictum, publicizing his nightmarish vision of a land cohabited by blacks and white. 22 And well through his century and much of our own, Americans substantiated his dreadful anticipation through slave rebellions, Indian wars, immigration riots, civil war, the lynchings of lesser whites, blacks, Indians, and Asians, race-inspired vigilantism, segregation, race riots, anti-immigration and anti-miscegenation laws, and the like. 23 In each instance, when the canons of race science and racism came under challenge, the modernist discourse on multiculturalism was revived. Audrey Smedley has observed of these cycles in history that the parallel between Samuel Morton and Arthur Jensen is instructive. Both men published scholarly works promoting the idea of black inferiority. In both cases, their major publications came in the wake of dramatic events that tended to advance the cause of racial equality, Morton in the wake of the abolitionist movement, Jensen following the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s. 24. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, natural and social scientists at Harvard, Stanford, and Yale, frequently subsidized by private research foundations like the Rockefeller Foundation and the Kellogg Foundation, espoused a modernist multiculturalist public policy in the forms of intelligence tests, eugenics, and sterilization. Terman testified that 1,000 Harvard graduates will at the end of 200 years have but 50 descendants, while in the same period, 1,000 South Italians will have multiplied to 100,000. In 1937, Houghton, the pioneer of physical anthropology in America, informed the New York Times, "I think that a biological purge is the essential prerequisite for a social and spiritual salvation." And at his trial at Dachau, Katznellenbogen, the former Harvard Medical School faculty member, defended his participation in Nazi sterilization programs by reminding his Allied accusers that he had drafted sterilization legislation for the governor of Indiana. 25. American anthropologists at the turn of the century, however, did not entirely confine themselves to the hallways of academia, the boardrooms of industrial capital and government. They were not above the lure of providing the public spectacles of multiculturalism. In their forays into mass opinion, they most often chose the sedate environs of museums and zoological gardens to impress their modernist constructions of multiculturalism on school children and the middling representatives of the educated. But on occasion, they employed sensationalism, the chosen discursive practice of their well-heeled sponsors. Here, the intended consumers were the mass audience. Haraway reminds us that the relation of hoax and popular natural history is unervingly close. 26. One such occasion was the St. Louis World Fair of 1904, where the fair's anthropology department displayed the human loot of colonialism and conquest, Igorots, Negritos, and Moros from the Philippines, Ainus from Japan, Zulus from South Africa, Abatitela Prince and Batwe Pygmies from Leopold's Congo, Geronimo, the aging Chiricahua prisoner of war, Quakiutl Indians from the Northwest, the Cacopas of the Lower Colorado, Kiowas, Nez Perce, Seri, etc. And after a summer as public exhibits, over 18 million visitors according to the New York Times, they were subjected to the touch of the dynamometer, the pulse controller, the cephalometer, esthesiometer, pantograph, sphygmograph, and tape measure. Anthropology days were understood to buttress, complement and on the whole fully conform with the anthropometrical data of function and structure arrived at in the lab. The fair was built with the assumption that Caucasians were superior. Now the builders had compiled the numbers to prove it. 27. Although the numbers were far from perfect statistical sets, they were appreciated by psychologists like Marion Mayo, who acknowledged in his 1913 dissertation the mental capacity of the American Negro that his own Negro subjects were a mixed and not a pure type. Mayo conceded that the scientific literature had yet to demonstrate convincingly racial inequality and that his own findings on racial variability were inconclusive. Nevertheless, he was persuaded that this construction of intelligence centered around the incidence of genius among race groups and, originating in Francis Galton's claims of superior mental inheritance among the English upper classes 28, would likely settle the controversy. Though very little is as yet definitely known about the variability of races, there is some evidence that the European white is more variable than the Negro, and that civilized peoples are more variable than primitive peoples. Also, as between the sexes, that man is more variable than woman. 29. Within 1 year of Mayo's publication, Henry Goddard's famous book The Kallikak Family indicted the poor for being mentally deficient and conjured up lurid scenes from the netherworld of the slums. Once the theory of differential intelligence was accepted, its implicit political applications became operational. Subjectively, psychologists were unaware of the ideological constraints upon their scientific endeavors, but their political perspective is easily discerned. Those social scientists involved in intelligence testing tended to view the propertied classes as the more naturally gifted of society, whose social position was directly attributable to superior innate intellectual qualities. 30. The Aristotelian conceits were restored in their entirety. Race science, initially the cloistered terrain of academics and gentlemen of leisure and adventure, by the 19th century had transmuted into a specular entertainment in circuses, burlesque, vaudeville, and minstrelsy, complementing the specular performances presented to the participants in slavery, colonialism, and wars of conquest. And now, at the beginnings of the 20th century, with the advent of mass entertainment forms like the cinema and radio, the spectacle and incantations of modernist multiculturalism were everywhere. Still, they were not sufficient to extinguish fugitive, oppositional impulses. How it all went wrong. The discerning spectator at the Olympic Games competition, organized for the savages by the anthropologists at the St. Louis Fair, might have been alerted by the deportments of Geronimo and the Pygmies. As the sport of exhibited inferiors was now transformed to the exhibition of sport and the numerics of comparative cerebral and physiognomic structures linked with their counterparts in athleticism, movement was required. And in the regulated space of athletic performance, the inferiors located unexpected sites of dominion. According to the sports page of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, August 13, 1904, Geronimo leaned silently against the track rail looking on but gave no other sign that he was at all interested, and the Pygmies, Bradford and Bloom recount, backpedaled and did woozy figure eights on the 100-yard dash. 31. If, as Haraway assures us, both the scientist and the organism are actors in a storytelling practice, then we must surmise that the specular actors and the performers were occupying alternative yarns. Something was recognizably amiss since, in the sports page account, the two sentences devoted to Geronimo are the only reference to someone who did not run, jump, throw, or organize the competition. He ruptures the joviality, the athleticism of the performative narrative, he disrupts the report/ER. For Ota Benga, the pygmy, however, Geronimo's presence was entirely benevolent. Ota remembered Geronimo smiling to him that day. He also recalled that a few days earlier, Geronimo had given him an arrowhead, had then chanted and danced around him. And when Ota looked into Geronimo's eyes, Ota had the impression for a moment that he was flying. Below him was a dry red landscape of rocks, gorges, and animals he had never seen before. 32. Thankfully, the Post-Dispatch's reporter had been spared the full brunt of Ota's knowledge. Ota conceived of America as the land of the dead. And until his arrival in New Orleans, where he joined with some black street musicians in an impromptu stroll and dance, he found particularly dreadful the fact that musicians read from sheets. Ota was convinced they had forgotten how to play. He had determined to remain in this metaphysical realm until he could fathom its order. And when, after 12 years, he realized he had stopped but could not return to Africa, the World War, its devastation of the Congo, the price of a steamship ticket, he put a bullet in his heart. 33. Among ODA's antecedents, the other Africans in America, an identical quest, the attempt to return in the 19th century had presaged an anthropology distinctly subversive of the hegemonic physical anthropology. While the modernists were patrolling medical schools and graveyards for black bodies and skulls and furtively confiscating skeletons buried in Egyptian tombs to add to their congregation of race evidence, an oppositional signification for Africa was being assembled. 34 In 1859, as St. Clair Drake reports, Martin Delany headed the Niger Valley Exploring Party on behalf of the National Emigration Convention of Colored Men. The extraordinary impulse in Delany, the link between he and Oda Benga, is apparent in Delany's call 7 years earlier. Every people should be the originators of their own designs, the projector of their own schemes, and creators of the events that lead to their destiny, the consummation of their desires. We have native hearts and virtues, just as other nations, which in their pristine purity are noble, potent, and worthy of example. We are a nation within a nation. 35. An anthropology premised on the dominion of the other, an alternative space to that of the West, would necessarily transcend the delimitations of anthropometry. An anthropology postulated on the dignity and agency of the other as originators would generate an interrogation of alternative histories, alternative cultures, and alternative social orders. The beginnings of such an anthropology could be found in Delany's and Robert Camel's search for a place, Black separatism and Africa, when they negotiated their alternative aesthetics, describing the physical beauty of their Yoruba hosts, the complexity of their language, and the intricacies of their economic institutions. 36. The anthropology of Delany and Campbell, of official black envoys like George Washington Williams, John Henry Smith, George Washington Ellis, and Frederick Douglass, and of black missionaries like Henry McNeill Turner, Alexander Crummell, Edward Wilmot Blitten, and William Henry Shepherd, belied the inferiorization of Africans and Africans in the Americas through cultural studies. 37 In the late 19th century, published accounts of religious life, linguistics, and economics shadowed the rhetoric of skulls which sought to evacuate the workings of any creative intelligence among the other. And following the abolition of slavery in the U.S., scholars like Williams and Shepherd turned their attention to the black sites of the world system cemented into the most exploitative apparatus. In 1889, George Washington Williams, the author of the 2-volume A History of the Negro Race in America from 1619 to 1880, was commissioned by the American government to investigate the conditions in Leopold's Congo. On July 18, 1890, Williams wrote an open letter to his good and great friend, King Leopold of Belgium. In his conclusion, Williams exposed the counterfeits of the West's claims to superior moral and ethical development. Against the deceit, fraud, robberies, arson, murder, slave raiding, and general policy of cruelty of your Majesty's government to the natives, stands their record of unexampled patience, long-suffering and forgiving spirit, which put the boasted civilization and professed religion of your Majesty's government to the blush. 39. Among the 12 detailed charges Williams brought against Leopold were slavery, the prostitution of African women, forced labor, violations of international law and sovereignty, waging unjust and cruel wars against natives, gratuitous homicide, and the encouragement of cannibalism. Each indictment destruct the pillars of the epistemic hierarchy imagined for the West. But Williams also recognized the discursive restraints insinuated into any attempt to communicate between his anthropology and the system of knowledge barricading white consciousness. Despite his reputation for eloquence, Williams repeatedly capitulated before the horrors he witnessed. I have no adequate terms with which to depict. In that same year, 1890, William Shepherd and Samuel Lapsley met with Leopold before proceeding to the Congo to co-found the American Presbyterian Congo Mission. They were together because the Presbyterian Society could not imagine a black man heading a civilizing mission. 2 years later, Lapsley, Shepherd's white permission slip, was dead, and Shepard began the odyssey which would lead him into the space of death that Leopold had commissioned around rubber extraction in his private state. And in the 9th year of his mission, far from the racial violence at home he had sought to escape, his African communicants implored him to go and witness Leopold's culture of terror. Shepard knew what awaited him. It is just as if I were to take a rope and go out behind the house and hang myself to that tree, but he went. And in the village of the Zapo-Zap, Shepard's anthropology was transformed into a politics of outrage. He made note of 300 human skeletons, the flesh of many of them having been prepared as food. He saw a spear sticking out of the blackened heart of a man who had once been a friend. He counted 81 right hands, hacked from the living and dead, from the arms of adults and children, which were to be put in a basket and delivered to Beulah Mutadai. The Zapo-Zaps were unashamed. They held back nothing. Were they not the force public, trained and corrupted first by the slave trade and now selling their skills to Leopold, who demanded they bring back either tribute or proof of corporal punishment? 40. Shepard's testimony joined that of Williams, bonding with the anthropological narratives woven by Delaney, Cromwell, Blitten, Smith, Turner, Ellis, and all the other Africans who dreamed of home. Williams and Shepard had given the most exacting accounts of the human costs of the Congo rubber trade and, eventually, when those officials and their publics who could not qualify a black anthropology, read the redacted versions published by Edmund Morel, Roger Casement, Arthur Conan Doyle, and Joseph Conrad, the crusade to rid the Congo of Leopold's rule was on. Not surprisingly, given the space dominated by real anthropology, when the historians reconstructed the humanitarian campaign, the contributions of Williams and Shepard vanished. 41. Similarly, the erasure of this alternative anthropology occurs in the dominant narratives of the rehabilitation of American anthropology. In the central space of this narrative appears, instead, the figure of Franz Boas. It is Boas who made short work of the fabled cranial index. 42. Boas who develops a systematic critique of the racial, psychological, and cultural assumptions of 19th-century evolutionary anthropology. 43. Boas who battled the hereditarian racists and invented cultural anthropology. 44. Boas who raised American anthropology to a science. 45. And there is much credit to be accorded to Boas for rescuing American anthropology from the likes of Daniel Brinton and William McGee. In short, Boas is the culture hero of 20th-century American anthropology, a sort of remedial potion or antidote for the poisonous agassiz. Baldly put, Boas has been made to occupy the great man theory of history, here Peniwund on Boas' training as a physicist, and substantiated by the testimony of his students. 47. No Hegel/Kuhn paradigmatic shifts are required. Even Marvin Harris, who reconstructs the Boasian shift as a reaction to historical materialism, attributes Boas' profound recasting of anthropology to his natural gifts, superior education, and his Puritan devotion to facts. 48. Notwithstanding Boas' sustained challenge to the modernist construction of anthropology, he and those of his students who resituated primitive cultures within the embrace of human development obtained no clear victory. Until the present, academic anthropology and its kindred sciences have accommodated the discourses of human unity and racial hierarchy. As Stephen Jay Gould warns, the biological determinists inhabit both the ephemeral and deep structures of Western culture. Who even remembers the hot topics of 10 years ago, Shockley's proposals for reimbursing voluntarily sterilized individuals according to the number of IQ points below 100, the Great XYY debate, or the attempt to explain urban riots by diseased neurology of rioters. But I was inspired to write this book because biological determinism is rising in popularity again, as it always does in times of political retrenchment. The cocktail party circuit has been buzzing with its usual profundity about innate aggression, sex roles, and the naked ape. 49. Undaunted by the miserable errors and chicaneries of their predecessors, the reincarnations of Agassiz and McGee are concomitants of the cultural seasons occasioned by historical, economic, and political crises. Neither the Boasians nor Gould or Noam Chomsky and his colleagues are sufficient to nullify the credibility immediately extended to determinists like Philip Rushton or Frederick Goodwin, To name two of the most recently celebrated .50 each, for a brief moment, constitutes the immediate justification for the chain of practices which result, for an example, in the campaigns of sterilization which still target black and brown women in particular. .51. No rapprochement, no real proximity occurred between Boas' destabilizing cultural anthropology and the anthropology imagined by the other. The strategic negotiations around scientific practices between the epistemes of Boas and McGee concern the definition of the other as a contested site for discovery but not a locale of subjectivity. For an instance, between 1928 to 1933, Whistler, one of Boas' students and eventually director of the Committee for Research in Problems of Sex, sought to interrogate the natural sex behaviors of the uncivilized. Not until 1933 did Whistler acknowledge the existence of culture among his subjects, forcing him to transfer his attention to anthropoids. .52 Herskovits, on the other hand, stood fast on the original turf, pushing the disp roof of the superiority of Euro-American culture in the realm of religion, social organization, and family life, that the very word primitive came to be regarded as inadvisably invidious and pejorative. 53. Caroline Bonday, probably the first black PhD in anthropology, and Zora Neale Hurston aided the Boasians in their rupture of the fixed identities required by anthropometry. Day's A study of some Negro white families in the United States documented the vitality of mulattoes, thus raising them above Houghton's sterilization threshold, while Boas sent Hurston into Harlem to collect cephalic indexes. 54 Eventually, Papa Franz sent Hurston off to study black folklore, a journey from which Hurston never really returned, and further distanced his work from the subjectivity of the other. 55 It was not as if such opportunities were frequent. Including Day and Hurston, St. Clair Drake reports, up to 1945 when World War II ended, only 10 Afro-Americans had secured professional training in anthropology. 56 And until the Black Studies movement, generally located from the late 1960s, most black social scientists adhered rather closely to their disciplinary mainstreams with occasional forays into the hereditary genetics and IQ controversies. The bolder intellects, the heirs of Williams and Shepard like Hurston, Dunham, W.E.B. Du Bois, Carter G. Woodson, Oliver C. Cox, Horace Caton, and Drake, remained in semi-quarantine in mission and business-funded black colleges and educational organizations. 57. In light of the profound failures of American scientific practices and canon to achieve some internal legislative discipline over the hegemon of race, the Black Studies movement began the retrieval of the anti-modernist multiculturalism deposited in the anti-colonialist studies of Williams, Shepard, Blitten, George Padmar, C.L.R. James, Franz Fanon, Ames Césaire, Amilcar Cabral, Jean Price Mars, and others. Accompanied by similar initiatives in feminist and ethnic studies, the rupture of academia's modernist discourse on multiculturalism now appears permanent. No amount of exposure, however, dissuades the conceits of fabulists. 58 They remain eminent, powerful, and committed to the Aristotelian construction of the other. But now they are haunted by students who have encountered the anti-modernist anthropology, by colleagues whose research and publications have obtained prodigious volume. The eclipse of the racial fabulists, however, is momentary. They will continue to preserve their systems of knowledge for as long as the social order which they legitimate endures. And at present, not content merely to exist, drifting from one conceit to another, from one counterfeit to another, the racial fabulists and their sponsors have staked the future of higher education in their attempts to restore modernism. For the fabulists and their economic and state sponsors, the assault against anti-modernist multiculturalism is an assault against the democratization of knowledge. For them, either this other multiculturalism or higher education must be vanquished. This is the form assumed by anti-democracy for the moment. Chapter 8. Slavery and the Platonic Origins of Anti-Democracy. There was no action or belief or institution in Greco-Roman antiquity that was not one way or other affected by the possibility that someone involved might be a slave. M. I. Finley 1. The Twin Discourse of Slavery and Democracy. The present essay elaborates on ancient Greek thought, and especially upon Plato's Republic, a conflicted text, a work that not only surreptitiously recomposed the oppositions of freedom and slavery faced by Plato and his contemporaries, but also provided a rhetorical cornice for later disputants about democracy. For the Greek philosophers of the 5th and 4th centuries, a political theory of democracy was unimaginable. Irwin tells us that the best of them failed even to take up the task, since they thought that the Athenian democracy was theoretically indefensible. Instead, the gravity of philosophy was employed to absolve the failure. 2,000 years later, the loss to political theory was still being assessed, for the assumptions of Greek democracy are in some ways similar to, but in many important ways different from, those of what might loosely be called the modern liberal tradition. 2 Finley also argues that no democratic theory survives from 5th century Athens, 3 a view rejected by Cynthia Farrar, who maintains that a version of democratic theory is to be found in the ideas espoused by Protagoras, Thucydides, and Democritus. For in classical Athens, slavery and the discourse of democracy were twinned. As historical forces, however, they were opposed. The Athenian upper classes, the political interests most dependent on slavery, intuited that democratic values would inevitably mature in anti-slavery. The Democrats were just as certain that sooner or later slavery would subvert their status as free citizens. More than 2,000 years later, again under the pall of a slave economy, an accommodation between slavery and liberty was attempted by the framers of the American Constitution. A counterfeit democratic discourse masking republicanism was substituted in order to reconcile the competing economic and moral claims of liberalism. The monumental intelligence of Plato, the 4th century Athenian philosopher, proved to be significant in both instances. Plato's articulation of a racial social order convalesced the proximity of slavery and liberty. No longer, perhaps, the divine Plato celebrated during the Italian Renaissance, his episteme survived to fertilize and dominate the conceits masqueraded as American democracy. Of his numerous works opposing democracy, none is more central than the Republic, his ingenious architecture of a just order. In looking at this work, I agree with Irwin and Fisher. Irwin's lament assumes a particularly greater poignancy when we resituate the Hellenic failure as a portent of the moral catastrophes that attended the antinomies of American liberty and slavery. Ideology and textual interpretation. The interpretation of historical and literary texts is a daunting exercise. Evidently, the more disciplined the intelligence behind a work and urgent the anxiety surrounding its subject, the more fugitive its meaning may be. We require a method of excavation that neutralizes the encoded snares, narrative seductions, and elegant blandishments with which the text is salted. If we approach the Republic as the work of a political as well as philosophic imagination, Frederick Jameson might urge that we attempt to reveal the terms of Plato's ideological system, which the text represses. We should expect that these nodal points will be unrealized in the surface of the text. The logic of the narrative 5 typically, the closed text obscures its ideological purpose and represses opposing discourses. But like the compulsive analysis of psychoanalytic literature, the text scatters clues about. In its repetitiveness, its silences, and its corrupted, disjunctive speech, the text reveals what it was intended to conceal. Jameson refers to an ideological system, and the clearest presentation of the notion of ideology he employs is provided by James Kavanagh. Ideology does not primarily signify a consciously articulated set of ideas that form the explicit basis of a political worldview, but a system of unconscious or preconscious image concepts that form the implicit basis for a lived relation to the real. Ideology identifies a system of representations through which men and women imagine and experience as well as think about their relation to, and their place within, a given socio-economic mode of production and its class structure. Indeed, strictly speaking, ideology signifies no thing at all, but a type of relation, indispensable in any social formation, an imaginary relation of individuals to their real conditions of existence. 6. Ideology provides the inventory of the imagination, the symbolic itinerary of thought, the sensed representations of the real. These elements will constitute our interpretive system. With it we may determine whether the rudimentary evidence of the Republic's partisan character is substantiated by deeper interrogation, and what germ accounts for Western civilization's recurring susceptibility to the work. After several centuries, the interpretation of Plato has amounted to an industry. This is not quite as forbidding as it might first appear, since at least one extensive division of the industry is derisive, having been devoted to preserving particular traditions in the misinterpretation of Plato. 7 Nevertheless, the boundaries are broad and, as E. N. Tigerstedt concludes, to decide in each controversial case how Plato should be interpreted, is a matter of personal judgment and responsibility. We are in duty bound to do our best to ascertain, in accordance with the rules of historical and philological criticism, what Plato's words mean, but we have to make sure that we have exhausted the possibilities of objective interpretation before abandoning ourselves to the lures of subjectivism. 8. So let us proceed, as Socrates might have said. Situating Plato. The first step is to situate Plato. For that we will need instrumentation. Antonio Gramsci's reconstruction of Italian history provides us with the notion of organic intellectuals, individuals generated from particular activities of their social class whose ideas provided for their class homogeneity and consciousness of its function, in the economic, social and political field. 9. Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle might be usefully thought of as such organic intellectuals, produced in the praxis of training the young and advising the powerful. Their class was characterized by Thomas Africa as a leisure class, reflected the views of a defunct aristocracy. Labor and Commerce. 10. On that assumption, Plato's Republic might simply be read as a manifesto of this defunct aristocracy following upon its defeats at the end of the 5th century, the vanquishing and subsequent disintegration of the Athenian Empire, and the further commercialization and democratization of Athens in the first decades of the 4th century. Starting in 380 BC and for the next 50 years, the writings of Socrates catalogue the stasis of 4th century Greece. The enumeration of the evils from which Sparta was exempt is, and is meant to be, a roll of the major evils besetting the other states of the Hellenic world. These are, internal strife, slaughter and unlawful exile of citizens, seizure of property, revolutionary changes of constitution, abolition of debts, and redistribution of land. 11. However, as John Bremer has demonstrated, the Republic is no simple political tract. 12. Greek literature was meant to be read aloud, recited in the company of friends, at public occasions or within the academies of Plato, Socrates, or Aristotle. In the oral culture of the Greek polis, oration, recitation, and rhetoric were the commanding forms of thought and expression. The Republic is a masterpiece of the form. As Africa implies, such a deliberate style required the existence of leisure, freedom from mere preoccupations of labor, commerce, or the management of property and household affairs. In short, literature like the Republic or Aristotle's Politics emanated from an intellectual strata supported by unfree labor. Propertied classes in the Greek and Roman world derived their surplus, which freed them from the necessity of taking part in the process of production, not from wage labor, as in capitalist society, but mainly from unfree labor of various kinds. 13. The Republic is one of the 30-odd survivals of Plato's didactical lectures on conduct, effective thought, and the state of Athenian affairs. As a cultural, historical, and literary text, its interpretation requires an interpretive system conscious of the work's hegemonic authority. That system must also reveal the minimal units or ideologisms of its discursive structures, what Jameson terms its pseudo-idea systems and its proto-narrative systems. 14. As a dialogue, the work resonates with a particular stratagem of argumentation and demonstration. Apropos of the employment of the binary opposition, perhaps the signatory logical form found in the Republic and Plato's truer dialogues. Only Book I of the Republic corresponds to the dialogic form familiar to readers of Plato. For that and other reasons, some scholars have argued that Book I was written much earlier than the rest of the work and existed for some time as Thrasymachus, an independent dialogue. 15. We must be wary of the boundaries imposed by the social and political oppositions which hover beneath the work's surface. As we shall see, Greece was racked by the opposition between poverty and riches. Plato transcribed this social opposition between the few and the many into a philosophic contradiction between a chaotic injustice and moral perfection, and a political contradiction between democracy and me by philosopher kings. He proposed an opposition between the divine orderliness that an imagined hierarchy might achieve and the messiness of actual democracy. Addressing the construction of dualities, Frederick Jameson warns that the political imagination seeks desperately to transcend, generating the contradictories of each of these terms, mechanically generating all the syntheses logically available to it, while remaining locked into the terms of the original double bind 16. Plato's Republic as a Guide to Political Discipline. Keeping Jameson's remarks in mind, it is more than possible that the Republic is less about philosophic discovery than political discipline. Plato's choice of disputants in the first book of the Republic provides the initial hint of the political purpose of the work. Though largely lost on his later audiences and modern commentaries, the small group gathered at the home of Polemarchus was an unlikely social aggregate. Plato's select audience in the Academy understood this. But even for his original, intended audience, Plato was satisfied to use cultural persuasion, signification drawn upon overdetermined or prepacked symbolic materials, rather than resort to overt exposition. He counted on his audience's shared class prejudices, its shared political experiences, and its inventory of cultural political narratives. The aged Cephalus and his sons, Polemarchus, Lysias, and Euthydemus were metic manufacturers and merchants. As resident aliens in Athens, they were denied the political rights and protection afforded to citizens. 17 This would have fateful consequences. They were also a family long associated with Athenian democracy. Cephalus had emigrated to Athens from Syracuse at the behest and sponsorship of his friend Pericles, the prominent Athenian democratic leader in the middle third of the 5th century. Already affluent, Cephalus indicates he had accumulated even greater wealth as an arms manufacturer. However, during the oligarchic rule of the 30 tyrants in Athens, Polemarchus and Lysias were among the wealthy medics arrested by the extremist junta. Lysias and his brother Polemarchus may have been among the richest men in late 5th century Athens, and in 404 BC they are certainly said to have owned the largest number of slaves which can be reliably credited to any Greek of the classical period, but in Athens they were medics and enjoyed no political rights. 18 Polemarchus was executed by the Board of 11 and his property confiscated. After his own arrest, Lysias barely escaped with his life. But with the democracy restored, and upon his return from exile with the victorious Demos, Lysias had prosecuted Eratosthens at the court of accounting in 403 BC for his role in Polemarchus's execution. 19 Another witness to the Republic's dialogue, Niceratus, was the son of the rather wealthy Athenian leader Nicias and had met the same fate as Polemarchus. 20 Among the remaining prominent participants in the dialogue were Plato's brothers, Glaucon and Adiamantus, and the foreigner, Thrasymachus, the Chalcedonian teacher of rhetoric. Plato's family was aristocratic. His uncle Charmides and great-uncle Critias had been prominent in the extreme oligarchic rule of the 30 tyrants. As the discussion in the Republic runs its course, it becomes clear that Socrates' attention is largely directed to the instruction of Glaucon and Adiamantus, since the resident aliens and committed democrats alike are irrelevant to the future ideal polis. In view of these familial identities and political persuasions, it is possible to understand how Plato's aristocratic audience accepted Socrates' obviously facile refutations of the conjectures of Cephalus, Polemarchus, and Thrasymachus. Onas concludes, Socrates may be right, but his method of discussion and argument are not adequate to deal with someone who disagrees with him in a basic and systematic way. In Book I of the Republic we see the ineffectiveness of Socratic methods in dealing with the powerful claim of the moral skeptic, that there is really no reason to be just, and that one should, if one is rational and intelligent, look after one's own interest. 21 The first two were supporters of the democracy, medics, and manufacturers whose interference in Athenian politics had been at the cost of Polemarchus's life and the loss of much of the wealth Cephalus so valued. Finally, Lysias had publicly prosecuted a representative of Athens's aristocracy. Plato's original audience would have debased Cephalus and his sons on all four accounts. 22 Finally, Thrasymachus, Socrates' most persistent and rude interrogator in the dialogues, was both foreign and so arrogant as to demand payment for his thoughts. The Academy knew on both scores that Thrasymachus the sophist was unworthy to challenge Plato's master. The physical and temporal locations of the dialogue were also significant. Athenian law forbade Metic merchants to reside in Athens. Polemarchus resided with his fellow tradesmen and manufacturers in Piraeus, the licentious and prostitute-ridden seaport 5 miles southwest of Athens. 23 The port was thus associated with just the sort of self-indulgence and moral pollution which Socrates and Plato so frequently lamented. More importantly, in 403 BC, it was from Piraeus that the democratic resistance supported by Metics and slaves successfully besieged Athens and fought off the army of the 30 tyrants and their Spartan allies. 24 The dialogue itself, Plato hinted, had taken place in the late 420s. 25 Situating the Republic at Piraeus in the period preceding the oligarchic revolutions of 411 BC and 404 BC thus added a certain foreboding to the dialogue. In light of this indirect evidence, one might suspect the author of the Republic of special pleading. Our interpretive instrument, fortunately, generates a much more profound and substantial penetration of the text. This is particularly important if we pursue the Republic less for its peculiar notion of a just order or its Pythagorean metaphysics of absolutes than for its justification of the stratification of domination. One rather glaring instance of an unconscious or preconscious image concept in the Republic is Plato's evocation of Hesiod's myth of the origins of human development. Plato first advocates it as a noble lie with which to fashion the civic identity of his Republic. "We shall," I said, "tell our citizens the following tale: you are, all of you in this community, brothers. But when God fashioned you, he added gold in the composition of those of you who are qualified to be rulers, he put silver in the auxiliaries, and iron and bronze in the farmers and other workers." In the interests of unity, Juliana's remarks, the citizens are to be brought to accept a story which is avowedly not true. 26 Plato's unity, his just order, acquires its legitimation in part through the introduction of a racial proto-narrative. The racial character of Plato's myth. Scholars disagree strongly as to whether the ruse, the noble myth, reveals a sinister intent on Plato's part. The racial character and social, imaginary of the myth itself are troubling. The social imaginary of Plato's racial myth is a slave society, the social order long familiar to Greeks of the classical age and before. Classical Athens, like the other leading Greek city-states, was a slave society. Slave labor was exploited in agriculture, industry, commerce, domestic service, private and public management, entertainment, state service, and war by the rentier and hoplite classes, by small farmers and artisans, Metic merchants and manufacturers, as well as by the state. 27. The documents from the period indicate a general acceptance of slavery. Even when crisis turned into civil war and revolution, slavery remained unchallenged. 28 For Attica, two sources from the 4th century, the census of Demetrius of Phalerum and Hyprides, put the number of slaves at 400,000 and 150,000, respectively. 29 Finlay accepts a total between 60,000 to 80,000 for the period, while the most conservative surmises are as low as 20,000. 30 Desmond Lee estimates that the total population of Plato's Athens was between 200,000 to 300,000, 60,000 to 80,000. Slaves, 35,000 to 40,000 metics, and 35,000 to 45,000 male citizens. 31 Though it is not certain, the majority of slaves were apparently non-Greeks, a good proportion of those Thracians. 32. Gregory V. Lastos has persuasively demonstrated, taking to task John Wilde, that the presumption of slavery in the just order of the Republic is so unremarkable for Plato that his few references to that aspect of the economy are casual. 33 More significant, however, are Plato's justifications for slavery found scattered in his other works, particularly the laws and Timaeus. In the Republic, the gold which racially distinguishes those qualified to be rulers from the bronze of laborers, elsewhere in Plato are signified by logos and daza. Velastos drew attention to the importance of the slave metaphor in Plato's work by asserting, Plato uses one and the same principle to interpret political authority and the master's right to govern the slave, political obligation, and the slave's duty to obey his master. For Plato, Velastos understood, slavery was a key to the necessary order of the world. His views about slavery, state, man, and the world, all illustrate a single hierarchic pattern, and that the key to the pattern is in his idea of logos with all the implications of a dualist epistemology. The slave lacks logos, so does the multitude in the state, the body in man, and material necessity in the universe. Left to itself, each of these would be disorderly and vicious in the sense of that untranslatably Greek word, hybris. Order is imposed upon them by a benevolent superior, master, guardian, mind, demiurge. In such an intellectual scheme, slavery is natural, in perfect harmony with one's notions about the nature of the world and of man. 34. Velastos argued that the transference of the slave metaphor between Plato's anthropology, political theory, and ethics, logos, and his metaphysics and cosmology was the elementary premise of Plato's refutation of the contract theorists and their subversive view that slavery was unnatural. His attack extended to Ionian physics as a consort to democratic theorists. The debate between Plato and those intent upon trivializing slavery as a mere convention concerned the economic basis of Athenian society. Their conflicting idealism, Velastos insisted, mirrored the real contradiction in Athenian society, a free political community that rested on a slave economy. 35. No wonder, then, despite his objections to Plato's just order, Aristotle felt compelled to reaffirm Plato's argument, instituting natural law to justify slavery. Therefore, whenever there is the same wide discrepancy between human beings as there is between soul and body or between man and beast, then those whose condition is such that their function is the use of their bodies and nothing better can be expected of them, those, I say, are slaves by nature. So normal was the inferiorization and omnipresence of slaves to Plato and his contemporaries that but for a few scattered texts in the Athenian orators and a handful of inscriptions we should have hardly any specific evidence of the central role played by slaves in production even in Attica itself. 36. Douglas Olson informs us that the protocols of power relations and social discourse between Athenian citizens and slaves are preserved in Aristophanes' comedies. The fact that mute slaves often have names while slaves with speaking parts do not, suggests that something important is at stake here. Silent slaves can accordingly be allowed, not only for the sake of social verisimilitude but also in order that vocatives can be used against them to determine their behavior. Servile characters who can speak to their masters, on the other hand, are apparently best kept anonymous and thus prevented from wielding their names in potentially subversive ways. 37. In the Republic, the determinant place of this racial fiction as a conceit in Plato's own ideology is revealed later when it rather surprisingly resurfaces as a part of Plato's political theory. In Book 8 of the Republic, we discover Plato resorting to the same mythic material as a means of explaining the beginnings of imperfect societies or imperfect constitutions. Plato asserts that change in any society starts with civil strife among the ruling class. Confronted by the self-invented paradox 38 that his perfect state has changed, Plato sought to escape responsibility by momentarily surrendering instruction to the Muses. Shall we invoke the Muses, like Homer, and ask them to tell us how the quarrel first began? According to the Muses, the first instance of such division within the ruling class results from the trespass against the myth. This whole geometrical number, controlling the process, determines the quality of births, and when the guardians ignore this and mate brides and bridegrooms inopportunely, the resulting children will be neither gifted nor lucky. In the next generation rulers will be appointed who have lost the true guardian's capacity to distinguish the metals from which the different classes of your citizens, like Hesiads, are made, gold, silver, bronze, and iron, and when iron and silver or bronze and gold are mixed, an inconsistent and uneven material is produced, whose irregularities, wherever they occur, must engender war and hatred. That, then, is the pedigree of strife, wherever it happens. In similar fashion, Plato then determines that the next degradation of society, from timarchy to oligarchy, is again a responsibility of the ruling class. Timarchy degenerates into the further concentration of wealth and the eventual disfranchisement of the poor through oligarchic legislation, armed violence, and terrorism. In time, oligarchic society, split into two factions, inevitably nurtures the seeds of its own destruction, a class of renegade, impoverished oligarchies. This neglect and the encouragement of extravagance in an oligarchy often reduces to poverty men born for better things. Some of them are in debt, some disfranchised, some both, and they settle down, armed with their stings, and with hatred in their hearts, to plot against those who have deprived them of their property and against the rest of society, and to long for revolution. From these embittered elites emerge the leaders of the democratic revolution. Finally, unavoidably, it is only in the ultimate degeneracy that the demos becomes the culpable class. The demos, reacting to the counter-revolution of the wealthy, put forward a single popular leader, whom they nurse to greatness. This leadership is the root from which tyranny invariably springs. Democracy and its issue, tyranny, spring from miscegenation and fractures of the ruling class. Of course, Plato's political theory is a total fiction. It corresponds to neither the surviving testimony of revolutionary change in Greek societies nor to the documented reconstructions of later ancient Roman historians and modern classicists. For one instance, Solon, an oligarch credited with laying down the founding codes of Athenian democracy, indicates that it was a popular rebellion rather than factionalism in the ruling class that compelled radical changes in the Athenian polis at the beginning of the 6th century. In the midst of Solon's boasts, we find a rebellion. Add another than I taken the goad in hand, a wicked and avid man, he would not have been able to keep the people in check. For if I had wanted what those who were in revolt were wanting then, or again what their opponents would have wished for them, the city would have been bereft of many men. 39. Plato's historical environment was full of counter-instances to his political theory. The oligarchy's massacre of 700 demos at Aegina in the early 5th century, the oligarchic destruction of the democracies in Samos and Rhodes, the aristocratic defense of Phlius in 369 BC, the democratic example of Plato's aristocratic contemporary Empedocles at Acragas, the Skytalismos' democratic revolt in Argos, and earlier the tyrannies of the 6th century, which were quisling regimes for their Persian masters. 40 Modern historians like A. Fuchs 41, Finlay 42, Seeley 43 and St. Croix confirm similar problematics in the 5th and 4th centuries for Plato's political theory. According to Paul Cartledge, the age of revolution preceding the appearances of democracy in the 5th century was conditioned by relative overpopulation leading to settlement abroad and stimulating a decisive switch from pasturage to arable farming at home, growth of overseas trade, especially in metals and luxury goods and raw materials, decline of monarchy, full development of the polis, questioning of social and political values, and contrivance of new political expedients. 44. Almost exclusively, Plato draws attention to the ruling classes in both his political theory and philosophy. It is as if the rest of Greek humanity was not real to him. For Plato, the lack of discipline within the ruling classes was a sufficient explanation for the successive appearances of imperfect constitutions, each more degraded than its predecessor. Plato's political theory thus repressed the history of popular rebellion and with it the recognition that social agency might have its genesis from the general populace. Even in his treatment of the degeneracy of democracy to tyranny, the demos is denied true agency through the selection of a demagogue. In his philosophy, justice is opposed to liberty and equality. Logically, then, he is compelled to substitute theory for the literary and cultural record that revealed the long history of popular rebellion in the Greek experience. This repression was one aspect of his political imagination, his experience of the real, his ideology. One other aspect of his political theory was its manufacture of the historical origins of power. For Plato, power was identical to nobility. In his presentation, the concentrations of power in Greece were totally divorced from an association with the ill-remembered centuries of tribal warfare, organized violence, pillage, exploitation of agrarian cultivators, colonization, piracy, and migration, in short, all we know of Greek dynastic history from the Dorian invasions to the 4th century. On the issue of these events as sources of timarchic, oligarchic, and tyrannical societies, Plato is silent. He suffocates a Thucydidean history by substituting a fabulous and theoretic construction of antecedent events. The mythical terms through which he relates to the real are ideological. Plato's contemporary, Isocrates, embellished a similar fabulous history. 45 The Republic is a proto-narrative system, a social fantasy proceeding from the pre-constructed reality that the aristocratic classes are the descendants of the gods. Why Plato's influence persists. Plato's fascinating deceits in the Republic were inspired by the supersession of a narrow class partisanship. The deficiencies which have so frequently subverted modern Western commentaries on Plato are of a different order. Yet the two are related. If we are to understand a fundamental reason for the appreciation of Plato's work after the passage of more than 2 millennia, it becomes necessary to assemble Plato's moral and social philosophical thought with the historical provenance of modern Western civilization. From the time of Aristotle to the presence of slave systems, slave trades, and slave economies was nearly a constant in the historical record of the West. In Europe itself, in the Eastern, Mediterranean, and Western regions, large or small-scale slave systems occur from the Roman imperial era down to modern times. 46 During this 2,000-year period, and beyond the European peninsula itself, Western economies have either cohered to, appropriated, or invented slave systems in Asia, Africa, or the Americas. Though, obviously, slavery was not a uniquely Western institution, the problem of slavery in Western culture manifested itself in particular forms. It concerned the contradictions between slavery and the ethical, philosophical, and social impulses coalescing into Western humanism. The presence of slavery in Western civilization has, as Finlay persuasively shows, played havoc with modern Western historiography. Assessing the most important studies of slavery in the past 300 years, Finlay remarks, men of firm belief were compelled to find some sort of explanation of the long survival of slavery after the triumph of Christianity. 47 For example, that discursive practice which Hayden White maintains is inextricably bound up with modern Western culture's notions about its own identity, its status as a civilization. 48 Similarly, in the most eminently authoritative moral, theological, political, and juridical discourses spawned in the West, the rationalizations of slavery were legion. The scholastic defenders of slavery could be found in every epoch, pagan or Christian, ancient and medieval, feudal and bourgeois, the Enlightenment and its successors. In sheer number and resourcefulness, if not in conceptual consistency, the apologists, among them Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, Augustine, Aquinas, Thomas More, Las Casas, Grotius, Hobbes, and Locke, easily overwhelmed their formal opposition, just as earlier Plato had vanquished the anti-slavery sophists. 49. After the 14th century, as the more powerful European states became implicated in world systemic slave systems, the utility of Platonic and Aristotelian thought became greater. The philosophy of Aristotle had such an authority in 16th and 17th century Spain, that any attack on him was regarded as a dangerous heresy, and the politics enjoyed a respect casi superstitioso. 50 David Bryan Davis acknowledges that the frigid sympathy for the slave, which W. L. Westermann had ascribed to the Roman world, seemed all but extinguished. Throughout Europe scholars debated the relation of slavery to divine and natural law as an exercise in dialectic. It was as if the learned volumes on law and statecraft had been produced in a different world from that which contained the Negro captives awaiting shipment at Elmina Castle, the disease and sickening stench of the slave ships, and the regimented labor of colonial plantations. 51 Davis continues that the inherent contradiction of human slavery had always generated dualisms in thought, but by the 16th and 17th centuries Europeans had arrived at the greatest dualism of all, the momentous division between an increasing devotion to liberty in Europe and an expanding mercantile system based on Negro labor in America. Paradoxically, the unprecedented breadth of the debates around African slavery which raged in Europe and the New World in the 18th and 19th centuries concealed a deeper cultural consensus, the recession to a racialized discourse. Velastos concluded from his critique of Plato that a consistent democratic philosophy would repudiate slavery altogether. 52 The abolition of slavery proclaimed in 1794 by the National Convention during the French Revolution can be read as a confirmation of that viewpoint. 53 That this was not the case with the founding of the American Republic, a decade earlier, suggests that something other than a consistent democratic philosophy informed North American republicanism. Democratic philosophy was subverted by plutocracy, the construction of a politico-economic order whose rulers depended on the preservation of a slave economy, the exploitation of white laborers, the severe restriction of women's political rights, and the expropriation of Native Americans. During the 18th and 19th centuries, the Hellenism of the Anglo-Saxon world, as articulated in its moral and aesthetic literature and its social thought, centered on Plato, Aristotle, and Homer. Coleridge narrowed that list even further when he declared, "Every man is born an Aristotelian, or a Platonist. They are the two classes of men, beside which it is next to impossible to conceive a third." 54 Aristotle, in particular, fell on fertile soil in the racialisms of Anglo-Saxonism in Victorian England and plantocracy in America and the British West Indies. 55 Mavis Campbell 56 discusses in detail the Aristotelian influence on George Fitzhugh. 57 George Frederick Holmes 58 John Calhoun 59 and Arthur Lee. 60 The presence of Aristotle's politics was so ubiquitous among the numerous defenses of slavery that Campbell suggests, it would be too extensive a list to name, all the 19th century Southerners who were influenced by Aristotle. 61 others argue along the same line. W. S. Jenkins says that the Aristotelian influence upon Southern thought was strong and may be traced through much of the pro-slavery literature. 62 James Oakes similarly says, Alfred Taylor Bledsoe, Thomas R. R. Cobb, and other pro-slavery writers, gave prominent display to quotations from Aristotle's Politics. Antebellum Southerners were apparently more receptive to Aristotle's extreme pronouncements than were the philosopher's fellow Athenians. 63. In late 18th century America, democracy was abhorrent to the most prominent and influential revolutionists. 64 As Edmund Morgan observed, the key to the puzzle, historically, Virginia. Virginia was the largest of the new U.S. in territory, in population, in influence, and in slave-holding. 65 Thomas Jefferson and James Madison acquired slaves while opposing slavery, and like most in their fraternity, they fought and spoke for liberty while opposing democracy. Jefferson, intimately familiar with the anti-ants, was very critical of Plato. In his private correspondence, Jefferson frequently referred to Plato's foggy brain and his abuse of Socrates. 66 In a letter to John Adams in 1814, Jefferson commented on the Republic, while wading through the whimsies, the puerilities and unintelligible jargon of this work, I laid it down often to ask myself how it could have been, that the world should have so long consented to give an reputation to such nonsense as this. And particularly, how could Cicero bestow such eulogies on Plato? 67 Fitzhugh, who edited this correspondence, himself enthuses over our Indo-European stock, that masterful race of tall, blue-eyed, blonde-haired Northmen, whose European beginnings we have now learned to identify with the Greeks and Romans of antiquity themselves, but whose spiritual and racial unity had scarcely been established in the science of Jefferson's day. 68 Yet he, one of the most precocious intellects of his generation, reconciled these contradictions through race. However critical he was on other matters, on slavery and racial superiority, Jefferson never issues a challenge to Plato. Instead, Jefferson wholly mimicked the anti-ants' construction of doctrines supportive of a racial order. Comparing by their faculties of memory, reason, and imagination, it appears to me, that in memory they are equal to the whites, in reason much inferior. Many millions of them have been brought to, and born in America. Some have been liberally educated, and all have lived in countries where the arts and sciences are cultivated to a considerable degree, and have had before their eyes samples of the best works from abroad. But never yet could I find that a black had uttered a thought above the level of plain narration, never see even an elementary trait of painting or sculpture. 69. Jefferson thus complemented the race discourse fertilizing in race science 70 and popular culture 71 of 18th and 19th centuries in Europe and America. Among the ruling classes as well as the laboring classes, the inventions of the white and black races rationalized the suturing of liberty, freedom, domination, and oppression. 72 Winthrop Jordan provides an artifact of the moral and political system being displaced by race discourse in the 18th century. In the Virginia Code of 1705 Negroes, mulattoes, or Indians, although Christians, or Jews, Moors, Mahometans, or other infidels were barred from purchasing Christian servants. The invention of the idea of a race, along with the idea of ineradicable differences between races, made it possible for people who believed in liberty and in freedom to also believe simultaneously in liberty and freedom for themselves and in their right to dominate and to oppress others. The social imaginary of a slave order enveloped morality and consigned the reciprocal principles of community to a select few. Many scholars concerned with the anomaly between the American Revolution and slavery still insist the problem was reconciling natural rights philosophy and slavery. 18th century science had concluded that Negroes were, like the whites, Homo sapiens, but this conclusion did not conflict with the reality that Negroes were men, persons, who were legally property. In the colonial ideology the right of property was central. 73 Juxtaposed to the older and more local signs of difference, the racial codes assigned to previously enslaved peoples in Europe, the invented races brought to the white imagination a sociology of desire perhaps more accessible than Christian community. The new difference permitted suspension of the reach of the moral, gentle protocols lurking within Christianity. But simultaneously, within the embrace of the white race, the new difference affirmed and conditioned the fraternal kinship between the superior and less privileged strata. 74. The constitutional debates read as if they were drawn directly from the Republic. This is not surprising since much of what passed for learning in the period stressed the classics. 75 As Pierce Butler, one of the framers, assured a friend in October, 1787, we tried to avoid what appeared to us the weak parts of antient as well as modern republics. 76 Apparently, they believed they had discovered what Fustel de Calanges later drew from the Greek experience. The ruling class would perhaps have avoided the advent of democracy if they had been able to found what Thucydides calls, that is to say, the government for a few, and liberty for all. 77. Most certainly, a strong anti-democratic spirit enveloped the proceedings at Philadelphia in 1787. 78 Sherman of Connecticut abhorred direct elections. The people, he said, should have as little to do as may be about the government. They want information and are constantly liable to be misled. Elbridge Gerry, who refused to endorse the convention's agreement, suggested, the evils we experience flow from the excess of democracy. Madison warned, democratic communities may be unsteady, and be led to action by the impulse of the moment. At the close of the convention, George Mason, the wealthy Virginian who also opposed the final constitutional draft, reported on its handiwork, this government will set out a moderate aristocracy. It is at present impossible to foresee whether it will, in its operation, produce a monarchy, or a corrupt, tyrannical aristocracy. It will most probably vibrate some years between the two, and then terminate in the one or the other. 79 Madison, his social and political junior, agreed, the new state was an oligarchy. In the discussion regarding Senate terms of office, Madison suggested that long terms provided necessary permanency, landholders ought to have a share in the government, to support these valuable interests. They ought to be so constituted as to protect the minority of the opulent against the majority. 80. Many constitutional scholars for whom Madison's words are normally authoritative routinely ignore such sentiments. They prefer the interpretation of the Constitution which ennobles its architects. Here is one fundamental truth about the Founding Fathers: they were first and foremost superb democratic politicians. 81 Over the years, then, the ignominy of the oligarchies and their governing machinery has been concealed. Indeed, a fabulous academic literature has enveloped the Founding Fathers, nurturing a science of pseudo-democracy whose métier is the electoral phenomena associated with representative democracy. 82 This counterfeit democratic tradition is openly hostile to the periodic outbreaks of what it redundantly terms participatory or direct democracy. 83 Ironically, the tradition and its techniques often parrot the corruption of philosophic instruction which Plato criticized in the Republic. Suppose a man was in charge of a large and powerful animal, and made a study of its moods and wants, he would learn when to approach and handle it, when and why it was especially savage or gentle, what the different noises it made meant, and what tone of voice to use to soothe or annoy it. All this he might learn, and then call it a science, and reduce it to a system and set up to teach it. But he would not really know which of the creature's tastes and desires was admirable or shameful, good or bad, right or wrong, remaining quite blind to the real nature of and difference between inevitability and goodness. It was to this queer procedure that Finlay addressed himself in a severe critique of the pseudo-democratic subterrane he uncovered in Seymour Martin Lipset's Political Man. Finlay suggested, both Plato and Lipset would leave politics to experts, the former to rigorously trained philosophers who, having apprehended the truth, will thereafter be guided by the truth absolutely, the latter to professional politicians, who will be guided by their expertise in the art of the possible and be periodically checked by an election, the democratic device that gives the people a choice between competing groups of experts, and, to that extent, a measure of control. Both agree that popular initiative in political decisions is disastrous, naive ideology. 84. 85 The elitist theory of democracy which Lipset championed did not so much appropriate Plato but rather mirrored its Platonic genealogy. It has long been evident that the Republic's purpose was to mount a sustained attack on democracy. But its durability as an eminent work in modern liberal democratic society has been taken as a testament to the recognition of its literary, philosophical, ethical, and historical merits rather than its ideological prosecution. Such is not the whole explanation. In its anti-democratic plutocratic prejudice, the Republic provides an authority rich in intellectual stratagems apropos to the political discourse embedded in the American political order. Plato survives because if he had not existed, he would have had to be invented. Part 3. On World Politics and U.S. Foreign Policy. Chapter 9. Fascism and the Response of Black Radical Theorists. At the end of the war, Nazism was the damned part of Western civilization, the symbol of evil. Saul Friedlander 1. The purpose of this essay is to uncover a black construction of fascism concealed by the general inattention to critical black political thought in academic circles. In scholarship as with commonplace discourse, black political thought like black political activity is customarily treated as derivative. One almost needs, then, a critical theory to simply presume that a black signification of fascism is worth investigation. Here I shall attempt not merely to rehearse the diverse resistances to fascism mounted by ordinary blacks in the diaspora and their leaders, but to formulate a theory of fascism from their common discourse. The final objective is to determine whether a different significance for fascism emerged from within black historical consciousness, a meaning distinct from the hegemonic or conventional interpretations of fascism. Our objective then is an oppositional discourse which reflected whatever is generic in the black experience of the West's contradictions. The meanings of fascism. The scholar who seizes upon the study of fascism has taken on a rather daunting task. This is not simply because by this time the preceding interrogations into the advent and characters of fascism have produced a formidable mountain of documentation. One must also contend with the fact that academic fascist studies is an industry which finds its complements of course in the mass media and entertainment industries of popular culture. But this compacted consortium is merely symptomatic of the real difficulty. The real problem is that this euphonious recital of fascism constitutes a conceit. The dominant constructions of fascism by Western historians and social theorists as right-wing extremism, neurotic authoritarianism, or as a radical resistance to modernization are those of an ideology and a particular political system of a specific geographical area in a delimited period of time. In other words, according to its principal interpreters, fascism proper was restricted to Europe between the First and Second World Wars, assuming sometimes the form of state regimes and elsewhere that of more or less mass movements. 3 This appears to be the limit of the conceptual consensus concerning fascism. Some scholars have attempted to distinguish between the fascisms which erupted in Central and Eastern Europe from those of Western Europe, others, to differentiate between fascist movements in agrarian societies from those in industrialized countries. There is also considerable controversy pertaining to the social base of fascism, some of its students stressing the importance of the role that industrialists and large landowners played in fascist states, others focusing on the petty bourgeoisie and the bureaucrats. Not infrequently one encounters in a single authority contradictory claims, laying the blame for fascism on practically every social category imaginable. For example, in his detailed study of Hitler's electorate, Richard Hamilton discovered that Nazi voters were industrial workers, peasants, bureaucrats, the rich, educated, and cosmopolitan, and the petty bourgeoisie. 4. 10 years ago, in an essay devoted to what he describes as the only genuinely novel or original form of radicalism emerging from World War I, Stanley Payne summarized the most essential of the competing treatments of the nature, meaning and causes of fascism. He began with the earliest debates on fascism, the classical, Marxist interpretation of the 1920s that fascism was a violent, dictatorial agent of bourgeois capitalism, the contemporary but alternative views of Benedetto Croce and Friedrich Meinecke that fascism was a product of a cultural and moral breakdown, of Erich Fromm, Wilhelm Reich and Theodor Adorno that fascism was the result of neurotic or pathological psychosocial impulses, and of Ortega y Gasset that fascism was the product of the rise of amorphous masses. Payne maintained that the conceptualization of fascism continued to proliferate in the post-war era. For A.F.K. Organski and Ludovico Garuxio, fascism was the consequence of a certain stage of economic growth, or historical phases of national development. For Hannah Arendt, Karl Friedrich and Zbigniew Brzezinski, fascism was a typical manifestation of 20th-century totalitarianism. For Ernst Nolte, Wolfgang Sauer, Henry A. Turner, and Barrington Moore, Jr., it was resistance to modernization while, to the contrary, A. James Gregor, Karl Bracher, and Alan Cassels argued that fascism displayed both pro- and anti-modernization impulses, and for Renzo de Felice and Seymour Lipset, fascism was a unique radicalism of the middle classes. It should not be surprising that some of these same scholars eventually repudiated the coherence of any generic notion of fascism. 5. Drawing on the work of Ernst Nolte, Payne himself concluded with some qualification that the essence of fascism was negation, ideology, and organizational style. And based upon Eugen Weber's approach, Payne identified 6 varieties of fascism: the Italian pluralistic subspecies, the remarkably fanatical German National Socialism, the Catholic and traditionalist Spanish Phalangism, the semi-religious Romanian Iron Guard, the Arrow-Cross Hungarian movement, and the bureaucratic fascisms of right-wing authoritarian regimes in Eastern Europe. 6 Upon reflection, then, it becomes apparent that Payne achieved merely the illusion of bringing order to the classificatory chaos of fascist studies. Payne might have fared better if he had more seriously entertained the nugatory, that is the proposition that fascism was not a thing, not a generic political phenomenon. The meaning of fascism, in contradistinction to the advent of fascism, is embedded in what Hayden White asserts is a specific discursive practice, namely, Western historiography. Western culture has endowed history as both a place where a distinctively human nature makes its appearance and the process by which the human species realizes its destiny. In this respect, the long debate over the question of historical knowledge seems to be inextricably bound up with modern Western culture's notions about its own identity, its status as a civilization, and the nature and value of that modernity to which, with varying degrees of pride, it lays claim. 7. In this sense, from at least the 17th century, the practices of historical writing in the West have had less to do with comprehending past human societies than with the tribal desire to order them hierarchically. For this reason, White recommends an historical theory which centers on a consideration of the rhetoric of historical discourse. As such, it becomes necessary to postulate that the meaning of fascism, the reason for the multi-iconic industries which interrogate and celebrate fascism, is the historical manufacture of fascism as a negation of the Western Geist. The occurrence of fascism has been taken to signify the damned historical identity which the West almost assumed but ultimately rejected. Fascism was made to signify the dark side of Western civilization. As Ernst Nolte observed, fascism is at the same time resistance to practical transcendence and struggle against theoretical transcendence. Fascism pursues its resistance to transcendence from within that transcendence and at times in the clear consciousness of a struggle for world hegemony. Fascism represents the second and gravest crisis of liberal society, since it achieves power on its own soil and in its radical form is the most complete and effective denial of that society. 8. For Nolte, practical and theoretical transcendence were identical to liberalism, that is, with what Engels and Marx referred to as bourgeois society and Hayden White addresses as modern Western culture. The advent of fascism has been employed, then, as a confirmation of the existence of the epistemic West, a substantiation of the philosophic identity between Western civilization, Western culture, and human destiny. 9. In sum, the presentation of fascism reproduces what Umberto Eco refers to as an exemplary narrative. There is a hero who asserts a value to be pursued. In order to secure and protect this value, an interdiction must be respected. The interdiction is violated, either by the hero under the influence of a villain, or by the villain himself to the detriment of the hero, and a misfortune results. At this point a rescuer intervenes and engages in a struggle with the villain until victory is attained. The defeat of the villain re-establishes the compromised value. 10. In the exemplary tales which constitute the interrogation of fascism, the hero is the West, the value is individual freedom, the interdiction is authoritarian mass movements, the villain, charismatic leaders, the misfortune, fascism, the rescuer, bourgeois democracies, the struggle, the Second World War, the moral. The hero was imprudent, but managed to redeem himself on his own. From the perspective of many non-Western peoples, however, the occurrence of fascism, that is militarism, imperialism, racialist authoritarianism, choreographed mob violence, millenarian crypto-Christian mysticism, and a nostalgic nationalism, was no more an historical aberration than colonialism, the slave trade, and slavery. Fascism was and is a modern social discipline which, much like its genetic predecessors, Christianity, imperialism, nationalism, sexism, and racism, provided the means for the ascent to and preservation of power for elitists. And as a discipline of domination, the conditions of existence are those paradigmatic moments in the West's historical experience when the disintegration of one hierarchical social order provides the occasion for the instituting of a successor under a new regime of truth. And like Christianity and nationalism, the ethos of fascism swept through the whole of Western civilization, notwithstanding the conspicuous particularities evident at specific localities. As such, for a moment it manifested itself in national or societal arenas while actually composed from the ideological, political, and technological materials of a civilization. It is, then, a mistake to posit fascism as an inherent national trait or to ascribe it to a particular culture or class. The black masses and fascism. In the post-war period, in the wake of ideological challenges from workers' movements and renegade intelligentsias in the European metropole, and the structural breakdown and or elasticity of war-exhausted economies and nation-states, fascist ideologies offered an apocryphal alternative to the disintegration of Europe. The adoration of war for its own sake would provide the political and moral will which would ensure the solidarity of the West. Mussolini declared, "Fascism believes neither in the possibility nor the utility of perpetual peace." War alone brings up to its highest tension all human energy and puts the stamp of nobility upon the peoples who have the courage to meet it. And Hitler insisted, in eternal warfare mankind has become great, in eternal peace mankind would be ruined. 11. It was indeed, the nature of fascist war which had its most telling effect on ordinary black men and women. By the early 1930s, when it had become evident that Mussolini's war ambitions had been limited to Africa by the foreign policies and interests of the more powerful nations in Europe, 12 blacks had already sustained crushing defeats on the international arena in Cuba, Haiti, and Liberia. In 1912, Afro-Cuban nationalists had been subjected to a near-genocidal war under the direction of U.S. officials. 13. In 1915, the U.S. had begun what was to be a 19-year occupation of Haiti. 14. And in 1929, the U.S. State Department had bludgeoned the corrupt Americo-Liberian elite into abject submission to American capital. 15. In America, to further deepen these humiliations, blacks had to contend with the spectacle of their most influential race leaders as collaborators. The diffidence of leaders like Washington in the Haitian affair, the role of figures like Dubois in the opposition to and the destruction of the UNIA's organization and program, Dubois' collaboration with the War Department during the First World War, the collusion of black leaders with the Liberian elite's use of forced labor, had all produced a deep resentment towards a stratum whose greed and self-deceptions led it to identifications with American imperialism at home and black ruling class oligarchies abroad. 16. Deprived of radical leadership by the now decimated Universal Negro Improvement Association and the ambiguous and fluid policies of the Communist Party, the U.S., William Scott writes, aroused blacks in the U.S. mounted a vigorous campaign between 1935 and 1936 to save the last outpost of Negro rule in the world from white domination. Often reactive to events, the resistance to fascist Italy's African imperialism more and more took on the character of a grassroots black nationalism. 17. And, perhaps, because it was not beholden to any established organization or fettered by established leadership, this nationalistic attitude was prevalent in Black America, permeating every geographical section of the nation. 18. While in the U.S., mass rallies and support groups were reported in Chicago, New York, Miami, Fort Worth, Okmulgee, Washington, D.C., and Mobile, and letters to black newspapers like the Chicago Defender, the Pittsburgh Courier, the Amsterdam News, and the Baltimore Afro-American registered a general outrage. Black protests extended well beyond the U.S. Elsewhere, 100 Liberian, Ovambo, and Caro dock workers in Southwest Africa refused to work on Italian ships. In Kenya, the Kikuyu Central Association enlisted volunteers for the campaign. In Ethiopia, Egyptian doctors reported to Addis Ababa, and hundreds of West Indians from British Guyana, Cuba, and Trinidad to the Bahamas requested permission from their colonial authorities to enlist in the armies of Ethiopia. 19. From America, the British Consul General Sir G. Campbell wrote the Foreign Office, "It seems as though the normally legal and patriotic British West Indian and British Guianan natives as well as the Afro-Americans in the community have lost their sense of perspective over the dispute." 20. Anti-fascism was thus spontaneously extended throughout the black world. And it is a certainty that Campbell's discomfort would have been even more acute had he encountered James Moody. In June 1935, Moody, an unemployed rock driller, wrote to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the President of the U.S., "Now this is my point of view, you have 2 million black citizens that are classed as undesirables that voluntarily want to get back to the land from which their forefathers had come by force, which is Africa, the land of the Ethiopia, and it would save the government millions of dollars by sending them there." 21. Frustrated by their own lack of resources and the shortness of the war in Ethiopia, perhaps as many as 100 African Americans joined the international brigades fighting for the government in the Spanish Civil War. 22. There they joined blacks from Africa, the West Indies, Europe, and Latin America. Langston Hughes, who as a journalist spent nearly half of 1937 in Spain, reports that some of them in the brigades told me, by fighting against Franco they felt they were opposing Mussolini. 23. Hughes arrived at Albacete too late to give Milton Herndon the greeting sent by his younger brother Angelo. Milton Herndon had been killed in battle on the 13th of October. But Milton's comrades remembered what he had told them: yesterday, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia; today, Spain; tomorrow, maybe America. Fascism won't stop anywhere, until we stop it. 24. The Black Radical Theorists. Many of the radical black intellectuals who witnessed the rise of fascism in Europe were convinced that whatever its origins, at some point fascism had become an instrument of capitalists with the objective of destroying working-class movements. In 1937, in his World Revolution, C.L.R. James, while crediting the paralyzing conflict between Stalin's Communist International and the Second International for their part in the rise of Nazism, also observed that from 1931, more and more groups of German capitalists began to see their way out in Hitler. 25. James came closest to the Euro-Marxist construction of fascism, casting his interpretation of that movement almost wholly in terms of Europe, class struggle, and the clash between capitalism on one side and, on the other, the treacherous sibling rivalry between the Second and Third Internationals. He remained true to this position long after the events leading up to the Second World War. In 1960, he wrote, "The black shirt movement of Mussolini and the brown shirt movement of Hitler were organized for the sole purpose of destroying the threat of a socialist society that the working class now posed, with the example of a Soviet state actually in existence." 26. He was also persuaded that the victory of fascism in Germany, the victory of reaction all over Central and Eastern Europe, and in Spain and France. 27. Harry Haywood, who had spent 6 months as a political commissar with the Abraham Lincoln Battalion in Spain, concurred, the Spanish Civil War was a part of the worldwide drive for fascism. 28. George Padmar and Oliver Cromwell Cox, however, saw the emergence of fascism somewhat differently. Padmar had resigned from the Communist International in the mid-1930s because of his refusal to accept the new official line which distinguished between democratic imperialists and fascist imperialists. 29. In 1937, in his Africa and World Peace, Padmar had come to the resolve that fascism was a response to the breakdown of capitalist economy. It is exactly because of the disintegration of capitalist imperialism that it became necessary for the ruling class of Germany to discard bourgeois democratic institutions and resort to open terroristic dictatorship, in order to maintain their position. 30 and 10 years later, Oliver C. Cox sought to reconcile the advent of the Second World War with the notion of fascism as an expression of capitalism. The basis of many of the seeming inconsistencies in the politics of World War II lies in the fact that the capitalist alliance was interested in destroying the fascists as competitors for world markets and natural resources, but in saving them as bulwarks against the proletariat. 31. Cox described the fascist state as a capitalist state in a certain stage of degeneration. 32. Regardless, as Scott suggested, it was the case that those black radical intellectuals who had been influenced by Marxism held to a materialist interpretation of fascism, believing in the primacy of class and economics over race and nationality. 33. Subordinating the political and historical force of Western civilization and racial ideology to class consciousness. The one major exception was Dubois. By asserting a cultural identity between fascism and the putative democracies, Dubois, in the late 1920s and early 1930s, anticipated by nearly 30 years Padmar's belated recognition that what fascism actually signified was a new aggression of Europeans in Africa. 35. Dubois recalls, "I knew that Hitler and Mussolini were fighting communism, and using race prejudice to make some white people rich and all colored peoples poor. But it was not until later that I realized that the colonialism of Great Britain and France had exactly the same object and methods as the fascists and the Nazis were trying clearly to use." 36. Like Langston Hughes, Harry Haywood, and Milton Herndon, Dubois had been exposed to the more naked vista of fascism. He was enduring the frightening spectacle of the 1936 Olympic Games. Dubois viewed Hitler as the latest crude but logical exponent of white world race philosophy since the Conference of Berlin in 1884 had culminated in the partition of Africa. 37. But unlike most of his fellow radicals, Dubois insisted that the essence of fascism was racial. "The black world knows," Dubois wrote in 1935, This is the last great effort of white Europe to secure the subjection of black men. 38 It was a construction he shared with the black working class. And because in his early years Du Bois had granted primacy to the color line, it is not surprising that at the end of his life he would insist. I believe that the trade in human beings between Africa and America, which flourished between the Renaissance and the American Civil War, is the prime and effective cause of the contradictions in European civilization and the illogic in modern thought and the collapse of human culture. 39. For Du Bois, the precondition for fascism was a civilization profoundly traumatized by slavery and racism. At the time, Du Bois was in the minority among his radical colleagues. Manning Marable, one of his most sympathetic biographers, has chastised him for not being able clearly to discern the broad prerogatives of industrialists and finance capitalists who supported the Nazi state, and for his highly debatable conclusion that the majority of Germans supported Adolf Hitler. Today 40 Marable, despite his obvious affection for Du Bois, is more comfortable with that interpretation of fascism, which envelopes it in class struggle and capitalism rather than as a signifier of the West. Such an approach possesses only a tenuous relationship with the facts that the membership of the Nazi Party stood at nearly 900,000 in 1933, or that 37.2% of the German electorate voted for the Nazis in 1932.41. On the other hand, Du Bois' formulation of fascism as the logical extension of white racism echoed that of the black masses. And, paradoxically, it coincided with that moment when Du Bois was most influenced by Marxism. 42 As a Pan-Africanist, however, Du Bois had gone beyond Eurocentrism, and consequently had no vested interest in subordinating his analysis of race and culture to an economic determinism. He eschewed the rationalism of historical materialism for a theory of history which granted irrationalist forces their due. Like many ordinary black people, Du Bois believed that the West was pathological and fascism an expression of that nature. Chapter 10. Africa, in hoc to History and the Banks. The Los Angeles Times on Sunday began a series on the African continent, no doubt inspired by the recent attention given to famine victims on that continent by Western governments, international aid agencies, and private organizations. Unlike previous regional series by that paper, the African series seems to be entirely the work of one reporter, Charles Powers. Unfortunately, this appears to be less a consequence of the LA Times' appreciation of Mr. Powers' considerable skills as a journalist than of the rather limited staffing conceded to African affairs by American newspaper publishers and the networks. Still, we must be grateful for small gifts, since Mr. Powers is a qualitative improvement over his predecessor, David Lamb. There are, however, certain conceptual, historical and analytical lapses in Mr. Powers' articles of which the typically uninformed reader might be warned. We begin with the historical and conceptual errors, since they often serve as the foundations for the analytical misdirect ions to be found in the first two installments of the series. Journalists, perhaps as a consequence of their profession, possess notoriously poor senses of history. On this score, Mr. Powers is no exception. One of his unstated premises is that what is happening to the nations on the African continent is somehow unique, that the crisis in Africa is special to that place and this time. What we must all acknowledge at this point is that most of the nations whose political formations occurred in this century, and nearly all of those claiming independence since the Second World War, are political and economic failures. Whether we address ourselves to Israel, Brazil, the Philippines, India, Indonesia, South Africa, or Chile, irrespective of the levels of external subsidization, its forms, or origins, most of the newly independent nations of the world are in crisis. The nations of Africa are the rule, not the exception. A second, and in this instance, explicitly stated historical myth to which Powers subscribes concerns this same era, the past 40 years. The developed world seems to be losing whatever sense of guilt it once may have held regarding past exploitation of Africa and its people. The conservatism of the Reagan administration and the Margaret Thatcher government in Britain and increased cost consciousness in Europe have had strong impact on international lending institutions and aid programs. The era when guilt ruled Western relations with Africa was, of course, punctuated by American government's attempts on the lives of Lumumba and Nkrumah, military assaults against Egypt, Zaire, Algeria, intelligence operations against Angola, Zaire, Ghana, support of Portuguese colonialism in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau, and numerous other transgressions, all designed by men like President Nixon, who referred privately to blacks as jigs, or Kissinger with his racial sense of history. Or Francis Destang, whose African financial empire the Wall Street Journal carefully detailed. Powers neglects this history, but he hasn't entirely failed to emulate some of its undercurrents. Those undercurrents are stored in his conceptual tools. Powers' series is entitled Black Africa, and the accompanying maps appear to give credence, if not graphic substantiation, to his inherited designation. Black Africa is a refugee term from European colonialism and its concomitant racism. Black Africa existed in the minds but not the realities of colonial administrators. It was the invention of racial theorists like Gobineau and Hegel and Rosenberg, who were compelled to differentiate what they understood as the high civilizations of Egypt and Zimbabwe from their roots in the southern Nile or among Bantu speakers. They even invented a new race for that purpose. Powers sustains that horrific tradition to the point of absolute absurdity. Through similar sleights of hand and of logic, Powers presumes an historical and social homogeneity among black African nations, leaping serially from one country to another to catalogue the problems to be found in what he refers to as Black Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, or the region. Finally, with respect to his conceptual failings, he presumes an economic singularity and integrity to each of the countries under discussion. In his lead article, his one concession to the world system to which each is appended is a somewhat poetic flourish: it receives the world's news, the world's fashions and fads, the world's blows. Not until we read an entirely different article are we alerted to the oil crisis and the world depression of prices for African goods, which have played such havoc with third world economies in the past 10 years. In analytical terms, Powers also strikes some peculiar notes. I suppose since Africa is unique in its crises, it only follows that urbanization, a measure of economic development in every other region's history, is a measure of crisis in Africa. Education too, we are told, is deteriorating, a somewhat ironic observation for someone employed by a newspaper published in Los Angeles. The why of it all, and the solutions which follow, are, however, the most problematic arenas of Powers' analyses. Powers believes, Africans have been failed by their leaders, and further that there must also be a realistic appreciation of the paucity of management skills in Africa, a deficiency that will take time and dedication to overcome. Management ability is the slow accretion of experience, painfully achieved. Most African countries have a long way to go in developing managerial talent that goes beyond the top layers of government and business. Before this, he had also declared, two fundamental conclusions are inescapable. Leftist or socialist-oriented economies have been an abysmal failure in Africa, and the countries that have them show no sign of being able to turn themselves around. Any African students currently poring over the Marxist classics at the Sorbonne or the London School of Economics would find it instructive to view the results of the experiments in Ghana, Guinea, Tanzania, Zambia, Ethiopia, Mozambique, or Angola. Conversely, closed-off, oligarchical economic systems are also headed for trouble unless they can open up and allow real competition for their growing numbers of educated, talented people. For Powers, it seems to be of little consequence that Great Britain, the oldest capitalist society in history, has experienced calamitous cycles for the past 60 years and severe deindustrialization for the past 2 decades, or that the most management-rich society, the U.S., has nevertheless seen the demise of major corporations and major recessions. The hub of Powers' analyses and solutions is the International Monetary Fund and its stratagems. The IMF has taken a lot of criticism in Africa over the past few years because of the conditions that it imposes for its loans. Much of the criticism seems to miss an essential point: the IMF is a lending institution. No one is forced to borrow money from the IMF. However, the IMF is a lending agency of last resort, its stamp of approval a must for further lending or debt rescheduling on the part of other international lending agencies. And, if a country wants to borrow money from the IMF, it has to listen to what the banker has to say. The IMF is controlled by the same bankers who have made the disastrous policies which have mired Latin America in its current fiscal depressions. The IMF has helped to ruin Great Britain, Israel, Jamaica, and several scores of other countries, as well as subsidized the management-rich but flawed policies of Citicorp, manufacturers Hanover, Bank of America, and Chase. And what have its successes been? In the third of his articles on Sunday, Zahir, a case study in IMF bitter medicine, Powers provides what he takes to be an example of the system working. Western diplomatic officials in Zaire seem pleased, but cautious. Most of them say that the Zairean government was getting the same advice from every quarter, and that, whatever one may think of Zaire's durable and often repressive president, Mobutu Sese Seko, he had the courage to follow it. Given the wretched state of his economy, he probably had little other choice. Those who are reading Powers series may find the remarks by Antoine Kadiga helpful. Writing in the November 1984 issue of Africasia, Kadiga observed, "For several months, those Western media favorable to Marshal Mobutu Sese Seko have been trumpeting that prosperity is once again just around the corner. The 100 illegal executions carried out by the Special Research and Surveillance Brigade of what are officially called common criminals, marks a sinister note in the new austerity decreed by Mobutu. They form part of a deliberate plan to reduce crime in Kinshasa. Above all, in order to reduce unemployment, the regime is physically liquidating those without work. Austerity Mobutu fashion." One wonders about the moral basis of policy which allows William Colby, a former director of the CIA, to characterize the installation of Mobutu as one of its very successful covert operations. Is it possible that President Nyerere of Tanzania has a point when he argues that the IMF is another form of modern colonialism, a way of bludgeoning socialist countries into abandoning their most cherished beliefs? Powers, a sensitive and in some ways superior journalist, has initiated a public discussion but has barely begun an analysis of the problems which are drowning African peoples throughout the continent. He is poised between ideological satrapy and thoughtful journalism. The peoples of Africa have been betrayed, but not simply by proximate madmen and specialists or by circumstance. One must inevitably turn the pages of the ledgers of the global corporations to deepen one's understanding of contemporary Africa and its troubles. Colonialism was their previous convenience. Now too often the mismanagement of ambitious soldiers and corrupt professional strata combined with woefully inadequate bureaucracies provide the political mechanisms through which Africa is bartered to non-African political and economic interests. Chapter 11. The Comedy of Terror. They say this town is full of cozenage. As, nimble jugglers that deceive the eye. Dark working sorcerers that change the mind. Soul-killing witches that deform the body. Disguised cheaters, prating mountebanks. And many such like liberties of sin. William Shakespeare, The Comedy of Errors. Over 400 years ago, William Shakespeare evoked the spectre of public spellbinders, nimble jugglers, dark working sorcerers, and soul-killing witches who deceived the eye, changed minds, and deformed the body. In this, the first of his comedies, Shakespeare summoned the ghost of a corrupted city, a deformed body politic ode to disguised cheaters and prating mountebanks. He was, of course, obliquely referring to Elizabethan London, a town immersed in disputatious politics, which swept over and implicated Shakespeare and others constituting England's cultural intelligentsia. And London's theatre, a principal site of public opinion forming, contentious elite patronage, and artifice, translated the state's interests into beguiling entertainment. In all these matters, it is tempting to transfer Shakespeare's insights to the circumstances of present-day American politics and the dominant media and journalistic cultures that function to conceal that disturbing reality from the American public. Historically in America, national crises have tended to spawn the worst excesses in journalism and mass culture. And presently, with the formation of media conglomerates, the so-called war against terrorism has inspired a conformist and sometimes duplicitous mainstream press. As is the case with Shakespeare's outsider, Antipholus of Syracuse, it devolves on strangers to the city, in this instance the American state, to discern its deceiving practices. For months, the peoples of this America have existed under a reign of speakable terror. And it is a transparently speakable occurrence, given the tens of thousands of words and pictures that have deluged this country each day that has followed last summer. The onset was the horrifying televised spectacle on September 11, 2001, commercial flights transformed into weapons of destruction. The visual scenes were profoundly shocking, but over the next several hours, another source of unease became manifest. Scanning the sea of networks, it became evident that they disposed of only marginally competent news-gathering contrivances. They could not report on who or what occupied the World Trade Center, who was likely to be in the buildings that morning, or what had transpired on those planes with so many cell phone-bearing passengers. Instead, following the train of horrors of the first few hours, little real information was attached to the recycling images of the already obvious destruction and death. This would prove to be the first and last of those instances of verifiable abominations, which streamed across television screens, newspaper front pages, and magazine covers over the succeeding months. Unedited and unadulterated on that first day, from that moment until now the notion of terror was reappropriated and reportioned by the state and its diverse cast of disguised cheaters. A raw, collectively experienced event was deliberately and cynically reconfigured into an absurd abomination of propaganda, public manipulation, and the counterfeiture of human rights. Licensed by these machinations, everything that preceded September 11 was obliterated. And in lieu of an explanatory backstory, a history, the public was lured into a sycophantic chorus on evil. The history, as usual, was well worth forgetting. State terror, that is, a government's employment of violence against non-combatants, had been a part of American history even before the founding of the American Republic. In the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, state terror was almost inextricably linked to what were termed the Indian Wars, and both a distant parliament as well as the colonial officials at hand orchestrated it. And once African slavery replaced impressed Europeans and enslaved Native Americans, black women, children, and men, too, became the victims of colonial, then state and, eventually, federal programs of terror. By the end of the 19th century, when the Republic was being altered into an empire, bandits, that is, their patriots, in the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Cuba were subjected to similar disciplines. Fitful qualms aside, in the next century the American state extended its merciless violence onto innocent civilians in the Caribbean, Central America, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. As the century began, so would it conclude. Just 2 years short of the century's end, the nastiness was visited on Europe's Yugoslavia with the destruction of power plants, bridges, hospitals, and other civilian resources. In an earlier time, before the formulation of notions like war crimes, crimes against humanity, the Genocide Convention, and global human rights, later observers might have constructed the anarchy of international law as an absent break. However, when the International Court of Justice, the World Court, was established in the mid-1940s, this was no longer the case. Under the signature of President Truman, the U.S. consented to the jurisdiction of the court. For 40 years, the U.S. remained within the adjudication of the International Court. But in 1986, the Reagan administration unilaterally rescinded the court's authority, preferring international anarchy to the public humiliation of a formal judgment on its conduct of foreign policy in Central America. The occasion was Nicaragua v. United States of America, a suit brought by the Nicaraguan government to the International Court. On June 27, 1986, the court published its findings, among them rejecting the U.S.'s assertion that it had no jurisdiction. Some of the World Court's decisions doubtlessly concern state terror. By 12 votes to 3, decides that the United States of America, by training, arming, equipping, financing and supplying the Contra forces or otherwise encouraging, supporting, and aiding military and paramilitary activities in and against Nicaragua, has acted, against the Republic of Nicaragua, in breach of its obligation under customary international law not to intervene in the affairs of another state. By 14 votes to 1, finds that the United States of America, by producing in 1983 a manual entitled Operaciones Psicológicas en Guerra de Guerrillas, and disseminating it to Contra forces, has encouraged the commission by them of acts contrary to general principles of humanitarian law. 1. Mark Weisbrot recently recalled just what principles of humanitarian law were violated in Nicaragua. They waged war not so much against the Nicaraguan army as against soft targets, teachers, healthcare workers, elected officials. They blew up bridges and health clinics, and with help from a U.S. trade embargo beginning in 1985, destroyed the economy of Nicaragua. 2. The corporate American press said and wrote little about these actions. And when they were infrequently noted, there was nothing like the apocalyptic language of today to suggest that an American government and its surrogates had violated the basic principles of democracy. The court awarded Nicaragua $17 billion. And beyond U.S. shores, the decision was applauded widely. Unreported in the American press, Pope John Paul II, for one, congratulated the court on its vindication of international law. The debt was, however, forgiven by a new government in Nicaragua, installed as a beneficiary of the undeclared American war on that country. What the Reagan government fomented in Nicaragua was merely a complement to the actions of preceding American governments in Central America. For 30 years, in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, U.S. officials, covert operatives, and military personnel had supported state terrorism that left hundreds of thousands dead, among them peasants, priests, nuns, unionists, political leftists, and the like. Much of this, too, was unreported, or at best misreported at the time. So a few years back, when President Clinton issued a public apology to Central Americans for the actions of his predecessors, it came somewhat as a surprise for a majority of the American public. That same public was equally bemused in 1997 when Gary Webb, then of the San Jose Mercury News, published the results of his investigation into the collaboration of the Central Intelligence Agency with Central American cocaine smugglers. The CIA's Inspector General eventually confirmed most of Webb's most damaging allegations, but the American press chose to misrepresent or ignore that report. 2.3. Now you may aver that all that was in the past. That was how Barbara Walters, the venerable television journalist/personality, responded to a critic of the present war on terrorism when he sought to detail the long relationship between the Taliban and various American governments. But as the ancient Greeks recognized, and I paraphrase, an unexamined past has a tendency of repeating itself. In the second week of April of 2002, the Venezuelan military sought to overthrow the elected president, Hugo Chavez. Venezuela is the third largest exporter of oil to the U.S. and the fourth largest economy in Latin America. Chavez, a former paratrooper, is a left-leaning populist, who himself had sought to overthrow a previous Venezuelan government in 1992. He was imprisoned, and on release began to construct a broad-based alliance against the established powers in that country. In 1998, he won the presidency by popular vote. With a new constitution in hand, Chavez began his dismantling of the economic and political structures, which had long secured the privileges of wealth in Venezuela. But according to the reports published of the coup in the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, and the Washington Post, Chavez was reckless, and provoked his own dismissal by the Venezuelan military. Now, according to the non-press, it appears that beginning in June of last year the Bush administration funded and assisted in the planning of the coup. These revelations in the London Guardian in large part result from the fact that the coup failed after 2 days. 4 But the corporate American press remained unrelievedly hostile to Chavez and loath to acknowledge U.S. involvement in his aborted ouster. Paradoxically, while trivializing or openly denying such a possibility, some papers forwarded conceivable justifications. The Washington Post played the race card, describing Chavez as dark-skinned and kinky-haired, contrasting him to one of his opponents who is opportunely light-skinned. 5 In the Wall Street Journal, columnist Mary Anastasia O'Grady assured her readers that the coup had been a spontaneous action, but, on the other hand, Fidel Castro's handprint was all over Mr. Chavez's comeback. 6 The New York Times gently profiled Otto J. Reich, Assistant Secretary for State on Latin America, the current administration's point man in relations to the Southern Hemisphere. Reich, the Times recalled, is a former Cuban, a hardline anti-Castroist, a former lobbyist for Mobil Oil, and the aide in the Reagan State Department who had violated the law by covertly preparing pro-Contra propaganda for publication in American newspapers. Yet despite his deserved reputation for lying and nimble juggling, the Times published without contest Reich's declarations denying the U.S. involvement in the coup in Venezuela. 7. The failure of the American press to interrogate the employment of state terrorism by American governments, past and present, is merely a smidgen of the dominant practices that misinform the American people. Take, for instance, the voting debacle in Florida in 2000. Most Americans are under the impression that the presidential election was principally marred by voting machine chads and butterfly ballots. These, indeed, were at the center of the protracted drama concocted in the mainstream media in the post-election months. However, the Commission on Civil Rights and the lawsuit filed by the NAACP, v. Katherine Harris et al., provide a radically different narrative. The Commission's report, Voting Irregularities in Florida During the 2000 Presidential Election, of June 2001, based on the testimony of 100 witnesses and the review of more than 100,000 pages of documents, concluded that perhaps the most dramatic undercount in Florida's election was the uncast ballots of countless eligible voters who were turned away at the polls or wrongfully purged from voter registration rolls. 8. It was not the counting of ballots but the counting of voters that was really at issue. The lawsuit brought by the NAACP and 21 black Floridians provides further details of the diverse and heinous practices that disenfranchised thousands of blacks and Latinos in Florida. The Florida Highway Patrol set up numerous unauthorized roadblocks, which interfered with black motorists on the way to the polls. Some of the targets were black college students. At several polling stations in predominantly black neighborhoods, the FHP parked unmanned patrol cars for several hours. Perhaps thousands of registered Latino and black voters were erroneously purged as felons from the voters' register. 9 In their affidavits, experienced poll workers, who had attempted to verify voter registrations, contrasted the 3 hours delay in 2000 to the customary 10 minutes characteristic of previous elections. In the targeted counties, polling stations were closed early or closed while frustrated voters waited in line to vote. Black voter applications went unprocessed for months, and longtime voters found themselves unexpectedly declared ineligible. 10 On February 15, 2002, Florida's challenge to the lawsuit was dismissed by a district court judge. The case is currently scheduled for trial in August 2002. Since dissembling on the part of the corporate media is now epidemic, it is nigh impossible to track the volume of nonsense served up to the American public. In collusion with a secretive government, which now possesses legal authority for unconstitutional powers, the ACLU informs us that the USA Patriot Act violates 5 of the Bill of Rights amendments. Public deception and misdirection constitutes the most direct threat to public knowledge. 11 How are Americans expected to assess the meaning and significance of the war in Afghanistan when they are denied knowledge of the pre-9/11 activities of the Clinton and Bush administrations? One of the most striking phenomena of the September attacks was the appearance of media experts with detailed knowledge of Osama bin Laden. Within days of the attacks, Pat Robertson recalled his meetings with bin Laden and Taliban leaders while hosting his 700 Club on the ABC Family Channel network. And scores of retired military officers and intelligence agents were paid undisclosed but presumably handsome fees by television networks anxious to take advantage of years of experience in Afghan territory. Some of the experts were frauds, of course 12 but notwithstanding the bogeyman, an intriguing but still mostly submerged portrait emerges, once again, like Vietnam, Panama, Grenada, and so on, a Cold War enterprise has produced an American invasion. And like these other instances, the official justification has more than likely served as a pretense. For what other reason, except to conceal an unacceptable truth, has the administration opposed a public investigation of the attacks on New York and Washington, D.C.? But as Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney has asserted, if the Secretary of Defense tells us that his new military objectives must be to occupy foreign capital cities and overthrow regimes, then the American people must know why. 13. The vast majority of peoples beyond our borders recognize the American government's hypocrisy on terrorism. They were appalled at the spectacle of state terror recently unleashed by Israel on the Palestinian people and dismayed by the cynical collaboration between Israel and the U.S. While in U.S. newspapers and on U.S. screens media sorcerers wove spells of propaganda about the war against terrorism, the world media reported a very different reality: Palestinians used as human shields, peace activists in the occupied territories being beaten and shot by the Israeli army, humanitarian workers harassed, and emergency vehicles destroyed before they could lend aid to Palestinian victims. In Colombia, as it was in Central America, the U.S. state is providing billions in military aid, training, and equipment to a military and a paramilitary league guilty of terror. But despite the prating mountebanks, which dominate American media with their recitations of official information, there are grounds for optimism. Surveys indicate that few Americans have real confidence in the news media and in major business corporations. For the moment, however, as Congresswoman McKinney stated in late March, an unelected government has seized illegal powers that must be opposed with every democratic weapon in our arsenal. Chapter 12. Ralph Bunche and an American Dilemma. This survey probably will be the most important study of the Negro in the last 20 years. Unquestionably, its findings will influence procedure along interracial lines for certainly the next 10 years and perhaps longer. The Carnegie Report will be a guide for government use, for private enterprise, and for public opinion in all walks of life. Roy Wilkins, 19391. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the publication of An American Dilemma, The Negro Problem and Modern Democracy. The work is well worth the attention on its own merits, but it is also of considerable historical significance. For one, it provided one of the seminal justifications for the Supreme Court's Brown decision in 1954 to 1955 that segregated educational systems were damaging to black children. For another, it proved to be a template for integrationists in the post-war era, both in the government and in the social sphere. As might be anticipated, during the decade or so of civil rights agitation, An American Dilemma and its collaborators were duly pilloried by white supremacist politicians and writers as part of the communist conspiracy to undermine America. According to its principal author, Gunnar Myrdal, several chapters of An American Dilemma were drafted by Richard Sterner, a Swedish statistician, and Arnold Rose, a graduate student. But to give some acknowledgement of the largely neglected efforts of Sterner and Rose merely disturbs a surface beneath which lies the expanse of contributors to whom An American Dilemma is owed. Dewey Grantham, among others, has informed us that the research which lay behind the work was contributed by Myrdal, the director of the project, with the assistance of 6 top staff members, 31 independent workers, 36 assistants to the staff, some 50 experts who acted as consultants, in addition to a corps of secretaries and typists who prepared some 15,000 pages. To the central core with which Myrdal, Sterner, and Rose worked, was some 44 monographs, 3 of which had seen publication before An American Dilemma reached the book market. 3 The field research for the project was undertaken in late 1939. And given the immensity of the task, a comprehensive study of the Negro in the United States, it is something of a paradox that Myrdal set a deadline of September 1, 1940 for its completion. The project was initiated and funded by the Carnegie Corporation. The Carnegie Foundation had been organized in 1911, and true to its benefactor, Andrew Carnegie, by the mid-1930s, the foundation had invested $2,500,000 in institutions like Hampton and Tuskegee. 4 To some at Carnegie, this program appeared somewhat extravagant in the middle of the Depression years. The immediate inspiration for the Negro study had come from Newton Baker in 1935. At a board meeting in October 1935, Baker had questioned whether the funding for black higher education was the most appropriate use of the corporation's funds. And in December 1935, he wrote F. P. Keppel, the head of the corporation. I think anybody who has read Anthony Adverse will share my feeling of unlimited amazement at the courage of the white people in this country who received the slaves from slave ships and undertook to make useful laborers of them. How many white civilizations could have dared to receive so many wild savages, who were practically uncaged animals, and spread them around over their farms in contact with their own families passes human comprehension. What has been done for the Negro in 100 years is an unparalleled achievement, and nothing but a theoretical democratic impatience can make us critical of it, though, of course, much more remains to be done. 6. We owe the unearthing of this gem to Walter A. Jackson. Jackson generously characterized Baker's sentiments as paternalistic racism, and attributed them to Baker's West Virginia upbringing. This construction, however, possesses a whiff of Southern exceptionalism, conceals the perniciousness of Baker's beliefs, and fails to detect the breadth of influences which contributed to Baker's truncated sense of American history. As a member of Woodrow Wilson's War Cabinet, Baker was exposed to the entirely fashionable racial conceits of an historian who had justified Klan violence during the Reconstruction, and government officials like Treasury Secretary William Mikado, Postmaster General Albert Burleson, and John Skelton Williams, the controller of the currency, who had been the architects of the segregation of the Federal Civil Service and Washington, D.C. It should also be remembered that as Secretary of War during the First World War, Baker had overseen a robust program of scientific racism which introduced the racial marking of intelligence testing, as well as military segregation, the execution of black troops, and routine negrophobic brutality. It is one of history's little ironies that what would become for several decades the definitive American Negro study was inspired by someone who believed that slavery was an act of cultural charity by a white civilization toward what he termed an infant race. A Carnegie Board member for whom higher education for blacks was made problematic by biological questions. The fact that the early preference of the Carnegie Board was for a colonial administrator suggests that Baker's paternalism was generally shared among them. Unlike Carnegie's study of the poor whites of South Africa earlier in the 1930s, the report would not engage social science research or public policy recommendations. Fortunately, Frederick P. Keppel, the head of the board, consulted Melville Herskovits about his first candidate, who dissuaded Keppel from assigning the report to European colonialists. Herskovits's intervention went much further. He contacted Donald Young of the Social Science Research Council. And together Young and Herskovits secretly collaborated in the hope of turning what looked like a junket into a large project that would advance social science research on blacks. Their interference proved fruitful, and by the summer of 1937 the report had evolved into a project, and Carl Gunnar Myrdal, a Swedish economist, best known to the Rockefeller Foundation, had emerged as the leading candidate to direct the research. In their somewhat naive anticipation of what a European would bring to the study, the board had hoped to nominate a man perfectly free from sentimental and social bias and from political prejudice. Myrdal seemed ideal, a European with little experience of the U.S. or of the black American. 12 Neither of these would serve him well. Not surprisingly, Myrdal would finally invent a mythic America, formulated precisely from his social biases and political prejudices. In late 1942, Myrdal summed up his understanding of the American dilemma this way. The American dilemma is the ever-raging conflict between, on the one hand, the valuations of high national and Christian precepts, and on the other hand, the valuations on specific planes of individual and group living, where personal and local interests, economic, social, and sexual jealousies, considerations of community prestige and conformity, group prejudice against particular persons or types of people, and all sorts of miscellaneous wants, impulses, and habits dominate his outlook. Point 13. It is unfortunate that Baker had died in December 1937. It deprived Myrdal of a living proof that it was possible to reconcile white racism and the American creed. For Baker, what Myrdal insisted was a dilemma was merely the conceit of a theoretical democratic impatience incapable of acknowledging white civilization's burdens of superiority. On that score, Baker was simply a clone of the dominant American culture whose legacy could be traced back to Thomas Jefferson, one of the authors of the American Creed. As Samuel P. Huntington has recently observed, the Creed was the product of the distinct Anglo-Protestant culture of the founding settlers, and was explicitly immersed in whiteness. Point 14. In 1990, Myrdal acknowledged in an interview with Walter Jackson that he wrote An American Dilemma under the influence of the war. When I was sitting there in Princeton, which was a nice place, I thought about all the youngsters, all my friends in Europe, who were either in prison or killed in war. And here I was sitting and writing my book. It became my war work. And I think this meant much for what the book came to be. Point 15. Jackson, quite rightly, took this to mean that in Myrdal's mind in 1941 to 1942 Nazism represented racism, and the American creed was synonymous with democracy and the Enlightenment. What Jackson implies, then, is that Sweden, Myrdal's and Stirner's homeland, isolated but not occupied by Germany, was identified both with America and the Negro. Myrdal, who had spent 10 months of 1941 to 1942 in Sweden, insisted that his homeland's democratic culture would sustain a powerful resistance against Nazism. In the larger scheme of things, on the global terrain, the historical preservation of democracy would have to become an American mission. But America could only defend democracy if its creed transcended its Negro problem. Sweden was incapable of defending itself militarily from the overwhelming might of the Nazi machine. On that score it was like that of the Negro faced with the cultural, political, and economic resources of American racism. Myrdal's war work, his imaginings about an America which would ultimately face off its own racism and Nazism, was thus signified with a vein of desperation. Ralph Bunche, Myrdal's closest black collaborator on the Negro study, while sharing Myrdal's antipathy to fascism, had profound disagreements with Myrdal's construction of American racism and the path to its eradication. In somewhat of a paradox, it was Bunche, the political scientist, who emphasized economic class as the social agent of an anti-racist action, while Myrdal, the economist, stressed the significance of culture, ethics, and morality. Bunche was brought into the Negro study, as one of Myrdal's 6 top staff members. He was certainly qualified for the position, but there were also aspects of Bunche's career which might have given Myrdal pause. Bunche was, it should be noted, the first black American to earn a doctorate in political science, and it follows he was the first to receive such a doctorate from Harvard. Bunche's 1934 dissertation was on French administration in Togoland and Dahomey. However, in the 1930s Bunche had emerged as a prominent radical scholar. His reputation had been earned as a result of published articles, public lectures, and conference presentations which excoriated the bourgeois conservatism of black leaders and organizations, denounced Western imperialism in Africa and elsewhere, exposed the racist practices embedded in Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal, and ridiculed Negro chauvinism. Nevertheless, Bunche was a critical resource for the Negro study. Bunche was of course a specialist on African colonialism and Black America. He was also one of the best trained and experienced, perhaps even the most qualified of the researchers brought into the project. In 1932 to 1933, Bunche had undertaken field research in West Africa and France. 16 Originally intending to write a dissertation on comparative racial assimilation in Brazil and the U.S., he had been discouraged from that project by Edwin Embry, head the Rosenwald Fund, his funding source, who was of the opinion that U.S. Negroes might get dangerous ideas in Brazil. 17 In 1936 to 1937, Bunche had returned to the African field, after first augmenting his training in field research by studying Anthropological methodology with Melville Herskovits at Northwestern and then Bronislaw Malinowski at the London School of Economics, and Isaac Schapira in South Africa. 18 Bunch had also acquired substantial administrative experience. He had helped to organize the political science department at Howard University, and had chaired the program from its inception in 1928. In 1935, collaborating with his fellow Howard University colleagues, Abram Harris, Jr., and E. Franklin Frazier, Bunch organized the position of the Negro in our National Economic Crisis Conference, which in turn gave birth to the National Negro Congress. 19 Pulling together prominent black leaders from business, the academy, the religious community, and trade unions, the NNC became a leading source of black criticisms of the New Deal, for rejection of the conservatism of the NAACP and the National Urban League, and a champion of the black trade union movement. 20. The nucleus of the research team assembled by Bunch consisted of Wilhelmina Jackson, a Howard student, James E. Jackson, a labor organizer, and George C. Stoney, a recent graduate of the University of North Carolina. Together they attempted to assess the political status of Southerners, both white as well as black. Wilhelmina Jackson concentrated on interviews and data collection along the corridor from Virginia to Florida. James Jackson's commission covered the territory from Virginia and to the west from Tennessee to Oklahoma and Missouri. George Stoney, the only white member of the team, focused on interviewing white officials and ordinary citizens in Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. His was the most daunting task, subjecting him to physical threats and verbal abuse as he toured cities, towns, and the small rural communities of his region. Nevertheless, he conducted nearly half of the total interviews collected by the team. Grantham reports that the geographical distribution of persons interviewed shows Alabama with 148, Georgia with 118, South Carolina with 92, and North Carolina with 53. There were fewer interviews in Virginia, Florida, and Texas, while Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas were largely ignored, as were the border states. 21. Their research documented vast disparities concerning political and racial attitudes in the region, corrupt voting practices which were so well established that they had assumed the status of conventions, voter registration protocols which excluded poor whites as well as blacks, and generations of Southerners who had never voted. For instance, in Alabama, a state with at least 18,000 black veterans included among those exempted from poll taxes, only 1,500 blacks had participated in the 1936 election. And despite Bunch's earlier criticisms of the New Deal, he acknowledged that at least one agency, the Agricultural Adjustment Administration, had initiated some black political participation which hadn't been seen since the Reconstruction period. Many thousands of Negro cotton farmers each year now go to the polls, stand in line with their neighbors, and mark their ballots independently, without protest or intimidation, in order to determine government policy toward cotton production control. And even modest gains were being recorded in black registration for the general elections. By 1939 approximately 2,100 Negroes were registered in Atlanta, as compared with fewer than 1,000 in 1936. The number of black registrants in Duval County, Florida, increased from fewer than 1,500 in 1936 to more than 8,000 in 1938. 22 Stoney encountered equally disparate attitudes. One attitude encountered fairly frequently among poor whites in the South is that the Negro, especially the Negro farm owner, is being illegally treated when he is denied the right to vote, and there is a feeling that the big whites are letting some of the better-off Negroes vote even in primary elections in a state like Georgia. In contrast to this attitude is the feeling by a great many other poor whites that the black man is unduly favored by the government benefit programs, that the Negro has no business even thinking about voting, and that in this region they would be scared to try. Their attitudes toward Negro voting, in contrast with their rather solemn attitudes toward the immorality of selling the vote, present an interesting moral pattern. 23. Bunch was distressed that Muirdahl's deadline had shortened the time for field research, and in his preface to his major report, he remarked, "The result here produced is a terribly hurried, poorly integrated, and roughly written job. There has been no opportunity to check references. There has been no time for prolonged reflection. 24 But despite his complaints, there were moments when his radicalism penetrated his summations of the field reports. In the first chapter of The Political Status of the Negro, Bunch wrote, "It is of the greatest significance that there has never been, in democratic America, a real movement embracing and representing the masses of the population." In the second chapter, The Historical Background, Bunch commented, "Only the clever manipulation of the thread of black dominance has kept the underprivileged white masses and the privileged upper classes of the South from coming to a parting of the political ways." Further on, Bunch began the chapter on the poll tax this way. "There seems to be little room for doubt that the entrenched interests of the South in the late 19th century were fearful of the possible union between poor whites and Negroes, and that this possibility of a united people's movement impressed them as a revolutionary upsurge that must be crushed at all odds. The poll tax legislation lent itself admirably to this purpose." Clearly, Bunch believed that white racism was an artifice of the most powerful classes in American society. Myrdal, on the other hand, saw racism as the product of difference, in all white nations which, because of the accident of ethnic homogeneity or for other causes, have not been inculcated with race prejudice. The color of the victim does not provide any excuse for white solidarity. 25 This was merely fanciful. There were and are no homogeneous white nations in the modern world. In his homeland, racial prejudice had developed to the point that by the early 18th century, one Swedish professor, Inecelius, had proposed genocide against the Finns. 26 Myrdal's resistance to conceding or recognizing the historical relationship between capitalism and racism, another aspect of his war work, extended to his concealing the relationship between neutral Swedish businessmen's collaboration with Nazi war production. 27 In the stead of an historical analysis, Myrdal, the economist, substituted a putative social anthropology and white nations. More significantly, Myrdal's prescription for the end of racism was an aristocratic program, political remedies addressed to America's elites. Concerning post-war America, in the North where economic discrimination was the only type of discrimination which is both important and strong, Myrdal proposed, large-scale public intervention will be a necessity. 28 Of the three societal agencies Myrdal evoked, the trend of unionization, social legislation, and national planning, all were instruments of America's leading classes, capitalists and politicians. In the South, the region in which Myrdal believed the dilemma between the American creed and white racism was most acutely felt, he read the tea leaves. Signs of have been frequent during the 30s, a whole set of Supreme Court decisions, the New Deal in the South, the increasing activity of federal agencies to stamp out peonage, the agitation for a federal lynching law and for an abolition of the poll tax by Congress, the repeal of the two-thirds majority rule for the nomination of the Democratic candidate for the presidency, and so on. 29. Here, too, national planning by an interventionist North would be required, things thus have to be settled by political means. Myrdal wrote 30 Such was the domestic mission of post-war America, a nation in which, but with few exceptions, only the liberals have gone down in history as national heroes. 31. Bunch was clearly disposed otherwise. He was persuaded that the state was theoretically an instrument of the most powerful economic interests in the country and that capitalism was antagonistic to an integration premised on social and political equality. He argued in his memorandum for Myrdal that the only hope for blacks was an alliance with the white working class. Myrdal considered this approach unrealistic because of the racism of white workers. 32 Bunch was as informed as Myrdal on racism among American white workers and the union movement, and so he was compelled to attribute the responsibility to labor bureaucrats, are both weak, written with factional strife and disputes, controlled by a narrow-minded bureaucracy of professional labor leaders, and more often than not, socially unintelligent. 33 It was in part a contrivance so that he might preserve for the white working class some future role in anti-racism, but eventually he would be forced to abandon the position which had sustained his radicalism during the 1930s. but as we have seen, it was not the last of Bunch's compromises with his earlier militancy. As noted earlier, Bunch's hostility toward the New Deal was considerably modified in the early 1940s. Partly, this reflected the quandary which Myrdal had displayed: fascism and Nazism were far worse political regimes than an imperfect American democracy. In 1935, Bunch had argued that fascism, imperialism, and racism were intertwined. The doctrine of fascism, with its extreme jingoism, its exaggerated exaltation of the state and its comic opera glorification of race, has given a new and greater impetus to the policy of world imperialism, which has already conquered and subjected to systematic and ruthless exploitation virtually all of the darker populations of the earth. 34. Moreover, in his report to the Negro Study on Programs, Ideologies, Tactics, Bunch had written, "The position of the Negro would be frozen permanently as an inferior racial caste." 35. Whereas Bunch had observed in 1936 that the New Deal only served to crystallize those abuses and oppressions which the exploited Negro citizenry of America have long suffered under laissez-faire capitalism. 36. In his report to Myrdal, Bunch included with his praise of the AAA's reviving of black electoral participation. Other hopeful signs involved low-income housing, black participation in the tenant purchase program, Social Security, and minimum wage and hour legislation. He interpreted the Supreme Court's decision upholding these laws along with the Labor Relations Act, as doing more to better the condition of the Negro than the broadest conceivable decision of his equal rights. 37. In short, Bunch was conflicted, torn between the contradictions of his radical commitment to a mass working class movement and his recognition that the state might be weaned from its codependence with capitalism. The New Deal had not gone far enough, as John Kirby summarizes Bunch's wartime position. But in its amelioration of the general political and economic conditions of labor, it had proceeded in the direction that Bunch had proposed nearly a decade earlier. Bunch wrote to Myrdal, "The only hope for the improvement in the conditions of the masses of any American minority group, the hope that can be held out for the betterment of the masses of the dominant group. Their basic interests are identical and so must be their program and tactics." 38. Unlike Myrdal, Bunch knew that it was labor militancy which had changed the New Deal from radical conservatism to moderate liberalism. As Howard Zinn has reported, the initial goals of the Depression-era Roosevelt reforms were to reorganize capitalism in such a way to overcome the crisis and stabilize the system, to head off the alarming growth of spontaneous rebellion in the early years of the Roosevelt administration. 39. Having initially, through the National Recovery Act, given control of the New Deal to industrial combines and the trade association bureaucrats, Zinn concludes that it was rank-and-file insurrections in 1934 and 1935, and the sit-down strikes of 1936 and 1937 which pushed the New Deal to intercede between capital and labor. The history of those years seems to support the argument of Richard Cloward and Francis Pavin, in their book Poor People's Movements, that labor won most during its spontaneous uprisings, before the unions were recognized or well organized. Their power during the Depression was not rooted in organization, but in disruption. 40. And similarly, during the Second World War, it was black militancy combined with the needs of war production and military recruitment, which compelled the state to make real and symbolic concessions to blacks. Bunch disagreed with Myrdal about the origins of the Negro problem, the nature of the crisis in American society, and the means by which racial discrimination and oppression would be ended. He argued in a memorandum to Myrdal that, although every American learns slogans such as Land of the Free and Land of Opportunity, there are no contradictions, no inconsistencies, too serious to be overcome by this sort of foolproof thinking. There can be no contradictions so long as one keeps the faith and utters the mumbo-jumbo of the gospel. 41. The real contradiction was between capitalism and workers. And racism was employed by capitalism's ruling elites to estrange sectors of the laboring classes from one another, and to enlist the white majority of workers on the side of their own exploitation and oppression. History has proven Myrdal mistaken. Many of Bunch's insights have endured. But because of them and their legion of colleagues, Despite its nasty origins, the Carnegie Project has remained a magisterial enterprise. From the perspective of the present, we are bemused by its failure to interrogate whiteness, its contradictory endorsement of assimilation, its insistence that America is black or white, and its overall optimism. 42 It was war work, and from the point of view of integrationism, oh what a lovely war. Part 4. On Reality and its Representations. Chapter 13. White Signs in Black Times, The Politics of Representation in Dominant Texts. Introduction. Some 50 years ago, W.E.B. Du Bois submitted, somebody in each era must make clear the facts with utter disregard to his own wish and desire and belief. What we have got to know, so far as possible, are the things that actually happened in the world. 1. I refer to Du Bois' conviction as a caution. Though we may debate Du Bois' positivism, the urgency and priority of his moral assertion must be preserved. And, I believe, it has a most specific applicability to black theorists. We must quite self-consciously examine our wishes, our desires, and our beliefs. While reading Stuart Hall's rather insightful observations on cultural politics, I was struck, upon transferring it to the American scene, by how acutely ideological was his insistence that we are now entering the politics of the end of the essential black subject. Quite suddenly, we blacks of Afro-America have been resignified as African Americans. Within the span of a few months, a new moment in our cultural politics has been clarioned, a moment with powerful but not entirely unambiguous implications. We are now an African people. But I am not at all certain that this present semiosis will provide transport much beyond the mere antithesis of the unspoken and invisible other of predominantly white aesthetics and cultural discourses to the reappearance of this African American was always a most probable possibility, and as the names of some of our institutions in the 18th and 19th centuries suggested had ample precedence. The question we might still ponder is not why the signification has come about but why now. The politics of representation. I surmise that the present appearance of African American is the black professional intelligentsia's response to the peripheralization of the most audacious expression of black bourgeois political ambition in American history. I refer to the 1988 presidential campaign of Jesse Jackson. Let me immediately concede that other social groups, political progressives, factory workers, farmers, and the rural and urban underclasses, identified with Jackson's campaign. But I would also argue that the possibilities for the eventual satisfaction of their needs and aspirations within the realm of American electoral politics were always remote. Jackson's highest social vision consisted of a populist reform of the American electoral system, not its revolutionary transformation. And we must admit that Jackson's broadly evangelical mission of economic justice and the rationalization of U.S. foreign policy repeatedly failed to confront or even to correspond finally with the genesis of our presently horrific and cataclysmic world. His complaints targeted the excesses of capitalist exploitation, class privilege, and racial insurgency rather than the structural transformations foregrounded by American imperial decline, militarism, deindustrialization, and the decay of the global economy. 3. In truth, then, it was only the black political class which could realistically anticipate a dramatic or tangible reward from Jackson's ascendancy. As either the leader of the Democratic Party, as vice president, or as some other functionary in a Democratic administration, Jackson would have served to leverage these representatives of the black professional class into state power. Thus positioned, that class would have been provided with an unprecedented locus for social and cultural intervention. If I am near the mark, then the resolute and sudden intercession of African American can be taken as an indication of the resilience with which the most privileged aspirants of this class experienced the means of the subversion and ultimate rejection of Jackson's campaign by America's political elite. The black political intelligentsia, having largely repressed the extent and frequency with which racial discourse routinely intervenes the narrative, doctrinal, and moral conventions of this society, was undeterred. But having already forsworn race politics as too crude a political agenda for the corporate boardrooms and the sites of state power to which they aspire, they have now turned to the gentility and sentimentality of ethnic politics. 4. In their eagerness to seize upon a negotiable historical identity, the broker intelligentsia has rendered meaningless the relentless litany of instances in American social, cultural, and legal history where race marked the boundaries of the polity. It was more important, for example, to have a ratified constitution even if it accepted the legitimacy of slavery, than to have had the sectional strife that might have meant no constitution. It was more important to respect property rights than to distribute land and power on an equitable basis to those freed from slavery by the Civil War. And it was more important to ignore altogether the plight of the newly freed in order to get on with the business of industrializing America. In the 20th century, fighting the Great Depression meant ignoring, and then barely noticing, the plight of black Americans, lest powerful Southern members of Congress be offended. Waging World War II was so important we could not risk the moral problems that might result from desegregating the army. We had to move slowly also in the late 1950s, lest we upset the established Southern way of life. In the 1970s, when school desegregation finally threatened the enclaves of white suburbia, the paramount value became the local autonomy of the suburbs. 5. What has this to do with our heritage? I think very little. Once captive in the domain of the historical systems of the West, it was not an issue of who we had been really or who we are really, but what we could be made to be. And it is on this last score that either our eventual extinction or our liberation is staked. The genealogy of American race discourse. Marx, you will recall, confronted a similar politics of representation in his debate with the radical, Bruno Bauer, over the emancipation of Jews in mid-19th century German society. Bauer had asserted that since the source of Christian repression was the offensive religious character of the Jew, it was imperative that Jews undertake the critique and destruction of the religious basis of German society. And in his vanquishing of Bauer, Marx rebutted that it was necessary to escape from theology. Marx insisted the question which had primacy was, what specific social element is it necessary to overcome in order to abolish Judaism? And as Marx continued, he exhorted his readers to the realization that Judaism had been preserved, not in spite of history, but by history, and that, from its own entrails, civil society ceaselessly engenders the Jew. 6. In our own times, however, the Bauers have reappeared as liberal and radical critics, persisting in the theoretical and historical deceptions which lead to the refabrications of racial discourse. To cite some recent examples, Michael Hunt, in his study of race consciousness in colonial America, summarized. They drew distinctions among the various peoples of the world on the basis of physical features, above all skin color and to a lesser extent head type, and guided by those distinctions they ranked the various types of peoples in the world. Those with the lightest skin were positioned on the highest rung of the hierarchy, and those with the darkest skin were relegated to the lowest. Blacks above all others served as the anvil on which Americans forged this notion of racial hierarchy and the attendant color-conscious view of the world. 7. George Fredrickson, disputing Winthrop Jordan's view that racism in colonial and Republican America was at base a European transplant, argued. America, I would conclude, was not born racist, it became so gradually as the result of a series of crimes against black humanity that stemmed primarily from selfishness, greed, and the pursuit of privilege. 8. For Fredrickson, Hunt, Jordan, and a legion of such scholars, the black is the central if not the singularly tragic character in America's racial drama. This is precisely how Thomas Jefferson put it in his notes on Virginia at the end of the 18th century. 9 But Jefferson was a slaveholder, and a slaveholder during that historical period when slavery had been transformed into the near-exclusive appropriation of African and Afro-American labor in North America. Racism as a domain entirely configured in the inferiorization of Africans and their kin had not entirely consumed Jefferson's or his class imagination, but his preoccupation with blacks was an anticipation of that moment. As Fredrickson confirms, despite the fact that Jefferson speculated in the 1780s about the possibility that blacks were inherently inferior in some respects to whites, no one in the U.S. actually defended institutionalized inequality on the basis of racial theory until well into the 19th century. 10. However, preceding this moment when blacks assumed a privileged position in racist discourses, there was an alternative and I believe formative racist construct among the colonists. I refer you to Ben Franklin, writing in the mid-18th century, some 3 decades before Jefferson. The number of purely white people in the world is proportionably small. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia chiefly tawny. America wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians and Swedes, are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also, the Saxons only excepted, who with the English, make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. 11. And in Europe, Franklin wrote, and then indulged his desires in the ideological muck produced by centuries of crimes of greed and privilege committed by Europeans against Europeans. Perhaps this explains how it could be that in 1664 the Maryland colony passed a law prohibiting marriage between black male slaves and freeborn English women. The same law, we are informed, encouraged slave owners to facilitate such unions between white servant women and slaves, for then the women, too, became slaves. Hence, James Wright noted, the terms of servant women were bought up and the women themselves were married to slaves, apparently with a view to invoking on them the penalties just recited. 12. Similarly, then, it is not so curious that in her survey of attitudes among the lower classes in 18th century England, Jean Hecht found widespread hostility towards servants from the European continent concomitant with the popularity of blacks. 13. And one more residue of this other racism was the observation of the Virginia Congressman, John Randolph, in 1816 that you cannot make liberty out of Spanish matter. 14. I am suggesting then that what Jefferson and his successors helped to initiate in America was not racism nor the first rationalized racist ideology but a new tributary of racism. 15. This new racism, however, did not replace nor displace its European antecedents, witness the survival of Polish and Irish jokes. Rather it embellished the inventory of Western racism, extending its shape, and resubstantiating its force and authority by providing simultaneously a cruder and more defensible access to whichever of its forms the occasion demanded. This new racism, initially coincident with the slave social order, by the end of the 19th century was being adapted to the 2 most urgent ideological impulses of industrial capital, the uncertain amalgamation of a white working class and the more enduring fabrication of an imperial national identity. It was in place as a social discipline when European immigrant labor flooded the factory gates of industrial America, and it was there as an historical justification when American imperialists smashed the Spanish Empire in the Philippines and the Caribbean. I would argue then that it is mistaken to assume, as one Marxist historian, Ellen Wood, put it quite recently, that the first point about capitalism is that it is uniquely indifferent to the social identities of the people it exploits. Unlike previous modes of production, capitalist exploitation is not inextricably linked with extra-economic, juridical, or political identities. In fact, there is a positive tendency in capitalism to undermine such differences, and even to dilute identities like gender or race, as capital strives to absorb people into the labor market and to reduce them to interchangeable units of labor abstracted from any specific identity. 16. Just how, one might ask, could she justify the presumption that the human materials of capitalism, capitalists, laborers, managers, and cultural workers, could be indifferent to the history, culture, and politics of their social formation? For it is in precisely those realms that race consciousness is embedded. The structures of meaning are not the mirrors of production. As Hall has insisted, events, relations, structures do have an existence, conditions of existence and real effects, outside the sphere of the discursive, but, it is only within the discursive, and subject to its specific conditions, limits, and modalities they have or can, be constructed within meaning. 17. Engels acknowledged, a few short years before his own death, that he and Marx were partly to blame for the conceptual rigidity displayed by later Marxists. 18. We understand that Marx's quest for the laws of capitalist development ultimately diverted him from a more richly textured sense of that social element with which he had countered Bauer. Ellen Wood's reference to race and gender as extra-economic is a direct consequence of the economism which Engels belatedly deplored. Capitalist societies, both in America and elsewhere, were never indifferent to race or gender. As I attempted to demonstrate in Black Marxism, the capitalist world system was profoundly affected by race ideology. I believe that two such instances were Western imperialism and colonialism. The racist discourse of the West stamped its imprimatur on the character of capitalist expansion in the 19th and 20th centuries just as surely, I believe, as the very different modality of Chinese xenophobic discourse halted that empire's overseas expansion in the early 15th century. 19 In turn, as I have suggested above, capitalism constructed new meanings to racist discourse. And the new meanings corresponded with new needs and new opportunities. Jesse Jackson and the Global Economy. In the post-Second World War era, the imperialist international division of labor gave way to a new international division of labor and the globalization of production. Fed by the reconstructions of Europe and Japan, and under the hegemony of American-based capital, the world system thrived for nearly 2 decades. But beginning in the late 1960s, the capitalist order started to unravel. Corporate profitability in the United States and in many other countries declined dramatically from the mid-1960s to the early 1970s. Plunging profitability then dampened investment, resulting in increasingly stagnant accumulation after the early 1970s. This stasis contributed to a corresponding stagnation in aggregate output. And, as corporations and their allies in the state began with intensifying vigor to take the offensive against their challengers from the mid-1970s on, both economic and political instability were amplified, leading to an increasing uncertainty of economic prospects and a heightened ruvidity of neoconservative assaults against the working majorities throughout many of the advanced capitalist countries. 20. Stunned by falling rates of profit and spreading instability, the multinational corporations began a search for production enclaves, sites where they could be guaranteed special privileges and higher rates of exploitation. At first, some enclaves were located in the American South. But eventually the need for enclaves linked to larger home markets lured investment and the transfer of production overseas. Production enclaves were established in Europe, in Latin America, and in Asia. And notwithstanding a short break in the early 1980s, this pattern has persisted, expanding investments in Asia, and in Latin America and Europe. 21 For the less developed countries, the consequence has been the differentiation between a handful of newly industrialized countries and 75, 80 developing countries, shunted off to a side spur. 22 And among the latter, outlaw political orders and economies, characteristically military dictatorships, and the production and trade of illegal commodities, have become the rule. But for the U.S., the acquisition of production enclaves produced massive reductions in the labor forces of the automotive, steel, chemical, shipbuilding, and electronic industries, further concentrations of the power of the multinationals and the banks, and a corresponding expansion of an underground market economy. Jackson's bid for the presidency in 1988 and his campaign for economic justice and a moral foreign policy constituted a threat to the capitalist political order. 23 This was not because of any program he espoused, but because he sought to place on the public agenda the plight of American workers and farmers and the conduct of capital at home and abroad. It simply would not do to have a public debate of this character during a national election. Such an event would likely reinstitute the political instability of the pre-Reagan era. Not surprisingly, as was the case with consumerism, environmentalism, and large-scale protests against war and racism, capital resisted. And the media it dominates was its instrument. 24. While Jackson and his advisors concentrated on matters pertaining to the reform of class privilege, the ethics of corporate capitalism and coalition building, the most influential mainstream press marginalized his campaign. For example, one of the persistent characteristics of the New York Times's treatment of the Jackson campaign was an unrelenting recodification into racial terms. Looking at the coverage in November and December 1987, the early months of the campaign, one is struck by the differences between the treatment of Jackson and his competitors. In November, Jackson named Willie Brown and David Austin to co-manage his campaign. Because Austin is white and a Jew, the New York Times used the occasion to employ racial codes, and in a stylistic practice used frequently in the next several months, an authoritative third party was cited to emphasize Jackson's status as an outsider. 25 In case readers missed the point the first time, the Times repeated the significance of a white manager to the campaign the following month. 26. In November and December, the paper gave prominence to Jackson supporters and benefactors who were black, and in every instance the fact that they were black was announced in the headline or by an accompanying photograph, but never featured the Rainbow Organization's multi-ethnic character or the support of non-black campaign workers. 27 Interestingly, the single exception to the Times's racial construction of Jackson's support was its report of his endorsement by the Socialists of America. 28. In a December article, for an instance, while coverage of other candidates focused on policy issues and the response of voters to those policy positions, when it came to Jackson, the New York Times almost entirely concerned itself with Jackson's showing among black and white voters. 29. The Times thus helped to initiate the thematic and paradigmatic constructions which would dominate the press treatment of the Jackson candidacy throughout the campaign season. At base, the media maintained that Jackson represented a racial political insurgency which was philosophically, whatever its politics might be, marginal to the accepted political spectrum. A race discourse contested successfully against Jackson's attempt to reorient the public agenda toward a critique of corporate and ruling class excesses. To the extent that Jackson succeeded in reaching the electorate, he did so through grassroots, direct politicking. 30. This most recent example of the appropriation of the black subject demonstrates my earlier point. In America, the politics of representation of the black subject still obtains. But it is no longer a question of who we are but what we can be made to be. In this instance we became a distraction. And the equivalent of this strategy has routinely infected American scholarship. I have already given several such instances, but the recent work of David Bryan Davis provides one more example of this pernicious practice. In his epilogue to a study which once again makes his point that the existence of the West is antithetical to racial oppression, Davis observes: as Connor Cruz O'Brien has pointed out, the United Nations is political theater dominated by an institutional tone of lofty morality perfectly suited for the dramatic exploitation of guilt, in particular, Western guilt feelings toward the non-white world. The influx of new African states enabled the non-white members to win hegemonic control over the moral conscience of mankind. Unfortunately, condemnations of colonialism and apartheid as the 20th century equivalents of slavery sometimes served to shield forms of oppression for which whites bore no responsibility. 31. With one swipe of his pen the historian abolishes history and historical systems of exploitation, sublimating them all to a racial psychodrama perpetrated by con men. The UN, Davis laments, no longer commands our regard because it has been appropriated by a nest of African vipers. Fortunately, there are oppositions to what Davis and his Confederates propose. Jackson employed a cultural politics which extended the discursive meaning of the essential black so that it encompassed class, gender, ethnic, and sexual exploitation/oppression and the domination of the Third World. He did this with a rhetorical instinct borrowed from the discursive practices of ordinary black men and women, a practice which extends kinship to those who share the experience of social degradation regardless of their social identities. 32 This constitutes a more powerful politics of representation and resistance than ethnicity or any other cultural politics which might originate from the desires of a black intelligentsia. Chapter 14. The American Press and the Repairing of the Philippines. The notion of journalistic repair comes from recent American literature on mass communications. It refers to the research findings that journalists, like the public officials who initiate most news, possess and apply actively a set of basic assumptions about the bounds of social and political normalcy. 1. The repairing of the news requires journalists to refigure the narrative and thematic constructions of events. Such interventions result from the appearance of events which have intruded on the familiar themes and contours of news invented by public officials and corporate leaders and reiterated by mass media organizations. Routinely, As Philip Kubersky suggests, the demand for coherence is greater than the demand for other truths, and thus the media's search for truth is inevitably a search for an ideology of presence unthreatened by the disordering recognition of cultural expectations and demands too. The intrusive event must be refigured so that it no longer threatens to reveal ideologically unacceptable meanings of the event, or to lay bare the fact of mediation itself. For American journalists, the phenomena associated with the deposing of Ferdinand Marcos, the Philippine dictator, in February 1986, constituted such a threat. They provide a rather clear example of some of the reasons for news repair, and the processes of news repair. As we shall see, the grounds for these processes are initially located in the history whose repression makes possible the conventions of the Philippine narrative. While there were some shameful aspects to the colonization, notably the violence that accompanied the consolidation of American rule, no other country in Southeast Asia has received such a profound and mostly progressive transfusion of purely American values, attitudes, and democratic institutions. At the end of the 19th century, after more than 300 years, Spain ceded formal control of the Philippines to the U.S. The Spanish-American War, however, was merely the final act between a make-believe empire and reality. Anglo-American commercial interests had already assumed overwhelming dominance of Philippine trade and agriculture by the 1880s. There were, too, the Filipinos themselves. Their most recent revolution against Spain had begun in 1896 and would persist during the early years of American domination. Nevertheless, from 1898 to 1946, the Philippines were officially an American colony. The architects of U.S. rule numbered among them patricians like Henry Cabot Lodge, jingoists like Albert Jeremiah Beveridge and William Howard Taft, and career militarists like Admiral George Dewey and Generals R.P. Hughes, Arthur MacArthur, and J. Franklin Bell. 5 They were bound together by a racial myth, and the conception of the nation-state as an instrument of racial destiny. Taft, the first civilian American ruler of the Filipinos, testified in Senate hearings of his native charges. They are an agricultural people, they are a simple people, but that they regard human life with any particular sacredness I am quite sure is not true, and that they are not tender to animals is true. 6 In the same forum the military governor of the Philippines, General MacArthur, put the issue more directly. Intoxicated with the magnificent Aryan character and destiny of the American people, MacArthur spoke of planting in those islands imperishable ideas. And he proudly contrasted America to other branches of the Aryan race which in their forays into the East were satisfied to have simply planted trading establishments. 7 He seems to have had at his command men equal to the task. For MacArthur, this heroic age of human history required the permanent occupation of the islands. And for much of the next half-century, the pursuit of MacArthur's mission compelled American domination in the Philippines to assume varying forms and rationales: pacification campaigns, military occupations, political and cultural tutorships of the ruling indigenous strata, and, of course, hegemonic control of the Philippines' material and human capital. The first 3 years of American rule were secured by the slaughter of somewhere between 600,000 and a million Filipinos. 9 The cosmopolitan mestizo and ilustrado elites, which had initially developed under Spanish hegemony, proved equally adaptable to American rule. Basically an urban class, the ilustrado elite was seduced into allying its professional, bureaucratic, and military services to American interests. In exchange, successive American administrations and Congresses guaranteed to this elite its role in the management of the colonial state and its appropriate development through the provision of American education and training. 10 Provincial elites, initially more hostile to American rule, were also inevitably persuaded by the protected market policies enacted by the American Congress and fully in place by 1909. By the opening years of the First World War, a collaboration of aristocrats and middle-class functionaries commanded the Philippines through what Philippine historian Reynaldo Iledo has characterized as a system of compadre colonial politics. 12 For the provincial elite, the caciques, the rewards of collaboration included near-feudal control policed by private armies in the rural areas. Class war persisted and sharpened. In the countryside, it was inevitable that the peasant unions would evolve into resistance. These were soon complemented by organized resistance from militant trade unions and anti-imperialist intellectuals. 13 From these early 1930s roots, the Hukbala Hop would eventually constitute the anti-Japanese resistance of the 1940s, and persist as a significant factor in Filipino revolutionary nationalism until the mid-1950s. During the Second World War, American rule of the Philippines was, of course, compromised by the expansion of the Japanese Empire. Though Japanese domination of the Philippines was not for very long or ever really complete, it did have a long-term significance. Japanese imperialism precipitated even greater resistance, pushing Filipino peasants and nationalists into new forms of armed struggle while providing some of the elite and their American rulers with a nationalist mask. With the defeat of the Japanese, however, the pretense dissolved. While pursuing a repressive campaign against Huk nationalists, General MacArthur and his staff rehabilitated many of the Filipino oligarchs who had collaborated with Japan so they might resume their facilitation of American domination. 14. The peasant rebellions of the post-war years were a reaction to several events: the brutal repression of the anti-Japanese resistance, reimposition of the landowning classes over the peasantry, the expulsion of the democratic opposition from electoral politics, and the intensification of the competition between the elites. The counterinsurgency which followed would ultimately reach far beyond the Philippines. Ralph McGehee, the former Central Intelligence Agency employee, summarized CIA operations in the Philippines in the years just before his own assignment to the islands. In the Philippines from 1950 through 1953, U.S. Air Force Colonel Edward Lansdale conducted a series of agency operations to destroy the communist Huk insurgency. With a strong effort from the agency, Philippine General Ramon Magsaysay not only successfully destroyed the Huks but also was elected President of the Philippines. Following Lansdale's successes in the Philippines, the agency in 1954 sent him to South Vietnam to help create the Diem regime. The burgeoning effort first to install the Catholic NGO Dinh Diem in power and then to legitimize and extend his control over the rural Buddhist South Vietnamese was one of the agency's most successful operations. 15. For the next quarter of a century, the Philippines was to be both a critical site of covert operations and a pivot for the circulation of American intelligence agents in Asia. The prominences of this network ran from Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines to Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Laos, and Burma, and as far west as Iran. 16. Lansdale and his cohorts represent the imperial mechanics who helped to construct the post-war Philippines. Far more visible, however, was the parade of American political and media celebrities who stopped in the Philippines long enough for ceremonial legitimations of the Marcos regime. Though A.M. Rosenthal, the executive editor of the New York Times, is now appalled by the hypocrisy of one such occasion, there was nothing to distinguish it from previous visitations. Vice President Mondale, Secretary of State Kissinger, and countless other American notables had circulated through the Philippines and bestowed upon Marcos the mantle of Democrat. The Huk Rebellion was followed by other revolutionary or separatist movements, the Left Revolution culminating in the organization of the New People's Army in central Luzon, and the Muslim separatist movement spearheaded by the Bangso Moro Army in Mindanao. 18 In their own right, those developments were troubling to American interests, but perhaps the most provocative event was the militant nationalism which developed within the Philippine oligarchy. This was the class which had allied with American imperialism for more than a half-century, a class known locally as the 400 wealthiest and most powerful families. Now this class began to seek a separate destiny. By the early 1970s, the Philippine oligarchy and bourgeoisie seized upon the rising rebelliousness in the islands as the occasion to assert its distinct interests. With Benigno Aquino in the lead, the oligarchs orchestrated a nationalist attack on their American benefactors and the presidency of Ferdinand Marcos. Policies prescribed by the U.S.-dominated World Bank and International Monetary Fund could not get through the Philippine Congress. The dockets of both houses of Congress were filled with legislative proposals which categorically assailed American interests. These developments were particularly disturbing not only to the U.S. government but also to the local American business community. The Laurel-Langley Agreement was due to expire in 1974, but the nationalist upsurge made its renewal seem improbable. Moreover, the Philippine U.S. military bases treaty was up for renegotiation while the Vietnam War was still in progress. 19. Utilizing the considerable means available to them, the opposition oligarchs set the media and especially the Manila press against Marcos, exposing corruption within his administration and his personal financial chicanery. More importantly, the oligarchs, via the media, began to attack him on an extremely volatile issue when they began to question his commitment to the basic principles of Philippine nationalism. 20. In August 1972, the Supreme Court of the Philippines ruled that American property also fell under the laws forbidding foreigners to own land in the Philippines. 1 month later, Marcos declared martial law, nullifying the offending legislature and the court. In the U.S. business press, industrialists reacted sympathetically to Marcos's declaration of martial law. Edgar Molina, vice president of Ford Motor Co., welcomed the stability of martial law. Robert Wales, president of Mobil Oil Philippines, pronounced, "If martial law will instill some discipline and solve the law and order problem, the temporary loss of freedom of speech is not important," and an unidentified American oil man effused, Marcos says, "We'll pass the laws you need, just tell us what you want." And Business Week celebrated Marcos's victory over the powerful family oligarchs such as the Sorianos, the Aquinos, and the Laurels. 21. The Wall Street Journal, while conceding that Marcos's new society was a public relations sham, warmed to Marcos's liberalized requirements for foreign participation in oil exploration ventures, foreign investment. Martial law was necessary, the Wall Street Journal concluded. Politics was anarchic and violent, almost all political institutions were pervaded by corruption. Congress was more obstructive than constructive, and the press was blatantly irresponsible. 22. During the martial law period, military and economic aid from the U.S. to the Philippines increased dramatically. And Ferdinand Marcos and his international banking and corporate sponsors took the occasion to invent a new Filipino elite. Not surprisingly, the capital for this elite formation was closely linked to the imposition of authoritarian rule. There is little doubt that foreign investment increased sharply during the martial law years. Board of Investment's approval suggests that real annual investment for the years 1973 to 1980 was approximately double that of 1968 to 1972, more than half took the form of official capital inflows and only about 16% was private equity capital. 23. The Marcos state employed a number of interventionist strategies for the transfer of wealth to form a new, loyalist elite. Hill and Jayasuriya describe a number of the dubious economic projects, which included hotel and tourist-related projects as well as major industrial ventures. 24. This induced elite, however, was less loyal to Marcos than dependent upon its American sponsors. Some of them would desert Marcos in the last hours of his rule in order to join the Aquino-Laurel forces. Juan Ponce Enrile was one of them. As defense minister for 16 years, the Harvard-trained lawyer was a major architect of Marcos's most draconian policies and laws, and helped to create the legal apparatus of the repression. 25. During martial law, Enrile came to control the coconut industry and to secure a major interest in telecommunications. 26. In their rebellion against Marcos, it is likely that Enrile and General Fidel Ramos had less to fear from Marcos than had his civilian opposition. Not only could they rely on elements in the Philippine military, but as the nominal leaders of RAM, the military reform movement, they also possessed powerful allies in the Pentagon and the Reagan White House. 27. But the roles of Enrile and General Fidel Ramos were a part of the history of U.S. Philippine relations which required repair by American media. This was particularly the case after November 1985 when the public pressures building against the Marcos government in both the Philippines and the U.S. signaled the possibility of a changing of the guard. 28. 2. Hard as we might wish, democracy is unlikely to appear in underdeveloped countries. Thus, while for political purposes from time to time the United States sets out to thrust democracy upon another country, we should not expect much by way of positive outcomes. Point 29. For the managers of American media, the unraveling of the Marcos regime made news repair imperative. The imperialist rationale that American colonialism had been in truth an instrument of Filipino liberation and democratization had disintegrated. The erratic behavior of the Marcos state betrayed even the rationale of stability, the lowest order of justifications produced for it over the years by American businessmen, statesmen, and intelligence operatives. In the American media, three narrative themes were used to frame and reinstitute ideological correspondence. The malevolent politics of the Philippines spring from national traditions, the Reagan administration removed Marcos, and the Philippine Revolution was completed with the ascension of Corazon Aquino to the presidency. These constructions served to conceal a historical relationship and, perhaps more importantly, to substantiate mystifications invented for both the American and Philippine political structures. The concealed historical impulses of American domination of the Philippines were inadmissible to those generations of Americans nurtured in the ideological environment following the Second World War. In these 4 decades, the ritual vanquishing of totalitarian and imperialist regimes, Nazi, fascist, and, inevitably, communist, has permeated American academia, literature, and popular entertainment. In this fashion, a national consciousness has been induced which corresponds with official history, the legendary maturation of the American nation from a turn-of-the-century flirtation with imperialism into an exemplary, tutorial democracy. In classrooms, in textbooks, in the print, and electronic media, Americans are told that the U.S. has matured into a great power, a protector of the sovereign rights and aspirations of small nations. There was, of course, a break, the anti-Vietnam War movement. In terms of reconstituting the national consciousness, the immediate events in the Philippines had to be made to correspond with the ongoing revisions of nationalist history concerned with the American intervention in Vietnam 20 years ago and with present policies in Central and Southern America. Point 31. Means of achieving this was the media portrayal of Filipino political corruption as indigenous corruption and tradition. In the margins of dispatches, editorials, and opinion pages, the prestigious American press systematically constructed an appropriate history and prehistory for the Marcos regime. 1 week before the exile of the Marcoses, in the Christian Science Monitor, Paul Quinn Judge produced a typical explanation for the regime. For Quinn Judge, the Marcos oligarchy was an entirely self-contained phenomenon. The press, monopolized by Marcos relatives or confidants, faithfully projected his views. The military enforced them. The business elite was compliant. The Roman Catholic hierarchy was usually neutral and occasionally inclined toward the government. Elsewhere on the same day, the Christian Science Monitor gave over its opinion page to Peter Bacho, who added the caveat, Mr. Marcos did not plunder the Philippines alone. Built into the military and civilian bureaucracies are key personnel who have profited from their proximity to the presidential palace. David Newsom, director of the Institute for the Study of Diplomacy, Georgetown University, only made reference to the repressed history when he pointed to historic ties and common interests between the U.S. and the Philippines. On the day following Marcos's exile, the New York Times was only a bit more circumspect. Reviewing the history of the regime, Eric Pace described the political phenomenon of Marcos as entirely understandable in indigenous terms, natural to the Philippines. Even before the Marcos era, Philippine politics were oligarchic and elitist, largely dominated by families whose influence went back for generations. Mr. Marcos was himself the son of a provincial political strongman, and in his own heyday he made power and privilege in his homeland even more dependent on personal ties. Yet besides buttressing Mr. Marcos's rule, the Filipino web of dynastic ties eventually helped bring him down. Pace's historical account of the Marcos state was entirely oblivious of the significance of facts made evident on the same page by other reporters. Clyde Farnsworth, while assuring his readers that the Filipino economy could now be renewed, casually revealed one measure of Marcos's dependence on American-dominated institutions. The World Bank had cut back its lending to the Philippines from an annual rate of $450 million to about $200 million a year since 1983. And Eric Berg, relaying the new confidence felt by big international banks toward the Philippines, also passed on the news that U.S. banks held one-third of the $25 billion foreign debt of the Philippines. For Pace, however, U.S. involvement with Marcos was adequately characterized by the trivialization that the U.S. had earlier showered him with support and compliments. Time magazine was content to relegate history to adjectival explicatives. Marcos was wily, autocratic, or ailing and unregenerate. Of the major American newspapers, only the Los Angeles Times gave some hint of the extent to which successive American governments had been implicated in Philippine politics. Bob Sector's profile of Marcos linked the Johnson administration to the corruption of Philippine politics in the early Marcos years, and identified the Nixon administration with Marcos's 1972 declaration of martial law. The immediate explanation for the LA Times defection might be the size and sophistication of the Filipino community in California. 31. But neither in the LA Times nor elsewhere was there any mention of the American covert operations, military and paramilitary programs, financial and commercial machinations which had prompted, organized, and subsidized the Marcos state. The Reagan administration and Marcos. Without exception, however, the American media credited the Reagan administration with the removal of Marcos from the presidency of the Philippines. Paradoxically, the same media provided substantial evidence that the opposite was the case. The Reagan administration was a reluctant and late participant in the dissolution of the Marcos state. The public record suggests that the fate of Marcos was initiated by interests beyond the current managers of the American government, and the effort to remove Marcos had begun before the Reagan administration assumed power. By the spring of 1980, a close observer of the Philippines might have surmised that an alternative leadership structure for that country was being prepared by the same interests which had earlier promoted Ferdinand Marcos. In 1979, the State Department had interceded to gain the release of Benigno Aquino from detention. By May 1980, Aquino had been flown to the U.S. for heart surgery and subsequently provided fellowships, first to Harvard University, and then to MIT. During the final year of the Carter administration, Aquino was treated by the State Department and the New York Times as if he was the leader of a government in exile. Aquino was allowed to travel to Damascus to confer with leaders of the Moro National Liberation Front, encouraged to construct a nonviolent, moderate anti-Marcos coalition, and routinely briefed on American Philippines matters by the State Department. 32. The disaffection with Marcos within some American circles had been signaled in a three-part New York Times series by John Oakes in July 1980. Oakes compared Marcos with the Shah. Nobody seriously believes that Marcos is about to be unseated. Oakes also relayed the growing impatience with U.S. policy of a rising opposition middle-class intellectuals, business and professional men and women, and Catholic bishops. Why do we have to fight not only our local homegrown despots but the United States government as well? You confuse Marcos with the Philippines, and, in doing that, you're not going to be able to save Marcos, but you're sure going to lose the Philippines. 33. For the next 3 years, while the Reagan administration solicitously attended to various functionaries of the Marcos state to assure them of continued support, 34, a faction within the State Department cultivated Aquino. 35, equally significant, when Aquino decided to return to the Philippines in August 1983, he had been assured substantial financial support from foreign sources alone. 36. A measure of the investment in Aquino by corporate American interests is the media attention given in America to his return from exile and subsequent assassination. 37. From January 1981 until the weeks immediate to his death on August 21, 1983, Aquino had warranted no attention in the American national press. Even his meetings with Imelda Marcos during her earlier visits to the U.S. in 1983 had gone unreported. But Aquino's return to the Philippines marked the public launching of the plan to remove Marcos. Quite suddenly Aquino was news. In early August, extensive profiles of Aquino were published in the New York Times and the Washington Post. And his death at Manila International Airport brought forth a media blitz. The killing of Aquino was by no means unusual in Filipino politics. The state policing apparatus established by aid in the Philippines had claimed the lives of untold thousands. As Corazon Aquino's executive secretary, Joker Arroyo, observed, "When the history of the Philippines is known, perhaps we will beat the record of Argentina in magnitude and torture." 38 Aquino had survived so long as Marcos had enjoyed unrivaled support from his corporate American sponsors. Once it became clear that Aquino had been chosen as the heir apparent, Marcos acted to frustrate that plan by removing its key element. The evidence for the extent to which the Reagan administration was uninvolved in this move to unseat Marcos is rather clear. Though members of the House, the Senate, and the State Department bureaucracy directly and publicly traced Aquino's assassination to Marcos, in September Reagan announced that he had no intention of canceling his November visit to Manila. Schultz, Weinberger, Bush, and others were equally adamant. Following sustained public outcry and pressure from State Department professionals and congressional committees, the White House finally postponed the visit in early October. But Reagan privately wrote to Marcos that his friendship was as warm and firm as ever. 39. Even as late as February 1986, when the evidence of Marcos's electoral fraud was public and irrefutable, Reagan could not concede. He said the observers had told him that they didn't have any hard evidence beyond that general appearance. At this point he got in real trouble by adding that it was also possible that fraud was occurring on both sides. Reagan's contentious remark was a flub, pure and simple, first made the accusation during a practice question-and-answer session with his staff before the Tuesday night news conference. The president was corrected. But, says a Reagan aide, he had it in his mental computer, and it couldn't be erased. 40. For the next 15 days, though the White House issued a number of pronouncements, Reagan himself was not allowed to speak publicly on the Philippines. 41 Indeed, it was not until the defections of Enrile and Ramos that the Reagan administration achieved consensus on the necessity of Marcos's removal. 42 But by eventually crediting the Reagan administration with an initiative to which it was fundamentally opposed, the American media repaired a real-world event which had required the closeting of the American president from the public arena. Corazon Aquino and the Filipino Revolution. There were several reasons behind the orchestration of an alternative to Marcos through the State Department. On the heels of the revolutions in Iran and Nicaragua in 1979, factions of American capital had publicly begun questioning the usefulness to American interests of Third World autocrats. 43 President Carter, whose waning political authority rested on his role as the restorer of legitimacy in government, was himself initially predisposed against militarist states. Post-Vietnam public opposition to military aid abroad, the defeats of the Shah and Somoza, and the vagaries of Carter's presidency were all indications of the precariousness of a strategy reliant on repressive regimes. 44 And in the Philippines, martial law had increased the ideological coherence and military effectiveness of the left insurgency, spawned unrest and corruption in the military, and inspired increasingly frequent anti-Marcos demonstrations. 45 Augmented by the pessimistic evaluations of the Marcos military by aid and Pentagon specialists, a reform government seemed the least costly alternative. The existence of a guerrilla war led by the New People's Army was reduced to a sidebar in the American press. The fact of the NPA as a nationwide fighting force active in two-thirds of the archipelago's 73 provinces, 46 was displaced by the real revolution, the triumph of Corazon Aquino. In time, Roger Rosenblatt composed the journalistic conventions for the Philippines. Try not to forget what you saw last week. Call that a revolution? Where were the heads stuck on pikes? Where were the torches for the estates of the rich? The rich were in the streets with the poor, a whole country up in flowers. In a short string of remarkable days a crooked election was held and exposed, a dignified woman established her stature and leadership, a despot ranted, sweated, fled, a palace changed guard, all with a minimum of bloodlust. Not since 18th century France have Americans approved so heartily of a rebellion. And Rosenblatt equipped his readers with pithy descriptions of the dramatis personae. Strong characters emerged: Vice President Salvador Laurel, General Fidel Ramos, the once and future Defense Minister Juan Ponce Enrile, White House emissary Senator Paul Laxalt 47. This neat drama is almost totally unrelated to real-world occurrences. Indeed, what remains in the relationship is restricted to an inversion of reality. The tale, however, does possess the advantage of being memorable. And most importantly, it retrieves from the real world the unfamiliar fragments which had threatened to disrupt the news. And thus, without the slightest hint of irony, Rosenblatt could conclude with this admonishment to his audience: try not to forget what you saw last week. It was ourselves in eruption far away. The circle had been rounded. The Filipino Revolution which the American media permitted its audience consisted of the revolving of elites. The Popular Revolution, the force whose very success catalyzed the transition from Marcos, was used by the American media to legitimate the stage play in Manila. American newsmakers reconstructed the Philippines by first inventing the problem and then the solution. Chapter 15. On the Los Angeles Times, crack cocaine, and the Rampart Division scandal. The Los Angeles Times is one of the many big city American dailies, which can neither be envied or admired. It would be foolhardy in the extreme to covet the awesome journalistic responsibility for recording the significant events in a metropolis as sprawling and diverse as Los Angeles. But it is regrettable that the Times performs that task so poorly. The result is that its readers, to the extent that they depend on the Times as a primary source of information on international, national, regional or city affairs, are routinely misinformed. But the litmus test for the Times, its most eminent counterparts in New York, Washington, Miami, Chicago, Dallas, Atlanta, and Boston or any other newspaper, must be local news. 3 years ago, the Los Angeles Times failed that particular trial somewhat spectacularly when it dismissed Gary Webb's investigation into the CIA connection with the cocaine epidemic which hit Los Angeles in the 1970s. Neither the LA Times, the New York Times, or the Washington Post gave any credence to Webb's findings, and one or two of them launched counter-series to discredit Webb. Webb was dismissed by the Mercury News, which apologized for sloppy editing of the original series. Nevertheless, the accusations were taken seriously by notables like Maxine Waters and Jesse Jackson. The then director of the CIA, John Deutsche, appeared at a South Central town meeting to refute the charges, and Congress, the Justice Department, and the CIA initiated investigations. In late 1998, in the midst of the media carnival around President Clinton's impeachment travesty, the third volume of the CIA's Inspector General Frederick P. Hitz was published, confirming Webb's charges that CIA officials knew that many of their Contra resources were in the narcotics trade. The IG's findings were barely reported in any of the aforementioned newspapers. The Times, indeed, quarantined this news to Alexander Coburn's op-ed column. Charitably, the LA Times's misbehavior in the Webb affair might be attributed to outrage at being scooped on its own turf by a newspaper of the second rank. But that would hardly suffice as an excuse for its mishandling of the Bank of America scandal 14 years earlier. Nor would professional jealousy account for its present mischievous treatment of the scandal rocking the Los Angeles Police Department. What this story shares with the two previous debacles are drugs, law enforcement, and Central America, subjects on which the Times frequently flounders. The present LAPD scandal concerns its Rampart Division that polices 8 square miles west of downtown. As Scott Glover and Matt Le of the Times have reported, beginning mid-September, over a dozen officers assigned to Rampart have been suspended or fired, and are under investigation for improper shootings, evidence planting, false arrests, witness intimidation, beatings, theft, drug dealing and perjury. So far, so good. The principal witness against the Rampart outlaws has been one of their own, Rafael Perez. Perez, presently serving time for stealing 8 pounds of cocaine from police facilities, was a member of Crash, Rampart's anti-gang unit. In exchange for a reduced sentence, Perez has admitted and implicated other officers in dirty shootings, framing suspects, etc. Presently LA District Attorney, Gil Garcetti, has assigned 5 prosecutors to the case. Garcetti has also initiated the release of 2 or 3 inmates convicted on evidence presented by Perez and his partners, and is presently reviewing 40 or more other convictions tainted by the involvement of other policemen suspected of corruption and perjury. Even attentive readers, however, might find the unfolding scandal difficult to follow. The Los Angeles Times possesses one of the smallest news holes of any major newspaper in the country. And though the story has received front-page coverage since its first appearance on September 16, the bulk of the reportage is on the inside pages, camouflaged by a jungle of advertisements. Of the 4 stories printed in the first section this month, November 10th, 17th, and 20th, advertising consumes 17 of 28 pages, 16½ of 28 pages, and 23 of 34 pages, respectively. And as it has frequently done in the past with reports bringing ill repute to Los Angeles institutions, the Times has sought to amend bad news with face-saving journalistic gestures. Thus on September 23, just 1 week following the first published reports of the Rampart scandal, the Times published a story headlined, "In Rampart Support Strong," documenting positive perceptions of the LAPD among Rampart residents. The import of this story seems to have been that local residents and business owners preferred the police gang to its rival gangs, whatever means they used, they justified the ends, said the community leader. Reporters Gold and Landsberg eventually seized the initiative, declaring for all concerned, for many neighbors, an aggressive police force is a small price to pay for safety. Perjury, drug dealing, unwarranted shootings were obscured now by the muscular slogan aggressive policing. But as the scandal widened, this initial effort obviously was deemed inadequate by the powers that be at the newspaper. In any case, virtually the same story was repeated on November 10 under the headline "Crime, Poverty Test Rampart Officers' Skill," this time with a byline attributed to Anne-Marie O'Connor, Antonio Olivo, and Joseph Trevino, the last 2 presumably Spanish-speaking. Quite unintentionally, however, this story displayed all the inadequacies of the Times's reporting on drugs, Central America, and law enforcement. The second paragraph announces the crux of the narrative concerned with law enforcement in Rampart, a complex mix of gangs, violence and poverty in the crowded Pico Union and Westlake districts makes policing there an unmatched challenge. Apparently LAPD officers are trained to serve and protect more sedate neighborhoods like Mulholland Drive. A different sort of rupture of the savagehood narrative, however, presents itself as an inadvertent subtext. Fully half of the informants for the story are immigrants or refugees from Central America, the police sergeant from Mexico who resents those residents who impose Latino solidarity on him and his fellow officers, the Honduran immigrant who was shot, paralyzed, and falsely imprisoned, the fruit seller who fled San Salvador after her mother and 2 sisters were killed by death squads, the frequently harassed Cal State Fullerton freshman who left Guatemala at the age of 8. These are the human documents of American foreign policy in Central America, the genocide in Guatemala, the dirty wars in Honduras and El Salvador, the economic colonization of Mexico. Earlier this year President Clinton publicly apologized for some of these international crimes and human rights violations. But in the context of the Rampart scandal their histories of national violation and forced evacuation have been concealed under the narrative of voluntarism. The reporters passively record Harry Pecan's assertion that migrants come bearing the American dream, work hard, and with a lot of luck and skills you can make it all the way to the top. It is not clear how this ambition became uniquely American. Nor is it entirely persuasive that these refugees would assume that the U.S. sponsored violence that victimized them in their home countries would somehow be suspended on this side of the border. A third rupture in the reporter's justification of police misbehavior at Rampart occurs with the inclusion of Rudy de Leon in the story. De Leon is a former LAPD captain and is presently the county's law enforcement ombudsman. His explanation proceeds from this premise: problems often stem from inexperienced officers, most of whom grew up in more affluent neighborhoods, our reporters write. De Leon continues in his own words, then they graduate from the academy and go to an ethnic minority area and walk into a house with dog feces or something in the front yard. They go home and say, it's a jungle out there. These people are animals. How this doggerel relates to the police crimes under investigation remains unexplained. The journalists and editors of the Los Angeles Times, however, routinely expose synaptic breaks. On November 17, that day's Rampart story is separated by one column from the story of Jay Maloney's suicide. One-time super agent, drug abuser is found hanged. The narrative is of the fall. Once an agent for notables like Spielberg, Scorsese, Mike Nichols, Letterman, and Dustin Hoffman, Maloney became addicted to cocaine, lost almost everything, and then hanged himself from a shower head at his Mulholland Drive home. Years of criminal drug abuse, and not once did he come to the attention of law enforcers, even after he publicized his addiction 2 years ago in Premiere magazine. It is well documented that the largest consumption of controlled substances occurs among the affluent in this country. William Bennett, President Bush's drug czar, publicly announced it some years ago. We can only surmise, notwithstanding the Los Angeles Times's insistence that it isn't so, that the LAPD has as much difficulty in policing Mulholland Drive as it does Pico Union. Apparently, around Mulholland, cocaine is a supplement of creativity. At Pico Union it merely fertilizes the jungle. Chapter 16. Michaud lynches the mammy. The Aesopian mode is the zone in which minority speakers approach the power of dominant discourse from a position of negotiation. The speaker in this position attempts to master a language understandable to the majority while also affirming the values and interests of the less powerful group. Clyde Taylor 1. The research on Oscar Michaud, the black filmmaker whose work began during the silent film era, is proceeding at a vigorous pace. In the past 10 years, an Oscar Michaud Society has come into being, producing a newsletter documenting activities and research publications, and 2 of the Society's annual film festivals have occurred. And under the auspices of prestigious agencies like the Society for Cinema Studies in Canada, the Museum of Modern Art in New York, the African American Film Society in Missouri, or the Southern Historical Association, and other venues, Michaud's life and films are rapidly becoming a cottage industry. Part of the excitement is due to Michaud himself, the peripatetic producer of 40 or 50 films in a 30-year span, and 7 novels. On that score, Donald Bogle, Daniel Lieb, and Thomas Cripps may be credited with the most influential efforts to initially center Michaud in film studies. 2 Other reasons for the prolific work on Michaud are the maturing of Black or African American studies, and the appearance of a generation or 2 of research scholars directly or indirectly associated with that field. There are now enough Michaud scholars in American studies to stage debates over the significance of Michaud, principally around whether Michaud was primarily a businessman with an erratic style or an artist who deliberately and creatively prosecuted a black aesthetic. 3 This paper has much less to do with that sort of divide than with Michaud's political and social ideas. About 10 years ago, Michaud's Within Our Gates was rediscovered in an archive in Spain. Bearing the title La Negra, with Spanish-language intertitles, the 1919 film was retranslated into English, and has inspired its own factotum. And I have taken Within Our Gates to be the most singularly political of Michaud's films, since in it he sought to respond directly to the 1915 film by D.W. Griffith and Thomas Dixon entitled Birth of a Nation. 4. Much has been made of the attempts by 2 rival cohorts of black leaders to produce a response to Griffith. One group drawn from prominent activists in the NAACP sought to join with Carl Laemmle's Universal Studios to write and produce a film entitled Lincoln's Dream. Unable to meet Laemmle's condition of a matching $60,000 nut, the project died despite the commitment of a Universal scenarist, Elaine Stern. Meanwhile, at Tuskegee, Emmett Scott, Booker T. Washington's secretary, undertook a similar venture. After a series of fits and starts, a film partly constructed by Selig Polyscope and finished by Daniel Frohman was completed. The premiere in late November 1918 of what has been described as a disjointed menage entitled Birth of a Race was met with derision by Variety and other critics. 5 And perhaps the only saving grace from the two projects was the launching of Lincoln Motion Pictures by George and Nobel Johnson, and then Michaud Productions by Oscar Michaud. Both companies were constituted as independent black enterprises committed to avoiding reliance on non-black investors and producers. The companies differed radically, however, with respect to how they would respond to Griffith and his imitators. Since Michaud's was by far the more arrogant and startling response, his work demands the most deliberate treatment. Oscar Michaud's 1919 release, Within Our Gates, is a stunning and enduring political statement, and a bold refutation of Griffith's imagery and social representation. Indeed, its complete deconstruction of Griffith's racial architecture was substantially more discerning than the critique which W.E.B. Du Bois had mounted to Griffith's categorical portraiture in Birth of a Nation, or the mushy visions which fueled Lincoln's Dream or The Birth of a Race. Moreover, employing the melodrama, Griffith's favorite genre, Michaud slyly seduced his audience while he savagely inverted Griffith's worldview. Interestingly, he also employed some of Griffith's cinematic vocabulary, fades, close-ups, flashbacks, etc., to drive his narrative of romance, betrayal, race uplift, class conflicts, and social prejudices. Among the narrative oppositions Michaud assumed was the iconic retrieval of the mulatto. Dixon and Griffith had constructed their perverse signification of mixed racing around the characters of Lydia Brown, a mulatta, and Silas Lynch, a mulatto. In his novel, The Klansman, Dixon had portrayed Lydia as possessing an animal beauty, possessing the temperament of a leopardess, unnatural ambition, and the sexual seductiveness sufficient to ruin a nation. And as the mistress/maid of Congressman Austin Stoneman, the leader of the Radical Republicans, Lydia was the first lady of the land, as Dixon described her. No more curious or sinister figure ever cast a shadow across the history of a great nation than did this mulatto woman in the most corrupt hour of American life. The grim old man who looked into her sleek tawny face and followed her cat-like eyes was actually gripping the nation by the throat. Did he aim to make this woman the arbiter of its social life, and her ethics the limit of its moral laws? 6. And among Lydia's covert agents was Lynch, as Dixon reported. A man of charming features for a mulatto, who had evidently inherited the full physical characteristics of the Aryan race, while his dark yellowish eyes beneath his heavy brows glowed with the brightness of the African jungle, the primeval forest. 7. In Birth, Griffith slavishly followed the original, employing white performers Mary Alden and George Siegman in brownface to visually substantiate the freaks of nature imagined by Dixon, his collaborator. In their film, Lydia, the mulatta is a vicious mistress to an abolitionist congressman who precipitates the Civil War, and Lynch is portrayed as a lascivious, power-mad mulatto who sought to rule as dictator over the Reconstruction South while trumping his triumph with a marriage to a white woman. Birth was premiered in February 1915. But in April of that year, William Fox's studio responded, releasing The Nigger, a drama concerning a Southern governor who is extorted by a whiskey-distilling political boss to oppose prohibition. 8 The boss has discovered that the governor is black and threatens public exposure. The governor signs the prohibition legislation, then resigns, and moves to the north in order to champion his newly assigned race. Until Michaud's intervention, however, this would be the last heroic characterization of the mulatto in American films. In 1916, Selig Polyscope released At Piney Ridge, in which another race-mistaken mulatto marauds through white society. He impregnates one woman, embezzles bank funds, shifts the blame for both deeds to a rival, adding the final insult that his rival is of mixed blood. The mulatto is eventually killed by a distraught father, and while dying is told that his mother was black. In Pudd'nhead Wilson, the same year, Lasky Features presented an adaptation of the novel by Mark Twain. Here a quadroon baby is switched by his mulatto mother with a white child having the same patrician father. Later the quadroon murders his uncle and tries to blame his half-brother for the deed. His original identity is revealed by fingerprint evidence and he is sent to prison. In Bar Sinister, Edgar Lewis told the story of a mulatta who kidnaps the child of a man whose cruelty had caused the death of her husband. She raises the child as her own daughter but eventually confesses the truth. In the Renaissance at Charleroi, also in 1917, a wealthy aristocrat destroys the romantic liaison between a quadroon and a white man. Again that year, in Sold at Auction, a white child, condemned to servitude, is mischievously identified by her custodian as a mulatta in order to halt a marriage to a young reporter. She is then surrendered to a prostitution ring, paradoxically auctioned to the father who had abandoned her years before, and only saved from incest by the intervention of her fiancé. The following year, 1918, the depiction of mulattoes took another turn for the worse. In Broken Ties, a mulatta kills her white foster father because he opposes her marriage to a white man. Her fiancé is accused of the murder but she confesses and then stabs herself to death. In Free and Equal, a mulatto betrays his race by succumbing to his congenital character. Trained at Tuskegee Institute, the mulatto is employed by a white philanthropist who has created a society for the uplift of the Negro. In Gratitude, the mulatto frequents brothels, seduces, and secretly marries his benefactor's daughter, and later rapes and kills a maid. At his trial, he is revealed as a bigamist and imprisoned. The philanthropist understandably renounces race equality. There was more of the same in A Woman of Impulse that same year. Here a mulatta stabs to death her wealthy paramour while he is assaulting another woman. The mulatta finally confesses at the trial of the other woman, thus erasing any suggestion that her action was motivated by anything other than jealousy. Michaud devoted much of Within Our Gates to the explicit publicizing and rehabilitation of the mulatto. This mission, of course, he had already undertaken in his earlier films. It could be almost plausibly argued that Michaud's casting of light-skinned players was an accident of his recruitment of actors from the professional ensembles like the Lafayette Players, the Ethiopian Art Company, the Dunbar Players, etc. But while many players in these troupes were light-complexioned, just as often prominent thespians were not. 9 Alternatively, with more plausibility, his casting decisions might be attributed to marketing considerations, that is simply employing known names from the theatre and vaudeville, or deferring to assumed standards of beauty and attractiveness. 10 Nevertheless, neither accidents of recruitment nor market strategies completely explain the fact that in The Homesteader, The Brute, and The Symbol of the Unconquered, the characters his principal light-skinned players portrayed were virtuous and sympathetic while there seemed to be sufficient numbers of dark-skinned actors and actresses to play his villains and morally ambiguous roles. More credible is the likelihood that Michaud had been taken in by the caste-like definitions and social patrols established by elements of the black middle classes in the 19th century. The most prominent of that strata, self-identifying as a social elite superior to both blacks and most whites, had given inordinate value to their mixed-race ancestry, taking particular pride for, as Senator Blanche Bruce's bride was described in 1878, possessing no visible trace of her African ancestry. 11 As Henry McFarland observed of this strata in the Philadelphia Record in 1894. They have very little to do with the mass of colored citizens except in a business way or by making speeches or addresses to them. With their families and friends, these leaders of their race form a society as exclusive as the most fashionable white society, and socially have almost as little to do with their brethren as if they were white, instead of almost so, as most of them are. The colored people do not feel identified with them, and although they are in a way proud of their prominence, they are not fond of them personally. 12. Michaud's debt to this creed of the brown upper class was displayed in both his films and his novels. Janice Hebert commented in an analysis of The Conquest and The Homesteader that Michaud on the one hand views himself as being different from or better than other blacks, while on the other hand he castigates the whites for impeding the progress of all African Americans. 13 Ironically, while Michaud would advertise the social values of this upper class, he was forever disqualified from entry into their ranks by color, ancestry, wealth, or education. Nonetheless, Within Our Gates followed the color codes of his earlier and later films. Virtue, social responsibility, race loyalty, duty, education, and professional status were reserved for his light-skinned players, while darker actors portrayed the urban working class, rural sharecroppers, and social parasites. While the master narrative of Within Our Gates concerned the trials of Sylvia Landry, a virtuous young mulatto school teacher, Michaud also pursued a more vigorous and subversive refutation of Griffith, Dixon, and their racially bigoted confederates in film, stage, and literature. Thus, while Sylvia's romantic impulses contradicted the bestial mulatto favored by Griffith and Dixon, in quite another theme Michaud countered Berth's identification of whiteness with nobility. Employing the flashback toward the end of his film, Michaud constructed Sylvia's hitherto hidden past, the legitimate child of a marriage between a black woman and a white man. As a young woman, Sylvia had experienced the lynching of her foster parents, and the near rape by her own father, Armand Gridlestone. In this sequence, Michaud portrayed the bloodlust of a white lynch mob made up of Southern patricians and farmers, women, and children. And collapsing two of Griffith's most powerful depictions of black rapists, Michaud begins the preying on Sylvia by Armand as an exterior and then moving to an interior, has Evelyn Prieur reenact the trapped Elsie's horror by almost exactly duplicating the histrionic gestures of Lillian Gish in Birth. Tearing at her clothes, it is only at the last moment that Armand, seeing a scar on her breast, recognizes her as his own child and, distraught, halts his attack. Michaud had sought to rupture Griffith's black bestiary by displaying the cruelty of whites as lynchers and rapists, but in his treatment of the Mammy, Michaud took his renunciation of Griffith into the realm of sublime cinematography. In the Mammy, the dominant characterization of dark-skinned black women in Birth, Griffith erased 2 or more centuries of what one black spokesman decried as white enforced debauchery. Countless slave women had, of course, been sexually used by their so-called masters and other males protected by race and class privilege. Griffith's asexual Mammy negated that very possibility. It discounted the research of Irvin Jordan, Jr., who found indirect evidence in the 1860 census confirming the account of a Union soldier who visited the King William County, Virginia, plantation of a 74-year-old farmer named Anderson Scott in 1864, described it as inhabited by over 150 slaves, many with blue eyes and straight hair, the children and grandchildren of Scott, who felt little remorse about the incestuous fathering of mulatto children upon his black daughters and granddaughters. 14. And it concealed an extraordinarily perverse moral obligation. George Fitzhugh of Caroline County defended the sexual pursuit of black women as necessary to avoid infecting white womanhood with erotic degeneracy. He praised slavery for allowing slave owners to vent their lust harmlessly upon slave women and contended that slavery protected black women from abuse by black men. 15. But notwithstanding Fitzhugh's overt self-conceit, much of white Southern lore concerning antebellum society strove mightily to conceal the lure of, lust for, and the rape of black women. The Mammy achieved this masquerade, and the Mammy, Cheryl Thurber assures us, was an imagined reality originating in white Southern fiction. Accordingly, several recent studies on slavery, notably those by Catherine Clinton, Deborah Gray White, Joan Cashin, Herbert Gutman, and Jacqueline Jones, have found little evidence for real mammies in the antebellum period and have even questioned the historical evidence for the existence of mammies in the period immediately after emancipation. 16. To the contrary, in the slaveholders' households, domestic service was usually performed by young black women. The compelling attractiveness of these black women was memorialized by 19th-century American painters. Eastman Johnson recorded his father's slaves in Washington, D.C., and during the Civil War, witnessed the arrival of a contraband family at an army camp. Richard Ansdell captured the haunting beauty of one black woman in Hunted Slaves, and Winslow Homer's At the Cabin Door depicted a handsome young black woman forlornly watching the forced march of captured Union soldiers. 17. No matter. Griffith's Mammy, like her fictional predecessor, displaced the real. She became a stock character among similarly grotesque black domestic servants in American films. And her important actuality in this mutilated historical memory was eventually confirmed when Hattie McDaniels received the first Oscar awarded to a black person for her Mammy in Gone with the Wind. In Birth, Griffith's Mammy had defended her domestic space and the household of her patrician master, Dr. Cameron. Responding to intrusions of the Cameron domicile by Northern and renegade black Union troops, Mammy had employed insults. Later, when the Camerons themselves are at risk, Mammy would eventually resort to physical assaults. Michaud, however, effaced Griffith's creature by both the display of white debauchery in the rapacious attack on Sylvia and the extraordinary sequence which was its antecedent, the white mob's week-long hunt of the Landrys, and eventually, on a Sunday, the lynching and burning of Mother Landry and her husband. Sylvia's foster father, Jasper Landry, had been falsely accused of killing Philip Griddlestone, for whom he worked as a tenant farmer. The Landrys, Sylvia, Jasper, Mother Landry, and their son, Emile, hide in the swamp, establishing a camp. And at this juncture, Michaud begins his privileging of the Mammy. Accompanying the portrait of Mother Landry, Michaud displays an intertitle. Meanwhile, in the depth of the forest, a woman, though a Negro, was a human being. He thus extracts the Mammy from the lore of plantocratic apologetics, establishing her not as some fictional creature, serving the ideological functions of a fabulous Southern narrative of sexual and racial deceit, but as a mother capable of familial love and anguish. Around her are the evidence of her history, her children, her husband, and their forlorn condition. She is no longer an asexual figment of plantocratic conceit, no longer the ever-jovial and conscience-less faithful servant. Indeed, as the next intertitle establishes, her faith and her loyalty are attached to vision which far exceeds the mundane demands of social arrangement of finite duration. Thumbing her small Bible, Mother Landry implores. Justice. Where are you? Answer me. How long? Great God Almighty, how long? And Michaud supplies that answer. When we next see Mother and Jasper Landry, they are being prepared for hanging. Her outer garments torn from her body, Mother Landry stands next to her husband and son. They are not resigned, however. Struggling with their tormentors, the parents manage to distract the mob long enough for young Emile to escape. Then their nooses are drawn taut. They are hung by white justice administered by the hands of women as well as men. Chapter 17. Blaxploitation and the Misrepresentation of Liberation. In our own time a neo-blaxploitation has occurred which blurs the memory of blaxploitation by rehearsing the insults of the first. The off-screen sexual gymnastics of David Alan Grier's parents in Boomerang, Martin Lawrence's confusion of sex with quality time in Bad Boys, Keenan Ivory Wayans' James Brown dance to ward off dogs in Low Down Dirty Shane, the minstrel tropes of The Last Boy Scout, Booty Call, Senseless, Chris Rock's HBO show and dozens of similar tropes are familiar from 30 years ago. If you did not see them the first time around, the blaxploitation films have become routine fare for the cable movie channels, particularly during Black History Month. With a few exceptions, blaxploitation was a degraded cinema. It degraded the industry which prostituted itself to political and market exigencies and constructed the genre of an urban jungle. It degraded the black actors, writers, and directors who proved more affectionate to money than to the black lower classes they caricatured. It degraded its audiences who were subjected to a mockery of the aspirations of black liberationists. The first blaxploitation era, 1969 to 1975, appears precisely at that moment when Hollywood's liberal conscience is at its apogee. 1 In the years immediately preceding the emergence of the black ghetto melodrama, integrationism had become the reigning ideological drama of race-themed films. Sidney Poitier was the highly successful icon of this genre, earning the highest box office, and drawing a most respectable salary which placed him among the elite of movie stars. 2 If one remained within the parameters of film production, as many film historians do, the occurrence of blaxploitation would seem to constitute a paradox, except for the facts that Poitier's stardom and the subsequent appearance of blaxploitation coincided with the most militant phase of black liberationism. Thousands of young blacks, in colleges and high schools, had determined that integrationism, the ideology which had dominated the civil rights movement in the post-Second World War era, was a liberal conceit, premised on the belief that a kind of Christian forbearance would transform the hegemony of white racism. their faith exhausted by the spectacles of bombings, beatings, insults, murders, and judicial and police injustices, many blacks turned to the more muscular postures of Black Power, Marxism, or separationist programs. Each contained a radically different America from that inhabiting integrationism, but they were never the same alternative America. Black Power, at least in its formal expression, suggested a permanently balkanized America, disaggregated by race, religion, and ethnicity. As Carmichael and Hamilton suggested in their declaration, Black Power was merely an admission to an American apartheid in which blacks could justifiably desire a distinct political and economic base. 3 Rather than race, religion, or ethnicity, Marxism conceptualized a class-riven society whose correction required proletarian rule, class superseded race, thus class solidarity within a militant and class-conscious working class was the ground for a true resolution. Among the separatists, America was the creation of a malevolent deity and was impervious to change. 4 The only alternative was a permanent break, a dissolution which would allow the salvation of the good. Hollywood responded by simultaneously sustaining a more muted integrationism, while conceding that black social protest was an emergent force from a community with a historical dimension and an urgent moral impulse. In order to understand better the filmic transmutation of black liberation in the early 1970s, it is necessary to review briefly the stratagem employed by cultural propagandists in an earlier social crisis. In the Great Depression, the most striking project of race training in films was conducted through the genres of the jungle and plantation movies. Each of the genres had been employed during the catastrophe of immigration occurring in the teens of the present century. But then their function as narratives of whiteness had been overshadowed by the greater urgency, as proposed in the Western, the Indian, and the Civil War genres, of fabricating a nationalist mythology in popular culture. 5. The end of the silent movies era coincided with massive economic deterioration and the emergence of extreme political oppositions. On the right, one of the most powerful factions of American capital, the interest group coordinated by J.P. Morgan's minions, had initiated a conspiracy to seize the White House. 6 The richly endowed plan was modeled on the emergence of the Italian fascist movement, and sutured social materials from the American Legion, the Bonus Army, and the unemployed. On the left, the increasing organizational impetus of communists, socialists, black radicals, and nationalists among the more alien immigrants and black workers was facilitated by the advance of class identity. Moreover, as the events surrounding the Scottsboro trials evidenced, the racial barriers established less than 50 years earlier had begun to disintegrate. The alleged female victims, 2 poor white women, had worked as prostitutes. One, indeed, had regularly serviced black men on what she called Negro night. The judge in the 1931 trial of the 9 black youths would have none of it. Where the woman charged to have been raped is, as in this case a white woman, there is a strong presumption under the law that she would not and did not yield to intercourse with the defendant, a Negro, and this is true, whatever the station in life the prosecutrix may occupy, whether she be the most despised, ignorant and abandoned woman of the community, or the spotless virgin and daughter of a prominent name of luxury and learning. 7. The law, of course, was a fantastic artifice, a mythic concatenation of a fabulous white imaginary. The demise of the Klan in the 1920s, in a storm of sex scandals among its most prominent leaders, had exposed the hypocrisy of race patrollers like the judge. Nancy McLean commented, as a site of debauchery, the imperial palace of the Klan rivaled some of the motion picture sets its representatives so habitually rebuked it. With the largest movie studios now under the hegemony of the largest fractions of Capital 9, namely the Morgan and Rockefeller groups, a significant proportion of Hollywood's productions in the 1930s provided justification for the re-establishment of overt black repression, American colonialism, and domestic fascism. The most explicit genres were the jungle films and what Ed Guerrero has determined as the plantation genre. 10 In both genres, the young white female serves as a besieged icon of whiteness, endangered by her own sexual desires. Concerning the first genre, Rona Bernstein observes, A range of jungle films align monstrosity with darkness and position the white woman as the figure who negotiates the chasm between the white and black worlds. Her role is ambiguous. She is under threat and in need of white male care, and she is liminal, aligned with and likened to monsters, blacks, and jungle creatures. The figuration of white heroines in jungle narratives underscores the slippage of race and gender traits in these pictures, and highlights the terrifying and monstrous results of transgressions of the conventional boundaries of sex, species, and race. 11. The jungle film was thus a protocol of anti-miscegenation, and like D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation, the plots of films like Engage I, Trader Horn, The Blonde Captive, The Savage Girl, and King Kong, all narrate the rescue of virginal white women from gorillas and black men. Interestingly, the character's retrieval from an erotic immersion in darkness was often accompanied by the transformation of an effeminate white male into a heroically masculine figure. In the plantation genre, the white women of films like So Red the Rose, Jezebel, and Gone with the Wind, 3 of the 75 major films of this genre produced between 1929 and 194,112, portrayed a complementary virtue of whiteness. The female's function, and invariably they were daughters of plantation-owning families, was to display the essential nobility inherent in whiteness. Typically, in the first half of the plot, their characters replicate the childlike females of Griffith's imagination, marred, however, by petulance, selfishness, self-conceit, and a passion for trivial matters. Griffith's Old South was inhabited by white women who, though young, were devoted to their families and blessed with a heightened sense of responsibility. Their successors in the 1930s were less obviously so endowed. In the end, hardship matures them, providing an opportunity for their noblest virtues to come to the fore. On the other hand, the slaves of the plantation genre displayed no such depth of social or self-consciousness. The Red Summer, the judicial lynching of the Scottsboro men, the annual tabulation of actual lynchings, the constant litany of official and mob violence against blacks were figments of reality which had no place in American films. Unlike the blacks in the real world of the Depression years, the slaves of the plantation genre were seldom sad, rebellious, or militant. Their merriment exposed the essential and necessary paternalism of their masters, and frequently the slaves were so enthralled with slavery that they broke into song or dance. Indeed, Guerrero maintains, the only slaves who opposed slavery in the first 50 years of the cinema were the renegades depicted in Birth of a Nation and the short-lived rebels of So Red the Rose. Donald Bogle has christened the period as the Age of the Negro Servant, and has claimed no other period in motion picture history could boast of more black faces carrying mops and pails or lifting pots and pans than the Depression years. 13 There was no need then for the hard justice Griffith introduced in Birth, and certainly no rationale for the lynching of the Mammy character and her family which Oscar Micheaux dramatically presented in Within Our Gates. 4 decades after the Depression, American filmmakers deployed images of black women which adopted the ideological stratagems of the jungle films and the plantation genre. Just as the white heroine had served as a canvas upon which was inscribed the nature of her race's supposed virtues and the conflicted construct of her gender, black women were impersonated to display the hidden and perverse nature of blackness, and the essentially savage erotic impulses of black women. Shortly after the nation had been inundated by the televised scenes of freedom-seeking black bodies being mauled by police hoses and dogs, and mobbed and spat upon by white citizens, Hollywood filmmakers recast the freedom movement as outlawry and, in a subgenre of blaxploitation, black women were portrayed as vigilantes. In the anarchy which constituted Hollywood's fabrication of black society, all the libidinal desire and social pathology of America's urban classes was centered on the female body, the black, as well as the white female body. The white women in these films were either masculinized degenerates or from the poor white classes. In either instance they neither expected nor deserved redemption. Remarkably, only black women possessed the savage, primordial instinct of self-survival to resist sexual degradation and their male predators. Inhabiting a society in which the rule of law and social civility were merely superficial veneers, a world in which the quest for civil rights was at best a naive self-delusion, the bad black woman's self-preservation took the form of execution and banditry. *******. One of the most effective and clever maneuvers of the blaxploitation genre was the appropriation and representation of Angela Davis's public image. This manipulation, of course, was of a piece with the commercial cinema's translation of the mass black rebellion which occurred near the end of the civil rights era. And in lieu of a deliberate interrogation of the political and moral dilemmas which attended the failures of an integrationist activism, independent and then established filmmakers trivialized the troubled activists of the movement into the now familiar male counter-revolutionary creatures, the male prostitute, the vigilante cops, the dope pusher, and the gangster. The crises which communicated between American society, its dominant institutions, and the movement were masked in popular culture as ghetto epidemiology. By the era of blaxploitation, Davis's likeness and that of Kathleen Cleaver had become two of the most familiar and alternative gender significations of revolutionary America. Film, however, transported Davis's form from a representation of a revolutionist to that of an erotic black nationalist, largely devoid of historical consciousness. This was achieved by eviscerating the original's intellectual sophistication, political and organizational context, doctrinal commitments, and most tellingly, her critique of capitalist society and its employment of gender, race, and class. The principal impersonations of Davis were performed by Pam Grier and Rosalind Cash, two young actresses who bore some physical resemblance to Davis. It was, however, a similarity with a difference. Grier's voluptuous figure licensed an eroticization of Davis which consisted of sexualized violence. Cash, whose actual resemblance to the original was even more striking, would be penalized ironically because her own screen reticence displayed an intelligence which lent too much ambivalence and texture to the monodimensional representation of Davis. And, true to the industrial marketing strategies of American films, the roles of Grier and Cash spawned secondary and even more shallow afterimages, particularly in the persons of Tamara Dobson and Teresa Graves. Unlike the original, then, these false Angela Davises were quarantined, shut off by a cellulose barrier which invited the vicarious thrill of participation into primitive exercises depicting the cosmic contest between good and evil with nothing at risk except time and boredom. The cinematic deceit transmuted liberation into vengeance, the pursuit of a social justice which embraced race, class, and gender into black racism, and the politics of armed struggle into systematic assassination. The screen imposters occupied a Manichaean world in which whites were evil, corrupt, and decadent, where black accomplices to white venality were tainted with a similarly debased nature, and the central black protagonists were preoccupied with vigilantism. Capitalism, signified at most by skyscraper exteriors, almost entirely disappeared, constituting a normalizing space whose interstices lent marginal terrain for the practices of the drug trade and prostitution. The real world of the market, unseen and unremarked upon, hovered above the ghetto streets, the police station, the strip club, and the dealers' locales. The world in front of the camera was some sort of twisted, perverted mirror of the normal, the reasoned, the ordered, the safe, and unremarkable American landscape. The denizens dwelling in the netherworld were as different from real America as gargoyles are from pigeons. The object was to exhibit these bizarre and semi-mythic life forms while assuring the screen audience that they inhabited a space some safe distance away. Following the success of Shaft, American International Pictures began its own foray into blaxploitation with Slaughter starring Jim Brown, and Blacula with William Marshall, Vonetta McGee, and Denise Nicholas. By then, American International Pictures had enjoyed 2 decades of success. IPE was begun as an independent studio by Sam Arkoff and James Nicholson in the mid-1950s. Its first film, The Fast and the Furious, was directed by Roger Corman, whom Arkoff and Nicholson launched in a 4-picture deal. And, from the beginning, IPE focused on the neglected teenage market, producing and exhibiting monster films, adolescent rebellion films, women in prison films, teen party films, westerns, and horror films. 14 Typically, in the early years, according to Arkoff, the creation of a film began with the title, which inspired an ad campaign which then eventually produced a shooting script. Also typical was the use of untested film directors like Roger Corman, Francis Ford Coppola, Woody Allen, and Martin Scorsese, young actors like Jack Nicholson, Michael Landon, Mike Connors, Peter Graves, Jane Mansfield, and B-grade actors like Richard Denning, Beverly Garland, and Marla English, and has-beens like Chester Morris and Anna Stens. Later this impressive list of firsts, according to Arkoff, would extend to first starring roles for Charles Bronson, Melanie Griffith, Bruce Dern, Cher, Chuck Norris, Dennis Hopper, Mel Gibson, Nick Nolte, Don Johnson, and Robert De Niro. 15. On the other hand, Pam Grier's career at IPE had begun much less auspiciously. She had been a switchboard operator. Her first film at IPE was as an extra in Beyond the Valley of the Dolls, written by Roger Ebert, now a Mandarin in film criticism. The next year, Grier began her impersonations of Angela Davis in The Big Dollhouse / Women's Penitentiary I, a film which is credited with launching the women's prison genre. These appropriations of Davis continued for the next several years and included the sequel to The Big Dollhouse, entitled The Big Birdcage, Hitman, Black Mama, White Mama, a rip-off of The Defiant Ones, Coffee, Foxy Brown, Friday Foster, and Sheba, Baby. In each of these films, Grier wore afros and revealing attire, toted pistols, revolvers, and shotguns, kickboxed, mutilated, and smoked her antagonists, lectured enemies and friends on the necessity of upholding the law, protecting the community and its innocents, and eventually resorted to vigilantism. As the lone avengers against drug pushers, corrupt politicians, and cops, and black and ethnic gangsters, her characters were estranged from community or political organizations and, when they infrequently required a posse, it was only for the ultimate dispatching of the villains with prejudice, as the CIA euphemistically had dubbed killing. Foxy Brown, one of Grier's best-known and notorious roles of the period, illustrates nicely how these misrepresentations of Angela Davis transported film audiences of the mid-1970s into a counter-liberationist realm. Foxy Brown, a young black woman of no apparent means, lives in a comfortably furnished apartment in a black neighborhood. Her brother is a cocaine dealer who has run afoul of his white mobster suppliers. Her lover, Michael, a federal agent, is recovering from an attempted assassination by the same mobsters. The first hint of Foxy's unusual capacity for action is her rescuing her brother from the clutches of his mobster friends. She sequesters him in her apartment and then visits her lover in the hospital, eventually bringing him, to her apartment. Despite her lover Michael's plastic surgery, he is recognized by the brother, who then reveals his true identity to his partners in exchange for a return to their good graces as a dealer. Michael is killed, dying in Foxy's arms, and Foxy is transformed into the Avenger. She extorts the names of the killers from her brother and joins the prostitution ring directed by the mobsters. Foxy and Ann, another black woman, are assigned as sexual toys to a corrupt judge who, in exchange, is expected to give light sentences to two mobster thugs. Instead, the two women conspire to humiliate the judge, each for her own reasons. The judge in revenge hands down long sentences. Foxy's identity is discovered by the mobster chiefs who pursue and capture the two women. Foxy saves her companion, who presumably joins her husband and child, but for herself it means a period of torture and rape. Foxy escapes, killing her two keepers. In retribution, her brother is now executed by the mobsters, and Foxy persuades an organization of black community vigilantes to join her in seeking justice and revenge. Together they ambush the mobsters at a cocaine drop, capture the mob boss, and Foxy castrates him. Foxy delivers the severed penis in a jar to the boss's mistress, kills the woman's bodyguards, and leaves the wounded mistress to contemplate a life with her castrated lover. The exploitative properties of the film center on the female body and brutal violence and are established in the opening credits when, borrowing from the James Bond films, Grier dances in a kaleidoscope of colors and in various modes of undress to the funky beat of an eponymous song. In her next appearance on screen, we see her bare breasts as she dresses in order to drive to the rescue of her brother. Her naked or dressed body is constantly reprised as a source of titillation in the film, as she is in bed with her lover, as she is attired for her disguise as a prostitute, as she lures the judge into his own compromise, as she is drugged and raped, etc. Voyeuristic pleasure is also provided by the naked bodies of several white women, the 4 prostitutes lounging in the laps of the judge's middle-aged cohorts, watching a pornographic film, and, most disturbingly, the camera conspires with the mobster killers to expose the naked body of Foxy's brother's lover moments before her jugular is severed. The film's blaxploitation elements are sometimes more oblique. By the time of the release of Foxy Brown, it had become obligatory in the form to portray the racial hierarchy of ghetto criminality, black street dealers in the employ of white mobsters and their corrupt partners drawn from seemingly legitimate society. In this film, Fargas performed this function, effectively demonstrating his cloying subordination to the white bosses of the drug/prostitution ring. The extent of Fargas's subordination is confirmed when he violates loyalty to his own sister in order to serve his masters. It was also mandatory that there be a representation of urban anarchy. In Foxy Brown this was achieved quite early in the film. The opening sequence is the hunt, cornering and eventual rescue of Fargas in the stark barrenness of the city's streets at night. Shortly after, further evidence of this urban jungle is adduced with a scene ostensibly depicting Michael's release from the hospital. As he and Foxy stand at a corner in a black neighborhood, they witness the playing out of the black outlaw by community vigilantes. A lengthy fight takes place between the villain and his 3 pursuers, during which a young black woman pushing her baby's carriage is mauled. The forsaken carriage swings into oncoming traffic, only to be reclaimed at the last moment. The villain is finally hustled into a car, destined, we are assured, for a place from which he will never return. The significance of the whole altercation, which takes place in broad daylight, is brought home by the total absence of the police, the societies, and the state's emblem of order. Other erasures from this imagined community are less obvious but nevertheless telling: the absence of children and oldsters, of families, churches, legitimate businesses, recreational sites, schools, and ordinary family dwellings. Clyde Taylor has pointedly remarked that we can discern much from the comparison of a text to its subsequent adaptation. By lining up an adapted text diachronically behind its model, we can clearly see the differences that, when read as discursive ironies, matter in the politics of representation. Lay viewers from repressed communities are right on target in decoding the politics of adaptation by indexing what was added, changed, or left out in the transition between one telling and another. 17. While his observations were specifically concerned with the conversion of a novel to a play, and a play to a film, it is also applicable to the transfer of social reality as text to film as text. At the time of blaxploitation films, it was a commonplace that actual black urban communities in all parts of the country were heavily patrolled and policed by agents deployed by federal, state, county, local, and private institutions. The external imposition of order was manifested through electronic surveillance, informants, undercover operatives, special police intelligence units, interventions of mailed correspondence, photo surveillance, foot and automobile patrols, frequently centralized by interagency cooperation. From within the community, moral and civil order were maintained by church networks and the routines of daily labor, community associations, mainstream and radical political organizations, neighborhood watch groups, and a canopy of adult and youth activities. Why then would Hollywood and independent filmmakers construct this densely jungled urban landscape inhabited principally by predators? How might the manufacturers of such a fantastically unrealistic portrayal expect that their creation would achieve the ring of authenticity? In the bad black woman genre, the body of the black female anoints this unreality as authentic. On the one hand, the undeniably erotic objectivity of the black female body inscribes the mark of truth onto the social fantasy. And the narrative, filled with competing claimants for that body, lovers, rapists, and the merely obsessed, transports the credibility of their desires into an authentication of the world in which these denizens are imagined to exist. Unlike her white female counterpart of the jungle and plantation films, it is not the black female who is an ambiguous figure negotiating the chasm between the white and the black worlds. It is the chasm which is ambiguous. Male desire and the resulting calumny of male domination erases the distinctions between white society and black society. In the total absence in the genre of any allusion to actual international capitalism, a predatory fratriarchy displaces modes of production as the source of evil. Material greed, political tyranny, and the domination by capital of labor are merely vacuous surrogates for male desire. The presence of the body in the female-centered genre permits the black female to decompose the omnipresent, vocalized, and cartoonish black racism which inhabits the blaxploitation films drawing on male characters. While actual black and non-black revolutionaries had recited the existence of a ruling class, blaxploitation films instructed their audiences that the subtext of the attack on bourgeois society and imperialism was really a disguised racial complaint. Liberation ideology had nothing to do with a revulsion with oppression but was fueled by race envy. In the bad black woman genre, even this masking of liberation is discarded. Black racism is displaced by female rage. Black women rage at the betrayal and abandonment by family, community, and society. These agencies have disintegrated, failing to protect her or even to provide a space for the conduct of normal life. And in the same genre, as represented in the figure of the evil white female villain, white women appear to be inspired by a similar rage. Unlike their sisters of the 1930s, the issue is not their surrender to ravishing black males but the betrayal they sense in white male desire. The whole official rationale for the lynching of black males collapses, revealed as an elaborate deceit to conceal the white man's hunger for the black female body. The subgenre of the bad black woman thus negotiates its exaggerated unreality by its display of the black female body. The false, Hobbesian depiction of the black community, the Procrustean social consciousness of its protagonists, the bluntly pathogenic and unrelievedly pure malevolence of its villains, and the outrages perpetrated on the flesh of friend and foe alike are all spun into credible artifices by the single truth of the black woman's body. And as that body is transformed into that of the destroyer, a fascination with that violence overtakes and converges with sexual voyeurism. The pleasure of the flesh convenes with the excitement of revenge so that they might double for a notion of social justice. The enduring innocence of the avenger, beset on all sides by violence, corruption, betrayal, and loss, installs the rightness of a simple, closing justice. To paraphrase Gina Dent, the films of blaxploitation were a historical practice. 18 Just how powerful a practice is now evident in the emergence of rap music over the past decade or so. Notwithstanding the black bourgeois renderings of the civil rights and the freedom movement era, the young black griots of the present recite history in blaxploitation terms, while, paradoxically, employing the racist imagery of minstrelsy in the early 1970s. However, a companion genre to blaxploitation appeared, the bad black woman narrative. Ironically, it borrowed more directly from reality by snatching Angela Davis from the pages of newspapers, news magazines, and law enforcement dockets. On the one hand, this imagined Angela extended the life of the black action movie. More importantly, as the gun-toting impersonation displaced the original, it also served to rupture the transmission of black radical thought. Between them, blaxploitation and the bad black woman narratives installed into popular culture a race-encoded critique of American society and resistance as it drew its first and later audiences further away from the reality of the liberation movement. Historical ambiguities and structural contradictions were engulfed, leaving behind an ideological apparatus ill-equipped to deal with research-based historical activity, to invite transracial resistance, or to reckon with state tyranny in Africa or the Caribbean or domestic manifestations of black fascism. Chapter 18. The Mulatta on Film, From Hollywood to the Mexican Revolution. With Luz Maria Cabral. The South seems to be the myth that most consciously asserts whiteness and most devastatingly undermines it. Richard Dyer 1. If the legal codes, prosecutions, and trials hedging mixed-race persons and marriages are any measure, the mulatto has constituted a threat to North American racial hierarchy, property, and authority for more than 300 years. In colonial Anglo-America, the designation mulatto first appears in a legal document in 1644. 20 years later it reappears in the judiciary record as a status bounded by the moral contamination of blackness and its association with slavery. The year was 1662 and the Grand Assembly of the Virginia colony enacted a law which proclaimed that a child got by an Englishman upon a Negro would follow the condition of its mother. Teresa Zachodnik comments that Maryland recognized earlier than Virginia the threat to established order involved in allowing mulatto children of white mothers to be free and moved in its Anti-Miscegenation Act of 1663 to enslave these children to the mulatto-induced colonial legislators to assert that slavery trumped the age-old rights of paternity in English law, and, soon afterward, by denying that baptism was a route to freedom, Christianity, too, was vanquished as a worthy opponent by slavery. In the 1690s, Virginia legislators described mulattoes as that abominable mixture and spurious issue and, in 1692, banned from the colony those men and women implicated in interracial unions. By the end of the 17th century, then, the mulatto had come to signify an abominable spiritual contamination as well as the spurious violation of the boundaries between property and human identity. Whiteness, the new term of self-identification, was non-negotiable. 3. For the next century and a half, the racial ambiguity of the mulatto was buried under a mountain of laws, court decisions, and social practices which persisted in the resolve to preserve the boundaries between whiteness and slavery. Nevertheless, in the cultural wars that swirled around slavery, the mulatto became a contested icon. In the 3 decades prior to the Civil War, the propaganda wars between the supporters of slavery and the abolitionists produced 3 enduring black signs: the mulatta, the tom, and the buck. Paradoxically, despite its later appropriation by the incipient American film industry as a sign of an anti-Negro cinema, the origins of the mulatto were in the abolitionist camp. From Richard Hildreth's novel The Slave to Dion Boucicault's The Octoroon, or Life in Louisiana, dozens of novels and plays centered around the mixed-race figure who served as a fictive chiaroscuro through which the tragedy of slavery could be sentimentally experienced by white readers and playgoers. 4 Hildreth's protagonist is a male, but the much more popular figure for anti-slavery writers of the antebellum period was the mulatta. Bentley argues that this preference is explained most fully by the different mythology of flesh separating the bodies of men and women. The sexual oppression that produces Europeanized beauty also makes her the victim of the next cycle of abuse. 5 While mulattoes like Archie Moore or Harriet Beecher Stowe's George Harris sought to resolve their unnaturalness through violent revolt, the imaginary poetics of novel and stage that mirrored the actual economies of race and gender stipulated that the mulatto be represented as a martyr. As Joseph Roach telescoped the trope, a rare beauty of delicate manners and mixed race, legally exposed by the foreclosure of a mismanaged plantation, finds herself auctioned off as a slave to the highest bidder, who turns out to be the mustache-twirling villain. 6. In the antebellum period, the control over the figure of the mulatto was clearly won by the abolitionists. But, following the Civil War and the defeat of Reconstruction, racists would revive their claim to the mulatta as an icon of propaganda. Driven by the cultural movement to replace the historical slave South with a mythical Old South, racists transferred the moral and sexual guilt they associated with the mulatta from white males to black women. They proclaimed in the press, novels, plays, history texts, and popular magazines that the mulatta appeared as the result of white males being submerged in a society of hypersexual and seductive black women. 7 The vilest of these, obviously, was the mulatta, since she inherited the vices of the two races, and her deviant sexuality reflected the monstrousness of her birth. The campaign to efface the virtuous mulatta of the antebellum abolitionists was not entirely successful, however. A black middle class had developed and was now positioned to challenge white supremacy in North American historiography, the press, and popular culture. The villainization of mulattoes, particularly the mulatta, in American popular culture took place in the early 20th century. The primary vehicle for this degradation was the silent film industry, an enterprise increasingly under the control of big capital. Film was being deployed deliberately to signify and inculcate a new racial order into the imaginations of the millions of European immigrants arriving between the 1890s and the First World War. Principally a working-class entertainment, silent film consisted of elementary narratives combined with short English text intertitles. These techniques provided the basis for language training as well as teaching ghetto audiences acceptable moral values, appropriate social behaviors, and the racial rewards of whiteness. From the mid-1890s, comedies made up one-third to one-half of the films of the largest studios, Edison and Biograph/Mutoscope. Here audiences encountered stereotypes of blacks, Jews, Italians, Irish, Chinese, and Mexicans as a constant source of amusement. Eventually, some more controlled and reasonable sampling of caricatures was achieved, in part as a response to domestic pressure groups, concerns about foreign distribution and changes in the organizational control and structure of the film studios. 8 of equal significance were the cultural habits spawned by African slavery, what Ed Guerrero has termed the inscriptions of slavery. 9 The Negro comedies, an important representation of this inscription, were especially dependent on a roughhouse version of slapstick. Early motion pictures, therefore, supported barbarism toward African American men because the violence did not really appear to be harmful and because this use of force upheld the moral order. 10 In short, blacks were envisioned both as a persistent threat to the stability of an exploitative social order and as a politically convenient symbolic representation of the other in American culture. In the post-Reconstruction era, which began in the late 1870s, racial segregation had been instituted as a central stratagem in the attempt to acquire control over the American working classes. What had initially spurred such a program were the coalitions established between blacks and poor whites during the Civil War. The continuing necessity for such a policy was confirmed by cross-racial coalitions between white and black farmers, the initial impulses of the populist movement, and organized workers. In the last decade of the 19th century, this racial separation was formalized in the southern states as Jim Crow. This coincided with the appearance of motion pictures as a popular entertainment. At the onset of movies, the greatest racial concern of American capital was the ordinary black working class. Consequently, films ridiculed characters who were recognizably black. Since most American filmmakers refused to employ black actors and actresses, the representation of blacks was achieved by whites in burnt cork makeup, a technique borrowed from blackface minstrelsy. Jim Crow, however, had also profoundly subverted the black middle class's social ambitions. And, when elements of this class began to resist segregation in the first decade of the 20th century, forging alliances with whites in the Socialist Party and with white liberals in organizations like the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, they too became targets in the fledgling cinema. The renegades tended to come from the eastern branches of the black middle class. With its variety of origins, the class had sprung up all over the country, from New York and Boston to Chicago and Atlanta to Denver and San Francisco. But the militants had eschewed the customary clannishness of their class, which was further exacerbated by Jim Crow. 11 Highly educated, activists like W.E.B. Du Bois and Monroe Trotter had become public figures. At Atlanta University in the late 1890s, Du Bois had attracted some of the most eminent European and American scholars to his annual Atlanta conferences. 12 In the next decade, Du Bois was published in the New York Times and was among the founders of the Niagara Movement and the National Association of Colored People. Trotter had made headlines when he led a black delegation to the White House in late 1914 to protest against the Woodrow Wilson administration's segregation of the federal civil service. 13 In 1915, for another public instance, Mary Church Terrell, a Washington, D.C. black aristocrat, lobbied Congress against a proposed anti-miscegenation law. 14 And, since many of the most prominent families in the black middle class were descendants of mixed-race unions, they were attacked in film through the representation of the mulatto. The first assault came in 1915 with the exhibition of The Birth of a Nation. The new myth of the Old South. Vanquished on the North American stage by the black musical, blackface minstrelsy was revived in the newest mass cultural phenomenon, the silent film. But unlike the blackface minstrelsy of the 19th century, which featured coons and mammies, the new venue was decidedly a forum for the prosecution of the new myth of the Old South. The two most prominent and successful representatives of Old South mythology were Thomas Dixon and D.W. Griffith. In 1915, they collaborated on the photoplay of The Birth of a Nation. The villain of the piece was Austin Stoneman, the club-footed radical Republican leader who induced the South to secede by championing the anti-slavery cause. And in his vicious campaign to humiliate the Southern plantocrats before, during, and after the Civil War, Stoneman's closest Confederates were his mulatto maid-mistress Lydia and her other companion, the mulatto Lynch. By associating Stoneman pair with mulattoes such as Lydia and, later, Silas Lynch, Griffith evaded another historical truth, grafting the blight of miscegenation onto a powerful Northern abolitionist. In fact, most of the nearly 500,000 mulattoes in the country residing in the South in the mid-19th century were the issue principally of slave owners and female slaves. Nevertheless, since Griffith would characterize his two mulatto roles with a neurotic sexuality necessitated by plot and ideology, disclosing their relation to the ruling plantocracy would risk an unseemly speculation about the source of their sexual depravity. The film was a phenomenal popular and commercial success. It catapulted Griffith into near-Olympian status in American cinema, bringing a productive but essentially hackneyed film producer permanent fame. The Birth of a Nation would influence, without any serious challenges, the representation of black people in American film for the next 6 decades. As such, it became the most powerful disseminator of the Old South myth, providing the historical pedagogy for the millions of immigrants who now resided in the country. The film also aroused opposition. Its exhibition sparked riots in many North American cities and towns, and in several instances its most provocative racial scenes were edited out of the film. The Birth of a Nation has also been credited with prompting the previously unknown NAACP, as the organization most frequently associated with the attempt to ban or censor it, onto the national stage. The film would be critiqued for its distortions of Reconstruction and its venomous portrayals of blacks. And W.E.B. Du Bois, still 20 years from publishing his definitive account of Reconstruction 15, would state in his editorial for the May 1915 issue of The Crisis. It is sufficient to add that the main incident in The Klansman turns on a thinly veiled charge that Thaddeus Stevens, the great abolition statesman, was induced to give the Negroes the right to vote and secretly rejoice in Lincoln's assassination because of his infatuation for a mulatto mistress. Small wonder that a man who can thus brutally falsify history has never been able to do a single piece of literary work that has brought the slightest attention, except when he seeks to capitalize burning race antagonisms. Point 16. While Dixon and Griffith had taken the most minimal of precautions to avoid libel by renaming the Stevens-like character Stoneman, they had felt nothing of the sort was necessary in the case of Lydia. The actual Thaddeus Stevens, one of the leaders of the radical Republican faction in Congress, had a mulatto housekeeper, Lydia Hamilton Smith, and they were probably lovers. They had lived together for 20 years and their contemporaries considered Mrs. Smith the wife of the congressman in all but name. But nothing in Stevens's historical record confirms the notion that Mrs. Smith had cajoled him into becoming an abolitionist or wreaking havoc on the prostrate Southern planter aristocracy. Stevens was a proud, severe, willful, and ambitious lawyer/politician who had championed causes as disparate as anti-Masonry, fugitive slaves, free schools, and railway expansion. His private life was punctuated with sexual scandals, but a recent biographer has insisted that much of this was baseless rumor, the consequence of Stevens's propensity to make powerful enemies and his defense of fugitive slaves. In any case, he became the favorite villain of Old South propagandists who credited him as the architect of congressional policies that were meant to destroy slavery, disenfranchise the ex-Confederates, and redistribute the land holdings of the Southern planter aristocracy. As Hans Trefus observes, Stephens intended to strip a proud nobility of their bloated estates, reduce them to a level with plain republicans, send them forth to labor, and teach their children to enter the workshop or handle the plow. 17 But his opposition to slavery had been exhibited as early as 1837, some 10 years before his relationship with Mrs. Smith began. 18.